Gravewalkers, Book 5, Glory for the Dead, by Richard T. Schrader. Copyright 2013, all rights reserved. Chapter 1, Bringing Out the Dead.
At about an hour before midnight, Critias called for George, and then he waited at the door of the city library for the Big Joe semi-tractor transport to come by and pick him up. Andy radioed ahead before they arrived, and then slowed down enough as they drove past for Critias to run up behind the truck's trailer to jump onto the back. The rear door was already open, and someone had hung out the naval deployment netting so that Critias had something to grab a hold of when he pulled himself aboard. Hatchet and Malcolm were in the back of the truck to help Critias climb in to join them. Once they had him safely inside, Malcolm used the intercom to tell Andy to get them on the move toward their next stop. They were on the way to Romeo's motel, where they would recover the prison box that contained the Watcher president. The presence of Hatchet was a pleasant surprise to Critias.
What are you doing here?
Hatchet thumbed toward the front of the truck.
Jim and Kevin are riding along up in the sleeper. Kevin stays updated from Carmen. Jim wanted to come out himself to ride along on this, so here I am. It's nothing to worry about, though. They have some kind of plan, so I'm just enjoying the ride. It's nice to get out on the streets, to get the scent of them again.
Critias went everywhere in a mech suit. He had a special respect for people who faced the harsh world while they wore only survivor gear, some nice gloves, and carried a clutch of weapons. Carmen, Verloc, and Critias had been out on the streets earlier that night when they chased Cutter and killed his 2 pet hunters. The unsuppressed gunshots they had made had agitated the local infected. There were plenty of them out searching for people they could bite. Andy used a honk of the truck's horn to lure all those ghouls away from the area around the motel. Big Joe moved slowly enough that the furious infected kept up their chase as Andy continued further west. Once Andy had taken them far enough away, he sped off at speed to lose the ghouls and then circle back around by a circuitous route. They eventually ended up back at the now desolate Romeo motel. Critias had kept careful watch for the right room number on their first pass of the motel property. While Andy drove them around to lose the ghouls, Critias reviewed the visor recording at his leisure. He located the correct door to the room they wanted and also got a good idea of what the neighborhood had to offer as far as potential problems. When Andy brought them to a complete stop at the motel again on the second pass, Critias jumped out. Malcolm followed Critias to provide him with some gunner cover security. His weapons of choice were a pair of sound-suppressed .22 caliber Magnum automatic pistols that protruded custom-welded double-length magazines. Weighty wad-cutter bullets flew off of Monkey Dan's specialty propellant, a dash of flash powder quickly burning a relatively modest subsonic charge of smokeless powder. All combined made for a distinctively subdued, suppressed gunshot. Hatchet came along too. He served as a second set of eyes and also offered free hands that could help move the president's container. Hatchet was armed as well in case they actually did need to shoot their way out of a difficult situation. Once the 3 of them were on the street, Andy moved off again to make another circle with the truck. He would keep the ghouls distracted and then swing back around a third time to pick them up again after a few minutes. The Big Joe transport made an appetizing target with all its noise and bulk. If Andy had just stayed parked at the motel, that would have caused more ghoul trouble than it would have relieved. It took only 30 seconds for Critias to rush into the correct room and then locate the metal prison box inside the bloody bathroom where it rested still strapped to the cargo dolly. Hatchet proved he was still a cool operator when he went to clear the rest of the motel room. A single female infected was on the floor behind the bed where she licked the dinner plates from the president's last meal. When she stuck up her head in the dark to try and see what the noise was, Hatchet reached over to rap her in the skull with his namesake camping axe. The death blow had the natural ease of an experienced carpenter putting down a 16-penny nail with one sure strike. After the ghoul was down, Hatchet gave some attention to the crime scene around him. He noticed all the blood everywhere and the mutilated body of a young infected man that was still on the bed. That male ghoul had suffered too much damage to be active anymore. Hatchet dispatched it again with his axe, just to be sure he had put the mutilated thing out of any lingering misery. While he was in the bathroom, Critias checked behind the shower curtain to make sure that nothing lurked back there. In the tub, he found the other victim of the president's handiwork. It was well beyond appalling, since the bite marks left little to the imagination as to what had taken place. The gruesomeness of the body made it impossible for him not to reconsider what Carmen had told him about her desire to build the president a private hell. Critias didn't even want to imagine what the president had done to those Denver women who still lived. He didn't have to know to be infuriated anyway. As much as Critias detested the prospect of Carmen's involvement, he would turn the president over to her pitiless retribution. There was just no way he could let that evil tyrant get off easy with just a bullet. Critias would also make sure that there was no chance that one day in the distant future the president would once again get free of a prison box and then repeat the diabolical acts like those he had performed on the female infected in the motel room's bathtub. The president needed to go to hell, literally, and Critias would feel glad as he punched the bastard's ticket to send him there on his one-way trip. The total darkness of night was full on by that late hour. The few ghouls that remained in the area were all but blind, which made them easy prey for Malcolm's accurate headshots. George's gunner preferred his right hand when he took steady aim at longer ranges. The from-the-hip style of his left hand had the real artistry with its eye-popping medium-range surgical accuracy. Critias wheeled out the president's prison box just as Andy pulled up again, and then the three men lifted the container into the back of the truck. Once they were all set, Andy drove them away. Instead of going to the military museum to load the truck with Verloc's stuff, Andy took them back to the library. Jim radioed ahead to have some of the grave walkers wait at the door to provide extra security while everyone went inside. Carmen and Romeo also came out of Judas's conference room to meet the new arrivals. When everyone met inside the south entrance, Jim commented,
"This old library is holding up much better than I had hoped. It's a lot cleaner and more organized than I ever expected."
It has a caretaker.
Carmen told him.
Romeo's friend that he spoke of is dedicated to the task. It is an oddly convenient
She was about to say madness, but changed it to
commitment, to be sure.
Jim glanced about.
"Is that caretaker here now? I would like to meet him."
Carmen shook her head no.
He is away at the moment. We have not seen him yet either. Romeo tells us that he is an amiable fellow.
She introduced the man.
This gentleman here is the Romeo you have heard about. His companion Verloc is still asleep on the couch in the butterfly collection room.
"This is more than excellent.
Jim praised the success of their mission.
We will keep her asleep for the time being. There is a lot that we still need to get done."
Romeo interpreted Jim's statement as a possible threat to Verloc.
What do you mean you will keep her asleep? They promised me that Verloc would be welcomed and protected.
His rapid flush of panic and frustration was obvious to everyone. Jim raised his hands in a disarming gesture as he told Romeo,
"We are not going to harm your Verloc in any way, of that I assure you. Since this is our first meeting, I want our relationship to be based on honesty. I did have plans to kill you both, along with Jingle Bells, when I thought you wouldn't keep up your end of our bargain. Things have changed now that I already have the box with the president, and you have committed yourself to helping us deal with Jingle Bells. You have kept your end of the bargain in good faith, so here I stand before you, fully prepared to fulfill my every obligation to you both. The time for us to betray one another has already passed us by, good Romeo. This is the stage of our relationship where you should negotiate your terms for greatest advantage. We have a long friendship ahead of us, very long since you are immortal, and I am still young."
Carmen spoke up for Romeo's benefit.
This is King Louis, the Jim I told you about, leader of the agency. This is as high as our ladder goes. Whatever it is you want from us, now is the time to tell him.
Verloc's future needs brought Romeo back to focus. He asked,
Will she have electricity and hot water? What about air conditioning during the summer and heat in the winter?
Jim shot at those trifles.
Our community will provide Verloc with far more than the basic necessities. She shall live as a respected captain of the city. We will spare no expense to make her feel appreciated and comfortable. The entire floor of a high-rise building will be your luxurious private apartments. You will eat chef-prepared catered meals and have access to every amenity our engineers can possibly provide. I did not come here to offer you the status of some refugee seeking mere sustenance. We will welcome Verloc in the manner she deserves, as a savior and protector of every human left in this world. While we are born and die for generations, the two of you shall live on, forever young, forever admired, and properly respected. In return, it is my request that the two of you assist in our continued survival. As humanity prospers, the two of you will have security, purpose, and civilized companionship.
The extravagant proposal pleased Romeo immensely thus far. He asked,
Will Verloc also have exciting and important missions to accomplish as Agent S.H.I.E.L.D.? She needs to truly matter and not just imagine that it is so.
Indeed,
Jim assured him.
The gratitude she receives for her critically important activities will be entirely genuine. The people will speak of her as a beloved champion, and you will be by her side for all time. You will live to see me grow old and die, and still you will have each other and a defining purpose worthy of her sensibilities. You are no longer one of the unfortunates, Romeo. Yours will be the dream of all lovers throughout the ages. Your romance shall never die, never wrinkle, and never fade, as immortal and shining as the sun itself.
Jim had masterfully demonstrated why he was king. He made genuine promises that were easily within the means of his community, and it had Romeo ready to do anything they required of him to make all that come true. For Romeo's part, his love for Verloc was ever vigilant against possible deceptions that might do her harm. He offered Jim a sincere pledge.
We will fulfill all that is our part, but in your terms of our bargain, mark ye me, do not cavil her on even the 9th part of a hair.
Jim looked to Carmen for some clarity. She translated the literary reference.
He expects us to fulfill those lofty promises in the strictest interpretation to the finest iota of detail.
In that case, Jim tugged his glove on tight and then offered to handshake on it in good faith.
We shall not cheat you of so much as a grain of rice. You have my word that what you both shall receive will exceed your expectations.
Romeo believed that his dreams were on the verge of fulfillment, such that until he felt they had betrayed him, he would be Jim's loyal man. The Watcher shook Jim's hand to seal their bargain and then stood ready to demonstrate his conviction.
What would you like me to do first?
Jim instructed.
I want you to go with Carmen. She will drive the truck as the two of you go to this home Verloc has made for herself. Take everything from there that Verloc would value, so we may deliver it to your new home. It will likely take a couple of days for us to get everything prepared for her, even with all the manpower I will put into these labors. The sooner you get started, the sooner you will be finished.
The threat that Critias had made about them killing Verloc if she awoke in an agitated state was something that remained fresh in Romeo's mind.
I can't leave Verloc here without me. If she awakes while I am still away, you might murder her because she does not yet understand that you are friends.
She will not awaken prematurely.
Kevin promised Romeo.
I have brought all that is required to keep her sleeping peacefully until such time as we are ready to awaken her. I am a medical doctor. You have my promise that she will get the best possible care. In all likelihood, a long sleep will do her a great deal of good. It has been years since her mind has had an opportunity to rest. Try and think of it as a brief vacation from all of her worldly troubles.
Romeo looked to Critias with an expression of lingering doubts.
You know me to be honorable.
Critias told Romeo to put him at ease.
You have my word that no harm shall come to her. Make haste on gathering her things. That is the best service you can do for her in the moment.
While Carmen and Romeo went out to pack up Verloc's home, Jim went on ahead with Kevin to see Verloc, where she still slept on a couch with some of the grave walkers to stand guard around her. Jim took a moment to study her before he said,
She is rather attractive.
His wife Jessica came up to stand beside him.
She is dangerous too. We saw her have a martial arts fight with Carmen and win.
That seemed unlikely to Jim.
Carmen let her win?
Maybe.
Jessica admitted.
That was not really my point. If you had seen how she moves, you would know what I mean. I have to admit, I like her.
Kevin set up an intravenous drip of the sedative to keep Verloc unconscious until they were ready for her.
The infection has a remarkable capacity to optimize her physiology.
Kevin explained as to why Verloc was so capable.
I'm interested in learning what effect it has had on her cognitive processes. It is possible that their ability to learn and maintain new knowledge has considerable enhancements comparable to my own. Lacking the need to sleep combined with irrational enthusiasm would allow her to devote a lot of time into cultivating her interests. One can easily imagine what a watcher might accomplish if their consuming interest was a form of artistic expression or something esoteric like quantum mathematics. Their genius could surpass the expectations of any natural human without even factoring in their vastly increased lifespan.
It might be harder to imagine than you might think.
Jessica couldn't envisage it. Jim told her.
He is saying that a watcher could be like Amadeus Mozart, only he lived forever, never slept, and all he thought about day in and day out was writing better music.
With a brain that was always operating at maximum alertness without fatigue or diminished motivational enthusiasm.
Kevin added.
They are splendiferous creatures.
She understood that.
Verloc might be a kind of Mozart of butt-kicking, and she will keep getting better.
She is a top-drawer acquisition.
Jim confessed in light of his previous request that Critias should have killed her instead.
It was the right move to invest as much into this as we have. The dividends of this operation are going to be extraordinary. For Verloc and Romeo, the ghouls are no threat at all. They can go anywhere without concern and collect anything we like. I would be prepared to pay them far more than they are asking in return for their services. We can happily make good on all our promises because the recompense Romeo is asking for is next to nothing by comparison.
Jessica asked.
What kind of genius would that make Romeo?
Romeo has constructed a situation where our whole city is going to devote itself to making Verloc comfortable and happy.
Jim answered her.
From his point of view, he is not sacrificing anything to us in return for getting her everything. I won't underestimate him. Any treachery on my part could have disastrous consequences. Based on Romeo's objectives, he has played us masterfully. We will profit greatly from them joining us, far too much for us to betray them. Romeo made a lot of intuitive decisions to get this far based on very little information, and I don't think it was luck. He is a cunning fellow, and we would do well to remember that in our dealings with him. This arrangement has an equitable balance from which all parties will feel more than satisfied.
Carmen and Romeo went outside to the transport. They paid no attention to the ghouls unless one came too close, and then a few rough smacks from Carmen sent it away. It was her mindset that dismissed them offhandedly as being unimportant that served Carmen best as her immunity shield akin to grave walking. The ghouls readily picked up on emotionalism when it involved sensations like fear or other softer human feelings like elation or compassion, which were all things no true ghoul ever felt or displayed. It was such things that made the infected question the genuine ghoulishness of others. Even while being inhuman and inedible, Carmen could easily trigger aggression from the infected if she revealed too much human feeling, at least of the kinds that ghouls did not possess. As things were with only Romeo as her companion, Carmen had no cause for strong emotion, such that she paid the infected no mind at all. Big Joe's seats and cab interior were all made of the same smooth molded plastic that was hard enough to be serviceable and also extremely repellent to contamination. The decontamination workers could conveniently sanitize the interior even after dirty crew members had gotten in and out of the cab during a messy field operation. Once they were both in their seats, Carmen started the truck. Romeo advised her,
"Drive slowly and just let them come get comfortable with us. The excitement antagonizes them as much as anything else does. Verloc and I drove about the city all day and they were not a problem."
She followed his advice by taking her time as they drove slowly around the block. When the first ghouls started to shriek at the truck with their usual aggression, Carmen stopped entirely to let them do whatever they wanted. Some of the ghouls climbed onto the truck's running boards to peer into the cab. When Carmen and Romeo did not react, the ghouls promptly lost interest and then dropped off to wander away. When enough disinterested ghouls stood around the truck, the rest of the infected in the area interpreted their general atmosphere of non-engagement as reason they should do the same. It wasn't long before no infected bothered to chase their truck at all. After that, Carmen just slowly motored around to the nearby military museum and then parked with the back of the trailer in a convenient position for their loading operation. Romeo used his key to unlock the door, and then once inside he lit an oil lamp to provide some illumination. The interior of the museum still had all its former displays of military history. A more impressive presentation was the modern exhibits of functional military hardware. Romeo and Verloc had collected weaponry for years as they took it from all over the city. Verloc had enough plastic explosives that she had made tables from the stacks of containers. Carmen had to ask,
"Where did you find all this?"
Romeo replied,
"When the disaster first struck, the military had a contingency plan where they intended to demolition all the bridges over the river. Their plan would have theoretically prevented the crazed plague victims from spreading their disease further east across the country. The demolition plan never took place for a host of reasons, though I assume it was primarily due to the obvious fact that fleeing refugees had transported the illness well beyond the border of the river already. All their effort would have accomplished would have been to cut themselves off from their own means of escape out of this city."
That plastique didn't even include the other explosives that Verloc had in abundance. She had cutting charges for more delicate destruction, breaching charges for the removal of doors, and large mines of assorted varieties. Carmen saw large numbers of hand grenades, mortar rounds, and grenade launchers. Verloc's gun collection was in the many thousands of pieces, along with innumerable boxes of ammunition, both civilian and military. After she took it all in, Carmen exclaimed in amazement,
"Holy crap, Romeo. You two have been busy. Wasn't there anything else you could find that explodes?"
Romeo pointed towards the next display room.
"The gunpowder and fireworks are in there with the heavy machine guns and the 84mm rocket launchers. There are plenty of other things around here. It is as you said, we have been at this for a while. I felt that Verloc would be safer if we could ensure that none of these things ever fell into the hands of someone who might try to use them against her."
That much made clear sense to Carmen.
"You wanted to stop my people from using this stuff on you while reserving the contingency that you may need to use them on us."
That was correct, and Romeo didn't apologize for it.
"I did warn your husband about the magnitude of your danger if that despicable president or bellman had managed to mislead Verloc into attacking your tower. She would have had considerable firepower at her disposal, though such barbaric methods are not generally her style."
Carmen felt curious.
"If we had killed Verloc, would you have used this stuff on us?"
I am a man of classical values.
Romeo explained himself.
I shudder to think where my grief would have taken me. I consider it only because you ask, and in that, I think I would have wanted you all to know my pain. Perhaps I would have eliminated all your means of transportation and production, and then sat back to listen to you starve.
She understood quite well.
I share the same sentiment.
To make the point, she quoted,
Had all his hairs been lives, my great revenge had stomach for them all.
That made Romeo smile.
Othello, Act 5, Scene 2. Does he mean that much to you then?
Carmen confessed.
Even now, that is where my thoughts dwell. I disappointed him tonight when he heard my designs to put a proper punishment to that villain that did us both so much displeasure. My husband is like you, a man of classical values, and he thought less of me when I bent to a baser nature. I'd prefer he beat me so I would then stand restored in his esteem. Instead, he marks it down to memory, keeping a permanent tally of the times I made him discontent. I would make my head a pillow for his foot, but even the depth of my devotion shames him. It is his wish that I embrace the freedom he forces upon me, so I fail him in that regard as well. Freedom to me is like him putting me out of his house and then closing the door.
Romeo advised her.
Such is the price for you to love someone greater than yourself. Suffer for them because it is your place to do so, knowing they flower best when rooted in dung. All things come measured in contrast. The hero is nothing without cowards to outshine. It is the deprivation that makes the eventual caress so sweet. Were we to have it every moment, it would diminish its value.
There was a time,
Carmen pointed a finger into her head,
that I had a device here that made me always obey. I had no faults then, only his will was at play. Any failing in me was for lack of his command. I could not feel alone or unwanted. My pleasure was to serve him well, and my sorrow was not to serve him enough. Now that it is gone, I know Satan's grief. It is no easy thing to bask in God's love as his favorite companion, and then you find yourself exiled from heaven. Even in banishment, you still have his love, but you have to earn it. Your flights and rebellions are mere tantrums to draw the attention of his pity and compassion. It is better to feel the schooling of his whip to put an end to my misdeeds than to feel the separation from his presence. The greatest lie the devil ever told was that it was better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. He would gladly return to his leash, and so would I.
Romeo appreciated her feelings that in many ways mirrored his own for Verloc.
Then you do understand what it means to be given a soul. He gave you that, the freedom to rise or fall by your own devices. When you stumble, he feels the pain, and when you soar, he feels the elation. The shining Lucifer was God's only blunder. He made a rock too heavy for him to lift. What else but ultimate contrariness could properly debate against the wisdom of the great design? You can choose to accept the wisdom of his decisions, however painful they may seem.
Then Lucifer was right.
Carmen said in anger about Critias.
How can freedom be love when all I want is his love, and I do not want the freedom?
Romeo walked over, then hugged her to prove his point.
Of what special esteem is his embrace if you can never leave it? Shall we not work with extra diligence to earn our way back into their good graces?
He let her go so that they could start loading the truck.
I will start packing up her room.
Getting back to Critias and having his praise was what Carmen needed. To attain that, she had to do a good job where she was. Her first priority was that there were enough dangerous materials around to vaporize the whole building, and then some. If they loaded it all into the truck and there was some kind of accident while parked out front of King's Tower, the blast would demolish the building. Carmen decided to call Jim on the radio, and once he responded, she asked him,
Do you want the military hardware?
Absolutely.
He replied without hesitation.
Anything we don't use, we can take apart later to make something else. How much is there?
She looked about before saying,
If there is an accident, you won't have to bother to come looking for me. You won't have to come looking for Big Joe or this building either.
Jim told her.
It is all going to Radio City anyway. She has managed to live with it for this long without blowing herself up, or us either. You must have some knowledge on those kinds of things. If some of it is improperly packaged or unstable, you should just leave it behind. Otherwise, grab whatever you can. It's not as if we don't already store enough munitions to blow us out of our socks. Does she have ammunition?
Oh, yes.
Carmen confirmed.
You want to know how much by the ton or the cubic meter?
Jim instructed.
We need the ammunition more than anything else, especially the 9mm. Be careful with it. Make more than one trip if you need to. Deliver it to the Radio City garage. We can secure that and provide you with all the help you need for unloading it. An APC from the castle will be taking us home from here. Tell Romeo that Verloc will be with us, and she will be perfectly safe.
We should have a load ready by sunrise.
Carmen predicted.
I'll keep you updated.
Alfred and Derek, back at King's Tower, had managed to complete the new Smuggler's Passage light rail depot. Under Jim's new edict of overtime labor citywide, they had applied all the manpower that they could fit to the task down in the underground. The new hydraulic rock hammer that Critias had procured for them proved to be just the tool that they had required to cut into the underground section of the light rail's existing subway tunnel. After they made test bores to attain exacting measurements, Alfred achieved their final breakthrough using a flawlessly executed precision-controlled blasting. The new connection between the smuggler's passage and the subway tunnel came with the added benefit that it let through a refreshing rush of air that promptly sucked out the cloud of suffocating dust that even their water spraying had failed to contain. While the workers shoveled up the muck from the blasting, Commander Derek personally welded the gated boarding shaft into place. Once complete, the extendable bridge would grant them secure docking access against a light rail car's side doors. The report of the breakthrough for the depot reached Jim around the same time that the armored fighting vehicle from the castle was on its way to pick up all the personnel from the library. After he got the news from Hatchet, Jim told Critias,
It seems that our double-duty work shifts are paying off. Derek and Dynamite Al have the new light rail depot open. It still needs a lot of fine finishing work, but once we get back to the castle, we can take the train directly home. When we get back, I need you to lead a squad into Radio City. They are already getting set up now to blast their way into the basement from the underground, as we did for the garden building. Once they have it open, you will be in charge of securing that tower. Your stunt with the lightning already roasted most of the ghouls that lived in there and that hotel next door, so it shouldn't be too bad. Whatever the conditions are, I am sure it is something you can handle. Requisition what you need, and then see it done quickly.
Hatchet asked Jim.
Are we taking some of that wine with us?
It belongs to that friend of Romeo.
Critias warned.
It would be best if we didn't disturb anything. We might lose a future friend and make him into a future enemy.
What's his is his.
Jim told Hatchet.
We leave everything as we found it. You can pass the word around in case anyone was being clever and stuffed some trinket in their pocket. I don't want to offend this character, especially after he worked to protect all these books. That alone earns him our respect and makes us guests. If we're lucky, he will know we were here and didn't touch anything. From that, he might think us civilized. He is a watcher that loves books after all.
You got it, boss.
Hatchet accepted the decision without question.
I'll tell the others.
This is a library.
Jessica reminded her husband with a touch of humor.
I'm not entirely certain that refusing to touch the last books of the world will define us as civilized in the eyes of a librarian. I, for one, am going to check out some books. A queen should be a scholar of all virtues, and the virtues begin in books. I do believe a great man told me that.
Jim replied.
Those were my father's words to me when he wanted me to be ready to take his place one day. I shared the advice with you. Leave him a thank you note then, listing what you have taken. If he is angry, he need only knock, and we shall return them without complaint. Perhaps that will get us the friendly meeting we require of him.
From Kevin and also the general radio traffic, Carmen stayed abreast on the progress of the vehicle that was on its way to collect Jim and the others. She and Romeo walked back to the library in time to help them get loaded. The driver on the way out to pick up Jim was the female mechanic Snips, who had worked with Critias and Carmen when Fat Jack removed vehicles from the Radio City garage on the night of the Thunder Fountain. Her mighty striker-armored personnel carrier's former war-grade protection was long gone. The welders had replaced the old body with a new skin that was both dramatically lighter and also encompassed a more spacious interior better suited for foraging applications. Snips drove alone. Since the armored vehicle would be bunker secure, even if it did break down on the road, it wouldn't have been any major difficulty for another vehicle to tow her back to the garage if such a failure took place. Snips had complete confidence in the machine's reliability, in large part due to the fact that she had been one of the principal mechanics that had refurbished it. When she arrived at the library, Snips backed the 8-wheel drive transport right up the stairs to dock the inward opening hatch flush to the doorway. Because Carmen and Romeo were there to intercept any troublesome ghouls, the darkness provided sufficient cover for everyone else to board their ride home without having to do any shooting. Critias carried Verloc as he entered the APC last in line. Once they closed the rear door and she started the drive back to the castle, Snips said,
Is this writing in style or what? After doing this one, we got some ideas for making the next one even better. It's going to have to wait now that everyone is working on the grinders.
She glanced back for a moment to see what people thought of the new vehicle, and that was when she saw Verloc.
Who is that? I don't remember ever seeing her before.
She's a watcher,
Jim told her.
Her name is Verloc. We are using a new drug to keep her asleep.
That's weird,
Snips said as she put her eyes back on the road.
I thought you just said she was a talking ghoul like Jingle Bells.
She is.
Jim confirmed it.
Verloc is going to be working with us from now on, and so is her boyfriend, a watcher called Romeo.
Snips glanced back again for a moment to see if they joked with her.
Seriously? That sounds kind of dangerous. Aren't they infectious?
They sure are,
Jim assured her.
That is why they are going to be living in Radio City.
Kevin lectured.
The infection is not as contagious as the flu, even though it can generally transfer along all those same mediums. If it were that contagious, all of humanity would have died out long before now. Fortunately, this is not a virus-based agent, which would be thousands of times smaller than what we are dealing with here, and as such, would be a much more pernicious airborne risk. For you to become infected requires exposure to wholly intact infected cells in sufficient numbers. The specialized organelle that instigates the process of mass colonization of the host organism is normally dormant and only reproduces when a group of infected cells forms a procreative cluster. The interference of the host's defensive white blood cells will prevent this event if the invading cells are of insufficient density. Contrary to popular lore, even a ghoul's own saliva will break down the free cells, as will digestive acid and total desiccation.
The male android thought of a simpler way to explain it for them.
For example, all of you routinely inhale desiccated materials such as shed skin cells without harm. I suppose it is theoretically possible you could even survive a mild bite if the ghoul had just thoroughly brushed its teeth. Provided we observe basic preventive precautions, I see no serious risk of anyone contracting the infection from just being in the same room with them, any more than you are in danger right now. However, there are a tremendous number of cells in a single drop of their blood. Should you transfer that into your eye by rubbing it or into your skin by scratching, you would certainly infect yourself.
Snips listened attentively to his lecture since she was more than passingly familiar with the risks to avoid. To help contribute, she said,
That is why you guys need to stop ramming ghouls with the trucks. It gets their meat all over the machines. When you hit other cars, you can damage the armor too. It turns our rides into rolling dirty knives, and people like me have to fix them. Fortunately, we generally only get jabbed one finger at a time.
In demonstration of the principle, she slowed down as she swerved to avoid running down a ghoul that stupidly stood out in the roadway. Guard crews waited at the pancake house to bring the vehicle inside, and then they directed Snips to park in the new, spacious car washing bay. As soon as everyone disembarked, a decontamination team moved in to begin their work. The cleaners erected an overspray tent and then started to pressure wash the exterior clean. Jim had radioed ahead to arrange for a special decontamination team to stand ready for taking charge of Verloc. The technicians strapped her unconscious body onto a hospital gurney. Kevin held her intravenous drip pouch of sedative as he escorted them off to the Rook. From there, together with Verloc, they would board the light rail train that awaited them. Before the rest of the group also headed up to the Rook to take the train back to the new Smuggler's Passage depot, Jim detoured them for a moment. The king wanted them all to walk over to the old castle garage. Once there, they would inspect the new grinder machines that Jack had brought home on the river. A massive operation of mechanics busily rebuilt the grinders to get them prepared for future duty. Critias examined their work to make sense of the purpose. The majority of the modifications focused on the discharge from the hammer mills. New stainless steel containment traps ensured that anything that went down one of the tub throats would end up in a watertight stomach where sausage grinder screws could force it down a cloaca into a large reservoir tank at the end of its trailer. Solid waste pumps that they mounted to those storage containers had flexible sewage hoses with nozzles fixed to the end of hydraulic arms. An operator would be able to aim the final discharge outflow at various angles or elevations as desired. Other modifications included large arrays of electric floodlights, rotating emergency lamps from police and ambulance vehicles, and a quartet of loudspeakers. The largest of the three grinders still had its giant hydraulic arm that had formerly lifted tree stumps into the tub. The arm had a new attachment shaped like a large metal dustpan. There was an opposable mandible over the top of the pan so that it could both scoop and grip a different material that would be softer and more slippery than wood. By the degree of progress, it didn't seem like it would be long before the work would reach completion. Jim asked Critias,
What do you think? They should be ready for duty by the time we get Verloc squared away.
Critias thought of something Carmen had told him.
I think Perillis would have been proud.
Jim caught the reference.
Funny you should mention that aspect of my little endeavor. It has crossed my mind that I am bringing to life truly monstrous contraptions. On many levels, it is a rare distinction that I will share with infamous tyrants and despotic kings. Since you are not a monarch yourself, I suspect that you would not be prone to considering the fellowship involved. I have a new understanding of such men as Vlad Draculia, Prince of Wallachia, and Emperor Nero, assuming he was the arsonist of Rome. In all honesty, I also know the fears of a fire in my city. It can happen easily enough under the best of circumstances. It is Nero's legend of fiddling to which I refer. Like them, I must make a grandiose performance of my witnessing the gruesome consequences of my rule. It does not matter what necessities are forcing my hand. I alone must shoulder the blame when future historians shall say that Jim, son of King Louis I, is alone accountable for this, due to my ruthless efficiency, my callous wickedness, or my failure to prevent it. None of my people will carry any mark of disdain from this, in either this life or the next, should they find one. Behold my works, Critias, and accuse no other. Like my predecessors, I must feast on indifference for all to see, so that none ever doubts this is my hand at work. I alone do this thing, and do it knowingly.
I can't argue with the weight of it.
Critias replied.
I do not envy the thought of so many vengeful faces glaring back at me from the other side. Since this is you alone, I'll never have to. I don't regret a single one of them I put down. If I see their faces again in hell, they should hope I don't have my gun, because I would shoot them again right in the ass just to remind them of what a hard and uncompromising prick I was in my living days.
There were some boxes of supplies headed to the main community. Jim took them along when they boarded the shuttle that would take them out to the Rook's gangway tunnel. From there, they loaded onto the parked light rail vehicle. Colonel Davis got the train underway to start them back for home. Their track was already under the roadway deck of the river bridge, which was kind of like being underground already, especially in the dark by night vision. After they advanced about 200 meters of track, the train really did move underground into purest darkness. At half of a kilometer in, Critias noticed that the signs said that the boarding depot of the local shopping emporium was just ahead. He asked Jim,
Have you ever been in there?
No.
Jim answered.
I suppose we will have to check it out soon. I wouldn't be surprised if Verloc has been in there. From the stories I have heard, I would imagine the place is in pretty bad shape. There are way too many entrances to block under present circumstances, even if we were interested. A lot of looting happened there when the Colosseum was a rescue station. I think I told you about that. The worst sorts of people were in the Colosseum at that stage of things falling apart. They had been going in the mall to scavenge and whatnot. The military went in to stop it, though I can't imagine why they cared. I guess it was just a power trip and they wanted the people to be obedient or something. Maybe to maintain the illusion that we still had any government that mattered. It turned into a battle because the looters had gotten military arms by that point. I suspect the ghouls were getting pretty thick in there too, with all the bloody mess, and no one with the sense to stay out of it. Since we have train access, it will be worth a look when we are in a better position to try. There are plenty of things we could make use of that looters would have had no interest in. It's not like they wanted bed rails, big screen televisions, and computers.
The train was around a full kilometer under the city streets when Hiram slowed down. He radioed ahead that they approached the new depot. The underground was too dark and barren to be of much interest to the common infected. Ghouls would just stumble around down there blind and have nothing worth eating. A full squad of the G&P awaited them, along with Chris, who wanted to see their new embarkation gate in operation. An electric winch extended and retracted a telescoping boarding corridor that was similar to a sky bridge at airports that reached out to planes. Hiram lined up their door to the new apparatus and then let the guard crew extend the docking shaft against it. Once the guards had given assurance that they were secure, George and Malcolm opened the door to stand at the last protective gate between them and the city tunnels. Christopher, the captain of gates, King's Lion, and catcher of rats, jumped up and down while shaking the metal bars to get a feel for the vibration before he said,
"Welcome home, my king."
Jim took a moment to admire the work by flashlight.
What do you think, Lion? Have we given them a back door to make trouble upon us?
An angry giant mutant can shake things much better than I can.
Christopher answered as he shook it again to make it rattle.
If this was my post, I would keep the walkway inside when no one is using it, because it feels much stronger when it isn't poking out. There could be a camera up there keeping a good eye down this way, and I would have a much heavier gate back over there at the top of the ramp going down to Smuggler's Passage.
It all seemed reasonable to Jim.
You pass the word along to the patrol that this depot stays closed up unless we are using it. I'll tell Derek to put in another gate and get Bob to add another camera. For now, we will post guards around the clock.
They opened the barrier gate in the boarding shaft to let everyone come into the city. As Critias helped the decontamination technicians move the gurney out of the light rail, he asked Jim,
"What are we going to do with Sleeping Beauty?"
Kevin told them,
I would like to monitor Verloc's condition continuously. We can use one of the rooms in the garden building for now. I will have a radio with me. If she should happen to awaken unexpectedly, we will be able to call Romeo, and he should be able to put her at ease.
Sounds good.
Jim told Kevin. On his way out, he stopped on a thought and then looked to the Lion.
That reminds me. Critias is going to need some steady hands for going into Radio City. Are you interested in giving him some backup?
I'll do anything he needs.
The rat catcher readily agreed with a lack of any personal ambition in his answer. He promptly faced Critias.
What would you like me to do first?
Critias instructed him,
"Go to the outfitters and tell them you need them to suit you up for bite work. While you're out, get the word to Bobby Bean and my Alice that I'll need them too. I want Mandy suited up for cleaning work."
As he thought about potential help he trusted, Critias chuckled.
"And get that Yeti guy. but tell him we won't require his legendary sniping skills tonight, so he can leave behind the Wonder Rifle. Make sure everyone has suppressed weaponry when you requisition the arms, and get yourself one of those heavy Magnum revolvers as a backup. If any giant mutants show up, you will need that to knock him one in the head.
On previous days, Alfred's excavators had already done some work to build an access that went up from the old newsprint paper roll railway tunnel into the basement of the Radio City building. That project had been just down the hall and then around the corner from the light rail depot excavation site. It had been convenient for them to tackle both projects with the same skilled workers and their equipment. The builders had done it before when they went up into the basement of the garden building. They knew what to expect and how to go about it. They had made good early progress, since the material they had already removed lacked steel reinforcement rods. Once they had officially completed the heavy excavating for the light rail depot, they had then devoted all their tools and workers to the completion of that second tunneling project. After a final drilling, Alfred went up a scaffold to rig the demolition explosives that would shatter the much more resilient foundation of the Radio City building's basement. The detonation worked exactly as intended, such that it dropped down all the rubble to leave a shaft that connected the two areas. Because the loud noise of the blast would attract any nearby ghouls who happened to be up in the basement of the building, a large detachment of guards waited at the ready while some workers pole-poked loose the last clinging rubble bombs and then used a skid loader to muck up the debris. No ghouls had dropped down by the time the machine had cleared the floor. Critias went up on a scissor lift along with Derek. The construction commander used an acetylene torch to slice away the lingering reinforcement rods that obstructed the shaft. Critias just stood guard to make sure nothing suddenly arrived and killed him. Just as soon as Critias had the room to make it past, he climbed up alone to ascertain the situation inside the basement of the Radio City Tower. He found that the room above was indeed the basement storage area of the building. It contained the accrued junk from years of broadcasting industry business. The quick survey by Critias also located a body pile of headshot ghouls. The downed undead meat had tight transparent plastic body wrappings with additional black plastic trash bags secured by tape around their heads, all of which successfully contained any outpouring of infected blood, just as originally intended. Critias had seen enough of the old world for him to detective together why the bodies were there. That people had at least attempted to give the dead some dignity, as evidenced by the orderly arrangement and thorough bagging, as opposed to the alternative condition of tossed right out into the street, showed that the bodies had arrived during the early outbreak when things had just started to get bad. That would have been around the time when the government built rescue field hospitals for the bitten, and they had refugee centers that never saved anyone. Before that time, the authorities had still taken bodies away for orderly disposal. After that time, the situation had become so futilely hectic that no special effort for the headshot bodies would have taken place at all. Gunmen just left bodies anywhere they fell. No infected had wandered in during the noisy work, because the basement had strong doors that already stood closed and locked. Since it was as safe as he could desire for the circumstances, Critias gave the excavation elevator builders the go-ahead to continue their work. Critias intended to stay up there in the basement. It was time for him to get some of his own work done. He called down for them to send up his selected team that would help him, along with all of their equipment. Apart from Christopher the King's Lion, Critias called up Alice, Bean, and Yeti to round out his small recon force. That group ascended together on the scissor lift to join him in the Radio City basement. Once they were together, Critias checked to make sure he was satisfied with their armor and weapons. Alice's helmet gave her better than normal vision, even in complete darkness, that being sight comparable to Critias's own. The rest of them had night vision goggles that would be sufficient, even though they fell quite short of that higher standard. Critias had seen enough of the two buildings they would work in that he already had a good idea about what they needed to do and how they would go about doing it. His instructions began with,
"Our principal objective here is to close off these buildings from the streets. The ground floor of the hotel is a total loss. I've been in there before, and we don't want to go back. What we're going to do is block off the stairways so we have control of the hotel from the second floor up. There will be some ghouls creeping around all through the building. We are going to have to save them for later. They won't be able to see a damn thing in here before morning. If we just move quietly, they will stay put until we get around to them. For now, you only shoot the ones you have to. Whenever possible, I will do all the shooting to the front, and Alice will be protecting our back. That is because we will be able to see the clearest. Once we get the ground level of the hotel blocked off, we will sweep the hotel floor by floor to clean out the rest of them. While we are at it, we can see what materials are available for barricading up the lobby of this building. That is where we are going to have the real problems. There is a hole big enough to put the Thunderchild through, and it goes right out onto the street where the freaks can come by and see us. If they start caterwauling, things are going to get ugly real fast. If the ghouls do figure out we are in here and they do start coming in, we will have to cancel the whole operation and just get out of here. That is how important it is that we do this work quietly.
Since Christopher had some experience with gates, he was curious about how Critias planned to block up such a large breach. He inquired,
What sort of materials will we be looking for to close up an opening that big?
Critias wasn't even sure yet.
With the elevators in the hotel out of service, it will have to be things we can move down the stairwells. I was thinking we could unhinge some of the sturdier doors and maybe find some heavy wooden tables that would work.
The rat catcher pointed over right next to them at one of the many 4-level steel grate storage shelving units.
Could we use some of that? That kind of looks like gate material to me.
Critias had already glanced over the contents of the shelves, but he had never thought to consider the value of the actual shelving itself. Each shelving unit had steel pipes at the corners for its 4 legs, and those supported 4 corrosion-resistant shelves, each comprised of welded steel rod that formed a strong mesh inside an angle rail rectangular frame. The shelves were quite large, since each one was about the size of a small sleeping cot, and they were impressively rugged, such that they could support heavy loads. The shelving units ringed the entire basement. Collectively, there were enough of them that they could reassemble into a strong barrier wall that could block the street access from the building's lobby.
Jim was right about you.
Critias told Christopher.
You are the genius. I like your plan a whole lot better than mine. I'll get some more people up here. They can start taking all these shelves apart while we go take care of the hotel.
Critias called up 6 construction workers with some G&P bodyguards. They could join them in the basement where they could start to dismantle all the shelving. He also had them bring up some portable gas welding equipment that they could use to construct the final barrier. Upon seeing one of the gas welders, Critias asked Bean,
Do you know how to use one of these?
Sure.
Bean told him.
I spent some time as a welder.
Good.
Critias welcomed that answer.
You bring that then. We're going to weld those fire doors in the hotel shut right in their frames.
Critias took his group out and then locked the basement door behind them. He knew the way to the access into the hotel from the 5th floor. Until they turned the power on, the elevators would not operate. They had to go by the stairs. Before they went up into the building from the basement, Critias gave his group some final words of caution.
There are a lot of bodies in some places, in the stairwell, and in the hotel in particular. We can't be totally sure they are all really down and out undead. You need to stay cautious that one of them might turn out to be a lurker. Try not to mess with them at all if you can avoid it. I'll do what I can to check the ones we can't avoid.
Apart from the time they consumed as they walked the distances in cautious silence, their expedition to block off the doors to the ground floor of the adjacent hotel proved thankfully easy. Critias only had to shoot 2 ghouls along the way, and both had been helplessly blind in the complete darkness. As Critias had hoped, his previous hotel adventure had lured out most of the ghouls from the building to end up roasted by the lightning barrage in the swampy park across the street. Critias and his team worked together as they closed off the ground floor of the hotel, and then Bobby Bean welded those stairwell doors permanently shut in their frames. None of the doors had any locks because they were all emergency fire exits. Their gas welder solution proved to be ideal. Once they had completely closed off the hotel's ground floor, Critias was ready to clear any remaining ghouls from the hotel's upper floors. Critias instructed Bean,
I want you and Yeti to take this floor. Alice and the Lion will take the next floor up. I will take the next floor up after that. We will all stay in close radio contact and stay off each other's floors unless summoned. The biggest risk we take in here is accidentally shooting one another. That means we all have to be absolutely sure where our bullets end up. Don't shoot out any windows, especially in the direction of the garden building. The floors are all thick concrete. That won't be any problem for us. Remember that the ghouls are blind in the dark. Move quietly and always check your corners. Be careful of lurkers that might be underneath any beds or other furniture. Even if ghouls can't see to chase you, they sure as hell can still grab you if you get close enough. You may want to get yourself a closet pole or something like that for when you poke around under the beds.
Alice had her bite staff on her back. She took it off and then assembled it to be her bug-hunting pole.
This will come in handy,
she said as her first official time that she would have need of it. Critias mentored Alice.
You are not very good with that yet. Try and stick with the poking and avoid the grabbing. If you do actually pin a ghoul down with it, you let Christopher shoot it. If you try to accomplish both yourself, you are not going to do either properly and then get bit.
The rat catcher had a suppressed MP5 he would use. He was cautious to keep the weapon pointed away from anyone, and he had the selector on single fire. So prepared, Chris told Alice.
I'm ready to go when you are. We don't want to be the ones holding everyone else up.
Yet he wasn't sure what he desired to see happen. He kind of wanted to go with Critias, since that would mean he was important, and then he thought it might mean he needed protection. Yet he then kind of wanted to go with Alice because that would mean she needed the protection of a real man. He had a lot of experience with Bean, so Yeti didn't feel like he would get any special recognition from doing more of that. In the end, the only thing that Yeti could think of to do that might make it seem like he was an expert was for him to question the validity of the overall plan. To that end, he asked Critias,
"Are you sure it is a good idea to put a little girl together with him? Maybe I should go with Alice instead just to keep her safe. If not me, then it should be Bean at least. No offense to the King's Rat Eater, but are you sure he is up to this kind of action?"
As much as Critias wanted to turn Yeti into a man, the guy just never failed to disappoint. Critias walked up to Yeti in order to speak to him, but also keep his voice down.
Alice is a novice and does need protecting.
Critias agreed on that point.
That is why I am sending her along to assist Captain Christopher. Besides being the person in command, I really am one of Jim's top experts at this kind of action, which is why he sent me here in the first place, and also why I made myself the odd man out. I am confident that I can take care of myself. From what I have heard, you are the kind of man who looks for hunters by sticking your face into the bushes. Now is your chance to demonstrate that singular talent once again. You will do the poking around that you are so good at, while Bean will use his proven talent for shooting them after you find them. Bean will be in charge, so you do what he tells you, and whenever possible, you do it with your mouth shut. And lastly, I am not a member of the GNP. The next time I hear you being insubordinate to one of your city officers while in the field, I will take it to Stig, Colonel Davis, Fat Jack, and then Jim, in that order, to see that you end up flogged and then sitting in a cage. You call him Captain Christopher, the Lion, or simply Sir if you need something short and catchy. We think he has earned that respect, what you think really doesn't matter at the moment.
Yeti was about to attempt talking his way out of the chastisement, but Bean spoke up first.
Just shut up and get moving. We need to get this done before sunrise. The ghouls will be 100 times more dangerous once they can see.
The real danger of daylight was enough for Yeti to do just that. The inspiration of Alice's bite staff and Critias's suggestion motivated Yeti to remove the long hanger pole from a closet. He would use it as a poking tool. Yeti found a good pole in the first room that they searched. Armed with his staff, Yeti jabbed it under the bed and then used it to check behind the shower curtain, ever mindful that he didn't want to get a bite from some dusty lurker. The pole also proved useful for when Yeti poked at all the headshot bodies that they passed. There was heaps of the undead meat everywhere in that hotel. It made Yeti feel better to have assurance that the bodies were really down for good by giving them a stiff jab from his pole. After they cleared a few rooms, Yeti and Bean were back in the hallway headed to the next one. Yeti grumbled,
"What happens in Vegas should stay there. You know Critias better than I do. Would he really run to the bosses to snitch on me?"
Bean didn't want to talk, but he felt that the question was worthy of his explanation.
No, I don't think Critias would snitch on you. I do know him better than you do. What he wanted to say was that you needed to get your shit together, or he was going to give you a pistol execution and then dump your body for the ghouls to eat. He sort of figured that you would get so Nancy about him telling you that, you wouldn't be able to go on and still do your job. Calling the King's Lion a rat eater right to his face was not your smartest move ever.
On that thought, Bean realized it certainly wasn't the dumbest thing Yeti had ever done either. Yeti had a gift for being stupid that delved to far deeper levels. Alice and the Lion went up the stairwell to the third floor to begin their sweep. Neither of them felt comfortable as they walked through all that carnage. There were bodies shrouded in bed sheets piled along the sides of the hallways. Some of the hotel rooms were morgues with even more bodies. Other rooms that they searched had patients still in their beds, where someone had gone in and then shot them in the head. One of the rooms was an operating theater that had a dissected ghoul body. They did their best not to let all the grim sights put them off their game. In a way, all the horror scenery made them sharper, since each new fright spectacle gave them another shot of adrenaline. As they approached the next corner of the main hallway, Alice's audio sphere started to vibrate from the soft noise that came from up ahead. It was too subtle a sound for her or Chris to detect with unaided human ears. The oddity was reason enough for Alice to pause as she warned the Lion with a hand signal that he should do the same. They cautiously crept up to the corner so that they could peek around the bend. For the first instant, it seemed that there was only a heap of headshot bodies in the middle of the next hallway. Alice had just enough time to think that she might have detected some small scurrying animal before the first ghoul in the pile snapped its head up to stare directly at her. Only then did Alice realize that the bodies were not headshots. They were the sleeping scrum of a whole pack of wild runner ghouls that rested as they waited for sunrise. Alice recalled the training lessons that Critias had imparted to her. She knew that it was darker than black so deep inside the building at night, which meant that the ghouls wouldn't be able to see even their own hands in front of their faces. Alice had just learned from experience that even while blind, one of the ghouls had just noticed her. Perhaps it had heard something, or else it felt some sort of vibration from the floor. It could have just sensed that humans were somewhere nearby. The ghoul that seemed to stare at her remained motionless, as though it waited for another clue to confirm its suspicion. Christopher remained still as a statue with his submachine gun held at the ready. He wasn't going to run away or start shooting in a panic. Alice was the one who sensed something first. Chris waited for her to decide what she wanted them to do next, and then he would back her play. Alice didn't even move. She just lessened the pressure on her foot as if she was about to take a step back. That was enough for the ghoul that looked at her to reach out an arm and then put it on the floor. It ever so slowly started to crawl in their direction. The ghoul never took its blind eyes off of Alice. The movement of the one made some of the other ghouls stir from their lethargy. The motion revealed that the whole mass of bodies were mobile ghouls. They only waited for something to disturb their rest. The lion put his hand in front of the muzzle of his MP5 and then made an exploding gesture with his fingers. He perfectly conveyed the message to Alice that the flashes of his shots would light up the darkness from the first pull of his trigger. Besides that, his gun was quiet, but not silent. In that tomb-like atmosphere, the clicks and huffs of the weapon would be plenty audible to ghouls in the same hallway. Alice acted on inspiration when she offered her Tesla Flux pistol to Christopher. She shook it at him with a little jitter that meant he should take it from her hand. The lion didn't hesitate to oblige her, because he felt much more confident with a pistol than he did about using the submachine gun, even if it wouldn't have given away their position with its muzzle flashes. Chris had taken a basic training course with the MP5 at the G&P practice range, but he hardly thought of it as his weapon of choice. As soon as he had her Tesla Flux pistol, Alice removed her carbine from her shoulder and then made sure she had it tuned for silent operation, just like the pistol she had handed away. There would be no flashes or telltale clicks from Tesla Flux weapons because their only moving parts were the projectiles and those operated by electromagnetic levitation. When they were both ready, Alice used a tick of her head to let Chris know that he should begin to take the ghouls out. Chris's first shot went right into the eye of the ghoul that crawled toward them. Even without any computerized secondary fire controls, the TFP-6 was still a magnificently engineered handgun with deadly accurate fixed sights and virtual rifling. When the impact of Chris's bullet made a wet, smacking sound into the ghoul's head, all the other ghouls in the hallway raised their faces to look in that direction. Christopher took more shots at them with his slow, steady rhythm. Alice held off with her carbine to be ready to defend them when the rest of those ghouls charged as a pack. The infected didn't charge because they remained clueless as to what killed them. They heard the nasty sounds and smelled the fresh gore, but beyond that couldn't comprehend the cause of it all. When Alice realized that the ghouls were essentially helpless before them, she joined in with her carbine to help finish them all off. When it seemed that they had all the ghouls down, Alice reloaded her magazine before she slung her weapon. The whole time she had held her bite staff balanced in the crook of her arm. Chris gave her pistol back. Alice reloaded that too and then returned it to her holster. A minute later, she dug through the bodies with the bite on her staff as she checked that each had taken a bullet through its head.
Excellent work.
Critias told Alice by radio after he had monitored her progress via the training feed from her helmet.
No big deal,
Alice replied.
They are blind, stupid, and unarmed creatures. We were just doing our job.
On his own floor, Critias acted less cautiously. He rapped his Pangaboe blade on the wall as he made
cuckoo
calls. The lure worked to summon out the few ghouls that still crept around. When they revealed themselves, Critias walked over and then stabbed them through their heads. He still checked everywhere to certify that none of them hid in closets or under beds. After Bean and Yeti finished their sweep, Critias sent them ahead to clear the top floor of the hotel next. Critias stood guard at the connection hole into Radio City. In that way, he could ensure that no fresh ghouls slipped in behind them to repopulate the hotel. Yet he felt cocky by then, since he thought it was such easy work. They had only seen 2 ghouls on their entire floor, and Bobby Bean had shot them both down before Yeti even had the chance to think. Yeti wanted to do something manly before he ran out of opportunity. He didn't want to go home without any kind of badass adventure exploits he could brag about later. He poked at random things with his closet pole as he bebopped down the hallway with hero fantasies on his brain. He assumed that their job was just another cakewalk. Yeti struck martial arts action poses during his stick poking. He simulated pole fellatio on some of the mouths, or he poked at breasts and genitals as if it was all good comedy. When Yeti pushed in his 3rd hotel room door, a large male ghoul stood right on the other side, and it had heard his buffoonery as they approached. The room was on a window's side of the building and had just enough starlight to let the ghoul see with its night-adjusted eyes. The ghoul totally surprised the unprepared and mentally distracted Yeti. The haste of his sudden panic helped Yeti thrust out his stick to keep the creature away. The ghoul grabbed Yeti's pole and then used it to jerk him right on inside the room. Rather than be pulled around more, Yeti gave up the pole so that the large infected had also promptly disarmed him. Yeti turned to run, only to find that Bean blocked the exit trying to get in to shoot the ghoul. In his turn, Yeti's retreat blocked Bean from having a clear shot from the doorway. The ghoul apparently drew some insight from the pole it held, because it began to beat Yeti with it. As the rapid, afflictive blows rained down upon Yeti, the man wailed loudly in pain and fright, while he also blindly spun about, because he had inadvertently knocked the night vision goggles off his own face with his defensively flailing arms. Bean finally just shoved Yeti out of the way with a door-opening kick to his ass, so that he could then shoot the ghoul right between the eyes. After Bean checked the hallway to see if any other ghouls had heard all of Yeti's terrified squealing, he asked,
"Are you injured?"
"I'm fine."
Yeti groaned with pain and then quickly corrected his display of weakness out of fear that Bean might shoot him for having gotten himself infected. Yeti at least believed he was fine apart from his new bruises, though in all honesty he wasn't entirely sure. The ghoul had not really touched him other than to give him a good lambasting with his own closet pole. Not that the pole was clean after Yeti had playfully jabbed so many bodies with it. Yeti at least discovered that his night vision goggles remained undamaged when he put them back on.
"I thought you were supposed to protect me,"
he complained in a whiny tone.
"Why don't you start paying attention?"
"I did shoot him,"
Bean stated without shame.
"I had to kick your dumb ass out of the way first. Be more careful from now on."
"Yes, sure."
Yeti groaned again as he felt the sting of his beating when he straightened his clothes.
"Why don't you check the doors from now on and let me shoot them?"
Bean scoffed at that.
"Because you're doing such a bang-up job. Get your pimp stick and let's get moving. We're almost done here."
Critias had heard Yeti cry out. In some small justice payback for the rat-eater comment, he deliberately put a thorn into the man when he radioed,
"I thought I heard a little girl crying for help. Was that Alice?"
"We're fine."
Bean radioed back. Yeti got on his radio to build up the situation for his own defense.
"We ran into a watcher who tried to give me a kung fu beating with a staff. I got the better of him, though, and he is dead now."
It was an incredible story, and in light of recent events, Critias considered it possible enough to ask.
"You killed a watcher, Bean?"
Bobby answered.
"Not exactly. There was a ghoul here, and it did take away Yeti's broom handle to start beating his ass to death with it. I can't say that I have heard of many infected that will take after you with a stick, but I wouldn't exactly call him a watcher either."
"That happens sometimes."
Critias had seen such things before.
"Some are smarter than others. I saw one once that carried a broken bottle for a knife. As soon as you are done, we all meet up at the hole into Radio City."
Alice radioed Critias.
We have a locked door here. Should we open it?
He instructed.
"Save it for last and then break it open as quietly as you can manage. We need to know what is in there. Be careful shooting it open in case there is something valuable inside."
Christopher carried a large screwdriver and an adjustable wrench just to have them handy. He used the screwdriver to tear the lock apart with some crude prying. Once he had it loose, he just shouldered it open. The interior was a clean room filled with boxes of medical supplies that the last occupants wanted to keep secure from pilfering.
I think these are hospital drugs.
Alice told Critias. That seemed like good news. Critias called Kevin on a private frequency.
"We found their pharmacy. You can check it out through Alice's helmet feed. Is any of this stuff still any good?"
Kevin responded.
"You need to deliver it all to our lab when you have a convenient opportunity. I will examine it to determine what is still valuable. Don't pay any mind to the expiration dates because according to those, it will all be expired.
Critias was no chemist, but he didn't understand how that could make sense.
Then why do they have expiration dates?
Kevin informed him.
It is a standard safety protocol. It has more to do with the financial interests of the suppliers and the potential contamination that can accrue through the medical personnel mishandling the products. It is not simply a matter of the decomposition of chemistry. Some of those materials will no longer be useful, while others are as inherently durable as table salt, regardless of what it says on their packaging. Please take every assurance that none of it gets loose in the community. I suspect there will be large quantities of morphine sulfate and similar analgesics that we don't want to fall to recreational purposes.
Critias got back to Alice.
All that stuff is going to the doctors when we get a chance to deal with it. For now, it is off limits. Just leave it where it is.
She wanted to tease him, so Alice asked,
Would any of this be good for putting in your hooch?
Not as good as my foot would fit your ass.
He told her, suitably annoyed that she failed to stay focused.
Close it up and get moving. Letting your guard down because you think the mission is over when it is not is how people get themselves bit.
It took the welders several hours to turn all the steel shelving from the basement into a properly dimensioned ghoul barrier that could block off the Radio City Street entrance after its final assembly by nuts and bolts. The many steel pipes that had served as the shelving legs made for excellent reinforcement braces as well. Critias and his group used an enormous vinyl banner they found in the basement to provide the visual concealment for that operation. The banner had once hung down the side of a large building to be a portable billboard. They did something similar when they hung it off the second-floor balcony to obscure the view into the lobby work area. The combined plan served more than sufficiently to get the new shelving barrier completely in place. Silent professionalism got the labor done without triggering a major incident from the local infected. The huge number of disabled ghouls inside the lobby made the next issue that Critias needed to resolve. Critias had pulled many bodies inside the building when they needed to make room for their new barrier without exposing any activity outside on the street. All the undead meat clogged up the lobby so badly that it prevented free access to the elevators there. Critias's plan for cleaning out the Radio City Tower required that he get the generator started so that they could move the elevators. Tony Banjo, under directions from Jim, provided their eventual solution to the lobby bodies. Along with his crew, Tony brought a garbage truck into the Radio City garage. Jim had used garbage trucks for large-scale body removal operations he had done before. The plan involved that they loaded undead corpses into the back of that truck. The vehicle even had a hydraulic ram that would compact the bodies to maximize the load. Since it was all on the ground floor, they could caster cart the corpses directly to the truck without any obstacles to slow the work. The way into the hotel was on an upper floor, making it too inconvenient to take bodies there until they had cleared the elevator for use and Critias had turned the power on. By using the garbage truck to clear the lobby quickly, Critias could finish certifying that Radio City was free of active ghouls, and then Jim could send in an army of non-combat hot zone work crews that would start restoring the building for permanent use as a new city asset. George and his crew entered Radio City by the new basement elevator. Commander Stig came up after him, along with a large contingent of GNP gunmen. They had the job to help Critias sweep the building for the remaining active infected. The GNP also had the duty to switch off all the electrical lights and appliances throughout the building, so the whole place wouldn't light up like a spectacle once Fat Jack got the power generator on the top floor operational. Critias had already gotten the natural gas fuel to flow again when he had been down in the hotel's underground garage last time when he first encountered Verloc with Romeo. Progress with the cleanup really took off after Critias had both of the buildings locked down, which allowed many new people to join the effort. Critias led a team of experienced decontamination workers as they removed all the bodies from the ground floor of Radio City. Exposure to the outside elements had done its work on most of those bodies. Weather had rusted their guns, rotted their boots, and just generally destroyed anything that might have been valuable as salvage. As they loaded the headshot meat onto caster carts, the workers rescued what they could save. They salvaged any serviceable military boots and took the golden wedding bands that they pulled from parrot-snipped fingers. The remains went off to the garage where laborers tossed them into the back of the garbage truck. The hydraulic compactor made sure that the container got tightly crammed with undead corpses before Tony and his crew drove it to some out-of-the-way place to dump it. As dawn approached, the Big Joe transport arrived. Carmen and Romeo had worked tirelessly with their enhanced strength and resolute ambitions for success. They both wanted to serve the interests of and get back to their respective lovers. Their labor had loaded the Big Joe truck with Verloc's possessions from the military museum, and then they made the final delivery to Radio City before sunrise. At an opportune moment, when the street was clear, some G&P opened the garage door so that Penny could drive out the garbage truck for dumping. She had Tony and Wolf aboard with her as security. As the noisy truck headed off down the street, it provided a suitable distraction to keep the ghouls out of the area while Carmen and Romeo drove in with Big Joe. Carmen backed the truck into the Radio City garage with all the graceful speed that would have been worthy of George's exceptionally talented driver Andy. Once the truck was in the garage, Carmen and Romeo exited the cab as the G&P hastily closed the vertically sliding door after them. It was Romeo that caught the most attention with the way he came in off the streets while wearing a fine suit and tie. He stood with his jacket draped over his arm. Few people even knew who Romeo was yet, and from what they saw of the extremely fit and sophisticatedly handsome gentleman, he was not supposed to walk around out in the wilds at night dressed for fashion. Because Carmen was with Romeo, no one felt eager to step up and ask too many questions. Critias was there to keep everything calm. He walked up to give Romeo reassuring news.
Verloc is resting comfortably in a hotel room at the Garden Building. Our doctor is still sitting at her bedside. If you want to talk to him, just let me know.
The Radio City building held promise for Romeo.
I'd like to see where Verloc's new apartment is going to be. It needs to be something special.
I'll give you a tour.
Critias told him.
You have seen the hotel next door. Our construction crews can strip anything out of there that you think she would like. How would she enjoy living on the penthouse top floor? The views from there at night are breathtaking.
It was a good offer, but Romeo negotiated for Verloc, not for himself.
Don't you think the top 2 floors would be a more appropriate amount of space for her? She loves to dance, so a studio would be nice, and I think a weights and exercise room would please her immensely. We will need a full kitchen, of course, and a laundry. I'm sure you agree that not all of those facilities need to share the same floor as her living space.
Only the best for Verloc.
Critias agreed.
You have a deal with Jim that we provide you with anything you require to make Verloc happy and comfortable. She can have whatever you want that we can find, sauna, whirlpool bath, you name it. That was a fancy hotel next door. I'm sure it has plenty of luxury for the taking.
That was what Romeo wanted to hear. To reciprocate, he said,
Her happiness will rain back down upon you in the form of devoted service to the agency. Special Agent Shield likes to stay busy.
Critias recalled it differently.
Isn't she just Agent Shield?
Not anymore.
Romeo smiled.
She is moving up in the world. Now, how about we have a look at her new rooms?
Chapter 2. Requiem.
With his whole city at work on overtime hours, Jim poured the brunt of his community's manpower into the Radio City challenge for as long as they could manage to stay on their feet. Critias spent a long day at work as he supervised the effort to get the new Radio City building and its conjoined hotel into proper order. As a former hotel, the sunless interiors of the Garden Building had a destiny as future residential apartments. The newly captured hotel adjacent to Radio City had no future at all, except as a carcass that the builders would strip for construction materials that would outfit everywhere else. Verloc and Romeo would get 2 whole floors to themselves. No one else who would ever live inside the Radio City tower would have anything so grandiose. The builders drew up their plans to divide up the other floors into numerous modest apartments. It wasn't going to be so prestigious a housing complex as King's Tower, but still a welcome opportunity for many new couples to get their own residences. The adjacent hotel would provide the materials for plumbing, wiring, and bathroom fixtures, in addition to any other sort of advantage they could strip from the place. Before the demolition workers could commence with the denudation of the hotel, Critias first had to remove the legions of headshot bodies that impeded the commencement of any reclamation efforts. Numerous undead meat piles littered that whole building in grotesque numbers. As his expedient solution, Critias dispatched Carmen to the labor of clearing the corpses from the hotel. She was an ideal choice since she was exceptionally smart, totally immune to infection, and she could protect herself if she encountered any hidden lurker ghouls. Critias and his team had swept the building, but that was hardly absolute assurance that every immobile ghoul that laid about the place was in fact truly inactive. Considering how dirty the hotel was, that location would always have a rating of hot and dangerous. Critias sent Mandy along with Carmen because she was already going to be doing decontamination work anyway, and he preferred them to be together, which was a sentiment they all shared. Critias sent Alice along to keep protective watch over Mandy, and then he sent Bean to keep watch over Alice. The instructions that reached Carmen from Fat Jack specified that she was to salvage whatever was of value that they could restore. He offered no specifics as to the method she should use when she disposed of the infected bodies and other bloody mess. Jack gave Carmen her own discretion about how she might best accomplish her labors in minimum time with the least difficulty. Carmen's simple solution to the daunting challenge of removing so many undead was to go to Verloc's ample supply of shaped demolition explosives. She would use cutting charges to blast out a modest-sized hole going down through the ceiling into the grand lobby on the abandoned ground floor. Her intention was to toss the bodies down there along with all the other hazardous trash that needed to go away, which was no less plentiful. The diseased flesh and bloody wreckage could trickle down the hole like sand in an hourglass to form an accumulated hillock of immortal undead flesh that would never decompose. With the aid of some ruined mattresses and despoiled furniture as tamping materials, Carmen's long, angular strips of plastic explosives sliced out a clean square of floor. As the four of them knelt at the edge of the new opening Carmen had made, they peered down into the room below. It was too far down for any ghoul to jump up, and no mound of bodies would ever grow tall enough that they would be able to try to climb it. Such was the grandeur of the hotel that its ground floor lobby had exceptionally high ceilings. Bean commented,
"This sure was a fancy place back in the day. I bet there must still be some nice stuff down there if we could only get at it."
I'll go down to check it out.
Carmen told them.
I already have plenty of rope that I was going to use for pulling trash sleds. You find us some kind of basket that we can use to pull things back up.
Mandy, Alice, and Bean felt sorely tempted to talk Carmen out of so dangerous a proposal, but she just gave them an easy smile of confidence.
Don't worry about me. You know that I can take care of myself.
To that matter, she added,
I want all of you to stay ever mindful and extra careful. While I am away, you can start gathering up some of the easier trash into this room. We can start tossing it down after I get back.
Carmen was in no danger as she explored the hotel's ground floor. After she fast roped down through the new opening, Carmen relied on her newly enhanced understanding of grave walking, so that the ghouls that she encountered did not sense any humanity in her. The invisibility gave Carmen the freedom to explore at her leisure, and then take anything she wished. During the outbreak, the ground floor of the hotel had served as a patient receiving and triage area. There was not much in the way of emergency supplies stored on that level. Carmen explored both of the attached restaurants, where she found a few things worth confiscating before she eventually stumbled upon the hotel's housekeeping and hospitality storerooms. Behind a strong locked door, she found a large supply of valuable forage like an abundance of cleaning supplies, cotton towels, and toilet paper. She found cases of toothbrushes with toothpaste, light bulbs, and other operational necessities of a major hotel such as soap, shampoos, and bed linens, all in perfect condition. A security cage inside that area contained the hotel's extensive minibar liquor supply. Because the storage rooms were behind a strong lockable door that Carmen had to pick open, she put the forage she wanted from elsewhere on the floor into that room too. She took a lot more alcohol from the restaurant bars to add to the liquor collection. There were also canned kitchen supplies she found worthy of salvage. Once Carmen had moved everything worth taking into the storage area, she relocked the doors and then left everything behind as she went back up empty-handed. Bean, Alice, and Mandy carted trash into the upper room while they waited to hear from Carmen. They had a basket ready for when she wanted them to haul up the foraged supplies. Carmen had been gone a good while without returning. There hadn't been any noise from below, as there would have been if she'd run into trouble. They just kept working while they waited patiently, with the trust that Carmen could keep herself safe. On more than one occasion, Bean thought Carmen had returned to call for the rope, only to discover that it was a ghoul down below that had some suspicion of goings-on. Because Alice's helmet gave her clear indications on who was a ghoul when she saw them, and it also provided friendly fire avoidance alerts to protect Carmen, she did not hesitate to shoot any of the ghouls that wandered into view at the bottom of the hole. At such close range and firing from above, she could quietly bullet them in the brain to leave them bleeding out on the marble floor below. Even before Carmen came into sight, Alice's helmet computer gave a warning about her approach. Alice whispered to Bean,
"Here she comes."
Carmen waved for the rope and then used it to effortlessly climb back up through the hole in the ceiling. Bean helped her up over the edge, somewhat disappointed that she had been gone so long without having found any treasure.
You didn't find anything?
I found lots.
Carmen gestured for them to follow her. She led them to the spot directly over the storerooms she had left secured on the floor below. Carmen marked out a square on the dirty floor using her heel, then explained,
Everything we want is right down here.
More strips of Verloc's cutting charges allowed Carmen to surgically blast out a new hole through the floor into that supply area. With the convenient help of a maintenance stepladder already there, the four of them looted out the storerooms. They brought everything up to their level to leave behind only another empty space that they would fill with the discarded bodies. Once they had plundered the ground floor, Carmen turned her full attention to the removal of undead corpses from the upper floors. Similar to how Critias had done next door, Carmen made a point to strip the dead of their valuable shoes when they proved sufficiently clean and still in good condition. A bit of scrubbing and some baking in a microwave oven or a steam sanitizer would have them sufficiently refreshed for survivor feet. They also took any precious jewelry and expensive watches. The bodies kept their wallets and identification cards, since those contained nothing of meaning anymore. Whether by wheelbarrow or rollable sled, the headshot ghouls made their way to one of the holes Carmen had cut into the floors. They ragman tumbled down to unpleasantly audible impacts on the lower level. Such was the handy expediency of Carmen's method of disposal that she blasted out more openings as they ascended through the levels of the hotel to continue the cleansing. More than just bodies found their way down into the Tartarian pits. In too went all the blood-soaked bedding, unrecoverable mattresses, and all manner of infectious remnants from what had once been a regal house. Fat Jack sent small teams of workers to assist Carmen once she demonstrated that she had the overall operation progressing efficiently. As more workers made their way into Radio City, Jack added more teams to Carmen's hotel where they would labor according to her instructions. There were many bodies for them to remove, but the labor was not beyond their means. Most of the corpses had dehydrated so severely that they only weighed a fraction of their former functional conditions. Carmen worked tirelessly with superhuman strength, even when the others needed to rest. Though she worked like an automaton, her mind was not idle. From the unfortunate fate of the damned, Carmen made an investigation of the process of their downfall. The why and how of each death was important to her, as she attempted to understand the mistakes they had made, the heroism of some, and the treachery of others. Both the good and bad had lived longer or died sooner. Neither path had been any reliable methodology to survive one more day. The overwhelming majority of infected cases she examined had survived a scuffle with a ghoul, only to have their minor wounds turn them in kind. An unarmed human, even when transformed into a ghoul, was not the most ideal predator for killing other large mammals. The outbreak infected tended to have trimmed fingernails that could scratch only feebly, and the human mouth could bite moderately at best. It didn't make ghouls any less dangerous, since the light wounds they inflicted were infectious. The end result was that their victims frequently got away with their lives, only to become a ghoul themselves a short while later. From the carnage they cleared, Carmen did learn a lot about the realities of the early war against the ghouls as the infection wave first swept across the nation. She didn't find the answers she actually sought. Mostly Carmen wanted to comprehend the meaning of dignity for the dead. It was her hope that she might come to understand her husband's values and thus be able to win his approval by sharing in them. His accidental directive that she should become less ignorant about the topic of compassion for mankind's demise still took a heavy demand on her processing power. With each woman or child she cast down a hole in the floor along with the blood-stained garbage, the elusive concept of dignity for the dead only seemed to slip further away. Expediency and necessity were tangible things to Carmen, while the desires and needs of corpses were not. The place where the two opposing concepts met continued to elude her. The only truth Carmen could find came back to her many times when she threw another body into one of the holes from various ascending floors. The descent to Hades was the same from every place. Carmen's swift progress inspired the decontamination laborers in Radio City. They followed her lead when they started to dump their burdensome bodies down into those same convenient pits. After Critias had cleared the Radio City lobby by filling a garbage truck with bodies, it was the difficult stairwells that contained most of the remaining undead. Their total numbers were not nearly as bad as the hotel next door, but the stairwells made for confined and inconvenient territory, where the use of rolling carts was obviously quite impossible. For long hours, Critias pulled corpses from the stairwells by hand and then loaded them into a brigade of wheelbarrows for disposal in the pits. After being on his feet for 24 hours, Critias finally felt too exhausted to carry on without food and sleep. He called Carmen on the radio to ask her to join him, but all he got was her repeated reply,
"I'm still working."
By asking around, the decontamination workers informed Critias that Carmen had moved in to help work in Radio City. She had gone to the 8th floor to assist them in the removal of bodies from there. When that project came down to a final room, the decontamination workers became uncomfortable with the duty to such an extent that they left Carmen there to finish the floor alone. While none of them cared to explain exactly why they didn't want to continue in that area, it was clear that the 8th floor had become anathema to them. That level of the building was the highest one available before the stairwell barricades required that travelers use the elevator to ascend any further. The decontamination workers moved on to clear those barricades after they bypassed the last room of the 8th floor. Critias had been up on that level before without seeing anything special. He did know there had been a lot of fighting such that bullets had damaged many of the windows. If there was a special back room, Critias had never seen that, or even explored the floor much at all, since they had just passed through at the time. He headed for that last room to find Carmen and see what made the place such a haunted house for everyone else. Critias had been clearing stairs below the 6th floor. As he climbed the stairs above that level with the access to the hotel dumping grounds, he discovered that Carmen and some of the other cleaning teams had cleared the stairs on the higher floors ahead of him. Critias arrived on the 8th floor to find the bodies all cleaned out. They had gone down in the elevator that the decontamination crews had lined in layers of plastic sheeting. The workers used the stairs while they let the dead ride alone to the 5th floor for their final trip down a hole into the lobby of the hotel. A walkthrough led him to the final room that had been the last stand of those survivors without the chance to get out by helicopter when the building died. They had retreated before the advance of the super tribe of ghouls that sacked the city until the defenders had no place left to go other than into their final dead-end room. They had fortified that last chamber in the hope that they could hold out until some rescue team arrived, which obviously never did. Their strong door had endured the fury of the ghouls. Those infected never left, while anyone inside the room remained alive. The people who had taken shelter in there had gotten a truest taste of the dying time. Without indefinite food and water or any way to get out, all they could do was sit and wait in the false hope of a rescue that would never come. Carmen had broken the door open during her inspection of the building on their previous mission. Critias found her as she stood in the doorway where she looked in upon the interior again. The decontamination crews had helped her clear the rest of that floor. What she had told them about that last room had spread quickly among the workers, such that none of them had wanted any part of it. When she didn't move or speak for a long time after she certainly knew he was there, Critias asked,
"What are you looking at?"
"The others are afraid of this place,"
she told him.
"You should stay away too for your own peace of mind. I don't understand how the words could be true. You have strange ideas. It might be true for you like it has been for others. I'm sorry that I am so ignorant. I don't have the ability to understand or explain it to you any better."
He didn't have any idea what she talked about.
"What words?"
"The words written on the floor here. From the clues I have gathered, these non-combatant survivors had given up their ammunition for the last of the skilled defenders who stayed outside, trying to keep the advancing infected off the floor. Those defenders were unsuccessful and they all died. I can see that those left in here drew lots among themselves to determine who would be the last alive after completing the task of killing all the others. As I said before, it was a reasonable decision to take their lives on their own terms. There was no chance of any kind that any of them would ever leave the room alive. Their only choice was to die quickly or die slowly of madness-inducing thirst and starvation. The bodies have too badly decomposed for me to examine for cause of death. From the garrote that I can see on the floor, I assume that the manner of execution was strangulation. It is not a quick form of death, and neither was it painless. The last man had one last bullet saved in his gun, only he didn't use it.
Critias assumed from that description that the last man was supposed to shoot himself.
"He didn't have the nerve to kill himself?"
"I wouldn't say that,"
Carmen replied in an odd way.
"I believe he was a most determined individual. His final message demonstrates that he was highly motivated to other purposes that required he stay alive. What food and water they had available has been consumed."
He had to ask.
"What does his message say?"
She said nothing for a long moment and then asked,
"Why are you here? Would you like me to go to bed with you? You must be tired and hungry. If that is what you want, You need only tell me. You know how much it means to me to be close to you. I would not refuse you or offer it as any kind of charity.
He would never just walk away until he knew what was in the room. Carmen had already tempted his curiosity too much for that.
I want to know what is in there, and then yes, we have done our part for the day and then some. We're going to the showers and then to get some dinner. After that, we will get some sleep. Once I have the lights out and you in my arms, I won't think another thought about this entire day.
This has been here a long time,
she reasoned.
I can dispose of the bodies tomorrow if that is your wish.
He made little of her discovery.
So, the last guy went crazy after strangling the others and then he started eating them, or what? I see nothing surprising about him losing his mind. An army of scratching and screaming ghouls had trapped him in a room where he had to strangle women and kids to death, and then wait there while they started to rot. That could drive anyone crazy.
Carmen still didn't turn around to look at him.
Crazy is a complicated word. It says more about the observer than the actions they witness. I think hatred would be the more appropriate term in this circumstance. I don't believe that hatred is always crazy, any more than love is, or that revenge is always wrong when the crime is great enough. I do respect all the important lessons you try and teach me. I'm not as good a marshal as you are. The moral complexities sometimes confuse me, and so we don't always agree.
Critias remained patient, since he did have sympathy for Carmen's inexperience with the human condition.
If you have a lot on your mind, then I want to hear it. Tell me what is confusing you.
She said,
I think we agree that the needs of the living supersede the needs of the dead, though I find it difficult to grasp how the dead can have any needs at all. You think less of me when I do not cry over the tragic situations that made people dead. When I did understand the pain of the women who had lost their men doing GNP duty, because I too have a man, you told me not to cry because it would distract me from my duty and demoralize other people. If I had lost you, I would have been terribly sad. You want me to respect and honor the bravery for fallen heroes, and then you used a garbage truck to take away their bodies like trash. You told me to honor Grendel with a fiery funeral, because it made me proud to kill him. Now I unceremoniously tossed the dead women and children into a hole I made in the floor. You wanted me to make Verloc our friend, and then you doubt my loyalty to you, because I manipulated her with false tears and clever deceptions. These people here died in great fear and suffering because men who sold themselves as heroes betrayed them. The true heroes died in utter misery, while the false heroes saved themselves by taking the only seats on the evacuation helicopters. Whatever they were, they are dead now, so I must throw their bodies into the pit where the good and bad are all made equally nothing. I do not understand what it is you want from me. I know I don't want to see your face when you are disgusted that I don't know what the right thing is. I'm not good enough for you. I know that now. I never had the right to be. It is your place to have the devotion of the unworthy. Tell me what you want, and I will do it. If you demand I make my own decisions, then I want you to go away and pretend this conversation never happened at all. I will take out the last of the dead, and then I will go with you. I will make you forget about the day. I will make myself forget about the day. Sorrow over things that cannot be changed is only demoralizing.
He said,
You sound a little like Romeo.
She guessed his meaning.
Crazy?
He apologized.
I was wrong to tell you when to cry and when not to cry. I'm right to tell you that you need to cry sometimes, and you do it whenever you damn well please, because that is what crying is for. As far as the rest of that stuff goes, I don't have a good answer. We have chosen our sides. We want to save everyone and do all the right things while we only have two hands to do it with. Sometimes you just have to pick your battles. The good guys and the bad guys swim in the same shit. We try and push some of the people out while they try and pull everyone in with them. No one is ever good enough for what matters most to them. Staying on the right side of all this twisted business is the real victory. When you stop disliking it and questioning it and wishing you could do everything for everybody, that means you are going over to be one of them, like the assholes who took off out of here and left the others to die. Nothing we do is because we just don't care anymore or because we only care about ourselves. I took no pleasure in using that garbage truck, but I didn't complain either, so I'm glad you brought it up. Yes, it was a cold-hearted bastard thing to do, and it needed done. I am to blame, and they have my apology.
That made her think.
If you and I were here, which one of these paths would we have taken? Would we have gotten out on a helicopter or been in this room? Would you have strangled me to death along with the girls? Would it be better to die at your hands rather than watching each other starve to death? Tell me, then I will know what all of this is supposed to mean.
Critias replied,
You are not asking me what we should have done that they didn't. You want to know if the situation trapped me between the two choices, which way would I go? You and I would have died out in this room because it was already our last stand. Locking ourselves in there was only slow suicide, and we would have known it. We would have put the girls in there in the hope we somehow held out. The man with the lot would have strangled them after we were dead. Does that make sense of everything now?
It did,
You have to be alive to die.
she stated.
How you die is also how you lived. The people who left in the helicopters are just as dead now. How they died made their whole lives cowardice. The people who died in this room were just unlucky. Everyone that was here is now dead. All they are now is memory to the living, not these shriveled husks that no longer matter to us or to them. The last man here wanted to tell us that. The coward does not die 1,000 times. He dies just once like everyone else. It is a man's shame or virtue that becomes the only immortal legacy. I want the future to remember me as a Hector, to give my life for duty, honor, and my people. I do not want them to remember me as a Brutus. No cause is great enough to be the last knife thrust into a dying friend. I must die for humanity or be its last knife. That is the meaning of the note.
It was not the message in that room she spoke of as the note. Critias told her,
If they decomposed, they were not ghouls. These dead shall not go to the pit. We will wrap them in sheets, then take them to the furnace. These we will return to ashes and dust to honor them as best we may. That is how we will put their vengeful ghosts to peace.
I will go and get the sheets,
she said, and then turned to walk out. Once Carmen was gone, Critias went in to see for himself. It was as Carmen had described. The bodies were tattered, dry flesh skeletons, all arranged neatly in rows. The last man's skeleton sat in a chair that faced the door. His leathery strips of flesh still bound him together. The skeleton had a pistol in his lap that he still gripped in a bony hand. His message was in blood, where he had written it across the floor for anyone who ever found the place. Our curse is on you who read this, he wrote. You who lived while we died, I saved the last bullet for you, not myself. Critias found another message also in blood on one of the walls. It read, DHS, we're waiting for you in hell. Carmen returned with an armload of clean bed sheets, so they could wrap the bodies before they took them to the fire. Critias went to the last man in the chair to take his pistol. He worked the slide to eject its one bullet that the man had saved to exact his revenge. Critias put the bullet into his belt pouch to save it as a relic of honor. He told the Guardian,
You were a hard man, friend. I will take this bullet for you. In your memory, I will put it in the next rotten bastard I get my hands on. Your hand will reach from beyond the grave to choke the life from some worthless shit-eater. This and a clean fire are all the things we can do for you, so be satisfied.
I think he would have liked that.
Carmen told him.
He died sitting there waiting to kill those who left them. I wonder how long his hate kept him alive. He must have hoped they would win the war and then eventually return here. He waited for that moment.
Based on what Critias saw on the wall, he said,
I think he was pissed at that guy with the initials DHS. Maybe he was in command of the other group.
They were in command.
Carmen confirmed it.
That is not for a man's name. That is the acronym for the Umbrella National Security Service that was in charge of the government operations. They were not rogue deserters who abandoned him. It was the command structure of his government fleeing in retreat and leaving them behind. They had no intention of going down in their own sinking ship. From the bodies here that are women and children, neither did they feel burdened with thoughts of chivalry. I understand now why you were disappointed in me when I failed to appreciate the meaning of all this after I discovered it the first time. If all must die, how one dies is all that really matters because it defines how we lived. There was no Hector among those who fled in the helicopters. Some truly courageous warriors fell here after slaying many ghouls. They made their last stand a memorable one. This is a sacred place of valiant souls. May we be as blessed to be like them someday.
Critias said,
The cowards that lit up out of here were the sort of scum like the president's cronies who made their way to Denver. The more time that passes, the more glad I am we went there to put an end to it. Colonel Davis is the real Hector of Troy, as you say.
Those senators and congressmen are still rolling around in those little hamster balls.
She commented so that he would imagine it. They tumbled about as ghouls in an endless search for bugs to eat. It was a fitting fate for such loathsome degenerates. It also made him think of the president and Carmen's designs to punish him more. So he asked,
Where is the president now?
She reported,
I took his box off of Big Joe while you were showing Romeo around his new home. I put it inside one of the vans down in the garage to wait until you tell me what you want me to do with it.
Critias took a fresh sheet to wrap a body.
What do you want to do with it?
She looked at him with a frown on her face.
I want to please you, so that you don't carve out another grudge against me for failing you. I will do what you say.
To circumvent her position, he asked,
Are you saying you are not devoted enough to forgive me when I suffer some ill moments to question your motives? Think of my momentary lapses into poor judgment as just another scraggly fingernail you need to force me to trim. Admittedly, I have few flaws, and those I do possess are tiny. Surely you can overlook them.
Her frown went away, so that she smiled instead.
You are teasing me that I am blinded with love to see only perfection. I will stop carving out grudges against you for only being diligent in your responsibility to guide me, so long as it is all right if I keep trying too hard to make you happy.
He commanded.
Try too hard to make me happy right now and tell me what you had been planning for him. Whatever it was, I understand it could not be bad enough to be more than he deserves, even if it is the kind of thing I don't want your hand in.
She complied.
I want him to know the world is not going to end like he thought. I want him to know that Mandy and Alice will have good lives and he failed to destroy them. I want him to know he could have been Jim and instead he became an object of contempt and a symbol for the failure of kings. I want him to stay a watcher, an immortal reminder to great men so they don't forget how far they can fall. There was an honest judge once. His emperor sat him on a bench, upholstered with the skin of the corrupt judge that had sat there before him.
Critias argued.
If we don't bury him, someday he will get free and wander off to be what he was.
Not without legs, he won't.
She revealed more of her plans.
I don't imagine he would crawl very far without arms either. After I had performed the rather simple surgeries, he would regenerate into little more than a foul-mouthed talking sausage. I would leave him his manly organs so that he would never be free from his insatiable desires. I could plant him in a big ceramic flower pot, let him nibble the grass that grew up around his neck and eat the bugs that landed in his mouth. While he was a trophy in the line of rulers, they would remember their duty to the people and the wages of sin. Let the kings beware the fate of kings.
I will think about it,
he told her.
So you don't need to think about it anymore. If that is the road this is going down, we don't have any reason that your hand has to be the one behind the knife. You are retiring the matter to me, and that will be the end of it as far as you are concerned. Agreed?
I won't bring it up again,
she promised. They loaded all the bodies into the elevator and then sent them down to the ground floor. From there, they enlisted some help to move them to the basement. The engineers had the new lift installed there for travel down into the railway tunnel. The workers from decontamination services would not let them go further until they had washed sufficiently so as not to track filth around the city. To that end, they had a field showering station to clean people up right there in the old train tunnel that was plenty spacious enough to allow for it. The cleaning personnel felt a bit guilty that they had been unwilling to subject themselves to the threat of a curse. Fear of bad luck was prevalent among the community in that they widely perceived luck as a significant factor of survival. It was the unlucky accidents in their job that was most likely to take their lives, not an active ghoul that bit them. Decontamination workers frequently encountered infectious materials, but rarely at all saw active ghouls, and even then, it would be from a safe distance outside a barrier. To assuage their guilt, they took over the duty to transport the shrouded bodies to the incinerator for final destruction. Carmen and Critias kept only the man from the chair who they had named the judge. Critias felt he had made a promise to honor him, and so he could not pass him to another and stay in good faith. They went together to cast him into the fire. While Critias watched the sheet burn away in the boiler furnace under King's Tower, Carmen picked up a steel tire tool and then used the hubcap chisel to scratch a message into the iron rust of the furnace. Before they departed for food and their own well-earned rest, Critias took the judge's last bullet from his pouch. He held it before him between thumb and forefinger to look upon it backlit by the flames. As he stared at the bullet, he read her message aloud to invoke the judge's untiring commitment to avenge a great wrong.
Betrayers, beware the judge who is dead,
she had wrote.
Never sleeping his curse nor resting his head.
Critias then told Carmen,
You were right about the president and the delicate virtue that is vengeance. He made a lot of ghosts who are still waiting for satisfaction. A marshal can have no pity for those who betray their command. I will talk to Kevin about putting that traitor of a president into a jug. He will make a fitting ambassador to the future as the voice of his generation's failed leadership.
I do love you like crazy,
she told him.
When we get back to our bed, I'm going to prove it to you.
He joked with her.
Is that a promise?
More of a threat,
she replied in the same humor.
Or perhaps a warning. I've needed a thorough friction charging since I awoke you for lunch yesterday, so it won't be over quickly.
On their way upstairs for a real hot shower, Critias told her,
I'm really proud of the great job you have done. Everyone knows that you have stepped up to a whole new level. No one else could have approached Verloc like that and gotten away with it. The Gravewalkers were not the only ones about to crap their shorts when you provoked her. You had me wondering too. How did you know she wouldn't try to kill you?
Carmen admitted.
I wasn't sure she wouldn't try to kill us if she decided we were Shadow Council spies. Her psychological profile suggested that she was a linear, confrontation-aggressive personality, much like my brave and handsome husband. By accusing her of being the spy first, I had a high probability that she would take my challenge head-on to disprove my position. The alternative risk was her accusing us first. That machine gun that she had taped up under the table probably wouldn't have killed me. You would have killed her before she had the chance to turn it on anyone else.
It came as news to him.
How did you know she had a gun under the table?
I looked when I sat down.
Carmen showed him the Sky Commander Officers and Gunship Pilots Marshal Service wristwatch that she wore. It was one of a matching pair of the high-tech gadgets that had come with the Achilles gunship. They were prestigious and stunning marvels of technology, even in Critias's future society. Among the watch's many computerized and telecommunications functions, it also had sophisticated cameras that Carmen could access with her internal modem. She had seen the weapon taped up under the table through one of its electric eyes. The lobby of King's Tower was a busy place. Decontamination and outfitter workers prepared people to go to the new buildings, while at the same time they cleared more of them coming back from the same duty assignments. 10 people from the work crews sat in quarantine cages. Only one of them seemed in a fatalistic depression as he sat on his bunk with his back turned. The other 9 chatted casually with passerby as if they considered their isolation only a matter of routine that was destined to amount to nothing. Dr. Clara and Commander Grace oversaw all the activities, though it was Grace who wielded the real authority as the de facto Grand Purifier of decontamination services. Before Critias could go in himself, Carmen stopped him at the top of the stairs. She pointed across the lobby for him to notice that another of the isolation cells had occupants. At first, he could only see Alice in the cell. She wore shorts and a cotton t-shirt as if she had recently cycled out of the showers. The door to her cell was open, and she straddled the bunk with her back toward them. Critias then noticed that Bobby Bean was in there with her. She had his hands handcuffed through the bars over his head, so he could not get away while she snuggled against him and nuzzled into his neck. Critias wasn't sure what annoyed him more, that she messed around with Bean, or that she did it right out in public where everyone saw it. She was still his responsibility, and the behavior stretched his tolerance to the limit. The puppy love didn't bother Carmen because she found it all to be terribly romantic. If Critias had her cuffed up like that, with his hands on her while he kissed her neck, all while everyone around watched, she would go out of her mind with the pleasure of it. He was too busy being irritated to notice Carmen. Critias headed over to put a stop to it. When he was outside the open cell, he said to Alice,
"What the hell do you think you're doing?"
I'm interrogating my prisoner.
Alice answered without taking the time to look at him.
I saw him acting strangely, and I think he might be infected. He seems a bit agitated and feverish, but I'm not entirely sure yet.
She made Bean both of those things. To his defense, Bean said,
She told the guards that. After Yeti took that beating and I was with him, they put me in here according to protocol. When I tried to leave, she pulled her gun on me.
"It's not her gun that I'm worried about,"
said Critias.
"That's enough, Alice. Let him go before Carmen becomes furious and then locks you in a closet."
Alice paused to glance at Carmen, and it made her giggle.
She looks jealous to me. I worked hard all day. I think I've earned a little reward.
He scoffed.
"Why would Carmen be jealous of you?"
I didn't say it was me she was jealous of.
Alice smirked before she went back to nuzzling against Bean. Critias turned to look at Carmen, and all he saw was the way her eyes burned into him with the desire that he should take her to bed. Sensing his imminent defeat, all he could say was,
"Swell."
Carmen licked her lips while some of her thoughts were on how she might be able to clear the showers, so she could have him right away. When the possibilities proved to be too limited, she abandoned that hope to lecture the young couple instead.
Tell us you understand, Alice. If you make him cross that line before he puts a ring on your finger, you and I are both going to be crying for a very long time, because I will have Bobby executed for the crime. You will hate us after that, and so you will go off to the women's dormitory. Don't mistake our lenient generosity for weakness.
You don't mean that.
Alice called her bluff.
I'm a ghoul fighter now and can have him if I want.
It was not an unexpected challenge, so Carmen pulled her pistol to shoot off one of Bean's toes as her raise on their little game. As the final warning, Carmen said,
"If you want to do this the hard way."
Bean understood that Carmen really was going to shoot him in the foot, even if she hadn't turned on the pistol's laser designator to flawlessly track his little pinky toe. He yelled at Alice.
She's not bluffing. Now tell Carmen that you understand.
It was enough for Alice to give in, but she wasn't happy about it.
It's not fair. Why do you get to be happy and I have to be miserable?
Carmen remained unmoved.
I get to be happy because I'm married. You have to be miserable because I will shoot Bobby. If the leeway you have does not suit you, you should consider that I am prepared to make your leash a whole lot shorter. Maybe you two need radio tracking collars that shriek an alarm when you get closer than 2 meters. You will be kissing him by radio.
That was when it dawned on Alice that her room for maneuvering was not all that devoid of possibility.
Can we still be together if I promise not to go all the way?
Critias had given Alice all the directives that she was going to get about what was acceptable behavior. He told her,
Stand warned. When the time comes that Jim calls me down to complain about your exploits, this is simply over. You will respect the rules I have given you or else. To be perfectly frank, I don't want to know the sordid details of your hand-holding and swapping of love notes. All that matters is that you understand what I demand of you, and then you do it. If Bean thinks he is unhappy now because I am still measuring him up for bigger things, you wait to see how unhappy he is when I make Yeti his permanent partner. They will spend so much time together that you will think they got married. If you push me, I am going to take my aggravation out on him. Do you copy me, blondness?
I promise to save myself until I get married.
she answered, and really meant it, though she promised literally instead of in the strictest puritanical interpretation. With that said, she went right back to relaxing against Bobby where she felt quite comfortable. Critias went to have a talk with Clara and Grace. He wanted to know the conditions of the other people who waited in cages.
You seem to have a full house tonight. How did we run into this much trouble?
I wouldn't worry.
Grace dismissed his unwarranted concern.
This is normal for an operation on this scale. We have assorted cases of minor abrasions and one for deep bruises with possible facial exposure. None of them had breached their containment suits. There is minimal risk of contaminant contact. There is still the risk they performed a self-inspection and made a transfer then, and this is a routine safeguard. They can't go back online for hot duty until they heal anyway. It serves as a precautionary warning to the others.
He thumbed away behind him.
What is with the sad case down on the far end?
That's the guardsman, Yeti.
Clara informed him.
He says that he got into a kung fu battle with a watcher.
She glanced over at Carmen, which revealed just the touch of an accusatory expression before she told Critias.
It is probably not infectious, just a lot of bruises. He lost his mask during the scuffle, and we have to consider that he might have got some blood on his face and then washed it off to hide it. He is not showing any symptoms so far, and the encounter was quite some time ago. I think we can take confidence that he will recover.
Before you start celebrating,
Grace warned.
It is your turn now. Strip it all off, you two, and then you can take your showers. Dinner is a real feast tonight, so you may as well hurry along and enjoy yourselves.
Clara told Grace.
You can have Carmen. She will be as flawless as ever. I will inspect Critias.
His armor had kept him safe. Critias passed his examination without any complications. The only flaw he exuded was that he badly needed a shower. After he had stayed locked inside his armor for a full day, his odor was anything but refreshing. Though in all honesty, it wasn't really that bad either. His mech suit did have contingency technology that would allow Critias to stay inside his armor for periods far longer than just a single day. True to Clara's guess, Carmen was spotless without even so much as a callus from a day of hard labor. When she peeled off her diving suit, the wafting aroma of peaches she had trapped inside was unmistakable. Grace gave her a full inspection and then certified Carmen good to go.
You're just dandy and you smell like June in Georgia. Everyone else is coming back stinking like a ghoul. I have to admire a woman who takes care of herself as well as you do. Whatever your deodorant is, keep using it.
On a thought, she gave a second look at Carmen's figure that corrupted the men around to sneak peeks at her, especially the perfect dimples above her buttocks. Grace added,
Or I should say, whatever you do to maintain everything, you should keep doing it.
Her scent of peaches when she was excited was not new to Critias. It made him glad he had taken her to Kevin for a tune-up when he did. Carmen had truly found her appetite for expressing her feelings. Her earlier promise to make him forget about his day when she got him back to the apartment really was a threat. She was on the verge of being predatory, and it wasn't his satisfaction she had on her mind. He could see from the way her chest was breathing that she had a revved pulse, and that wasn't even close to being the most obvious clue as to how horny she felt.
Dinner first?
He warned her.
I'm starving. If you don't relax and let me eat, I'll handcuff you in a cell and then come back for you later.
Her pleading expression over that comment was enough to win him over. He took her hand to head for the showers to hurry along.
Just one more thing.
Grace reached into her handbag to take out some golden coins.
These are the new labor credits Jim is issuing. You can spend them at Jim's new tavern or at the whorehouse in the back. If none of that would be of any interest to the two of you, which I suppose it probably won't be, you can spend them at the new company store instead. Jim opened that today. You can find both of those establishments upstairs of Funland.
Grace had to check her clipboard and then mark her payout with pencil before she told Critias.
You're the rich man today.
She counted the gold coins out.
1 for each command of a forger operation, which was at the library, then securing the hotel, and you also secured Radio City. In addition, you have 3 more for combat environment hazardous duty time served.
That's a lot of whoring.
Clara said, amused.
You don't know the half of it.
Carmen pulled his hand.
When I'm done with him, he will think he spent 20.
You too.
Grace told Carmen.
1 for command at the military museum, 1 for command of the hotel cleaning crew, and 3 more for hazardous time served. You two have had a long day.
It's gonna get a lot longer.
Carmen pulled him harder. Fortunately, her lust also robbed her of her super strength, or she might have hurt him or simply succeeded by literally dragging him. A woman from decontamination came to collect their dirty gear, putting it in a cart and also giving them their first towels with fresh pistols. Grace handed Critias another 2.
These are for Alice. She has to get them from you, since you're responsible for her.
She then gave him 2 more.
These are for Mandy. According to my schedule, she is still with a wet vacuum blood removal squad in Radio City. She will be cycling out in just under 3 hours.
Alice looks like she is trying to earn a 3rd credit right now.
Critias grumbled.
If she gets any more embarrassing, feel free to turn a hose on her.
I think they're adorable.
Grace told him.
There is nothing like your first love. I find it refreshing compared to all the problems we have to live with.
I want my first love.
Carmen whined, because she still couldn't get him moving. Her limited lovesome strength was nearly useless against him.
Please, Critias.
He excused them.
It seems not even the Grand Purifier and Horgeld can distract my newly wedded wife from her priorities. We need to get going. She thinks if I don't pick her peach soon, it will fall off the tree.
The showers were crowded enough that Critias gave Carmen the cheap thrill of washing her by hand at their single showerhead they shared. Carmen had no intention of seeing to herself, since she was only of a mind to have her hands on him instead. Critias wouldn't let her play go anywhere in present company. He got them out of there quickly. Once they had their interim civilian clothes from decontamination, Critias went over to see Yeti. Since Critias had been the mission commander when Yeti got hurt, he felt it was only appropriate that he stop by the cell to see how he felt. Carmen could tell with her enhanced senses that based on the considerable amount of time since his attack, that Yeti hadn't caught the infection. If he had, he would have shown some subtle clues by then, which he didn't.
You can cheer up.
Carmen told him.
You're going to be fine.
The assurance didn't help when Yeti glanced over at her unhappily to complain.
I'm not going to be fine. All those other jackoffs will have taken the pretty whores before I can get there.
It didn't surprise Critias at all that Yeti sat in a misery because he was preoccupied with being shallow and self-centered. It also didn't escape Critias's notice that Yeti had all the gentlemanly manners of the president from Denver. Critias hadn't given up on Yeti yet. He offered him some good advice.
Maybe you should start saving your work credits. If you're that hopped up to keep doing bush-beating jobs, it wouldn't be long before you could be a man of means and then attract for yourself a permanent lady. Women like a man of danger who stays away from drinking in whorehouses.
The advice didn't win Yeti over.
That's easy for you to say. What do you know about doing without a little attention from a sweet-bodied whore? You get one every night, then tell me to save my money.
Carmen couldn't believe she heard him right.
I'm a whore?
I didn't mean that.
Yeti quickly corrected.
I just meant any woman.
So all women are whores?
Carmen assumed with further disbelief.
I didn't mean that either.
Yeti grumbled.
I'm not one of those smooth talkers who lucked into all the fancy gear so that everyone kisses my ass. I have to work for a living, and instead of beating the real bush at Jimmy's whorehouse, I'm sitting in this cage not going to beat anything.
He glanced over at Alice, who snuggled Bean, then he added,
Unless you know any working girls that make jailhouse calls.
You are a despicable little man.
Carmen told him.
It's no wonder that no woman comes here to comfort you.
That's what the coins are for.
Yeti reasoned.
Whores don't have to like me, only do what I tell them. If Bean had been doing his job, I would not be in here at all.
Critias had heard enough. If he hung around much longer, Yeti was going to say something that might get him killed. He took Carmen's hand to take her to Funland, where they could get some dinner. The hectic work shifts disrupted regular meal hours. People came in to get their food when they could, so it was a haphazard affair. The food service itself was generous in both variety and portions. As Critias and Carmen walked in, there was an unexpected spectacle going on that drew a crowd. Werner Hindemith, the aerospace engineer from Denver, was about to demonstrate an experimental machine he had developed and was immensely proud of. His device was small enough for the man to carry about a cubic meter. It had a thick wooden base that secured 3 vertical steel arms in triangular formation. In the center of those arms that gave support was a pair of circular copper coils that lay horizontally and stacked one above the other. Between the copper rings was a featureless mass of what appeared to be polished steel in the shape of a giant egg. That metal egg was free of any connection apart from its own weight that kept it sunk down into the lower copper ring, which was too small in diameter to allow the egg to pass through its center to fall out the bottom. Werner had drilled anchors into the cement floor to connect a trio of chains that also attached into the ends of the steel support arms from the bottom of the wooden base. As Werner plugged an electrical cord into the base of his machine, he told his audience,
"This is only a primitive concept demonstration. I think you will agree it is proof of principle and be amazed by the future potential."
Critias asked Carmen,
"What is that thing supposed to do?"
She moved behind him so that she could reach around and then run her fingers along his stomach. In a distracted way, she told him,
"It generates an anti-parallel dipole torsion lens. Using such inadequate materials and absent a frictionless vacuum environment, I don't imagine it will generate a surplus field gain more than a few nanotesla per second. That is why he will have to keep it plugged in for it to operate, even after he charges the capacitors and stabilizes the Bennett pinch. The tricky part is oscillating the field rhythms to generate a linear deracination resonance in the centrifugal inertia. It is easy to appreciate how much potential energy is stored in the containment core's fluid mass. Extracting that energy requires a masterful understanding of Tesla flux equations. Kevin must have helped him a great deal for him to be this far along. Let's just hope that Kevin has taught him well. I'm sure you would think it most unfortunate if that little toy comes apart and the containment core gives up its inertia by bouncing around in here like a cannonball."
Yeah.
He agreed with no idea what she talked about.
That's just what I was thinking.
With everything ready, Werner sat at a nearby table where he used a laptop computer to send wireless commands to his device. After long moments of nothing, his machine magnetically pushed the egg up free from its contact with the bottom copper coil. Once it hovered freely, the egg began to rotate like a top and gradually picked up speed until the rotation accumulated impressive velocity. Further adjustments from his computer allowed Werner to make the spinning egg rise even higher in the magnetic field until it hovered equally spaced between the upper and lower rings. From that position, the spinning egg tilted over onto its side so that the naturally balanced longitudinal axis became horizontal. From there, the egg accelerated in a spin on that second perpendicular axis through its center of mass that made for a wobbly new plane of rotation with one bulging end of the egg opposite the other, tapered end that was longer and narrower. As the speed of both axes of rotation increased to the point where the shape of the egg was no longer discernible as more than a blur of motion, the audience began to step back. Even the least schooled of them recognized that the potential kinetic energy of the device had become dangerously high, such that it could break apart and then kill someone. Werner's computer software began to generate a deliberate imbalance in the fields that contained the wildly spinning egg. Like a washing machine with an imbalanced load, the inertia began to leak out for mere instants, only it happened countless times per second. That growing resonance of imbalance began to rattle the whole machine on the floor. When he got his adjustments just right, the device startled his audience when it leaped straight up and then hung in the air, restrained only by the tension of its chains, without which it would have crashed violently into the ceiling. The scientist had the full attention of his audience. He got up, then walked over to his flying machine, where he made an upward whooshing gesture with his arms.
"This phenomenon is not magic,"
he told everyone. Werner chuckled.
"And it certainly isn't perpetual motion. Laugh now if you must, but I promise you this, we shall take to the skies in a new generation of flying vehicles. Only this time, size simply won't matter. In fact, the bigger the better."
Carmen slid her fingers inside Critias's waistband while she whispered,
"Size does have its moments. Can I please have some thrust-to-weight ratio now?"
"No."
Critias told her as he pointed toward the kitchen area for her to get going.
"First you fill my belly, and then I will return the favor."
He didn't wait on her agreement. He just went on ahead to take his seat at the captain's table, which was mostly empty, since so few people were available to just hang out and kill time. Jim sat at the table where he operated on even less sleep than Critias. When Jim didn't answer work-related requests on one of his several radios, he made notes or examined maps.
Alice really likes Bean.
Critias told him.
That officially puts me in the clear.
Jim didn't look up as he said,
So I've heard. I hope she is not trying to set a precedent. It would be the first thing out of someone's mouth when I caught them with their hands on Mandy. They would say that the rules were meant to be broken.
Critias felt that wouldn't happen.
Alice promised me she would stay within legal limits, and I believe her. She has come a long way since where she started. Did you hear that she and the Lion gave a dozen-strong runner pack the silent treatment while sweeping out a floor in the new hotel?
Jim nodded that he had.
Christopher tells me that she is a lot like you and has a real future in this business. Cool but serious, he said.
After a pause, Jim added,
I also heard two very different tales about Yeti. I tend to believe the version where he didn't emerge victorious from a martial arts battle with a watcher.
Critias couldn't prevent himself from laughing out loud about Yeti's ridiculous bullshit.
You would be right then. I was thinking about what you said, about making a man out of him, which is why I took him in there to begin with. I wrote off the hotel's ground floor as an indefensible loss and had Bean weld all the stairwells shut until we could send the builders back in later to reinforce them. After that, I split them up into pairs to search the building for holdouts. I partnered Yeti with Bean because the guy would never listen to anyone else. I was half tempted to exercise option B on him then and there when he was derogatory toward Alice, and Chris in particular. The first ghoul that Yeti confronted took away his bug hunting stick and then started beating him senseless with it. He is in quarantine right now, bemoaning that he can't be upstairs making the new rent ladies do as he commands. If Bean and Yeti had been the ones to find that huddle of sleepers, I have no doubt that Yeti would have walked right up and then started poking them with his pole, thinking they were permanently undead. They would have stripped his stupid ass to the bone, which may have been for the better now that I think about it.
Nothing he heard changed Jim's mind about anything.
You made all the right decisions. You didn't shoot him yourself because he does not deserve it, at least not yet. Bean slew a hunter and won for himself a beautiful girl with her own promising future. We clearly agree that we think that Bean can also survive Yeti, or you wouldn't have put them together. We will fix Yeti or let him get killed, and in either case, we will do it in sufficient fairness that no one feels ashamed of it.
Carmen gracefully balanced a dinner tray on each hand as she returned from the kitchen service. She put them down on the table without having spilled a drop from their drinks. After Carmen took her seat beside her husband, she said,
The more things a man is ashamed of, the more respectable he is.
Critias took her hand, then kissed it.
Then you must be making me very disreputable.
No.
She was of a different opinion.
I bring you plenty of respect. That is why you denied me in the shower.
Carmen raised his hand so she could briefly suck on the tip of his finger.
That is why I am seated beside you and not under the table where I would prefer to be.
Jim said,
Critias is right to side with propriety. Even bad kings have honorable knights. My captains should set a high standard. If every man can't be your equal in the field, perhaps they can at least match you in manners.
It wasn't the side that Carmen wanted to be on. She voiced her disagreement with her change of topic.
Which side of propriety is your new whorehouse on?
Be nice, Carmen,
Critias cautioned her. She pretended to comply as she offered another edged observation.
I'm sure it is a lot more proper than the solutions the men came up with in Denver.
Critias worked on his dinner a bit, then paused to tell her,
Not every man here gets the kind of attention to detail that I receive from you. Yeti was right about that much. I'm not the local expert on being deprived of affection.
Jim justified his decisions.
I requested a gentleman's club, and I expect to get one. As Carmen so delicately put it, I am not interested in cultivating the Denver experience. If you are expecting to go there and find a Caligula orgy, I think you will be disappointed in the actual fact.
It had been a long day for Carmen, and she still had a lot of her former philosophical issues churned up in her expansive mind. The topic of the morality of the brothel seemed to blend right in with her earlier contemplations.
There are more women than men in the community,
She eventually said.
I see no reasonable argument that the men are deprived of companionship unless it is by their own doing. Any job that is not good enough for Queen Jessica is a job unfit for any woman here.
Jim told her,
I agree completely. That is why women who choose to sell themselves into prostitution are not going to be getting any job credit from me. They are going to continue a normal working schedule, just like everyone else. Because they are going to pursue these activities anyway, it is my responsibility to contain it within a safe and controlled environment. The entertainers I will accept as genuine employment for the good of the community will be entertaining only, even if they are sometimes naked or selling themselves during their free time. I think you should at least see what the place is like before you pass judgment. I have not made a deal with the devil, because the devil has made a deal with me. I'm the one who authored the contract. I think you would appreciate the delicate complexities involved in me introducing a secondary red light economy and not having it spiral out of control. The men can compensate their carnal companions in Caesar's tender, and then those women can trade them like anyone else.
Carmen appreciated the complications that could arise in a currency scheme. Money was a close cousin to war, aside from how bankers had started nearly all of them since the defeat of Napoleon and then paid off the politicians to keep it out of the history books. She said,
"These golden credits only have value because they are backed by your word. You own the sex club and the store, so any credits going into them effectively exit the economy back into you from whence they originated. You never need fear any kind of inflation, because you control both ends of the monetary supply, including the rates of pay, should you need to change them. The problem that could arise would be like when I collected all the bottled alcohol from that new hotel. What if instead of handing it over to you, I had kept it all for myself? I could still go somewhere else and get more liquor if I so desired. Alcohol has real value and a high demand. The only thing stopping me from becoming the wealthiest woman in the city is my good graces. This new economy could turn foraging into an entrepreneurial profession quicker than you imagine. The day may come when you are buying everything wholesale from your own people."
Jim reasoned.
As we perfect the art of survival, the day will come when there will be more than just my community. Where there are multiple communities, there will be trade. The foragers are not going to start keeping all they find for themselves, because if you did keep it all, as you said, for merely sake of argument, you would find the new rent I put on your spacious apartment to be as expensive as your new water and electricity bills. One of the advantages of me being king is that the free social services and the capitalism are both at my discretion and only implemented for the genuine common good. This golden credit scheme is my way of managing the red light activities of our community. The community can have some naughty fun, gambling, or alcohol as rewards for all their hard work. Those morally grounded citizens can use their coins to purchase luxuries from the company store. As you already mentioned, the credits have no real value other than my word to make them valuable. The true physical resources, both in our storerooms and out in the wilds, belong to us all equally. The people do appreciate that you brought them their alcohol, but it was never yours to give them any more than it is my personal property now. I am merely an authority for maintaining the wise rationing of the resources that belong to the whole community, because everyone benefits from those who give us their expert leadership or risk their lives doing dangerous tasks. The community is all too happy to reward them for these services beyond the common calling. You were both paid more credits than most people earned this first day. You can take comfort in that. Personally, I didn't lead any missions at all, and my hazardous duty time was unexceptional. My grave-walking wife will be the breadwinner of our family.
Carmen asked Critias,
"What do you think is right? Do you approve of women providing sexual entertainments like this?"
Yes,
he admitted.
So long as the women are doing it of their own free will and not under any form of duress or indebtedness that is forcing them, I see nothing wrong with it. Men are not women. It is not in the nature of women to kidnap men into sexual slavery like what happened in Denver. It is in the nature of men to be pigs, I'm sorry to say. Some of us do what we can to rise above it, but it is always there beneath the surface. How much do you know about temptation? For a man, it is an insidious thing. A man can get a lot of pleasure toying with his darker nature without ever really letting it out.
When he thought about it, he found an amusing memory.
Like when you asked me how I could enjoy rubbing lotion on your body at the pool while also knowing what I would be doing to you if we had been home alone instead. Teasing my temptation can give me a lot of pleasure.
Her temptations involved the times she wanted to hit people, and he wouldn't allow it, or the times she wanted Critias in situations where she couldn't have him. The thought of desiring sex with other men was purely an academic concept to Carmen, since she had never actually experienced it. Critias had explained to her at length that it had been temptation that had corrupted him into seducing her when he first acquired Carmen as his slave. That was the evidence that she understood best as to what he meant when he said that men could be swine. Men had to work very hard to control their urges when things they desired were at their mercy to take or put aside according to their willpower alone. In total, Carmen felt that Critias was loyal, honorable, and highly principled, which made her very proud of him. Carmen appreciated him so much that she interpreted his behavior as being a personal sacrifice on her behalf. With that in mind, she leaned over to kiss his cheek before she asked,
"Would you like to go to this club Jim has opened? You could take advantage of this opportunity to vent your inner piggishness by viewing nude women as they make lewd gyrations. If it is a permissible entertainment that appeals to the male psychology, I do not want to deprive you of your needs. You may go and enjoy yourself with my full approval."
Carmen took her golden credits from her pocket and then offered them to him.
"I will even pay for you to go."
Put them away.
He declined.
I'm not going to publicly disrespect my new wife. I was never into that sort of thing when I was single.
To reinforce his point that he was not a man of vice, Critias took out his golden credits and then gave them to Carmen.
You can manage the family finances. As the wife and mother, it is technically your job anyway. Buy us something nice for the homestead. I have no need for gawking at strippers. I can honestly say that I don't like a tease anyway. Any meat that gets on my plate needs to be prepared to have a big, juicy bite taken out of it.
His refusal was poetry to Carmen. Speaking as Critias, he was concerned about being respectful to his wife and his public image as a man of moral standing. Speaking in terms of her master, any woman who tormented him as a temptress had his fair warning that he would use her like a wench to get his satisfaction. Carmen had great admiration for both sides of his character. It was the unintended callousness of his latter nature that was her temptation. Her strategy of getting onto his plate to provoke his darker self into devouring her like a strumpet came almost instantly as she jingled the golden credits he added to her own. She put them all in her pocket. Carmen wolfed down all of her food to be finished quickly. She had accurately judged Critias's appetite on her first trip. She knew he wasn't going to be interested in any second helpings. After clearing her tray, Carmen got up to take it away, promising,
"I'll be right back."
She did return her tray to the kitchen, but that was not her actual destination. Carmen dashed to the stairs and then went up in search of the new store where she could exchange her golden credits. The sound of conversations was enough for her sensitive ears to lead her in the right direction. The new store was an arrangement of 3 connected rooms intended to capture that lost browsing experience of the affluent shopper. Most of the people who had come to see it were more interested in the spectacle than in any actual purchasing. In many ways, it was like a museum to the memories of the way the world had used to be and things that once mattered most. The contents of the old storerooms where the superordinate sundries stayed under lock were on display in exchange for golden labor credits. The admirable but non-essential luxuries had accumulated over years of foraging, and Jim's conquest of Denver had increased the stockpile considerably. There were not enough of the exotic items for rationing out to everyone, and they had accumulated to the point that something needed to happen with them to clear out space. Jim's strategy of selling them off in trade for service credits solved all those issues and was already popular. The most prized items were the pocket digital music players, microelectronics in general like computerized video devices, and also the comfortable shoes that were in condition good as new. The wear and contamination of shoes made them an item with a demand that outstripped supply. Forager runs were generally more interested in rubberized boots and work-related footwear on the occasions when they did spare the cargo space to get more. Carmen used her artificial eyes and combat hardware to take a quick visual inventory of what things people considered valuable so that she knew what to be on the lookout for when she was out in the city. Items of silk, from clothing and sleepwear to bedding, were popular luxuries. Shaving equipment was available in razors ranging from electric to straight or disposable. There were displays of rare bottled liquors, freshness-packaged tobaccos like the president's own Cuban cigars, still protected in sealed aluminum tubes, and delicious vanity foods in glass and cans. Tins of caviar and jars of cherries were too limited to share among everyone. They were in the store for a price to someone who would truly appreciate them. Mundane items that were still in perfect unused condition had some special value, like denim jeans, exotic animal skin jackets, and delicate designer undergarments that were too elegant for daily wear. Critias would notice if Carmen was gone for too long. She did her best to hurry. Carmen purchased Critias some of the best cigars, some of the best coffee, and an armload of the best silks for him, too. What she wouldn't be wearing to bed would be on the bed itself, which was still for him, at least in principle. Carmen still had coins left over, so she spent one more to have some cigars sent to Fat Jack as a gift from Critias. The storekeeper put Carmen's fabric purchases into a paper box and her other things into a bag. Critias had just finished his dinner by the time Carmen returned to Funland. Werner had joined him at the captain's table to have his own dinner and talk about his new Tesla Flux machine he had built with the cooperation of Kevin, who was teaching him the more advanced electromagnetic plasma physics of the future. Carmen went to the kitchen for boiling water and a French press coffee-making machine. She made her husband a single cup of strong coffee and then left the grounds to the kitchen staff to distill themselves a weaker but still welcome brew. She took the steaming cup to the table, then put it before Critias. When he gave her an approving nod of gratitude, she produced an aluminum cylinder that contained one of the new cigars. She presented that to him as well. For Critias, smoking was as ceremonial an event as it had ever been to the ancient peoples who invented it. In his time, it was old honored tradition for ghoul fighters to partake of tobacco. The cigar Carmen had just given him was a true treasure and relic of the ancient world made when men still inhabited the earth. To smoke a real Cuban cigar made before the fall of men was an unheard-of luxury in their future time. After Carmen gave him a moment to open the tube and then inhale the quality and appreciation of such a superb Epicurean botanical, she produced a wooden match that she struck alight with the same hand by some mysterious and almost magical gesture. As Critias lit his cigar in the flame, he saw the fire reflected back in Carmen's mechanical eyes. She watched him with such adoration and the anticipation to see him happy, not so much with her, but with his life in general.
I like your new machine, Vern.
Carmen told Werner.
It has a lot more potential than most people realize.
Werner appreciated her complimentary interest.
It will take a few more years to develop something practical, even with Kevin's help. The first functional drive we could produce with the tools and materials available will have to be enormous. The exponentially diminished throughput from miniaturization makes it preferable to begin with something too heavy for use on anything as small as a standard aircraft frame. It would also consume far too much electricity. We should try it out on an ocean-going ship first. Something nuclear, I should think. The superb conductivity of the hull would make it an ideal platform for research and experimentation. For now, I will be concentrating on maintaining the aircraft we already have, training some mechanics and a pilot or two. We will be getting our first helicopter soon, and I will be doing what I can to rebuild several more. Collecting all the spare parts will be something of a challenge. I have plenty of things to keep me busy.
A woman came to the table to hand-deliver a computer data storage stick to Jim. He thanked her before he plugged it into a portable computer that he had on the table. It also connected into Kevin's burgeoning wireless modem network. The data was a report from decontamination services that listed all the supplies they had cleared after it came in as salvage from the new hotel. Their workers had to make everything sanitary before housekeeping added it to the community storerooms. In addition to the medications that Alice had discovered and those things Carmen had collected, it also included the quarantine contamination supplies that the government had provided for their emergency field hospital that had been in the hotel, things like latex gloves, respirator masks, and plastic sheeting. Critias noticed that Jim was exhausted.
Why don't you get some sleep? You were still up when I got out of bed yesterday.
Jim folded down the screen on his computer.
I will after I do one more tour of the new buildings. This is the worst time for something to go wrong. When everyone thinks I'm watching, they're a lot more careful. With so many people handling contaminated materials, I'd like to keep everyone on the ball.
It seemed excessive to Critias, but it wasn't his place to judge.
Where is Hatchet?
I told him to get some sleep, because I was done for the day.
Jim confessed to his misinformation.
You should get some sleep.
Carmen advised.
Jessica must be worried about you. If you go back to the buildings, Critias will volunteer to go with you, and then I will have to worry about my overworking husband too.
Jim seriously considered her advice and saw the truth in it.
I would probably cause more problems than I would prevent. A full 6 hours of sleep would do me a world of good. I could go check on things after that.
We can follow you up?
Critias was also ready to go home. Carmen collected her packages to follow Critias and Jim back to King's Tower. The lobby remained a hive of activity with all the work crews that came and went. For each worker that was on their way in or out from some contaminated area, there were others that managed their armaments and tools, provided the protective gear, or cleaned it when they returned. It was a huge machine that ran with remarkable efficiency, despite the scale of the operation and the wide range of autonomous problem-solving from the people involved. Critias and Carmen arrived home to find Alice and Bean seated together on the couch where they watched a movie on the big display. As her adopted parents went through on their way to their bedroom, Alice asked,
Do you want us to turn this down so you can get some sleep?
The living room wasn't that far from their bedroom door, so Carmen suggested,
I would like you to turn it up a little louder if you don't mind. We are going straight to bed, but not to sleep.
Alice picked up the remote and then raised the volume a couple of bars. That was when she noticed the packages that Carmen carried.
What did you get at the store? Did you buy something sexy for him?
That's for me to know and him to find out.
Carmen replied with a broad smile that confirmed Alice's guess.
I want you to make sure that Mandy gets her dinner and then comes home when she finishes her work shift.
Critias told them.
Jim said he thought you two had a promising future.
He waited for them to feel pleased by the flattery before he added,
He also said that whatever antics you two got into would be the kind of attention that would find its way back to Mandy.
Nothing is going to happen to Mandy.
Alice answered sourly.
You will have to get in line for fixing any problem like that. If Carmen does not get to them first, I definitely will. I was looking out for her long before you came along.
You will still be looking out for her long after I'm gone,
Critias informed her.
Keep the public displays to a minimum from now on.
Carmen took the labor credit coins out for Alice and Mandy.
This is yours and Mandy's compensation for the work you did today.
She put the gold down on the coffee table. Alice told Carmen.
I promise to make sure that Mandy gets home safely.
When she saw the choked-back emotion in Carmen's face, Alice asked,
Are you okay?
Going to Denver.
Carmen explained while she did her best to restrain her overflow of emotion.
Bringing you back here, taking you and Mandy in, that was the only truly good thing I have ever done in my life. If we seem too strict with you, it is only because we want to have something in our lives we can be proud of. I'd like people to remember me for something more than looting liquor stores, killing plague victims, and throwing their bodies into holes.
You are a lot more than that.
Alice offered to be reassuring.
I'm nothing special compared to all the great things you have done.
That's right.
Critias agreed with Alice.
You aren't anything special compared to Carmen, at least not yet. Foraging and ghoul fighting is not enough for you to pay us back. When your day comes, the whole future of the human race will be depending on you. I wish that was an exaggeration.
Alice didn't take him seriously.
You want me to become some kind of superhero?
Critias told her.
Anytime you doubt the severity of your present situation, feel free to look out the nearest window. Now I'm going to bed and leaving you in charge. If Bean gets too fresh, just shoot off one of his feet.
Carmen moved under Critias's arm so they could share the moment of feeling like they had accomplished something. It lasted all of a few seconds before Carmen let out a major yawn.
I'm feeling so sleepy.
You get that from me.
Critias led the way to their bed.
That was not the part you wanted rubbing off on you.
I can have you when we wake.
She suggested with the implication she might prefer it that way.
You really need some rest first. I want you at your best for what I have planned.
Critias just slapped his hand against her butt to get Carmen ahead of him.
You can sleep when I'm done with you. I've had a hankering for peaches all day.
Chapter 3. Golden Clothes.
For all of its mundane familiarity, having Carmen fall asleep first while she rhythmically breathed her slow exhalations against his neck was an imperial aesthetic that made Critias forget all about the troubles of his extremely long day. They had worked from one sunset to the next before they finally got home to their apartment in the tower. Once they had secluded themselves in their bedroom, Carmen revealed her recent purchases from Jim's community store. She dressed their bed in silk sheets and pillowcases, and then she dressed herself in an equally silky nightgown. Critias only needed to crawl into that luxuriant paradise to have Carmen slip into his arms, where she proved the interchangeability of her desire and her devotion. With Carmen blissfully satisfied and snuggled up against him, Critias finally drifted off into sleep, where time lost all context. He started to dream another of the strange visions that were not of his own mind. When he awoke, he would not consciously recall everything that he had witnessed. Critias watched the traitors leave after they had murdered, then ate of the flesh of the ancient sarcophagus Watcher's consort. The traitors did not kill or eat the Watcher King. They left him tied up as their prisoner while they went to wassail over their misguided accomplishment. Critias perceived no indication as to how long the miserable king remained bound to a wall in the dark tomb, but it continued long after the torchlights burned out. Many hours must have passed for the prisoner before the unexpected agents of his liberation arrived. A dozen-strong party of warriors carried light down into the crypt in search of their master, to whom they remained loyal. Apart from their torches, the men carried stone-edged battle clubs, similarly crafted spears and daggers. They were an armed rescue mission to liberate their king from his captivity. All the new men shared a common appearance that suggested they were some kind of mercenary band or warrior priesthood. Apart from their clean-shaven heads and the various battle scars each of them had accumulated as seasoned veterans of a warlike age, the men all had the same blue and black paint that adorned their faces into the semblances of otherworldly dark-eyed blue skulls. By the light of raised torches, the warriors took grim notice of the brutally disturbed remains of their still immortal goddess. They knew her as a bringer of scientific agriculture and the renewable sacrifice at their rejuvenation festival that ushered in the rainy season. The warriors instantly interpreted the horrific murder scene as a most inauspicious omen against the bountifulness of the crops for the coming year. The headman of the warriors went to the sarcophagus king and then used his obsidian blade to cut the agave fibers that securely bound him. As the warrior sawed through the tough cords, he pleaded,
"Great Lord, a violent drunkenness spreads through the city. We heard a foul rumor that the priests had made a prisoner of you. I see that they have taken the flesh of 7 snakes, but left her skin in tatters. This foul desecration cannot be the ritual of the equinox for the year. Will 7 snakes return to life reborn and bring us the spring like all the years before? Will the maize flourish in the fields? What does all this mean, Great Lord?"
Their god king answered with dark remorse.
Traitors have shed the blood of 7 snakes in a ritual of evil. There will be no bountiful harvests from her sacrifice, and neither will she rise again. Because they have partaken of the forbidden feast, the heavenly order has turned back upon itself. Death rises from the earth as the new life, and it will devour the flesh of other men for sustenance until nothing else remains.
The skull-faced commander had fearless commitment.
If the high gods have cursed us, great lord, then tell us how you would see us meet our end. If this is the nightfall of the world, we blue skulls will face it like men of hammered gold.
The Watcher Lord commanded.
Take your warriors and go back up to the plaza to slay these rioters. Only by crushing their skull or the thrust of your long blade in through their eye can kill these abominations that have fallen to the curse. Do not fear any dark magic falling upon yourselves, because I can protect you from it. If I work swiftly and your men fight bravely, our actions may yet save much of the land, even if at great cost to our cities. It is better to lose an empire than the entirety of the world.
While the blue-skulled warriors went to the surface to fight ghouls, the sarcophagus king used flame from their torches to illuminate that subterranean vault. The room had many large pottery jars, some old and some new. The vessels played their part in the rituals that would have taken place the following day, had the traitorous priests not embarked on their voyage into blasphemous madness. The Watcher King used an empty jar to entomb the remains of 7 snakes, his consort of untold millennia. The murderers had made a thorough job of destroying her ability to participate in her own immortal life. Butchered as she was into disjointed pieces like Osiris, no amount of regeneration would restore her without the aid of some modern medical science that could surgically reassemble the mutilated puzzle pieces that had once been her beautiful physical form. There were many other large jars that contained a ceremonial broth of cooked marigold flowers that, when uncapped, gave off a strong aroma of tarragon and citrus. The Watcher King carried one of the jars of marigold potion up the narrow passage to the surface. His emergence to behold the night sky revealed that the crypt below rested beneath a giant stepped pyramid, a temple ziggurat that master engineers had assembled from emblematical mathematic proportions and large blocks of tightly fitted unmortared stone. That temple was only one of many impressive monuments in functional stone architecture that stood out silhouette, visible in the starlight along the perimeter of a grand public square that was the centerpiece of a capital city. The ancient outbreak of ghouls had only just begun. The first infected remained scattered as they dashed about singly or in small groups. The rate of new infection would expand exponentially as the aggressively virulent disaster evolved. The Blue Skull warriors proved themselves to be Olympian master heroes with their primitive weapons. More of their legion had waited on the surface, while that handful of commanders had delved down beneath the ziggurat to free their god-king master. The weapons of their army ranged from slings, atlatl javelins, and bows with arrows, to spears, axes, and bludgeons. Each man of the company was a seasoned soldier from a culture that measured glory through personal combat. Organized as a team, the Blue Skulls casually overpowered the unarmed infected. They surrounded the ghouls and then beat them down as quickly as they could discover them. While the blue-faced warriors stacked the bloody naked bodies of defeated ghouls, their great lord of watchers expertly used a scalpel-sharp obsidian blade to flay the whole continuous skins from those fallen. After he removed a ghoulish hide complete in a single piece like a garment, he stuffed the skin into an urn of marigold juice for it to soak, while he started up the flaying of another infected specimen. A surrealistic display of the macabre was the last clear image before Critias abruptly awoke from his slumber. He watched as the Blue Skull warriors moved off in formation to make war on the ghouls in other parts of their city. The commanders had dressed themselves in the pickled skins of flayed ghouls, as if they wore a primitive, unpowered ancestor to the mech suit. The ghastly garments did not amplify the men in any way, though presumably the jaundice-colored pelts served as grave-walking attire. Perhaps in some way, the drapes of undead flesh prevented ghouls from being able to recognize the warriors as uninfected humans. Critias saw more of the dream, but did not retain memory of it. That was all that stayed with him upon his startled awaking. He vividly recalled the lingering image of the Watcher King as he skinned many bodies and then put each ghoul pelt into a jar of fragrant yellow nectar. A certainty came to Critias that the Blue Skull warriors had procured some sacrament of immunity to infection from their king. The warriors did his works without any fear that they would take the turn to the cannibal darkness. Critias couldn't recall how that immunity had taken place. There was even an elation as he awoke to the thought that he was about to remember the immunizing agent from his dream that would prevent ghoul infection. His certainty that it existed was so tangible that it lent a foregone conclusion that he would recall an elusive scene from the vision that would identify the immunogenic compound. The answer did not come to him, and neither did he sense it was even close. If he had seen how the sarcophagus watcher had administered some protection against infection, Critias couldn't recall it. All he came away with was total confidence that a vaccine did exist, and those Blue Skull Ghoul Slayer heroes had partaken of it. The digital clock across the dark room indicated that the time was a couple hours past midnight. Critias had slept long enough to be refreshed. That was when he realized that Carmen was gone. Once he had the lights on, he discovered that she had set out his clean clothes on a chair and then left an accompanying note to inform him of her plans. One of the golden work credit coins acted as a paperweight that secured her message that read, she had gone to work at Jim's new gentleman's club, and Critias was to meet her there if he felt so inclined. She had correctly assumed he would be interested. Critias recognized from her writing and choice of words that Carmen both taunted and teased as she played one of her games. If he had trusted her less, his imagination might have gotten the better of him, but Critias knew Carmen. It was not in her character to disappoint him, at least not willingly. His mech suit and other work equipment had returned from decontamination ready for use. Since he was not going out into any trouble, Critias put on the recreational clothes that Carmen had laid out for him in her preparations. Once he had dressed and had buckled on his gun belt, Critias took a lesson from Alice's example when he brought along his mech suit helmet as he headed out of the apartment. While he waited for the elevator to take him down to the lobby, Critias radioed to Kevin to get a situation update. He also wanted an opportunity to tell the android about his unusual dream. Kevin radioed back.
Verloc is sleeping comfortably in her own bed now, and no longer receiving any sedatives. You should expect her to regain consciousness in around 4 to 5 hours. I will be staying with her until she has made a full recovery. I will keep you informed about any change in her condition.
Critias wasn't sure how to explain his dream to Kevin. He approached it in a roundabout way.
Do you think that soaking the whole skin of a ghoul in a jar of yellow flower juice and then wearing it around like pajamas could somehow lead to a cure for infection?
That was enough information for Kevin to guess.
You have been having telepathic dreams about the Sleeping Watcher again. Don't be surprised. Jim informed me that you had mentioned something similar to him. Because Carmen is ideally placed to protect us from you, should you begin behaving strangely, I suggested that we let this phenomena run its course, to see what we could learn from it.
Critias told Kevin,
when he fought the ghouls last time, it was south of here somewhere on the lower edge of the tropical Gulf Coast. He arrived by sailing ship to some big spring festival. Somewhere along the way, these evil priests ambushed him, tied him up, and then ate his watcher girlfriend. My guess is that she was some kind of Cro-Magnon woman from way back in the day. The priests left him tied up while they went out to get drunk, and as I'm sure you can guess, they turned into ghouls. The next thing I saw was these soldiers who came and rescued the Watcher King from under one of the city's buildings. These guys wore painted blue skulls on their faces. They joined up with our guy to contain the ghoul situation. He removed the skins of the first ghouls they killed, and then he soaked the hides in these jars of cooked flowers soup. I didn't see the part where he made the soldiers immune to infection, but I distinctly had the impression that it had happened. The men would dress up in those skins from the flower jars, and then they would go off to fight more ghouls. That is all that I saw.
Kevin surmised.
Presumably, he would interpret a blue skull as a friendly symbol of an ally. I suspect the wearing of the skins was a highly effective form of grave-walking attire, though it is possible that it also served other purposes besides a mechanism of immunity. It does not explain how they cleaned up all the infected blood and bodies to prevent an outbreak from starting all over again. Your story does seem to confirm our suspicions that this man is very old, highly intelligent, and has the requisite knowledge to eradicate infection.
Critias was curious.
Tell me more about them wearing ghoul skins. It makes me wonder if my mech suit is kind of the same thing.
Kevin lectured.
A religious ritual that involved the wearing of human skins did take root in the cultural memory of that region. It is conceivable that the memory originated with these blue-skulled warriors, donning flayed ghoul hides in their heroic saga of destroying all the infected and cleansing the land of the disease. The electroreceptors of infected are extraordinarily sensitive when you take into account the rather poor conductivity of air. Like with your mech suit, the ghouls might confuse the men in those skins for being fellow infected, and thus not readily attack them. Those skins would have the added advantage of not containing any secondary electrical hardware, as does your mech suit. The various voltages coursing through your mech suit throw off a much stronger signal than your normal bioelectric physiology does.
The information inspired Critias to a realization.
Would it be possible for you to program a new mech suit software suite, one that is pulling as little hardware juice as possible? It could even be some kind of dark mode I could use to play dead if I can't get as close to the ghouls as Carmen can.
Kevin already had in memory the test platform duplicates of Critias's existing mech suit software. He modified a diagnostic tool into a dominant controller so that Critias would have an override interface for powering down the primary processes. For safety, Kevin added a subroutine to ensure that Critias did not accidentally suffocate by disabling his own atmosphere, and he could restore full normal operation using a single emergency command. It took Kevin longer to send the final product to Critias's mech suit and then install it than it had for the android to compose it. The whole electronic operation took place in just under 11 seconds.
I have sent you the new mech suit application.
The android radioed.
You will need to experiment with it before attempting use in service. Keep me updated if more of these dreams arise.
Tony Banjo was on his way down in the elevator when the car stopped on Critias's floor, where he got on too. Tony smoked a hand-rolled cigarette as he welcomed Critias aboard. He offered the joint of hemp flower to Critias.
Try some of this. Grow it myself. Call it my little contribution to horticulture and the future happiness of all mankind.
I'll pass.
Critias declined as he took out his aluminum tube to smoke on his new cigar a bit.
I have this. Where are you headed?
Tony replied.
I want to see this new titty dancer club that Jim has thrown together. You look dressed up for an evening out yourself. Is that where you're headed?
Yeah, I'm meeting Carmen there.
Critias confirmed it.
After a couple drinks, we're going to go see Verloc, wake up in her new place, and then find out just what flavor of crazy her mental state is in. If she is in a good mood, we may head over to the sports dome to have a talk with Jingle Bells. If Verloc is in a bad mood, it might end up a gunfight right there.
The King's Tower lobby still served a high level of outfitter and decontamination services activity. Critias and Tony Banjo continued on down into the basement and then followed the utility service tunnels into the Customs House building. Funland still had a healthy traffic of people up at that late hour. Jim was at the captain's table along with Hatchet, Colonel Davis, and the whole George crew as they had a meal together. Critias stopped for breakfast. He could take a quick meal while getting the latest news at the captain's table. He sat down saying,
Kevin tells me that Verloc will be coming around by sunrise.
Hiram asked.
Should we all be together like before? Do you think it would make her more comfortable to see all the same faces?
I'm hoping she is more stable than that.
Critias answered.
It won't hurt anything to try. If she is out of control, we will need to be ready to kill her and Romeo too. Carmen seems confident that this can all work out, and I trust her judgment in these matters.
Have everyone there, only dressed nicer.
Jim decided on the matter of Verloc.
I'd like her to come back to Kansas, seeing some clean, friendly faces. If Verloc still needs an agency to work with, I can talk to her by video phone. Bob and Kevin already have that set up. I want to be telling her as few lies as possible. She is too clever not to chip away any deceptions on our part. From what Carmen told me, Verloc has a nose for solving mysteries and then shooting lots of holes in them with her guns. I don't want to become one of her mysteries, so let's try to be as honest as possible.
I'll do what I can.
Critias agreed with unavoidable reservations.
Verloc could think an elephant was her pet dog. From what I have seen, she may not be capable of ever seeing where she is for what it is. We'll just have to find out the hard way. There is a good chance that she will want to go after Jingle Bells right away. Are those new grinder machines ready for a test drive?
The machines are ready.
Jim confirmed.
It is the secondary transportation of waste materials that we are addressing now. If Verloc has to go after him, it might be for the best for us to let her go alone, or with Romeo. You can take Carmen along if that is something that would interest you. My preference would be for her to settle in to rest and take a few days to get comfortable. After they have the opportunity to discover that working with us has irreplaceable benefits, they will not want to jeopardize the relationship. There are a lot of good things that will be coming together over the next few days. If you need to get out for some fresh air, there is a crew of mechanics and guards going out on the light rail in the morning for the East Airport. You can ride along with them and then install that new cell phone to satellite hardware at the top of the old aircraft control tower.
Critias liked the sound of that airport job.
Get the cargo for that ready then. I will try to talk her out of killing Jingle Bells for a few days at least.
He finished his breakfast and then excused himself to go on upstairs to find the new gentleman's club. Jim had built his brothel at the core of the building to isolate it as far as possible from the ghouls that roamed the streets outside. The carpenters had added additional sound-dampening insulation to keep the noise from carrying to the out-of-doors. 2 women from the G&P guarded the entrance with their assault shotguns. Dr. Clara sat at a small table in the same hallway where she took blood samples from customers as they arrived. All the equipment she needed was on the table before her arranged in an orderly fashion. Her professional qualities sign read that she performed a mandatory sexually transmitted disease test. Only people who had earned a certification would have access to the prostitutes. So for many, their first visit would be voyeuristic.
I won't need your blood,
She told Critias as he approached.
Kevin already examined you recently and various other people as they called on him for any treatments. From the study thus far, I see a clear trend that favors overall survival among personalities who already had a high regard for infection awareness.
Critias understood.
You must mean that people who kept it clean before are the ones that manage to still be alive now. That describes me well enough. I never frequented places like this in my old life. Since I am clean to go in, Carmen left me a note that she was already here. I came to meet her. I don't suppose you have seen her come through.
She is here.
Clara affirmed it.
Kevin told me that Carmen is in perfect health just as you are.
Critias went in to find that the interior of the club was dark and smoky. It was a complex room of geometric shapes under red lighting. Dozens of colored stage lights illuminated a full dance floor. The patterns fluctuated in a sequence that the loud house music generated. It was the late hours on opening night after most everyone in the city had gotten their pay for working double shifts. The place was well on the side of packed. The dance floor took up the whole central space with some seating and refreshment bars around the outer edges. The place was loud and full of revelry. Overall, it appeared that Jim's new club was a major hit with the community. Yeti had already been in the club for hours and was feeling the many drinks he had consumed. When he saw Critias come in at the entrance across the room, Yeti headed straight over. On the one hand, Yeti wanted people to see them together in the hope some importance or respect might rub off his way, and on the other hand, he hoped that Critias would offer him some free drinks.
You're just in time,
Yeti told Critias when they were close enough together to speak over the music.
This room is just the kids' stuff. The good room is the one next door. I can show you how to get there.
Through a far wall, there was a carpeted hallway that had restrooms and private VIP chambers on either side before it entered a quieter drinking area. There were deep, cushioned armchairs and a central stage with a striptease dancer's pole on it. A beautiful young woman from the Denver Survivors was already on stage, where she performed topless.
I bet I could have had her all night for a coin.
Yeti commented about the dancer while he wished he had already cleared his sexually transmitted disease test and also had another gold token to purchase her company.
I could take her to one of those private rooms over there and then just do anything I wanted to her.
No sooner had Critias availed himself of one of the empty seats than a scantily clad French chambermaid waitress, armed with a serving tray, brought him his drink that he hadn't even ordered yet. He didn't even think the waitress was there for him at all until she revealed she was Carmen by saying,
"Room temperature bourbon, neat."
Yeti had eyes for the frilly, festooned backside of the pretty waitress while he licked his lips to the wish that he had ordered another drink too. It took him a moment longer to realize just who the waitress was, and then he averted his gaze. Critias asked her facetiously,
"Is this your new night job?"
"You will be my first and only customer,"
Carmen told him as she put aside the tray so that she could climb aboard to sit in his lap. She found Critias to be rather comfortable while he was in so large and cushioned a chair.
"I can be either your sexy waitress or your personal dancer. If you want anything more than that, you are just going to have to take me like a strumpet who unmercifully provoked you. If you are uncertain about my state of mind, this is my merciless temptress costume."
Yeti asked.
What is the cost of that entertainment package?
They obviously did not want him around, but Yeti was too self-involved and obtuse to know it instinctively.
"Your life?"
Critias said, wanting Yeti to go away. The irritating guardsman made Critias recall that Jim wanted them to make Yeti into a better man. Critias didn't honestly believe that people changed all that much once they had set into their ways. It was as Clara had said about venereal disease. The people that had practiced a cautious lifestyle before the outbreak had tended to be the personality types who still survived it. Infection did always get in, so a sloppy person couldn't dodge that magic bullet forever. Survival was mostly a matter of self-discipline. Yeti had instincts for saving his own ass like anyone else that was still around. His instincts intimately entwined with him being a weasel, and Yeti had successfully weaseled his way into still being alive after so many better people had fallen by the wayside. Critias told Yeti,
"Go get a drink on my tab. Carmen and I need some privacy time while I haggle out the itemized costs of her services. We're going out to the East Airport at sunrise. There's a slot open for you to ride along if you're sober for it. We will be installing some telecommunications hardware, nothing particularly dangerous."
The prospect of going out on a forager mission was enough to lure even Yeti away from strippers and free booze.
I'll have to take a rain check on that drink then.
Yeti accepted the latter offer.
I want to get a few hours of shut-eye to be up fresh in the morning.
Once Yeti had gone, Carmen snuggled into Critias.
I'm so glad that I belong to you. It makes me feel so proud. Even if you hadn't graced me by stooping to marrying your own slave, or if you hadn't fixed me so that I could share more intimacy with you, even then I would still say the same. If I had a life where I found it advantageous to sell my body to a man like Yeti, I would not like being me very much at all. I would not even want to be alive.
Critias accepted her self-depreciating divulgences without complaint, since he understood she meant no slight to herself. Carmen merely made reference to contextual truths to evidence her real intent, which was to say how much she loved him. He commented upon the Yeti topic instead.
I'm actually surprised he went home to get some sleep. Maybe he does want to be a real forager after all.
I want to confess something.
She warned that she was about to explain some more truths that he might not appreciate.
I had been planning to come out onto stage to dance for you. I wanted to make you feel like you could still enjoy a sporting lady like other men here. I wanted to do that for you. I just couldn't bring myself to follow through on my plan. I think perhaps you didn't make me to be that way. Though I want to make you happy, a greater influence wins over me that no other man should ever admire me like that. I'm only for you. So I spent my time here helping Kevin. He is simultaneously broadcasting music and images from here as our satellite station. I helped program the automated dance floor lighting software too. When I saw you come in, I changed my clothes in the back to be your naughty waitress instead. I hope you're not disappointed with my decisions or the results.
You were right,
he agreed genuinely.
I don't like to share what is most precious to me.
Having her so close and affectionate had Critias of a mind to roll her like a courtesan. She was of the same mind and intentions, only he wasn't sure where they could go nearby to be about it.
We may not have a lot of time for recreation,
he said, hoping to inspire her to make a prompt suggestion.
Verloc is going to be waking by sunrise, and we have to be there. After that, we may be going out to install new communications hardware at the East Airport, or even knocking on Jingle Bell's door if we can't talk Verloc out of making reprisals in that direction, as Jim would prefer.
Carmen pointed with her eyes over to his right, where there was a door with a sign above it that indicated that was the way to the private playrooms for the prostitutes. Her mingled expression was both hopeful and delightfully timid, as from one inexperienced with such morally degraded activities as he might expose her to within. Just because Critias was her husband didn't stop it from otherwise being a highly accurate simulation of what she would experience as a real pillow bot. He drained his whiskey glass and then handed her his mech suit helmet to hold while he carried her off in that direction. Her sexy outfit had Critias of a mind to give her the sort of callous test driving that she had not undergone since her days of captivity, those rapine days when he kept her aboard his gunship as he made the rounds of his duties. There were 4 small chambers, and 3 were still available, since one had a sign that read currently occupied. Each room was a carpeted square that contained overstuffed couches that lined the 3 walls off the door. A solid black coffee table dancer platform occupied the center, pole included. Critias carried Carmen into the first room on the right. On their way through, Carmen flipped the door sign from vacant to occupied, and then he heeled the door closed behind them. After he put Carmen down on the couch, he put his helmet on the opposite seat across the table to be in an ideal position for digitally recording everything with its sophisticated multi-wavelength microphones and cameras. It was questionably rude of him to surreptitiously film her, but Critias also knew it would please her sometime in the future when it served as a playful reminder of exactly whom she belonged to and his willingness to embrace that ownership with a confident disregard for superficial niceties. He had a couple hours of available downtime to play with Carmen in the club's private VIP chamber. Even if he was not personally familiar with fornicating public prostitution pillow bots, Critias came from a civilization where those activities were fully in the realm of common knowledge and a cultural norm. She experienced as authentic a simulation of sexual slavery at the hands of a lustful stranger as he was able to provide. Critias began with insisting that she dance for him upon the pole. Her subsequent mandatory self-unveiling into mortifying nudity while he discourteously ogled her was the requisite temptation for devolving him into a plebeian scoundrel. Finally pulling her down and then forcefully orienting her face to his crude satisfaction nearly caused a relapse of her former spontaneous orgasmic condition. When he roughly gave her the external cause, many in the club heard her satisfaction despite the ongoing house music. After her mostly genuine ravishment unto both their bemused gratifications, he had to take her back to the apartment to get their equipment. Critias could not be late for the meeting with the Gravewalkers and Kevin when they would wake up Verloc. Special Agent Shield slumbered away in her new apartment. That freshly constructed bedroom occupied the southeast corner of the uppermost windowed floor of the Radio City building. It was the same floor where Critias and Carmen had discovered the immovable granite slab office table covered in black body bags that held the stockpile of abandoned weaponry. That level of Radio City had already been in pristine condition from its lack of outbreak ghoul fighting. Its previous inhabitants had luxuriously carpeted and decorated the place. The rebuilders had a lot to work with when they converted it over for her personal living space. The extravagant bathroom fixtures came from the most expensive rooms of the downtown hotel next door. A small army of plumbers, carpenters, and electricians had done brilliant work as they converted the place into first-class living quarters. Critias and Carmen finally arrived at their home apartment to find the lights on because Alice and Bean busily geared up for forager action. They arranged full fieldwork backpacks that implied that they would accompany Critias when he went out to the East Airport with the telecommunications equipment. As soon as they entered, Bean gave Critias a note.
One of the housekeepers delivered this for you. She said to tell you that your East Airport phone crates are waiting at Smuggler's Passage Depot. Fat Jack has a crew of mechanics and welders on their way out there, too. They will leave in the morning to outfit some new vehicles for an operation they are calling the Burn Pit. Captains George and Tony Banjo are taking their crews out there to collect some new diesel engine trucks from the local area. They will take those back to the mechanics at the hangar garage for refitting.
Alice added,
They are taking your cow out to eat grass, and the message says that they want you to shoot some edible wildlife if you see any.
After she thought for a moment about what else he should know, Alice told him,
Mandy is downstairs in the outfitter's leather working shop. She is helping them make new gear for the Gravewalkers, so that they are ready for your meeting with Verloc.
The young couple's display of martial confidence made Critias nervous because he worried that their premature professionalism would get them killed. To ease his own concern and perhaps lengthen their lives, he lectured,
If you two want to hang out with us, you're going to have to do everything twice as good as everyone else. I want to feel like you can take care of yourselves when no one else is watching and know you're not off playing grab ass until someone takes a bite. One mistake always opens the tap on 20 more, so you won't be dying alone when you totally screw up.
Carmen pushed Critias ahead of her to go to their room.
Alice and Bean will do their jobs. Now hurry up and get in there, so we can also do ours.
Critias had been most ungentle and discourteous when he violated her in the prostitute's cubby, so Carmen had enjoyed an especially good time at the nightclub. She hadn't even wanted to leave their little playroom, but Critias insisted because they had important appointments. Since Carmen was going to get him comfortably inside his mech suit before she dressed into her own splash-guard wetsuit, Carmen saw that she had one last opportunity for a bit of fun before they had to give themselves over to the business of the day. For their equipment, Carmen packed both of their regular Tesla Flux rifles, their MP5s, and the anti-material cannon with both barrels. She brought both of their disassembled bite staves, an ample supply of ammunition for their guns, and various hand grenades of contemporary Tesla Flux and fuel air varieties. Critias had to ask,
Do you really expect to need all that?
Carmen genuinely shrugged in her uncertainty.
I don't know, maybe. What if Verloc wakes up and then decides to pick up where we left off? At the time, she wanted to storm into Jingle Bell's hideout to save the world from Prince Vladimir von Bellman's zombie bomb.
She innocently offered to accept any disagreement from him.
You want to be ready for that, right? Jingle Bells could have more of those hunters like the ones you shot at the War Museum.
He hemmed and hawed for a moment as he considered all that.
I suppose you're right. It won't hurt anything to be prepared.
Once everyone stood fully dressed and geared for work, the four of them went down to the lobby in the elevator to find Colonel Hiram Davis and his Gravewalker platoon as they got their gear ready to go along to wake Verloc. Instead of their usual grave-walking suits, Hiram and his soldiers wore new custom-tailored leather armors, all hand-sewn and denim-riveted for optimal mobility with excellent splash, scrape, and bite resistance. Their disadvantage was in being rather warm for summer use. They employed a rolling tray station of airbrush and other painting tools to decorate their armors so that they appeared ghoulish after the fashion Carmen had started when she painted Critias's mech suit into the guise of a small hunter. The intent was to have a final disguise that was more in the realm of fleshy from a distance and less raggedy bag lady. Hiram asked Critias about their paint schemes.
What do you think?
Their new leather costumes were not as visually bulky as the loose rags they had previously worn. The paints they used were in earth and flesh tones that were such excellent camouflage that it put them at risk for having other survivors mistake them for grimy outworld infected and then shooting them by mistake. Critias summed up his estimations.
They look so real it might be too realistic for your own good. Kind of a friendly fire magnet, if you ask me.
We need to be able to identify each other without a moment's doubt.
Hiram agreed with the problem.
It needs some kind of unit insignia that makes us distinguishable.
Carmen offered some historical examples in an effort to be helpful.
Soldiers have worn colored cloaks or tabards, carried heraldry shields, battle flags, and standards. Earlier warriors wore body and facial war paint to identify themselves from their enemies. Perhaps some exotic armor decoration no ghoul could comprehend, but any human would, like you all wear the same color of silly wigs.
His wife's suggestion about the painted faces of primitive warriors inspired Critias. It made him think of those ghoul-slaying heroes that he saw in his dream about ancient Mesoamerica. He advised,
You all need blue skull faces on your helmets. The blue contrasts even at night. It looks monstrous and sinister as hell. Everyone would quickly come to recognize it as a face they are not supposed to shoot at or even want to mess with.
Queen Jessica held a foam display head that wore her new leather helmet. In the contemporary version of a mech suit, hers had built-in radio communications, a respirator, and deployable night vision goggles. She overheard their conversation and, liking Critias's idea, volunteered.
We can paint mine first, then see if anyone else likes it. A blue skull would be a fitting symbol for an outfit known as the Gravewalkers.
As Critias described to Carmen the painted faces he had seen in his dream, she used blue and black airbrush paints to draw a blue skull in the center of a white cotton towel as a test image. When her design met his specifications, Carmen painted Jessica's mask with an airbrush in each hand. She wrapped the skull image around the head so that the work impressed everyone who watched. The finished skull was grimly realistic, dark, not glossy, and readily recognizable to the observer if they already knew what they looked at. By unanimous decision, the rest of the Gravewalkers had Carmen airbrush their headgear with the blue skull emblem as well. About the time that Carmen put the final touches on one of the Gravewalkers' helmets, Yeti came up into the lobby by the basement stairs. He had his Wonder rifle over his shoulder and a Super Magnum automatic handgun in his hip holster. In a second holster across his belly, Yeti wore a suppressed 9mm submachine gun that was more befitted to a professional ghoul cleaner. That silenced weapon was an accident-prone recoil runaway touchy piece of equipment, also best reserved for cooler heads and calmer hands than Yeti had ever proven himself to be. Everything about Yeti, down to his choice of weapons, made other people feel uneasy in his presence. His very existence tended at best to make people doubt his usefulness as an armed team member, and at worst to fear his participation as a friendly fire risk. When Yeti saw that he had everyone's attention, he thought his fantabulous arsenal of superior weaponry had them awestruck. Their actual reaction was one of politely concealed, horrified repugnance. Yeti was about to say something boisterous when the elevator doors opened behind him to let out its load of people. George and Tony Banjo came out from the lift with Malcolm and Andy, along with Wolf and Penny Welder, respectively. Just as Yeti's deficient talents wafted a poisonous fume of doubt that spread unease to all around him, the two respected captains and their seasoned vassals were a steadfast and lusty perfume that lent uplifting confidence to all. The elevator also contained 5 attractive women that still wore their dance club dresses. The way that they all came down the tower together suggested that the ladies had been romantic guests in the apartment of one or more of them. The 6 foragers had attired themselves for outdoors armed action, which was understandable, since they would head out for the East Airport aboard that morning's light rail crew train. When George saw all the blue-skulled masks of the Gravewalkers with their threatening visages, the sight impressed him.
You guys look like some kind of Nicaraguan voodoo death squad. That will make anyone think twice, even through a scope.
Tony joked.
Those new helmets should work to cut down on the friendly fire accidents. Now somebody get Yeti a rubber ghoul mask for him to wear. You can all go out together so we can see which disguise really works.
As Tony openly chuckled about his humor that made no secret about his lack of respect for Yeti's tragically limited abilities, no one else joined his mirth, because they couldn't get past their prior concerns that Yeti actually was a glory-hounding, tunnel-vision friendly fire accident waiting to happen in spades. Tony walked over to watch Carmen paint one of the helmets. As she worked, Tony said to Critias,
I'm sure you got one of those notes that we should take some fresh meat if the opportunity presented itself. We need to get some official deer hunting time in while we are out at the East Airport. George and I need to go around the old airbase to see what kind of big-wheel trucks we can requisition. Once we have that out of the way, we were going to drive around the farm country to do some safari-style truck hunting.
It sounded like a good idea to Critias.
We have enough professional riflemen here to clean the countryside. It would look bad if we came home with nothing.
Henry and Gloria were next to come down the elevator. Welders and mechanics started to come in from the direction of Funland. It would be a heavy train load on the trip out east. Until the situation with Verloc resolved itself, there was no certainty that the expedition would take place at all. That was the way of things. They needed to be ready if the opportunity opened, and if it did not, no one would complain loudly, since there was little discomfort in losing a chance to get oneself killed. When Critias managed a moment alone with Henry and Gloria, he told them,
I assume you both heard that I didn't do a very good job losing the president's prison box? I have it hidden in the back of a van in the Radio City garage. If things work out with Verloc and Romeo, I want to take the box out to the East Airport with us. When you get the word that the mission is a go, see about bringing the box to the light rail depot.
The couple agreed to take care of the presidential coffin with all due discretion.
Chapter 4. Ambassadors from the Sea.
Kevin eventually gave a radio warning when Verloc started to come around to consciousness. Colonel Hiram Davis, with all his gravewalkers, joined Critias and Carmen to be on hand when the watcherwoman awoke. They had all been at the library dinner when Verloc went to sleep. Everyone hoped she would respond to the presence of the gravewalkers as a positive thing in that she was among friends. There was no absolute assurance that she would awaken in any kind of friendly mood at all. Critias decided to bring Alice along on the assumption that things would go positively, and then he could introduce them. Alice was his apprentice after all. He felt some obligation to train her as best he may with the limited time available for the project. Construction builders had upgraded the new elevator that went up into the basement of Radio City from the subterranean rail tunnel. Derek's welders had also heavily reinforced the various ghoul barricades around that tower and its adjacent hotel. Another team of builders went around as they replaced all the broken windows. They installed new glass from a stored supply that they had discovered in the basement as a prefabricated contingency resource that dated back to Radio City's original construction. Expert decontamination teams continued to remove every trace of infected filth from the walls and floors after they had taken away all the soiled carpeting. Their cleaning squads repeatedly steam-washed surfaces. They sanitized everything with diligent scrubbing that included vacuum equipment to remove the wastewater. Plasterers went around and filled in the gouged, clean bullet holes where they had peppered the walls. The welcoming committee took Verloc's private elevator up to the top floor that was her main apartment. Romeo awaited them at the elevator doors that opened directly into their front sitting room. As a good sign, Romeo was at peace with himself and cheerful about future prospects. The well-spoken watcher stood dressed in a leisure suit, and he drank from a glass of white wine.
You're just in time,
Romeo told them all in friendly greeting as they exited the elevator.
You'll have to excuse me for not shaking hands. Mr. Kevin just told me that Verloc will be awake any minute now.
Jessica asked right out.
You are aware that you're a carrier of the infection, and we are not?
Yes, Lady Jessica, I am fully aware of the necessary precautions.
Romeo gestured.
We have a guests-only commode and washroom right through there. We also have a kitchenette with its own glassware and dining service for company. A maid from decontamination services will come by every day to upkeep those areas. Only select individuals will ever be guests here. I'm confident that there is no risk other than from the wanton carelessness none of us would tolerate.
Romeo had worked closely with his builders and decorators as they furnished the place to the taste of his exacting refinement. The hotel next door had offered an abundance of furniture and accessories from which he had the option to choose. The workers had managed to salvage imported ceramic tile and hardwood paneling to dress Verloc's apartment in opulent style. Not all of the work was already complete, but it would be shortly, because Jim had dedicated a considerable amount of manpower to see that the remodeling culminated on schedule. As Romeo led them further into the apartment from that elevator entry room, they passed by part of his collection of art museum rescued masterpieces in the forms of paintings and statuary. Carmen admitted,
"This is a fabulously beautiful home you have made here. I think I can speak for everyone in saying that we are positively jealous."
If you like the new place, don't make yourself strangers.
Romeo invited graciously.
I think it is the space and the good lighting that really says she has made it. Verloc will enjoy playing the hostess for company. I have not forgotten our obligation to your king to make all this worthwhile. Special Agent Shield will not shirk in her duty to the agency. She lives for the adoration over a job well done.
After they crossed the main family room and then passed the nearby open kitchen, Romeo took them to the room in the northeast corner of the building that had the granite boardroom table. The chamber's floor-to-ceiling windows on two sides gave a spectacular view of the riverfront at dawn. The decorators had already installed the thick automated curtains that would close in the electric lights at night, so as not to disturb the ghouls on the streets below. A door from there led into where Romeo had recreated Verloc's bedroom on the model of how it had been when she lived at the military museum. Verloc was asleep in her bed, while Kevin sat by her side as the patient doctor. Critias told Carmen,
"You wait in here with Romeo while the rest of us sit right outside."
While they waited for Verloc to regain consciousness, Alice wanted to use the radio in her helmet to listen to the music station that Kevin broadcasted the playlist from the new dance club on. Alice asked Critias,
How do I find the new radio station?
Critias watched her HUD through the training monitor as he explained to Alice how she could use the helmet's computer to scan every band for survivor radio signals. Because there was no radio background activity in the world at large, the few signals that did exist were generally easy to locate for want of competition. All the city's normal operating channels were already in her known selection. Alice followed his instructions to find that there were two unidentified signals available for her to explore. One signal was the radio station that Alice wanted, while the other was a low-power short-range transmission like might come from a handheld radio or a vehicle. Alice used pupil movement and distance focus to select software keys from her HUD that first locked onto the errant signal and then began to decrypt it until it finally generated written subtitles to translate a woman's voice that spoke in Japanese. A first Japanese woman asked,
"We just got painted by whom?"
A second Japanese woman asked,
"Was it the black hole?"
"Breaking left,"
said a third woman in Mandarin Chinese. It was an urgent warning that her airplane would engage into a hard maneuver to port. A moment later, she warned,
"Secondary missile radar is searching for us."
A fourth woman said in Japanese,
"The black box says that big radar is from a major military base to the east. The little one is from that six-pack smokestack factory on the east shore of the river."
Alice told Critias.
There are some Oriental women on the radio talking about black radars and missiles. They mentioned the airbase and the river. I think they're really close.
Critias hardly had a chance to think about what Alice had just said when Carmen rushed out of Verloc's bedroom in a hurry. She went directly to their gear duffel, where she began to assemble the 14.5mm barrel to the anti-material rifle. When Critias approached, she handed him the weapon so that she could use both hands to search for the proper box of ammunition. Carmen urgently explained,
"You will be shooting south-southeast from the window ledge in her bedroom. The target will be 2,300 meters to the far side of the river."
He obliged his wife's compelling insistence for his immediate action by heading that way, but Critias still needed to ask,
"Who am I shooting this at and for what reason?"
He had climbed the exterior of the building before. Critias knew about the window washer's hatch that would let him outside onto the narrow balcony with its thick railing. Carmen carried her Tesla Flux rifle when she joined her husband on the balcony. As she hand-loaded a tracer round into the receiver of her rifle, she told him,
"My guess is that there are Maltese pirates on that structure over there. They plan to shoulder fire a man-portable radar-guided missile at a flotilla aircraft that has just flown into our area."
She listened carefully for a moment and then added,
"The flotilla plane has 4 Rolls-Royce engines. It is a turboprop aircraft with an unusual blade configuration, probably a seaplane."
Critias squatted down to get into a stable shooting position that rested the heavy rifle on the thick railing wall. He zoomed in with his Marshal Service technology scope to check in the direction at the distance that Carmen had specified. The scope seamlessly interacted with his mech suit helmet HUD, such that they were effectively the same thing. As he searched for his target, Critias reasoned,
"So the Maltese pirates have been spying on us from over there for a while. That time at the pool, you told me that you suspected that they might. Maybe you should radio to that flotilla aircraft so you can tell them we will soon have this little problem corrected. It might be helpful if they understand that we are not the ones lobbing anti-aircraft missiles at them. If they have weapons too, they might start shooting back at our buildings."
So everyone else could sort of keep abreast of events as they happened. Carmen used her Marshal Service wristwatch to verbally radio to the plane in fluent Mandarin using their encrypted channel.
"Flotilla pilot, this is King Louis Defense Force. Execute evasive maneuvers while we engage your aggressor. Do you copy? Over.
The only thing that Critias saw in the direction and distance Carmen had told him to look was some enormous old coal-fired factory building that stood on the edge of the river. The gray cement monstrosity had distinctive double rows of freakishly tall chimneys. Critias didn't know anything about engineering, but if taller was better, they were some really good chimneys. As he scanned around a bit more with his scope, Critias finally said,
"Here we go. I have 2 men in black gear out on the roof. One of them is carrying some big, crazy weapon over his shoulder. The other one must be some kind of spotter. He has binoculars and is checking the sky for the flotilla plane, I assume."
He called to Carmen so she might tell him something.
"Rocket man and binocular guy, what do you want me to do?"
Carmen squeezed and clambered to get behind Critias, wedged in tight as he already was between the balcony railing and the glass outside wall of the building. She more or less stood directly behind him to aim her Tesla Flux rifle over his shoulder. Carmen had her weapon tuned up to its maximum power for reaching across that tremendous distance. So prepared, she told her husband.
We will use my bullet to measure the atmospheric conditions, and then I'll update your sight immediately with my new calculations. Once I have you zeroed in, you take them both out.
Hiram Davis walked out onto the balcony to watch what transpired through binoculars of his own. He also put in his earplugs in preparation for the deafening report of the anti-material rifle. Critias observed the motion of the river crests through his scope to judge the wind until he sensed a calm window was on, and then he told Carmen,
"Take it."
Carmen's Tesla Flux rifle kicked like a blunderbuss. The barrel visibly steamed from the supercoolant as it tried to recover the overheated weapon. Her future-grade bullet burned with a luminous tracer that let them all watch the lengthy flight time of her shot. The little ember raced out over the river for agonizing seconds. With its distance grew a delicious anticipation that increased by the moment. The observers waited for some telltale sign that the tiny luminous missile had finally veered off from its death-delivering course.
"That's my girl."
Critias praised his wife as he watched the tracer finally reach the factory. Even at such a tremendous distance, the muzzle energy of the bullet from Carmen's rifle was still greater than the point-blank firepower from a sledgehammer Magnum handgun. Her bullet's tracer light vanished as it entered the right shoulder of the man that held the binoculars. As Carmen's incredible shot ripped right through the man's ballistic body armor, Binocular Guy puffed off a thoroughly satisfying pink aerosol cloud of his blood. A gargantuan exit wound dumped out the man's life from his back like a kicked-over bucket of gore. The Marshal Service rifle scope on Critias's anti-material cannon interfaced with not only his own mech suit helmet, but also with Carmen's artificial eyes and her rifle's scope as well. In actual fact, Carmen had missed the target she had aimed for with genuine intent. She had sighted on the man with the rocket launcher, since he was the principal threat to the flotilla plane, and there was always that small chance she would just get lucky, which would have solved all his pirate career choice life issues from the first ranging of their fusillade. Carmen's elevation had been spot on, but her wind factor calculations had been imperfect, such that her bullet had drifted several meters to the right. It was just her good luck that the 2 men happened to stand the right distance apart for his partner to catch the fateful bullet. The shot gave Carmen all the new data that she needed to recalculate Critias's scope. She accurately monitored the wind speed over the river by visual observation of her tracer relative to the water's surface. Carmen had instantly uploaded the new figures into Critias's scope. It would perfectly take all that into account. It was barely a second after Carmen's shot had killed the spotter that Critias fired his 14.5mm round at the Rocket Man. Binocular Guy died as if a mystery bolt from the heavens struck him down. Rocket Man turned to see his dead spotter before the sonic boom of Carmen's bullet reached his ears. The pirate lowered his shoulder launcher as panic settled upon him. That was the moment when Critias's cannon round struck him in the hip. The bullet's energy would have been lethal to an armored vehicle. It proved freakishly overkill against human flesh and bone. One of the man's legs came off completely, while the other remained connected to what little remained of the pirate's pelvis and buttocks. The lower portions connected to his upper torso by some rope of entrails. Rocket Man's upper body remained alive, though too deeply in shock, even for him to scream. As the last of the second pirate's life drained out garishly onto the gray rooftop, a third pirate in black costume came out onto the roof to see what happened. Critias took his second shot at the new arrival. His bullet struck the third pirate in his chest. The man sort of popped, such that the unrecognizable meat of him ended up on the deck, while a massive blowout of his blood painted a large red circle on the wall of the chimney directly behind him. Colonel Davis cheered as he celebrated their masterful shooting.
Truly magnificent. Is there nothing that you two don't do well?
The unbelievably loud cannon shots not only instantly killed pirates at extraordinary range, but they also did an admirable job of waking Verloc from her extended chemical-induced slumber. After all the years she had gone without sleep, the long rest had done her good in a number of ways. Verloc sat up to ask groggily,
"Who are we shooting at?"
She saw that the shooters were her two agency friends from the library, and they were just outside her bedroom window on the balcony.
It was a 3-man surveillance team from the Maltese pirates.
Carmen answered after she stuck her head back inside.
They were trying to launch an anti-aircraft missile at the flying boat of our new allies in the Atlantic flotilla, so we shot them all.
Carmen had her marshal's radio wristwatch set to the communications channel that came from the airplane when she tossed the trinket onto Verloc's bed with congratulations.
That is now your official Marshal Service Time Traveler Division multifunction communicator chronograph.
Verloc yawned and then stretched to focus herself before she reached out to take the watch and then try it on. She admired it for a moment, genuinely liking the fit and loving a true secret agent gadget. The future technology watch was beyond better than anything she had ever hallucinated. Ready to get into the game, Verloc said.
"Those Maltese pirates sound decisively unfriendly. We should go out there right away to collect their toe tags. They could have logbooks or radio equipment that would help track down the rest of their merry band of cutthroats. I'm assuming no one else thinks they came here all by themselves."
The radio played from Verloc's watch. It was the Chinese pilot.
I visually confirmed 3 targets down on the factory rooftop with heavy blood splatter. Nice shooting down there. We are coming in for a landing.
Verloc had learned to speak Mandarin as part of her immersion training from Romeo, combined with her obsession with martial arts cinema. She spoke it to the airplane through her wristwatch.
"Our ground support snipers report 3 enemies down. 1 missile team eliminated. Aircraft, state your identity and intentions before landing."
I am Major Feng,
The pilot answered.
formerly of the PRC. Our intention is to land on the river and dock at the artificial island with the crane. We are the advanced scouts for Fleet Admiral Rudel's flotilla. King Louis granted us an invitation.
Critias asked Carmen for a translation of the Mandarin.
What are they saying? Where is this plane landing?
They will land on the river
Carmen translated.
and tie off their flying boat at the crane barge.
Verloc asked Major Feng.
"How many are in your crew?"
One of the other women radioed in Japanese.
We are a team of 5.
5.
Carmen translated for everyone.
"We will dispatch a vehicle to bring your team in."
Verloc said in Mandarin. Major Feng yelled in Mandarin at the Japanese woman.
Stop telling people we are a team of 5. Polat and I are team 1. I'm not affiliated with you crazy bitches. You're team 2.
Somebody better call Agency Command.
Critias advised.
The old man is going to want to know about all this.
After a moment's consideration, he added,
He will definitely want to know what all our shooting is about.
Romeo said.
The agency installed touch-controlled teleconference screens in all the main rooms. We should contact command from one of those.
He went over to a large flat-screen monitor that was on the wall. The screen and the others like it throughout Verloc's home had come from the business traveler's lounge of the hotel next door. The screen Romeo used hung attached to an interior wall of the bedroom. He used one finger to turn on the screen, and then he made selections through the custom operating system that connected into Kevin's computer network. Jim sat at his laptop in Funland, where he waited to hear about the situation with Verloc. He'd already received the G&P reports about loud gunfire that had gone off at Radio City. Under the circumstances, Jim assumed that Verloc had awakened in a less than friendly mood, and then a gun battle had broken out. Since it had only been a few gunshots, Jim expected to hear that Romeo and Verloc were dead. When Romeo's request for a teleconference came to him through the house network, Jim got a pleasant surprise, though it failed to explain what kind of bad news had generated the gunfire. At the same time that Romeo called Jim, Kevin also sent him a message that reported how Critias and Carmen had engaged Maltese pirates on behalf of a flotilla seaplane. Kevin confirmed the engagement had been entirely successful in that the 3 known pirates were dead and that the flotilla aircraft was safely on approach for a landing on the river. So informed, Jim accepted Romeo's request for a video conference. Kevin's computer network provided Jim with software that generated a distortion effect to conceal Jim's face and warp his voice to give him a mysterious identity that would hopefully fit in with Verloc's melodramatic expectations of a leader for her agency. Verloc got up out of bed in her conservative nightgown. She would need to go to her wardrobe to get dressed for duty. When Verloc saw the disguised visage of the agency's supreme commander appear on the wall screen of her bedroom, she straightened up at attention. The distorted image of Jim said,
"Good morning, Special Agent Shield."
That she was fully conscious and in a calm, cooperative state of mind was already good news for Jim. He asked,
"Are you comfortable in your new quarters? You have the top 2 floors of the agency's recently opened Radio City building."
This is the only room I have seen so far.
Verloc confessed.
But it seems very nice already, sir. Thank you. The situation here is that a friendly aircraft has visually confirmed that our defensive sniper fire has killed 3 suspected Maltese pirates armed with an anti-aircraft missile that they intended to launch at the friendly aircraft. The seaplane claims to have a crew of 5 with only 1 male occupant and that they are in service to a Fleet Admiral Rudel of the flotilla. They are conversing by radio in Mandarin and Japanese. I believe that to be an extra precaution against eavesdroppers.
Jim had already known about the existence of both new survivor groups, and it had been his hope that both of them would be amiable to friendly negotiations. He did not consider it a friendly gesture by the Maltese pirates that he had caught them skulking about on the periphery of his city. Even if that was perhaps an excusable precaution on their part, since they would want to know Jim's intentions, that they had armed themselves with an anti-aircraft missile and then attempted to fire it at his other guests was a decidedly antagonistic action. Even if there was a state of war between the Maltese pirates and the flotilla, the conditions of his invitation precluded them from bringing their hostilities along with them. It hardly mattered anymore, since his people had just killed 3 of the pirates on behalf of the flotilla. Jim had just taken sides in their war regardless of what his intentions might have been otherwise. It was equally obvious to Jim that there would be more heavily armed Maltese pirates in the area that were prone to aggression. Overall, Jim had a tenuous situation, especially if the other pirates decided to start an attack against his occupied buildings. Regardless of how he would have preferred things to be, the situation was at hand. His priority was the dead pirates. As the agency commander, Jim asked Verloc,
"Are you fit for duty, Special Agent Shield? The agency requires that a team go out to collect intelligence from those dead Maltese. You are my first choice for such a dangerous assignment of unknown circumstances. If you need a few more days of rest to get yourself in order, no one will fault you for it. We have other skilled agents to send out in your place."
You can count on me right now, sir.
Verloc pledged with confidence.
If I was off the reservation for a while there, sir, I can only promise you that it won't happen again. I think Special Agent Carmen and I should take my motorcycle. I know a way through the barricades on the bridge. We could be there in only 6 or 7 minutes. That is if my motorcycle is still available.
That's an excellent suggestion.
Jim accepted her plan.
Your motorcycle is down in the garage right now. Agency mechanics have already given it a thorough tune-up. It is ready to go.
His next instructions were for Hiram.
"Colonel Davis, we need you to take your Gravewalker platoon to set up defensive positions around our buildings. If there is one cell of pirates, it is safe to assume there are more out there as well."
Next, he told Kevin,
"We need satellite pictures of the local rooftops to see if we can get any clues on pirate activity from those. If they are armed with missiles, it is presumable they might want to be outdoors for firing them. Critias, you select a team, then go out to the castle by light rail to bring in our guests from their plane. Until we get this new situation under control, we will have to wait on who is going out to the East Airport."
Alice spoke up.
On the radio, they said something about a black hole with radar being out at an airbase.
Jim surmised.
"That black hole must be their main means of transportation. It stands to reason that those pirates originated a long way from here, and it appears they have a powerful radar system. That could mean that they came here on one or more large cargo airplanes, and they may have some smaller attack aircraft as well. If their black hole is not still out at the base, it might be on its way here now. The capture or destruction of their black hole, whatever it is, will be a top priority. That makes it all the more urgent for us to go out to the East Airport to deal with them. Our own aircraft and hangar building are at risk to their vandalism. The agency will act decisively, but not rashly. For the moment, we will run with what we have on the table, then see where it takes us. I expect that the flotilla ambassadors have some knowledge and experience pertaining to all these issues. At the very least, they seem familiar with the black hole. They could probably tell us what it is that we are after. I'll increase all the guard patrols and let them know to expect trouble."
Verloc turned to ask Romeo,
Charles, would you go to my wardrobe, please? I will need drab leathers and my usual complement of weapons for this type of situation. I can't dress too flashy. We don't want to stand out. I need you to pick me out something post-apocalyptic from my summer collection.
That Verloc was enthusiastically alert to her surroundings had Romeo dumbfounded with joy.
You remembered my name,
Romeo said, immensely pleased. Just to see her safe and awake in their new home he had built for her had him overjoyed. That she seemed aware of what world they were in only made him that much happier. That she recalled his real name was unto a miracle.
Charles B. Micklewhite, Ph.D.
She repeated his name in more detail.
Former professor of language studies in the Department of Rare and Valuable Books at the Chernivtsi University Library in the Ukraine.
Yes, that's right,
said Romeo in delight as he headed off to get Verloc her clothes from one of the large rooms he had devoted to her vast wardrobe. Verloc asked the mystery Jim on the video wall.
Do you want any prisoners alive for questioning?
Only if it is convenient,
Jim instructed.
I find torture to be a messy business and unlikely to get me what I want in time, enough for it to be useful. You question them for value immediately, and then bring back alive anyone who already proved helpful. If they would rather die than help us survive, feel free to indulge their fatalistic sense of honor.
Verloc confirmed her mission orders.
Understood.
Critias explained to Alice.
Your helmet can interface with that scope on the heavy rifle. I want you to stay here and keep that factory covered from the balcony until Carmen and Verloc have time to get there. You may not be able to hit anything, but even a miss is likely to scare the hell out of them. I'm going out to pick up the crew from that plane, hook the bipod over the railing. That will be precaution enough to prevent the recoil from killing you.
The sound of aircraft engines became clearly audible along the riverfront of the city as the flotilla's flying boat came in under the bridges from the north to land on the water. After Alice relieved him of the 14.5-millimeter gun, Critias went to gather the gear he would take with him on the light rail to Forager's castle. Hiram left a couple of his men behind. They would make their way to the rooftop. He took the rest of the Gravewalkers with him down the elevator to set up sniper defense positions on other buildings. The Gravewalkers would provide counterinsurgency sniper support as part of Jim's contingency against future pirate aggression. Romeo got Verloc dressed and ready in short order. She and Carmen went down in the penthouse elevator to the garage on the ground floor. While the others from the elevator continued onto the basement, from where they would take another lift down into the underpassages, Carmen and Verloc went to the Radio City garage to leave from there by her motorcycle. When Verloc pulled the protective cover off her exotic Italian street racer, she asked Carmen,
Do you know how to ride one of these?
Oh, yes,
Carmen said with a twinkle of desire in her eye. The fast internal combustion machines of the era held great appeal to her.
I'm better than most,
was her modest testimony to her capability. In truth, she had never driven anything like the motorcycle before. She did understand the principles involved and would adapt to it with android brevity. 2 G&P personnel were on duty for the ground floor at Radio City. They opened and then closed the garage doors for Carmen as she drove the motorcycle out onto the street with Verloc riding tandem behind her. The noisy airplane landing stirred up the local infected even more than Critias's loud gunshots had done to get the natives riled already. The local ghouls would be active and irritable for the rest of the morning if they held to their usual patterns of behavior. Only a prolonged period of silence would put an end to their street wandering and feral investigating. When the ghouls mobilized over a disturbance, their activity generally got worse for a long while as they irritated one another. Even under ideal conditions, it would be 5 or 6 hours before things got any better. Carmen drove slowly enough to avoid having to ram the motorcycle into any ghouls they encountered on the roadway. She also needed some practice to experience the full range of torque and the balance of the machine before she comprehended its performance potential. The narrow passage requirements of their 2-wheeled transportation made it conveniently easy for Carmen to slip through gaps between abandoned cars. True to Verloc's estimate, they would be across the river and to the old factory building in only a matter of minutes. Outbreak defense barricades still choked the bridges closed. The military had tried to use the river as a fire break to check the spread of the ghouls as the infection surged ever eastward across the continent. The plan had failed spectacularly, like so many other ill-conceived strategies for survival in those terrible days. Fleeing refugees had already carried the infection behind their lines, just as their own troops routinely contracted the illness due to their ineffective decontamination protocols. There had never been more of the fresh, contagious blood on the streets than there had been then. For their soldiers to remain clean of it for days and even weeks on end was a Herculean labor. That required consummate professionalism on a level unavailable to the panic-stricken government that teetered on collapse. Though the soldiers and their government were long departed from the world, their roadblocks remained as a testament to the inequitable folly that was courageous determination without hope of success. Verloc's path across the bridge involved a meandering track through hundreds of abandoned cars that refugees had left behind when they had continued their flight on foot, only to come to tragic ends. The military marked their final retreat from that post with their main battle tank as it flattened the cars in its way. At the center of the bridge, the wreckage had the way entirely blocked, even to a vehicle as narrow as a motorcycle. When Carmen slowed down to stop at the impasse, Verloc pointed over Carmen's shoulder toward a tank-crushed car.
We jump it.
Carmen downshifted so that she could raise the front wheel with a rush of the throttle. They hit the collapsed wreck, followed the compressed tread path of the retreated tank, and then flew airborne over the last of the barricade. They landed safely on open road at the other side, and then Carmen raced away at unhindered speed. Critias arrived at the Smuggler's Passage light rail depot to find that the whole airport expedition waited for him. The morning work crew for the East Airport had already loaded their tools and supplies onto the light rail before word of the shootings and the airplane landing spread quickly through the community by GNP radio. The unexpected troubles were reason enough that the crews had expected a delay, if not an outright cancellation of their mission. They had yet to receive specific orders as to what the rest of their day would be. Critias was in the thick of their problems, and he didn't even know. For the moment, the officers were playing it by ear, waiting to see which way the cards fell before they committed to their next course of action. Yeti was out in the main tunnel, where he made people nervous as he played with his hip-holstered Magnum pistol in what appeared to be his quick-draw practice. His pistol was a clumsy beast of a weapon, even for an expert. In the hands of Yeti, it was an accident about to happen on myriad levels. Critias told everyone,
We have 2 new survivor groups in close contact. The friendlier group call themselves the Flotilla. They are the ones who just landed on the river in their seaplane. I need to take the train out to the castle. We are going to bring them inside. The Flotilla people are at war with the other group, some kind of militarized pirate jack-offs. Carmen and I just killed 3 of them while they tried to use a shoulder-launched missile to shoot down the Flotilla seaplane. These Maltese pirates have heavy weapons. Remember, they're not ghouls. The pirates will shoot back.
Yeti asked.
How come we have never heard about these airplane flotilla people before? How come we never got any warning about those Maltese assholes with their missile launchers?
There have been some high-level talks going on about us hooking up with other groups.
Critias revealed.
Now you know as much as I do.
Bean guessed.
If those pirates have been out there eavesdropping on us, it must have been a good idea that Jim kept it private. That way nobody talked about those things on the radio.
He told Yeti,
You need to stop playing with that gun before you shoot your foot off.
That's not what I heard.
Yeti retaliated.
You're the one who is going to have a shot-off foot if you don't keep your hands off the jailbait. What are you doing with her anyway? Last I heard, they were going to hang you for being a molester.
Bean was sick of Yeti and expressed it when he told him,
Alice is already more of a forager than you'll ever be. She has probably already shot more ghouls than you ever have. 2 years from now, when she and I are married and have a nice apartment in King's Tower, you will still be sucking your ass down in the barracks where you belong.
I don't think he has 2 years,
said Mandy. She didn't like Yeti and wanted to tease him.
When I look at Yeti, I can see the glow on him.
There isn't any glow on me,
Yeti declared defiantly.
I'm going to outlive you, little girl. You just watch me.
Some people do have the sight.
Tony Banjo said to join in, because he liked to see Yeti squirm.
My great-grandmother had it. She could just look at a guy and know, yep, that guy would be dead in a few days. They had that World War II Twilight Zone glow on their face like they were going to die soon.
In a creepy way, Mandy pointed an accusing finger at Yeti as she sang a children's nursery rhyme she had learned years before in Denver.
A scrape for little Josie, she hides it from the nosy. Scratches, scratches, she'll bite you in your sleep.
Yeti didn't know what to make of her performance other than he didn't feel good about it, as if she cast the evil eye on him or something.
I don't have any glow,
he said, all agitated.
And I don't have any scratches.
Tony Banjo told Yeti straight out.
You got the shine on you, Yeti man. In 3, maybe 4 days, your number is going to come up. Everybody can see it glowing on your face like that Twilight Zone episode. You glow so bright we could read by it. You can't cheat the Reaper. If I were you, I would transfer to kitchen duty right away.
Critias needed Henry and Gloria for taking out the milk wagon. He selected them to ride along with him on the train. George and Tony Banjo, along with their crews, wanted to join them just to have something to do while they waited around. Critias felt sorry for Yeti in that the others had him so spooked. It was bad enough that Mandy could successfully torment him as one trauma-regressed child personality to another. It reminded Critias of when Carmen cautioned him against reading the judge's curse about him taking haunted revenge on anyone that found him waiting in his chair and then reading his words. Superstition could only kill a person if they believed in it. Critias didn't offer any guarantee that bad luck or curses were not real. His indifference to them stemmed from the reality that the actual physical world was already so dangerous anyway, that those mystical moderate dangers simply were not significant enough for him to invest his limited concern to care about them. For Critias, Evil kid songs and curses ranked alongside things like feral escaped zoo elephant attack. While it was undoubtedly true that Critias could fall victim to a feral zoo elephant attack, it was so inarguably rare that he didn't feel like it was something that he needed to plan his whole day around avoiding. As an act of sympathy and some thin hope that lingered for the man, Critias asked Yeti,
"You want to go out?"
Definitely.
Yeti answered,
"I'm hungry for gold to get some of that sweet poon action tonight."
"There might be pirate snipers watching the river."
Critias warned him seriously. Not so seriously, he added.
"You can take them out first with that wonder rifle of yours."
Or at least draw their fire.
Bean joked humorlessly because he was serious. If there were a pirate sniper, that murderer would likely take out Yeti first, because he was the one who carried the kind of rifle that would normally allow him to be able to shoot back. Mandy wanted to ride along. She silently prodded Bean until he volunteered to go with her. They would just wait on the train and be available if anything exciting happened. Christopher the King's Lion also volunteered.
"I've undergone a thorough schooling in the operations of the light rail vehicle by Deputy Grand Marshal Davis. I'll be your conductor if you like."
On the ride out to the castle's Rook Depot, Critias tapped into Carmen's visual feed to see what she had going on with Verloc. Carmen had driven the motorcycle across the bridge and then headed down into the same area as the copper smelter they had raided for plumbing. Their destination was one great expanse of black coal stockpile yard, with that gray concrete fortress of furnace plant building at the very back, where it pressed up against the waters of the river. Carmen parked Verloc's motorcycle out of sight on the edge of the coal yard. The recent rains had erased all the tracks from that lifeless black field which completely surrounded the chimney-stacked factory. The only remaining tracks recent enough to exist were a single set of four-wheeled vehicle tire prints that had gone in and then left again. Those fresh tracks were only a couple of days old at most. Only a handful of wild ghouls sniffed about the area. Carmen saw no other signs of activity. Because some infected were close by, those suspiciously approached their motorcycle. Carmen growled at the ghouls and then threw lumps of coal at them until they turned away. When some runners who had chased the motorcycle arrived next, they saw that the first group had already departed for lack of interest. The new runners read that indifference to mean that their hunt was just a total waste of time and energy. Such was the fickle behaviors of ghouls who were always about acquiring their next meal.
They were dropped off.
Verloc based her opinion on the vehicle tracks. Carmen used her artificial eyes in telescopic to follow the tire tracks to their unloading point adjacent to the factory building. The missile team that had stayed behind had exited off the roof of their vehicle to climb up onto a shed that would have been accessible from that height. A cluster of mechanical pipes went from the roof of that shed up the side of the main building, and they had a convenient iron maintenance ladder that went along with them. Carmen counted 7 wild ghouls lying headshot in that immediate area. They had not been down for long enough that they had turned undead green. Other wild ghouls had wandered through the coal yards recently enough that they had left trails of their passing footprints. Carmen and Verloc didn't concern themselves about leaving one more set of tracks as they walked to the factory building. They had no trouble reaching the shed, and with a boost from Carmen, Verloc went up first. No sooner was she up at that higher elevation when Carmen heard the sound of a vehicle that fast approached without her being able to see it yet.
"Their ride is coming back,"
Carmen warned. Verloc immediately dropped flat onto the shed roof to conceal herself from view. She would be easily discernible by anyone that approached while she was standing up there against the backdrop of the factory. Once out of sight, Verloc called down to Carmen below.
"Play dead,"
she hastily warned.
"They won't think anything about one more headshot body. We can take them alive after they park. It will be a chance to find out what they know."
Carmen had grave-walking rags that were more than suitable for the ruse when she pretended to be a dead zombie. She had even cunningly painted her leather boots so that they appeared old and horrid. Carmen played dead on the edge of a heavy steel rubbish bin, where she felt it was unlikely that the vehicle would run over her when it pulled up. The topography across the river prevented Alice from being able to see everything through her scope. She caught a momentary glimpse of a black 4-door suburban truck as it raced across the village and then snuck away along a grassy back gravel road. Her helmet allowed Carmen to glimpse just as much. The truck dodged through a bushy, overgrown area, then finally approached the factory unpursued by the local infected. The vehicle paused just inside the edge of the coalfield, where it sat motionless for a long moment. A black-garbed occupant emerged from a roof hatch and then used a sound-suppressed scoped rifle to exterminate the handful of ghouls that still prowled about the area. Once their way seemed clear, the shooter withdrew inside his hatch, and then the truck quietly pulled up to the factory by following its same tracks as before. The vehicle eventually lined itself up with the shed and then cut its engine. Carmen continued to play dead while the truck was only 2 meters away from her. She heard a woman's voice speak the Eastern Mediterranean pirate dialect into a radio. It was a language that Carmen understood fluently.
Now is the time to go,
the woman transmitted. The missile team that Critias and Carmen had shot was apparently all dead in that no one answered her call. She added,
"Hurry now or we are going to have to leave you behind."
A man in the truck said in the same language.
"We give them 60 seconds. If no one comes down, we leave them behind according to procedure."
"I'll go up to check,"
said a second man.
"Sitting here doing nothing is the worst option."
Because Carmen had anticipated the opportunity to intercept some pirate communications, she had been ready for it. She easily locked onto the radio frequency the woman broadcasted on and decrypted their security. Carmen generated a virtual generic male voice and then radioed fluently in their language to reply.
"We're all fine here. Come on up."
The female nervously asked her companions.
"Who was that? I'm not sure who that was."
"Fuck this, I'm going now,"
the second man declared. He shuffled around inside the truck and then climbed out from the roof hatch. After he paused for a moment to look around, which included seeing Carmen and mistaking her for being a headshot undead, he slung his submachine gun and then jumped to a handhold on the edge of the shed roof to pull himself up. Once the man was up on the shed, he would climb the iron ladder to the top of the main factory building. The pirate pulled himself up onto the roof of the shed to discover Verloc was already there, and she pointed a suppressed pistol into his face, while she also hand-gestured to her lips that he should remain quiet if he wanted to live. By looking out through Verloc's Marshal Service wristwatch camera, Carmen saw that Verloc had successfully captured her man. That inspired Carmen to make a new voice based on what she had heard from Verloc's prisoner. Speaking as the new pirate, Carmen called them on their radio channel again.
"Come on up. Everything is fine here."
The first man still in the truck knew the layout of the place. He did think that the voice he heard seemed believable, but even so, he still had a properly cautious sense of suspicion that served him well. The man opened the top hatch of their vehicle and then went up so that he could watch the second man climb the ladder up the wall. After he saw the man in action, he would then feel certain that everything really was fine. In the moment that the man fumbled to get his submachine gun up through the narrow hatch with him, Verloc stepped up to the edge of the shed roof and then tossed down a hand grenade. The bomb bounced loudly as it went down through the open hatch, where it then rolled around somewhere inside the truck. The pirate was halfway out of the hatch and tangled up with his weapon strap when he cried out,
"Grenade!"
It honestly didn't matter that the ploy of leaving the pin in was familiar to him. If she had or had not armed the fuse, it was like a 50-50 toss not worth him taking. He maybe had just enough time to run. The female pirate threw open her driver's door and then jumped out at a dive so that she could get away from the imminent shrapnel detonation. The grenade actually blowing up the whole vehicle in a great fireball explosion was only likely to happen in Hollywood movies. The male pirate hurriedly scrambled up out of the hatch onto the roof so that he could get away as well. Verloc jumped down from the shed roof by using a Mohawk biker somersault twist that landed right behind the male pirate. She used the edge of her combat knife under his throat to command his compliance.
The pin was still ingenious,
she told him in English.
You just fell for the oldest trick in the book.
The female pirate driver took cover behind the trash dumpster because she hoped that would deflect any shrapnel from the explosion in their truck. While she cowered there, she saw Verloc leap down to capture her commanding officer. The woman fumbled in rising panic to get her submachine gun ready, yet even if she did open fire with it, she would likely hit her own commander and his body armor rather than get Verloc. Carmen abandoned the ruse of being a corpse as she silently sat up behind the female pirate in an affectation like Nosferatu rising from his coffin. The woman had enough time to sense her danger such that the hairs at the back of her neck became hackles. That was when Carmen pounced, gripping the pirate in an immobilizing bear hug from behind. The woman all but fainted from her terror, because over the years she had built up a most horrifying anticipation for the time when a raggedy ghoul would finally sneak up behind her, grab her, and then bite her neck. Carmen didn't bite. Instead, she took away the woman's submachine gun and pistol. Once disarmed, she shoved her loose as a harmless prisoner that had nowhere to run to, even if she bothered to try. The 3 new pirates wore the same mercenary black battle dress that matched the first 3 pirates Carmen and Critias had killed. Each pirate had a pistol, along with a sound-suppressed open-bolt submachine gun. All of their unimpressive stamp-manufactured low-quality weapons fired the common 9mm ammunition. Carmen deftly stripped their guns into parts and loose cartridges that she then sprinkled down into their truck through the sunroof hatch. None of the weapons was of sufficient value to deserve any tender treatment. She only retained the pieces at all because they might yet prove valuable in the spare parts tubs of the gunsmiths.
You two work for King Louis,
the senior man said in his exotic language. Carmen easily recognized the native New York accent behind the man's speech. She asked him in English,
"What part of your distant native land do you hail from, pirate? Lower South Brooklyn?"
She changed to his language, only she spoke it in perfect fluency down to a snobbish neighborhood dialect that far surpassed his own humble upbringing.
"I speak your romantic language far better than you do. Perhaps we should stick to your native English."
The man's eyes burned with a fuck you of hatred, but he remained fearful enough to restrain his anger.
You don't have to kill us.
He pleaded to reason using the perfect American English of his birth.
Before my people give up in the face of your aggression, they will employ the Samson's option on you. My people will nuke your city and then go make a fresh start somewhere else. You could be ambassadors to negotiate your capitulation to our superior leadership.
Verloc used the pressure of her knife to direct him to shut up, and then she told Carmen,
"You go up first. We need to get our prisoners off the ground before any zombie bomb critters show up to eat them."
After Carmen made the female driver climb up onto the roof of the truck, she searched both pirates to be satisfied that neither of them had any concealed weapons on their person. Thus assured, Carmen Clear jumped to the roof of the adjacent shed building. Their two pirate prisoners jumped next to catch onto the ledge before they pulled themselves up the rest of the way. Verloc brought up the rear as she made a stylish hip-over high jump that immediately rolled up to her feet. The first man that Verloc had captured was already in handcuffs through the frame of the durable iron ladder that hung bolted to the wall of the factory. With the other set of cuffs they had available, Verloc connected the next two prisoners by their wrists. She threaded behind a main leg of the ladder. On the other side of the river, and just a little bit to the north, the foragers on the light rail train arrived at the castle. They could not have asked for a more secure position to park the train with the way that the broad highway bridge's road deck shielded them overhead. About 5 meters below them was the perpendicular undercrossing of freight rail trestle with its track that entered into the vineyard's north tunnel, a gated entrance that was still another 4 meters above the ground-level street below. All combined, the defenses made for a formidable yet discreet set of obstacles against infected notice or intrusion. The elevated perspective from the light rail gave its occupants a prime view from which to examine the 4-engined air-sea rescue flying boat that sat out there on the river. The plane's factory markings were blue and white with an imperial red sun for the nation of Japan. In its time of use since the outbreak, someone had boldly written Japanese characters in red paint along the fuselage. Tony Banjo read it aloud.
"The crazy samurai bitches."
"Then the gods have smiled on you."
Penny told him with excitement.
"That's the name that you have tattooed on your left arm."
Tony explained for Critias.
"I got that ink while my band played the Lords of Metal Festival that last year before the shitstorm. That was just about the best 3 days of my whole life. I was really going places before the world puked itself to death, and then started eating each other."
Penny realized that Critias had no idea what they talked about. She explained further.
"The Crazy Samurai Bitches were this moderately successful Japanese death metal music band from the last days."
They were an all-chick death metal band.
Tony corrected her details.
"I want to make it clear that my best 3 days on this earth wasn't spent partying with a bunch of dudes. These bitches were hot and did things in bed that English doesn't even have words for."
Anyway,
Penny continued,
Tony was the lead guitarist for his own death metal band, so maybe someone in that plane knows Tony.
"My band was Iron Revision,"
Tony said, since he wanted his group's name to be part of the chronicle. Christopher opened the light rail doors to face the entrance into the Rook. Critias told Tony,
"You should come along to meet them then. Maybe you know some of the same people. It seems to me that they deliberately sent someone you would know and trusted to speak for them. It would be too much of a coincidence for this to be an accident. After all, there are a lot of women on that plane, and most of them spoke Japanese."
A guard waited to open the door into the Rook and then pass them through. Along with Henry, Gloria, and Yeti, Critias walked with Tony through the Rook. They crossed the bridge and then went into the gardener's shed before they continued around down into the Pancake House garage. From there, they went up into the vineyard's north tunnel. 3 more G&P members made silent greeting as they stood their posts along the way. The rail-riding shuttle took Critias's group out from the north tunnel across the vineyard into the mid-tunnel's Forager's Castle garage, where some of the trucks waited. Once they were in the old garage, Critias sent Gloria to take Snip's library limousine armored personnel carrier that the welders had put the new skin on. The vehicle builders had already painted the machine in a drab-colored scheme that made it look like it had sat on the side of a road to weather exposed for years. The name they had painted on the side designated it the Hauler. It had more cargo space than the milk wagon that would better serve Critias's needs of the moment. He also hoped that any pirate snipers would assume the APC still had its full battlefield armor, and thus they wouldn't give away their positions by futilely shooting at a rolling bulletproof box. Once everyone had loaded up, Gloria drove the hauler out through the vehicle gate and then down the hill for the short distance to reach the secure lane that led to the paddle-wheeler crane dock area. The river still ran high without being deep enough to cover the service road as it had on days prior. After the flying boat had taxied close to the crane barge, their crew had securely tied it off. With their transportation safely moored and battened down, the flotilla ambassadors then deployed an inflatable raft upon which they discreetly motored to shore inside the dock area. It was a quiet place for them to beach because the barge barrier enclosed them in and its walls muffled sound as well as obscured the view from the outside. When the black inflatable boat came ashore, it carried 5 passengers along with their considerable load of luggage. Gloria backed up the rear door of the hauler to be close to the boat, and then the men jumped out to secure the area. Yeti went to the front to keep watch, while Critias went to the boat with Tony and Henry. Critias's first impression of the flotilla survivors was that he noticed their strong body armor that had heavier defenses than was the norm of Fat Jack's Forager standard. Flotilla armor had additional rigid pieces reminiscent of medieval plate protection. It gave the impression that the flotilla scavengers liked to engage with ghouls at close personal range. Perhaps that reflected their experiences of fighting infected in the tight confines of ships at sea. As they climbed out of their inflatable raft, Critias asked,
"Do any of you speak English?"
The only man among the 5 answered,
We all speak English, some better than others.
When he offered a raised empty hand as the universal gesture of unarmed peaceful parley, the man demonstrated his finely crafted armored gloves. He said,
"My name is Polat Serkan, former captain, Turkish Army.
Polat gestured to their Chinese pilot who was of similar size and build to Carmen.
This is Major Li Feng, formerly of the People's Republic of China. These 3 ladies who volunteered the use of their plane are Akako, Yumi, and Rai, otherwise known as the Crazy Samurai Bitches. That is outrageous, I know. You will just have to trust me on that one."
"I am Critias."
He introduced himself.
"They are former members of a death metal musician group. I heard about them from one of our people who apparently knew them from back when."
He was about to introduce his companions, but when he glanced back at the others, Critias saw that Yeti failed to keep proper security watch. The fool searched the skyline through his rifle scope, hoping to locate far-off pirate snipers. Even if enemy snipers had been out there, they would have to be as dumb as Yeti to perch on some forward ledge or protrude their rifle barrel out a blatantly open window. Real snipers would remain cunningly concealed in deep cover, which was the very quality that differentiated snipers from ubiquitous designated marksmen who could often shoot just as well, if not better, just without the accompanying ninja guile. Yet he failed to notice the 3 ghouls that had somehow slipped inside the barge walls and then followed the hauler down into the dockyard. The infected currently crept up in the distance as they prepared to make their final rush to attack. Major Feng saw the ghouls, prompting her to draw her suppressed automatic pistol. Polat raised his silenced Shipka Maschinenpistole he kept on a sling. Critias held off, because he wanted to see what the flotilla people were capable of doing. He could get a good measure of their mettle. The first fire came from Tony Banjo when he brought his suppressed Kalashnikov AK-47 to his shoulder and then released a long automatic strafe that ripped bullets through all 3 of the ghouls' heads simultaneously. It was an amazingly clean set of kills even for a skilled professional, such that a touch of luck had favored the blithely unconcerned effort that had gone into it. Since Tony had everyone's attention, he impatiently suggested,
Let's get loaded up and roll our asses on out of here. Between Critias shooting that bazooka of his and your plane landing, the groupies are really full of love this morning.
The gunfire startled Yeti back to reality. It was too late for him to do anything about the ghouls he had failed to even notice. He went back to keeping watch only with better eyes toward the ghouls on the ground instead of snipers in the sky. The supplies in the inflatable boat included heavy containers of seafood, either frozen solid or packed in ice. As Polat lifted out an ice chest of lobsters, he told Critias,
"There is another 200 kilograms of food still on the plane if you think we have time to get it now."
"We can make another trip while we are here."
Critias decided promptly.
"There is always extra time for bringing in some good food, and it isn't like we want to make a second trip out here. If I did let it spoil, Chef Nick would have my balls on display in a jar.
It didn't take them long to load everything from the raft into the hauler. Polat took his inflatable boat back to the seaplane along with Feng and Henry in his company. They would collect the rest of the seafood while everyone else hid out against the hauler to deprive the infected of any extra action for them to take interest in. While Tony whispered with the 3 Japanese lady friends from his past life, it gave Critias a chance to check up on Carmen again.
We have 3 prisoners.
Carmen proudly informed her husband, since his approval was always essential to her fragile self-esteem.
A second team came to retrieve the missile crew we eliminated. Verloc and I caught them without mishap. We searched the bodies of the 3 men we shot. I took all their salvageable gear and loaded it into their truck. I will use their vehicle to transport the prisoners back to you. I can't get the truck over the bridge, but I thought that I could meet you someplace close to the light rail tracks. Would you prefer that I interrogate the prisoners before tossing them to the ghouls?
Her tone suggested that she assumed he would not like that at all. Carmen remained well aware that Critias did not allow her to perform judicial executions on captured humans. By moral association, she understood that he would not like her inflicting interrogation torture either.
No.
Critias instructed her.
You bring those pirates back with you alive unless they force you to do otherwise. Whatever eventually happens to them, it will not be on your hands. You've done a great job, and I'm very proud of you. Wait there for a few minutes while I get finished up here, and then bring them to meet us somewhere that we can pick you up with the train.
Carmen confirmed her orders.
We will wait here then. See you soon. I love you.
Love me when you have some free time.
Critias cautioned her.
Keep your mind on business. Those pieces of shit you captured will be mad desperate to get away from you.
I'll drop them at your feet,
Carmen promised.
even if they end up a little chewed.
With some time to kill before their rendezvous with the train, Carmen told Verloc,
They are still dealing with that other thing. It will be a few minutes before they can meet us for a pickup.
Verloc gestured to their prisoners.
What about these 3?
Carmen answered.
Critias told me that he wants us to bring them back alive. They will interrogate them back at the city.
That seemed impractical to Verloc.
They don't trust us to do it ourselves?
The explanation that answered Verloc's question somewhat embarrassed Carmen.
Critias isn't comfortable with me being involved in unsavory necessities. To be perfectly honest, I have never tortured anyone before anyway. My specific training was more directly concerned with environmental problems rather than confronting undisciplined humans. There are no organized communities of debauched humans left where I come from.
The senior pirate took Carmen's words as a clue that she was a novice to dangerous activities and possibly vulnerable to his manipulation. He spoke.
If you turn us over to your commanders, they will torture and then murder us. You don't want that kind of thing on your good Christian conscience. Just let us go and then tell them we escaped. When the time comes, I will reciprocate your generosity. You can do more than survive this. Women as attractive as you two could have comfortable and even leisurely lives in the new order.
The notion of becoming the concubine of a pirate drew a displeased glare from Carmen.
If you want to talk, you had best make it something useful, pirate. Otherwise, keep silent. What awaits you will be considerably less kind if I inform them that you were difficult with me. We offered your people friendship, and you replied to our hospitality with treachery. Nothing that befalls you will be any fault of mine. You came here looking for trouble, and by golly gosh, you magically found it. So just shut up before I make you shut up.
Let us go.
The pirate insisted with some lingering sense of confidence that she might actually do it.
If we start shouting, the creatures will come. When you fight them, even more will come until you can't even get to our truck. Your friends will die when they come here to try and rescue you. If we are to die anyway, it's better for us to die here and take some of you with us.
We don't need 3.
Verloc suggested.
If he wants to play rough, indulge him.
Carmen told the pirate.
We do not fear the ghouls. If you summon them to your detriment, you will die here alone. The infected would be able to get up here in motivated numbers. Once they climbed over piles of themselves, they would find you chained to that ladder and then eat you.
The senior pirate believed her warning to be a lie. He could not conceive of how the 2 women could move among the infected without fear. By his reasoning, she would only lie if at a disadvantage, and that was just the sort of weakness he hoped to exploit. He raised his voice to a dangerous volume when he insisted,
Let us go or die here with us.
The female pirate took special notice of the total indifference behind Carmen's shrug. The young woman didn't want humans or infected to kill her, and she rightly believed that she had a better chance to negotiate some alternative with the humans.
I have a son.
She told Carmen in serviceable English that begged compassion from another woman.
He is only 3 years old. There won't be anyone to take care of him when I'm gone.
His father will have to care for him.
Carmen answered with no enthusiasm for her own words. The woman's ploy was a good one because it did capture Carmen's pity. The directives that Critias had planted in her companion software mind, that she should cultivate womanly love for children and compassion for the heroic or innocent, had since grown large enough that it had influence over her thoughts and feelings.
I don't know who the father is.
The woman added to make multiple issues clear.
I did what I had to do in order to survive, but my son is innocent. Please don't let him suffer for my mistakes. What else is left in this world worth saving if not a child?
The request made Carmen frown, since there was nothing she could do at the moment to remedy the issue, even if she wanted, which she actually did in all honesty. To her own defense, Carmen replied,
What could I do to help you, even if I were so inclined? When we destroy the rest of your invasionary force, I will do what I can to spare the child.
The lead pirate grasped at the new opportunity.
They will give you the boy in trade for me. Take me back to my people and the boy is yours, I promise you.
Carmen sneered at his ludicrous offer.
I'll have to pass over your promise, pirate.
She told him with pointed contempt.
You won't honor your bargains. Your kind never does.
I'm not so sure about that,
said Verloc.
Trading the life of a child to save his own cowardly ass sounds like just the sort of bargain he might carry through on. Unfortunately for him, we don't negotiate with terrorists, right?
The burdened expression still hung on Carmen until she finally replied after some thought.
It is not a decision I can make. I can best honor my master's principles by leaving such matters to him.
So you would deliver me up for execution?
The pirate leader said with snide intent.
Rather than save an innocent child. Such a disappointment you must be to your master. He must know that you would show the same cold indifference to his own children.
The comment did not sway Carmen from her decision, but it did have an impact on the pirate woman, who considered the message as though he had meant it for her.
Rescue my son.
She pleaded.
If you save him, I will tell you all that I know. Their plans, the locations of the other field teams, everything.
Carmen's enhanced senses and internal hardware made for a masterful lie detector, especially when the target was under extreme duress. It wasn't the woman's genuine pledge to reveal the plans of their enemy that registered as the most important. The woman had asked that they rescue her son as if she had been akin to a prisoner and had no desire to return to her own people even if she could. The woman hoped for liberation from them, even at the cost of her own life, so long as her son would be safe. It was a difficult request for Carmen to refuse and maintain her virtuous aspirations. Like Carmen, the lead pirate understood that the woman spoke genuinely. Her willing betrayal would not only devastate their cause on the whole, it would also devalue his own bargaining position in that he would have none. His life would be worthless for anything but the sport of his death.
You'll tell them nothing!
He warned her in their language with an added kick to her thigh.
Would you murder us all for the sake of your one stunted bastard? They would sooner toss him to dogs than spare the food of raising him. When their men finish raping you, they will kill you too.
The outburst was more than Carmen could stand. She walked over to be close enough to the pirate officer for him to kick at her if he so dared.
It is a mark of cowardice for a man to beat a bound and helpless foe,
she told him.
You're a man?
He mocked her. Carmen asked Verloc.
Would you give him the key? It's true that I'm not a man, but then again, neither is he.
Verloc chuckled as she happily produced the handcuff key and then showed it to him.
If you can get past her, you're free to go, tough guy.
The pirate hesitated to accept the offer. He had to try something desperate because he had no illusions of surviving if they transported him back to their men. His ambition, born of his ancestry, was to survive at any cost, not to die a manly death in a useless display of honor. If he had only seen Carmen casually make the impossible jump to the roof of the shed, he would have witnessed enough to know she was far from helpless. He had seen much more than that. She had captured them without firing a shot, and that was after she also took out their entire missile team. The lead pirate felt certain that Carmen was highly dangerous. He stalled to think of some kind of plan to take advantage of their taunting, but nothing came to mind. Verloc pulled her pistol to get some old-fashioned respect from the prisoners and hopefully not need to kill one of them as she approached. She handed the key to the lead pirate.
Lock her to the ladder and then step away.
She referred to the woman that shared the leader's cuffs. Before the younger male pirate made a fatal mistake, Verloc told him,
I'll have to shoot you in the belly if you try anything stupid.
The younger man had been about to attempt a grab for her. He would have if she hadn't clearly seen it coming and been ready for him to try. Instead of a desperately suicidal move, he told Verloc,
If you want to fight one of us, let it be me.
Not you.
Carmen refused his offer.
You wanted to stand by your dead kinsmen when the others were ready to leave them behind as a mystery. If you want an honorable death, you won't be getting it from me. I don't kill men unless they force me.
The lead pirate unlocked himself and then hooked the cuff onto a rung of the ladder.
But you are willing to murder me,
he observed.
By my recollection, I have lost a couple of matches recently,
said Carmen.
Perhaps you will win your freedom. I should warn you, though. They were the best in the world at what they do, while you are just a sniveling little turd.
The pirate struck a martial pose as if he actually knew how to fight. It only made Verloc snicker at the joke.
Krav Maga. Oh, we're in trouble now.
She drew out her combat knife and then offered it to the pirate.
Here, you better use this instead. I wanted to see you get a beating, not absolutely raped.
The pirate gave Verloc a dirty look.
A knife against her sword?
Verloc tossed the blade to him.
Don't concern yourself with that. She won't need it.
The pirate caught the knife and then pretended to test its balance while he considered his next move that was likely to be his last. That his opponents were women lent him no self-confidence to make a move against Carmen. Even if he did stab her, Verloc still held a gun. He would never honor any pledge to let someone go, and thus couldn't even imagine that she would either. Instead, the man thought to resolve a more attainable goal. He positioned the knife to stab rather than thrust, and then he turned to lunge at his fellow captives. His intent was to bury the blade into the female pirate's neck. The knife would permanently shut her traitorous mouth before she ever got the chance to reveal their secrets. The pirate advanced only a single step before Verloc was already on him. She had expected that the man would try something cowardly. Verloc hooked his ankle with her foot, which tripped him down onto his face like the stumbling fool that he was. Carmen wasn't surprised that Verloc had the villain under control and had expected no less from her. It was the other man's actions that attracted her notice. When his companion thought to kill the woman, the younger pirate had thrown himself in front of her to take the blade into his back to protect her. Certainly he had hoped that his bulletproof vest would have absorbed the strike, assuming that it had landed there. All the same, it was a selfless act in the extreme moment, like when Bobby Bean let Saltback smash him to save Alice from the same fate. Like a vengeful ghost or a guilty conscience, Carmen's software program for comprehending compassion tried to make sense of humans and their world. Her vast repertoire of written knowledge was a meager guide to her soul. In so many ways, the words no more nourished her than would have the prospect of her eating a written description of food. Humans had always devoted their thoughts and industry to the labor of slaughtering one another. They had only stopped because they ran out of humans when something even more vicious than they were finally came along to finish the job for them all. The good humans had more or less followed the same path as they used violence to hack back the undergrowth of human indecency like an encroaching jungle. None of the carnage had ever brought them any closer to stopping the root cause of all their aggression. None of the war had really made any difference, or perhaps it had, only all the blood had obscured the sight of it. Even in the last hours of their dying species, the pirates had sought to do what they had always done before, feed on their own kind as a treacherous, bloodthirsty parasite. Carmen wondered if the woman was any different just because she wanted to protect her own son. It was in her nature as a mammal to preserve her own offspring. There was nothing especially noble about that any more than when a whale or a cat did the same thing. She wondered if the gallantry of the other man was his truer nature, indicative of some hidden decency. If there was an obvious answer, Carmen was unable to find it. As much as she loathed acknowledging it, most humans were lesser creatures than she, and perhaps victims of their inherent inferiority. They seemed incapable of understanding that they were perpetually the cause of their own misery. The elder pirate was hot with adrenaline and quick to counter his initial failure. He rolled while he sat up to throw the knife at Carmen. It was an amateur attempt, devoid of proper timing in the rotation, to make contact with the point, rather than the butt of the blade. It hardly mattered, since Carmen caught the knife from the air by its hilt as easily as if she had picked a flower, and she did it just as absently. She offered the knife back to Verloc, while she kept a sadly introspective eye on their prisoners. When the pirate on the deck seemed content to await his fate, Verloc asked,
"Are you ready to return to your cage like a good little puppy?"
You have me at a disadvantage.
The man answered bitterly, which confirmed he was.
I still have not abandoned my cause, nor will I ever.
Carmen shook her head with dissatisfaction.
Your precious cause? Ignorance is the mother of your devotion to it. I pledge to deliver you whole and alive. That is my cause, and the only equitable expedition between us. Should any misfortune befall you henceforth, it will be of your own manufacture. Remain silent and at least grudgingly compliant so that no harm comes to you.
Mark my words,
the man hissed.
Before this is done, you will see the blood of those you hold dear.
His taunt drew more of a reaction than he bargained for. Carmen rushed over to jerk him up by the armpits of his Kevlar vest. She leaned back and raised her arms to get the taller man clear of the rooftop for his vigorous shake to the words,
You loathsome worm.
She carried him to the edge of the roof, where she dangled his feet over the open air of the coal yard.
I was given life to end them.
She warned him in case he failed to grasp his frail hold on living.
This could be done sooner than you had imagined. If you plan to show me the blood of those I love, you had best make haste to produce it. I wager the blood you are about to see will be none other than your own. Shall we see it together? Perhaps it is as putrid and yellow as the color of your spine. I can arrange for an inspection of that as well.
When he had seen her catch the thrown knife, the pirate had understood that Carmen was no common adversary. The ease with which she carried him removed all doubts that she was anything less than superhuman. Fear squeezed his heart in a cold fist, and that terror only grew as he looked back over his shoulder to see the ground below. If the bone-breaking fall didn't frighten him enough, the pirate grew utterly horrified as he stared into the upturned, eager eyes of a male ghoul that had crept near to their shed in search of a meal. The pirate and the hungry infected locked gazes for a moment. The ghoul expressed silent amazement over his good fortune. The frantic beat of the pirate's heart quaked a clanging dinner bell invitation for the creature to have him as breakfast. Carmen felt tempted to drop the man to his death, and even lowered him a bit to sample the promise of the sensation.
I think he likes you.
She darkly joked.
As for myself, I prefer that pathetic creature over you. There is no dishonesty in them. Like nature itself, they are the purity of survival. They hold no malice for their own kind, whereas you are little more than a cannibal, figuratively for certain, and literally on occasion I would wager. Would you like to meet him?
The ghoul did a merry sort of dance ripe with excitement. It did not cry out for help, since it wanted the meal to itself. The infected reached up like an invitation for Carmen to toss it down the delicious pirate. When not immediately satisfied, the ghoul grunted with impatience like a toddler teased with an unreachable cookie. What little courage that the pirate ever had took the occasion to abandon him. He looked Carmen in the eye, and from so close they seemed devilishly cold. Unable to look away even though he would have preferred to, the pirate begged,
Please don't throw me down there.
I'm not going to kill you if you don't make me.
Carmen answered.
I find no charity in offering up garbage like you to that hungry beggar.
You're not human.
He croaked.
What are you?
Who, me?
She hefted the pirate back from the edge and then roughly tossed him behind her to sprawl out on the rooftop.
I am the very pink of courtesy.
The ghoul down below made a loud hoot to demonstrate dissatisfaction. When Carmen looked down and then bared her teeth to give it the only warning growl the trespasser would get, the creature rightly knew it was time to leave, while it still had the teeth to take a next meal elsewhere. The ghoul departed a few paces, then glanced back only to see that Carmen was about to jump down to beat some better side of valor into him. At that, the infected turned tail and then hurried off. The creature left the meat to ghouls far meaner and less willing to share in spoils. Critias's group stayed busy as they retrieved all the cargo from the seaplane and then loaded the containers into the hauler for transport back to secure quarters. The flotilla crew had brought an impressive feast of seafood they could so ably acquire in their life as oceanic nomads. Critias also took the outboard engine from their inflatable boat, just in case there were more pirates that skulked about, and any of them got an idea to steal the watercraft or the seaplane, for that matter. When Gloria started to drive them back, Tony pulled off his mask to reveal an expression of one who felt blessed.
I never dared to imagine any of you had survived,
he told the three Japanese ladies.
Azami didn't last the first month.
Yumi explained in crude English as to their missing fourth member.
She went out metal,
added Rai with the same brutal accent.
If not for her, we never would have gotten out of Tokyo.
Akako had a more serious business attitude and much better English when she asked,
Are you starving here? None of you seems too skinny. You must be eating something that is not each other.
We have our problems,
Tony answered as if those were manageable.
You guys bringing your pirate war with you stands out among them. Food supplies are the best we've ever seen, so don't worry about that.
Gloria got back to the castle garage in haste. Plenty of guards waited at the vineyard gate to escort them in, such that they were soon safely indoors. Christopher the King's Lion had driven the light rail back to Smuggler's Passage Depot to pick up Jim, who wanted to see the new prisoners. Hatchet came along as Jim's ever-vigilant and uncompromising bodyguard. Alice rode along as well, since she had no reason to stay behind the rifle at Radio City. The train had returned quickly enough that the passengers had already taken the rail taxi into the castle garage, where they waited for the hauler when it finally arrived. As he disembarked from the hauler, Critias told Jim,
Carmen has taken 3 prisoners.
He didn't know that Jim had already heard the news from Verloc, who kept him updated through her secret agent wristwatch. Critias added,
I told her to bring them back for questioning. They can't get the truck they captured over the bridges. I need to take the train out to pick her up.
Hatchet thought that sounded especially dangerous.
You should think twice about taking the train across the river. Those pirates might try blowing it up with some kind of bomb. If they have been in the city for days, they have had ample opportunity to plant some explosives.
Polat confirmed that danger.
Treacherous sneak attacks are their preferred way. They would set it up in advance along with planted evidence of some kind that suggested that it had been us behind the attack. That way, they could start a conflict between our two peoples. I wouldn't be surprised if they had planned on blaming you for shooting down our plane. I'd like to speak to your leader, if only by radio. Your King Louis invited us here for talks, and I want him to know that we are what we claim to be.
Some of the castle workers unloaded the cargo from the hauler. When they discovered it was all the finest luxury seafood, they openly chattered in delight to the fact.
I am King Louis,
Jim revealed without reservation.
You must be Captain Polat Serkan. Fleet Admiral Rudel said that you were one of his finest field operations commanders. I request that you remain armed at all times, and I apologize in advance for any indignities that we must force upon you. You have my word that you will not endure anything different from what we expect of ourselves. I was not anticipating that you would bring such an elaborate feast. What is yours, as we say. I hope it is your intention to share your food with the same generosity that we offer you ours.
Polat bowed to Jim.
Greetings to you then, King Louis. We accept your conditions, and this food is a gift to you from Fleet Admiral Rudel. He said that a daily guest was a thief in your kitchen, while a well-provisioned ambassador would be a welcomed arrival.
Wise words on his part,
Jim replied.
Please, just call me Jim. In all honesty, King Louis was my father's title, and so I best leave it to his worthy honor. It was his intellect and daring that made all this possible.
I'm sorry to hear that he is dead.
Polat offered genuine condolences.
Excuse me saying that it is a surprise to me that someone as young as yourself is holding all this together. I can already see that you're doing an impressively fine job of it. I honestly expected to find a sorry and desperate situation here. That couldn't be further from the truth. For all of your father's great accomplishments, he also prepared for himself a worthy heir to maintain his nation.
Alas, he is dead,
Jim assured Polat.
I shot him myself. I do welcome you here as family, and you have my extended invitation to stay as long as you will. No doubt, Fleet Admiral Rudel will be expecting you back in his service. Not that I suggest you would ever leave it. He could ill afford to give you up.
Jim looked to Critias.
Take who you need to go out and collect Carmen and their prisoners. Take whatever precautions you require to ascertain the presence of any bombs. I have too many things to be keeping track of here to come along with you. Not that you need me. It is the undiscovered disasters that demand my alert presence.
Polat felt uncertain that he understood correctly.
You have a woman leading a capture team out there? Is that this Carmen that you speak of?
I have 2 women out there,
Jim divulged.
Carmen is with Special Agent Verloc Shield, which reminds me, it would be best if you introduced yourself as Captain Polat to my people, since that rank carries special meaning here. That is how you came, and so you should remain an officer. You are a welcome guest to be sure, but we all work for our suppers. I can't let a man of your talents go to waste, especially not now with all these pirates running around making trouble for us both.
Critias asked Polat.
Did those pirates come here just to kill us all? You know them better than we do.
I don't think so,
Polat reasoned.
You have far too much in the way of supplies they require for them to just blow it all up. They live to steal the hard work of others, and they have come much too far to be only on a simple raid. I think they plan to take up permanent residence. For the moment, that is likely to work to your advantage. If they have set up their operation at the Air Force Base, they will need your train intact.
Jim told Critias.
Any danger that there is a bomb on the tracks is already too great for us to ignore. I can't risk losing any one of you. You must do whatever it takes to eliminate that possible threat. Maybe you could just walk the line ahead of the train to give it an inspection. Personally, I agree with Polat. They wouldn't needlessly blow up the best transportation system we have for the taking, and the only one for getting across the river. No matter what they're planning, they would like to have our train for moving cargo, the same as we do.
While Jim and Polat made a round of introductions, Critias radioed to Carmen to get her moving because he was on his way out to pick her up. He only needed Chris the King's Lion to drive the train. Alice and Bean volunteered to ride along. Critias did not refuse them.
Chapter 5. Where Angels Dare.
The pirates did not have a bomb that waited to destroy the light rail train as Critias headed out to pick up Carmen, but a team of Maltese commandos did realize when the train left the Rook depot. They camped out in the elevator mechanical shed on the roof of a glass and steel office tower not far from the Colosseum. They had intended to monitor radio traffic and observe survivor activity, but despite their diligent efforts, they had accomplished little of either. King Louis's community had minimal radio communications other than the constant but inane conversations of his guards, of which there were many, and they patrolled every building and hallway. Even that information was of no real value, since everything in their community had nicknames that meant nothing to outsiders. Names like the Pancake House did nothing to tell the pirates what building they even made reference to, assuming it was a building at all, and not just some restaurant inside one of their hideouts. Other than the constant banter of the guard force, the only other signal was the community's music station, which in all honesty was more than a little entertaining considering the isolated tedium of the pirate spies. The pirates' lofty observation post secured them from attack by prowling infected, but it didn't overlook much of anything besides the boarding gangway that serviced their subway train. Activity at the train remained uncertain at best, because the pirates could not actually see the train itself, which was under the road deck, and neither could they see into the gangway to know if anyone used it. When the train did move, they only knew that by the faint auditory clues that accompanied the moving vehicle, that and the bridge's undercarriage launching waves of distressed pigeons. The three pirates had listened to the seaplane as it came in to land. Since they had been aware of their overall plan of invasion, they had expected to see the plane explode into a fireball of flames when the other team's missiles struck it from the sky. Instead, they had heard the thundering shots of rifles and then watched the plane land safely on the river. The radio traffic of King Louis's community increased dramatically over the incident. Nearly all of it was guardsmen who asked about the meaning of the shots they had heard, and then they wanted to know about the ownership of the mysterious plane. Even in that information, what the pirates heard made it seem like the community was totally ignorant of the flotilla or even of what their own personnel shot at. Then all those communications abruptly vanished, as an indication that King Louis's community became aware that spies listened in, and they no longer wanted the pirates to be aware of anything. That was reason enough for the pirates to assume that the city had gone into a state of high alert. All the evidence added together indicated that the invasion plans had failed to garner any initial success, and there was good reason for them to worry that their situation would get even worse in the near future. Since King Louis would certainly suspect that he currently had other adversaries camped about in the area of his community, he wouldn't need to be a military genius to start searching out other hostile intruders and then eliminating them. It was his city, after all, and he clearly had resourceful people, all the more evident from the setbacks that very morning. The flotilla crew from the seaplane would know the Maltese pirates quite well, and thus would prove to be valuable advisors, if not eager assistants in rooting out their common enemy. In total, as the three pirates listened to the light rail train rattle across the bridge to get further away, they felt the pressure of being the hunted rather than the predators. They would have felt a whole lot worse were it not for their naive ignorance about just who the actual ruler of their local vicinity really was. King Louis's survivors could only pass through the area of the Colosseum at their own peril. It was Jingle Bells and his minions who wandered those particular ruins at their leisure. Perhaps even worse for the pirates was the fact that the building they had chosen as their refuge was one of those that Jingle Bells frequently used to gather his food. The lowest floor of that office building stood open to the elements. Its dark glass walls had long since fallen victim to the harsh chaos that took place during the outbreak. There were no meaningful resources on that ground level, which was all wreckage and rot. It was the next 5 ascending levels that held Jingle Bell's edible treasure. Those floors had formerly been the elevated parking garages with their generously open window slots that let in fresh ventilation. The spacious garage areas had become the ideal nesting habitat for thousands of city birds, who in turn had attracted a host of other small creatures that together flourished as a microhabitat. As a lofty commercial office tower, the building had never attracted much in the way of looters or survivalists, since it lacked any promise of sustenance, resources, or security. The next 14 floors above the parking levels were contractual lease office space that still had windows to keep the interior dry and free of most vermin. The three pirates used their binoculars to watch the castle's train station out of the hope that they might still learn something useful, which they didn't, aside from a refreshed suspicion that there had to be an underground area in there that King Louis's people traveled through to need the gangway to reach the train at all. The woman among the pirates knew from experience that it was best to keep her mouth shut. Their current situation was bad enough that speaking out became her stronger motivation. So she commented to the two men,
"King Louis will know about our airship by now. The flotilla crew from the plane will tell them everything about the black hole."
The subordinate of the two men understood her reasoning.
The black hole will never pick us up now. They know that King Louis will be watching the sky for the ship, and he wouldn't have any trouble shooting it down. It isn't even bulletproof. Our people will know that, and then just leave us here to fend for ourselves. If we don't do something soon, we are going to die here.
The group leader was a small-minded, vicious little man whose determination to maintain his command superseded his interest in receiving sound advice.
Keep your teeth shut and your eyes open.
He scolded them both.
They have a base down in there. We know that for certain.
At least we have plenty of water.
The woman added to draw attention to the fact that they didn't have plenty of food.
I wish we had enough water for washing, though.
Going to be hot today,
the underman observed.
Especially up here. Maybe it's time to go down into the building, start figuring out how we're going to get out of here.
The leader didn't trust either of his teammates to stick to the assigned objectives. No one left in the world had survived so long without a well-developed sense of self-preservation. It was unlikely their little group could make it back to the airbase, and equally improbable that their rigid airship would risk destruction by coming to collect them. As he saw it, their only workable opportunity to keep on living would be to cross the half-kilometer of open streets to reach the train. Once there, they could perhaps sneak inside King Louis's base, or take some hostages that they could ransom for a good vehicle that would get them to the airbase. With that plan in mind, the leader told the other two,
I will go down and find us a safe path to the street. When it gets dark, I will lead you down to their train, and then you will see that they are only slaves waiting for us to command them. They shall toil all their lives away while we sit and eat like Effendi.
The other man took no confidence from the bold words.
If they are so chattel-brained, how is it that they have built so much and we had to come here like beggars to thieve from them in the night?
The officer put his hand to his pistol holster.
Perhaps you would rather betray the rest of us and make your own peace with them?
Such were the thoughts of the man, but he wisely kept the words to himself.
I am no traitor,
was his safer answer.
Keep careful watch,
the officer instructed.
I shouldn't be long.
He took a few steps toward the door to the stairwell and then paused over second thoughts about leaving the other two behind together where they would conspire against him in his absence.
Come with me, Jude,
he told the woman.
You can help me. We will need to make our way down in the dark. It will be helpful for you to be familiar with the route.
He knew it was the right decision when the woman glanced back, because she wanted to stay with the other man. During the outbreak, their building's businesses had all closed under threat of that approaching tidal wave of refugees and infected that surged northward together from Mexico. The general panic had left the whole tower empty, except for a few squatters that hadn't stayed any longer than the time it took them to realize the place's lack of value. The squad leader led the way as the two progressed down the interior stairwell by flashlight. Tough nomadic lives, typical of their greater pirate community, had ravaged their supply of technological gear over the years, such that they sorely lacked delicate items like night vision goggles. The leader did not open any doors to explore the floors they passed as they spiraled down the stairs. His only interest was to find a safe way to reach the streets without encountering any infected, if they could in any way avoid it. Even though they descended toward street level, the perfect dark of that windowless stairwell shaft made them feel as though they traveled deeper underground. It was an unpleasant sensation that came complete with claustrophobia in a hot, suffocating atmosphere that impinged with unseen dangers and moldy smells. None of the three pirates knew much of anything about the building they occupied. Their insertion had been onto the roof by air at night, and from that time they had never risked going down into the lower levels. They understood that to expose their presence to any infected that hunted in the area risked a feeder scream that could rapidly escalate into a cannibal riot against them that they would not survive. Even after they barricaded themselves on the roof, they would run out of food and water long before the ghouls gave up on the idea of eating them. Because the situation for the three pirates appeared to be so entirely grim and nearly devoid of hope, they both got a pleasant surprise when Jude's flashlight illuminated a sign on the wall. The plaque marked one of the doors that led off onto a floor. It read that beyond the door was the building's automotive parking garage. That seemed like good fortune to Jude as she whispered with excitement,
This building has its own parking garage. How close are we to the street? Is this the bottom?
5 floors to go, I think.
The leader answered her, unsure of the truth.
We are not that close.
Jude considered that also to be positive news. She reasoned,
Cars would have to drive all the way up to this level. That means there are more parking levels than just this one. We could get one of the vehicles started and then just drive out of here.
She hoped that he'd agree with her plan, because she thought his idea of attacking Forager's castle after they walked the open streets to get there seemed like a suicide mission, which it almost certainly would be.
If these parking levels have a drivable spiral going all the way down to the street,
he argued negatively,
that means the infected are able to wander in and out of the building. If we stick to the stairwell, I think we can get down to street level without running into any screamers.
We need a vehicle,
she pleaded.
not our boots on the street. If you take us out there on foot, we're all going to die. King Louis' soldiers won't even have to shoot us. We will be leaving town as some Night Stalker's bowel movement.
Jude was so obviously correct in her estimations that he couldn't force himself to dismiss the reasoning.
It's worth checking out then.
He conceded to her better plan, at least insofar as him being willing to test its potential.
If we can find something drivable, we would only need to get far enough away from the city center for them to safely pick us up with the black hole.
The man opened the door from the stairwell onto the uppermost parking level. He had to do no more than break the door's seal to its jamb to let in a horrendous stench that assaulted their nostrils. The nearly empty garage was of considerable size, with enough sunlight coming in through the ventilation slots to make their flashlights unnecessary. The only vehicles on that floor were a row of 3 luxury sedans that were choice examples of refined German engineering. Unfortunately, those heavy cars had thick coverings of bird excrement, as did the floor and every other surface that had the capacity to support the mounded filth. The foulness was more than just thick encrustations of bird droppings. It also contained their nesting materials, loose feathers, and a diverse menagerie of small vermin, like mice and insects, that dined on the putrescent accumulation of shit, fallen eggs, and dead pigeons. The leader asked her,
"Well, what do you think? Could you get one of those started? Shit wipes off."
She expected the cars would still be operational, though not exactly ideal for their needs. Jude explained,
The batteries will be completely dead, of course. The main problem is that they use special anti-theft keys, have electronic ignition systems, and automatic transmissions. I think we should keep looking for something easier to work with.
What Jude really wanted was a 4-wheel drive, preferably a high-performance sport utility vehicle. She suggested,
There are more parking levels. There should be a better selection of vehicles further down. Surely, some people would have left their cars here when they headed for safety by riding along with friends.
He had already lost faith in her idea to get a vehicle started and spat the word.
Safety? Bah, where would that be? The infection was already showing up in New York and Europe by the time this city was evacuating. It was already obvious even then that they had nowhere safe to evacuate to. We need to stick with my original plan and make a move against that train. If you want anything in this world now, you have to be willing to fight for it, to kill for it, to just take it.
Jude raised her foot to examine how much of the bird plop collected on her boot. The interior of the building was rather dry, especially with the summer heat, so that the filth was more crusty than clingy. It looked and smelled far worse than it actually was a hazard they would slip on.
This seems safe enough for the moment.
She observed aloud for his benefit.
We have come this far already.
The man said nothing while he contented himself by laying a displeasured glower on her before they continued on. They followed the spiraling car ramp down to the next parking level to find that it had around a dozen cars, only all of them seemed thoroughly vandalized in that someone had bludgeoned out all the glass from those vehicles. The crude remodeling had converted the cars into ideal feral street pigeon nest houses. Thousands of the birds took up comfortable residence throughout the building's interior parking levels, such that each level was as flush with them as the last. For the moment, many of the birds sat quietly to digest their early morning forage, while more birds came home at a steady flow. The woman noticed that one vehicle in a distant corner seemed undamaged. The owner had properly fitted a weather tarp over a small car, which had remained in place and done a terrific job as it kept the mini roadster dry and clean. Jude was a competent survival mechanic with enough field improvisation skills to make the most of an engineering situation, even one that crawled out of thick narcissus.
We can push start this one.
She explained her plan.
This little sweetheart is a stick, light enough for us to shove around, and it won't have any tricky electronics to hold us up. Once we have the motor running, we can use jumper cables to start one of those large sedans up where we came in.
Let's do this then,
the man exclaimed as he roughly jerked at the weather cover to begin tearing it off. A thick incrustation of bird droppings lent considerable resistance, such that he had to put his back into the task, at which point the cover burst loose all at once in a dusty explosion. The dramatic display greatly disconcerted all the birds that perched in the immediate vicinity. They abruptly took to flight, flapped about in a whirling chaos that finally resolved itself when they streamed out through the wide stripes of ventilation embrasures. To Jude, the mass evacuation of so many frantic birds seemed like a smoke signal or other primitive communication that the knowing could read to determine that something out of place was within the building that had disturbed the pigeons from their roosts. It was one of the ways that they knew the light rail train was in use. It concerned her enough that she stood motionless to listen better, as though she expected to hear some sound echo up from the lower parts of the building to reveal that infected had come in to investigate. Her boss glanced the way the birds went, and then back at her with a sardonic sneer over her excessive caution. He said,
"They're only birds,"
as if the statement had some obvious value of which she should already be aware. She thought his comment made him seem a dangerous idiot who failed to grasp just how precarious their situation was. Jude was careful to keep that observation concealed for her own private consideration rather than incite the man's paranoid arrogance. For the time being, all she could do was hope their cooperation would lead to an operational vehicle that could take them far enough from the city center that their companions at the airbase would come out to collect them.
Chapter 6. Red Right Hand.
Critias trusted in the sound reasoning behind the argument that the pirates would not plant explosives on the light rail track because the train was equally valuable to them. The part that he didn't trust in was the idea that the pirates had sufficient intelligence to have properly considered their own best interests rather than having done something outrageously stupid, even to the point of self-injury. As Critias saw it, just attacking King Louis qualified as being that kind of ignorant, stupid people antics that he should beware how dumb their next move will turn out to be. His mech suit helmet came equipped with a chemical sniffer that was more than sensitive enough for him to locate any explosives that the pirates might have placed on the tracks, provided he went out there on foot to make an up-close examination. It was only 700 meters to the other end of the bridge, where he would pick up Carmen with her pirate prisoners. Critias just jogged out there on foot ahead of the train. It was the one sure way that he could be absolutely certain that there were no booby traps. Such was the burden of being excellent about his duties. His path spanned along the framework under the road deck, where it was secluded and well shadowed. Since he had the opportunity to see for himself, Critias certified that the interstate bridge remained stalwart. His unique perspective also afforded Critias the opportunity to appreciate the breathtaking overlook of the brawny river far below. For all its inebriating beauty and dizzying height, he was not really of a mind to sightsee the old river's virile peremptory, even from that splendid view. Critias kept his attention on his task of determining the absence of pirate bombs, as he also watched out for the few bird-nest-robbing ghouls that clambered about in the bridge's superstructure. The ghouls that he saw didn't get to eat any eggs. Instead, Critias fed them a mouthful of tungsten bullet from his engraved marshal's Teslaflux pistol. It was a service heirloom he had received as a gift from Grand Marshal Wayne when Critias had earned his lieutenant officer's mech suit. While it was true that Critias didn't have any necessity to dispatch the hungry creatures since they took no special interest in him, Critias just shot them anyway as an opportunity to refresh that familiar extension of his hand. The time could soon arrive when he needed to kill pirates. Critias was happy to have a little warm-up practice on the local egg-sucking freaks. George's weapon master Malcolm was a prodigy of the pistol, to be sure, especially in the art of carelessly hitting his mark from the hip, but Critias showed himself to be no less the equal, only of a different school. Critias practiced that old art of cavalry soldiers and true lawmen who pointed their cold lethality of intended purpose from a hard heart out through a hot iron. It was an instinctive form of shooting that elevated the weapon to the eye, be it to knock stale biscuits from the sky or to drive a hole into an outlaw's black-hatted heart. His bullets slapped out their infected brains, which caused the limp bodies to tumble down in free fall to vanish with a splash into the turbulent old man. The waters would carry them far south to the sea to join so many past salty sailors in watery graves. Carmen drove her prisoners to the collection point by using their own captured pirate truck. She followed a roughshod and overgrown service road north as it skirted the river. The way went 3 kilometers all the way to the monumental eastern footing of the highway bridge. It had a light rail depot station built right inside of its fortress-like foundations set high up in the structure. The entrance was at the top of a doubled-back flight of concrete steps that climbed well above the floodplain from which the bridge's cornerstones arose. In total, it made for an ideal location where she could meet up with Critias and the train. Verloc drove her motorcycle to follow Carmen as escort. She would take the vehicle home to her garage after she saw Carmen safely onto the light rail. Carmen made no pretense of having to guard her prisoners, since they had nowhere to go. They could willingly go with her or go to their deaths by the teeth of the local prowling ghouls. The 3 pirates carried stuffed duffel bags of their own confiscated belongings as they dashed up the stairs. Carmen locked up the truck in case the foragers ever wanted to recover it for later use, and then she followed up the stairs at a more leisurely pace. There were some infected who took interest in the vehicles and other activity. Verloc distracted those when she taunted them with the revving of her motorcycle engine. She lured them away for the little time that Carmen needed to get the others safely to the waiting light rail train. After Carmen radioed to Verloc's new communicator wristwatch that she was secure, Verloc raced her motorcycle off in an about-face of smoking rubber, and then she made her way back to the Radio City garage on her own. Since Critias was responsible for the modest mission at hand, he personally met the pirates as they rushed into the depot boarding room under the highway. It was dark in there with only modest reflected sunlight. In that shadowy gloom, Critias's monstrously disguised mech suit made him more than passable as a large ghoul to the unknowing stranger. The female pirate entered first, and she was about to scream in fright at the sight of Critias, only he silenced her when he pointed his pistol into her face.
No noise and no questions,
Critias instructed. He sounded somewhat impatient, though it was mostly for affect since they were not really in that much of a hurry.
If any of you try anything, reach for a weapon or make a run for it, I won't hesitate to kill you. Now, get aboard, find a seat, and stay in it.
Alice and Bean had ridden along in the train, which made them available to help guard the prisoners. It was Alice who took the direct interest in it, since she wanted to play the part of a marshal's deputy, and also she didn't feel as intimidated that Critias might snap at her if she made a mistake. Alice knew that Critias could be grouchy at times. It didn't concern her overly much, whereas Bean much preferred to stay on Critias's good side as best he may for various sound reasons. She used her carbine to direct the three captives into adjacent seats, distant from any cargo from which they might feel tempted to make any mischief. When Carmen appeared at the depot's entrance, Critias stepped back into the train ahead of her to tell Christopher that they were ready to return to the castle. As Carmen entered the train, she called out to her husband,
Verloc is going back on her own. We can go at your command.
Critias stood coldly on business when he ordered her without bothering to look back.
You mind your prisoners? They only become more dangerous as the noose tightens about their necks. Mind them well if you do not want to see Alice or Bean pay the price for your laxity.
As he had intended, Carmen listened without any divagation and wasted no time as she enforced the edict. Carmen waved for Alice and Bean to move to the other end of the rail car.
I will watch them myself. You can watch over me from back there. If they were to injure one of you in their desperation, it would be my fault.
The King's Lion reversed the train to drive them back to Forager's Castle without mishap. 4 men from the G&P waited at the Rook to assist as escort for the prisoners, and they also carried out the duffels of captured equipment. The patrol guards put tape on the mouths of the pirates and then added blindfold bags over their heads. They handcuffed all their wrists behind their backs, too. Once the prisoners were entirely helpless, the guards led them out of the train and then around into the secure North Tunnel. The guards had no need to transport the prisoners via the freight rail riding shuttle into Forager's Castle. Jim and a considerable host of those in the know had come out to the Northern Tunnel to deal with the pirate captives there. That location afforded a greater measure of privacy. Jim wanted to avoid distressing the rest of the community with any requisite unpleasantries. His present situation paralleled wartime conditions as they concerned captured enemy saboteurs and spies. Torture was not improbable, and executions were the traditional penalty for such unprincipled terrorists. Critias stayed behind at the train with Christopher while they removed critical components from the generator and then locked up the vehicle. They wanted to prevent any possibility that if a pirate group reached the train, they would be able to steal it under its own power. When the guards delivered up the captives before King Jim, they pushed them back up against the wall of the tunnel to await his decree.
The cutthroat bastards.
Hatchet grumbled with more than a hint of vengeful malice towards the pirates.
You offered them friendship and hospitality, and this is how they repay you.
As Carmen strode up with her head high in proud accomplishment, Mandy rushed to her and then hugged her gratefully overjoyed that she had returned safely.
I heard that there may have been pirate bombs on the train tracks.
Mandy explained the reason for her relief. No one had informed Carmen of that concern. It made her think of the lead pirate's threat that she would see the blood of those she loved before her issues with him had resolved. Since Carmen's olfactory scanners were at least as efficient as her husband's mech suit, and she had smelled no fresh explosives on Critias or the train, she assumed there was no actual threat of a bomb.
All is well,
Carmen told Mandy with confidence. After she removed her hood, Carmen took the sword from her back and then offered that to Mandy to carry for her. Mandy accepted the weapon with great dignity as a matter of formal ritual and proof of their close familiarity for all to take witness. The sword had slain devils like Rupert in Denver and giants like Grendel, making it worthy of her admiration. Captain Polat Serkin stood near Jim while the others observed the 3 pirate prisoners. It was Jim's choice as to what he would do with them. Everyone else just studied them in silence to brew the suspense of the moment. The atmosphere was much akin to a gladiatorial sporting event or other social spectacle like an execution. It was a combination of hushed, introspective societal revelry with someone going to die. Polat's eyes were not on the captives. His gaze lingered on Carmen as she shook loose her hair. He admired her with considerable investment, taking full measure of such an extraordinary woman, unrivaled beauty, proud and honorable soldier, and also a commander of dangerous field operations. Carmen was even an affectionately devoted maternal patron of the few remaining young survivors in their brutally harsh world. For Polat, it was love at first sight. Jim asked Polat about the pirates.
What do you think, Captain Serkin?
She lights the gloom like a smile from God.
The Turkish captain replied absently, still mesmerized by his vision.
Who is she? I would very much like to meet her.
Jim glanced over to see that Polat was not concerned with pirates, and instead appreciated Critias's wife. He explained to Polat,
That is the Carmen we spoke of before.
Carmen's sharp hearing was like those of a timid herbivore in a land of hungry lions, such that she picked up the smallest whisper and so heard Jim say her name. As she walked that way down the long rail tunnel, Carmen expected that the king wished to hear her explain what had happened while she captured pirates. She happily anticipated his praise for a job well done. Surely that extolment would also reflect on Critias as well, who she felt deserved and accumulated credit for any accomplishments derived by her efforts.
So that is her,
Polat whispered, and nearly sighed over the prospect. Such a woman existed in the world, and she was within reach should he prove to be clever and fortunate enough to get her attention in kind.
You must be proud to have such a connoisseur of the special operations craft to follow your commands,
he told Jim.
She is like no woman I have ever seen before.
Jim understood from Polat's behavior that the Turkish soldier had eyes that were much larger than his mouth. The man craved to grasp a treasure that was utterly beyond his reach. For all the masks that Jim might wear, he was always king, and that crown reminded him that Critias was far more covetous a man than the marshal would care to admit, and Carmen was potentially lethal when mishandled. In an effort to diffuse a possible conflict, Jim had to set Polat straight on to whom Carmen belonged. To that end, Jim replied,
Carmen is not exactly one of mine. She doesn't follow my commands.
Those ill-chosen words wounded Carmen to great measure, since she interpreted their meaning to be that Jim saw her as a recklessly disloyal, untrustworthy termagant and willful troublemaker. Where she had expected praise for herself and honor for her husband, instead the king spoke about her to one of the new ambassadors as though she were a failure in his royal esteem. Carmen hurried the step of her approach with a mind to make some amends or to plead her case to the contrary. When she stood before Jim, she asked,
How have I offended you to warrant such an excoriation? Did I fail you by bringing these prisoners back alive without interrogation?
It was Critias who had ordered her to do that, but she didn't dare mention it, since it was more important to her to protect his reputation than her own. Carmen worried.
Did I overstep my position when I hastily fired upon the pirates across the river without first seeking your permission? It is true that I instigated hostilities between yourself and the Maltese contingent. I only did so to prevent them from shooting down the plane of the flotilla ambassadors.
Her agonized expression and remorseful tone made it clear to Jim that his misunderstood words had done her an unintended injustice. She had taken the comment most personally, perhaps even dangerously so, since Carmen was never more unpredictable than when she felt wrongfully transgressed. He had merely intended to set the stage for when he explained to Polat that Carmen was a married woman, and that her true loyalty was one she kept reserved for her husband alone. It was on behalf of Critias and his respected position that she served the community. It was a most unfortunate situation that he had inadvertently crafted for himself. Jim felt momentarily at a loss for words to correct the error. He didn't want to wrong her further with additional misunderstandings on his part. Carmen misjudged the king's hesitation as further proof of his displeasure over her lackluster performance. Her thoughts flew in 1,000 directions, but none of them was the correct avenue, since they all involved her desire to elevate herself from a non-existent shame. It was one of the great flaws of her technological way of thinking. The idea that finally won her over was that her official lack of quality would diminish her in the eyes of Critias when he learned of it. He had reprimanded her before for being brusque with Jim, and he had gone so far as to send her away from the captain's table as punishment. It was old advice from Critias that served Carmen best when it came to her mind. She knew from operant experience that actions she took when upset would invariably get her into deeper troubles, so it was best to do less at the moment and then trust that Critias would rescue her with his firmer judgment. Carmen did her best to straighten up, but her pouting expression and heavy shoulders still betrayed her feelings of inadequacy as she told Jim,
I'll endeavor to be more worthy of your leadership in the future, my king.
It had only taken moments for Critias and Christopher to pull some fuses to secure the train. They came along by that time. Critias saw Carmen's distress even from a distance, such was the obviousness of her childishly lugubrious posture. Penny Welder was among the considerable concourse of captains and their principal supporters who were in attendance to see the Maltese pirates. It was a general consensus that none of them wanted to see Carmen reprimanded, for they were all in agreement about her astounding contributions to the community, service that she rendered with selfless generosity. They also knew that Carmen possessed an oddly immature and delicate self-esteem that was most vulnerable to criticism, especially from those she respected. Penny had all of that in mind when she stepped forward to speak in Carmen's defense. That Carmen had capitulated on the matter to help Penny become a mother also played its due part. Penny was anything but deferential when she told Jim resoundingly,
Carmen does more than enough around here to earn your approval. 100 times over, I would say, and not be alone.
Hatchett had no patience for Penny when she gave lectures above her pay grade. He would have said as much were it not for the fact that he also greatly admired Carmen. Hatchett agreed that she deserved praise rather than criticism from her liege. His loyalty was first to the king, as always. He chose a moderate position.
The king meant no offense to Carmen or to anyone else. This is clearly some kind of misunderstanding. Everyone needs to just relax and remember we are in a time of war. Nerves are bound to be a little frayed.
Captain Pollitt told Carmen.
We were only admiring your courage, skill, and beauty.
He reached into his pouch to take out a clear plastic bag. Within it, he had a small wooden horse he had quite masterfully carved by hand as a clever hobby. Pollitt offered it to Carmen.
I would like you to have this. I know it is of humble materials, but perhaps from it you might always remember that you have those who admire you.
After she bashfully took the gift, Carmen glanced at it and then up at the man's face. She replied,
It's lovely. Art does make the basest materials precious. I don't know your name to properly thank you.
Jim introduced him.
This is Captain Pollitt Serkan, an officer and gentleman of the Armed Forces of Turkey, and a revered officer of Fleet Admiral Rudel of the flotilla survivors.
That explanation made Carmen pale like she had seen a ghost.
The handsome Turkish hero?
She gasped as she took a step backward in a rare display of chagrined dismay. She knew to expect to meet and befriend such a man during her travels in the past, and upon doing so, he would be a portent of her final sorrow and doom. Such was the nature of her future knowledge that as she lived it, the preordained moments lost none of their surprise or confusion. When the wicked King Peleus met the hero wearing only one sandal, he might have felt the same way. Fate had arrived at Carmen's door, and it would unavoidably have its day. Her unexpected flattery seemed wrapped in a kind of virginal timorousness that together came across as music to Pollitt's ears. Carmen was even more the woman he longed to have on his arm. In his native Turkish, he said,
So the flower has noticed me.
Carmen understood, since she spoke all the living languages fluently. She replied in his tongue,
Life is a short summer for every flower. How soon they die.
She was so perfect that it seemed natural to Pollitt that Carmen would be able to espouse poetry in his native language. Pollitt told her in English,
If only to live briefly, you would be worth dying for.
That could be arranged,
said Critias from behind Carmen. He had heard enough of the man as he tried to woo his wife when he did more than passingly well at it.
Is Jim praising your success, Carmen? You not only saved the lives of our new friends from the flotilla by preventing the pirates from shooting down their seaplane, you also captured their support team for questioning. I'm very proud of you.
Carmen was about to explain to her husband that the king wasn't pleased, but Jim spoke first to Critias.
I have not lavished her with the praise she deserves just yet, though I was coming to that shortly. Carmen has done a magnificently fine job, worthy of considerable reward. I was first trying to explain to Captain Serkan that Carmen is not any follower of mine. Her loyalty is first and last to her husband, our fine Captain Critias, a first-rate operator in his own right, to be sure. Upon occasion, some have even suggested he would make a fine king. I tend to agree with that sentiment myself.
Pollitt nearly choked on the word.
Husband?
Indeed,
replied Critias with tangible austereness.
Carmen is my lady wife and more precious to me than breath.
His attitude clearly conveyed that Pollitt should not come between the dog and his bone.
Fortune has truly blessed you then, my friend.
Polat told Critias in congratulations.
Please offer me a small generosity by telling me how it is that Carmen speaks my language so flawlessly. I would not be surprised to learn she had been born in my country or even from my own city.
Critias was not a skilled liar. He didn't have the tongue for it.
Do not keep our friend waiting in suspense.
Critias told Carmen to urge her to lie for him.
I was not born in your country, Captain Sarkhan.
Carmen confessed somewhat timidly.
However, I did spend much of my youth there. My father was the mafioso prince of Euboea, a Grecian island surely known to you as it is directly across the Aegean. When I was still quite young, my father fell victim to his profession along with my entire family. I alone survived the blood vendetta, but only to find myself sold into slavery, purchased by a syndicate boss in your fair capital of Istanbul. He was a very old and extremely wealthy man who spared no expense in cultivating my education. When I came of age, my guardian put me up to auction to live out my days as the concubine to some underworld lord who could afford to purchase my virginity.
Extraordinary,
Polat exclaimed.
How did you escape that dreadful captivity?
Carmen stepped back to be against Critias, and then insinuate herself under his arm.
I did not escape it.
She revealed.
It was my master Critias who purchased me, and I have been his devoted slave ever since. In reward for my assiduity, and in recognition of the genuine love that has grown up between us, my master took me formally to be his wife, for which I am eternally grateful. Critias is a great man, a kind husband, and a gentle master. I had no life before him, and will endure none in his absence.
It was a lot of story for Polat to believe, and yet he couldn't deny that it rang with much in the way of truth. There were many other people about listening to her story, and none of them seemed shocked by her revelations, amused, or in disbelief. Polat asked Critias.
Is that the truth of it?
Critias shrugged with a distant indifference, as if he was more interested that they should get back to the pirate business at hand, and yet he still answered Polat.
How would I know? I don't even know what assiduity means. As far as Carmen being my slave that I took as my wife, that is true enough. It's not like I will ever release her from my service, so it hardly matters what anyone thinks of the impropriety. My wife went to considerable efforts to bring us these prisoners, and I, for one, would like to hear what they have to say for themselves.
Jim agreed.
It is time to unwrap these gifts that Carmen has dropped at my feet.
With all due respect,
Critias said as he marched over to remove the hoods from the captive pirates.
Carmen dropped these rats at my feet. Perhaps chewed, but alive was her pledge to me. In my turn, they are my gift to you.
He grasped the bag on the head of the tallest prisoner, and then tugged it off to reveal the younger of the two men. The fellow's expression had tape over his mouth. Even so, his was a mixture of controlled fear and prideful determination. Critias removed the hood from the older man next, and then the woman last. Jim instructed.
Now let's hear what they have to say for themselves.
There was no gentleness in his hand as Critias ripped the tape from their mouths. Neither of the men had shaved in many days, such that the adhesive tore hairs from the roots of their faces. The younger man cursed Critias for the offense.
You son of a bitch.
The words made Critias chuckle as he drew his sharp pangaboe from its shin scabbard.
I see you have heard of me,
he joked, while he tilted his razor's edge in the pirate's face.
If you would like, I can finish the rest of your shave.
When the pirate said nothing, and only had eyes of defiance, Critias said,
Perhaps I should bring fire and then burn the whiskers from your cheeks.
Carmen called to Mandy.
Bring water for this pirate.
It was so confusing a request that Mandy asked.
Do you mean fire?
Critias glanced over at Mandy with impatience.
If Carmen commands you to bring her water, you bring water.
With that said, he asked Carmen,
What is the source of your compassion, woman? Do I need to remind you that we secure nourishment and security for the people, not pursue personal glory or petty honors? Never forget that my good right hand runs red with blood. Do not let pity blind you to your duty, which is often unsavory.
You are my honor,
Carmen replied.
And it is never petty. That pirate is a man, and I would have him strong when he meets his death. If he must suffer and die for his crimes, it should not be of thirst like a dog abandoned to its leash.
It was reason enough for Critias to put his blade away, and then look at the younger pirate with renewed interest.
Rejoice in your good fortune, brigand,
he told the man like he had genuinely won something.
You shall have water from the hand of a beautiful woman. In all likelihood, this will be the last pleasant moment of your life, so relish it.
Mandy brought Carmen a plastic bottle of fresh cold water, which Carmen carried to the prisoner. The man clamped his lips as he refused to drink. Carmen advised him,
Take this water, soldier. Have all your strength for the tests that await you. The good of my people requires all that you know. You will have your chance to prove your mettle.
The man leaned his head back so Carmen could squirt water into his mouth. After several strong swallows, he spoke to Carmen in his native tongue on the assumption that no other foragers present would be able to understand.
I am no traitor,
he said.
Not even for a lost, misbegotten cause. If it was mercy you sought to show me, a quick death would have been a better kindness.
Carmen replied in his language.
There are no quick deaths for you here, and I do not offer you mercy. These are proud people that measure one another in lack of weakness. If you do not cry out, do not shame yourself, you may yet see another day, even if you do refuse to divulge what you know.
He searched her eyes for some reason.
Why would you do this for me?
She reverted to English to say loudly,
What becomes of you now is what you bring upon yourself.
Jim asked Carmen.
Have they told you anything we should know?
The woman has a young child out at the airbase, I believe.
She replied.
If we agree to rescue her child, she will agree to assist us in accomplishing it. That other man is of a most villainous sort. Though there is some potential of trading him in a hostage exchange for said child if you were so inclined, I think it would be a considerable risk to turn him loose, since he did threaten to destroy this city with a fission bomb if you refuse to surrender to them.
She lies!
The elder pirate exculpated himself of all guilt at a scream.
I made no threats about any bomb. I said nothing of the sort.
Carmen shot a minatory stare at the man she already disliked, and then snarled in his own guttural language of desert vagabonds.
Have you not learned your lesson, you cowardly dog? Another word against me will be your last.
The man shrank back from her in fear before he cried out in English.
Can the rest of you not see that she is not human? What sort of creature is this that you have walking amongst you? She has the strength of 2 good men. At least, she speaks every tongue with the cunning of a demon. That is no woman. It is a thing.
The venomous outburst was more than Carmen could endure, the more so because it contained the belladonna of harsh truth. She sprang forward to snap a Muay Thai front kick into the pirate's chest that would either cave in his ribs or break his back against the stone of the tunnel wall. Her intent would have been successful had it not been for Critias, who knew her temperament better than she knew it herself. He intervened when he caught the lash of her boot in his gauntlet. Critias stopped her cold in midair, only centimeters from doing the man serious injury. Everyone stood shocked in a sort of anticipation over who would speak first. It was Critias who broke the silence with his amused laughter.
I see that when you and Special Agent Shield apprehended this fool, it struck a mad fear of foragers into his yellow heart, and now that fever of cowardice has poisoned his brain as well. Had we known he was such a weakling, we could have sent Mandy there alone to snatch him up.
I think I saw his same expression on the face of Grendel.
George joined in on the laughter that spread quickly.
At the sight of Carmen's prowess dashing about, they shit their hearts into their pants.
Wolf threw up his arms in a wide gesture as he shouted in a pantomime of their raving hostage.
With the strength of 50 men.
And the legion tongue of a demon,
Andy added, followed by more uproarious laughter. The pirate leader was quite serious in his belief that Carmen was a creature other than human, which was actually true, and he wanted everyone else to believe it too.
She is a monstrous thing,
he swore. Jim silenced everyone by waving his hand as he pressed to the front. He told the assembly,
There was some potential in loading this fool with disinformation and then trading him for the innocent child. We could have had them believe we had an epidemic of stomach flu, were desperately short on food, and on the verge of utter mutiny. Upon some reflection, I believe that would only encourage these cowards to greater violence in their hopeful desperation found from foe advantage.
Once again, Critias stood reminded that while he was a master of all things ghoulish, he still had much to learn about making war upon other men.
You have a devious mind when you find the need,
he told Jim with a satisfied nod.
If that is your rejected plan, you must have something even more cunning in mind.
Then I may disappoint you,
Jim responded.
As things stand, I much prefer that the remaining pirates simply wallow in their ignorance. To judge by the pirates we have destroyed or captured already, they clearly don't know anything at all about us or their circumstances, other than the obvious fact that their personnel are disappearing at a most alarming rate. Their fears of the unknown will poison them into sufficient disadvantage to suit our purposes without provoking their confidence into any further acts of aggression.
The younger male pirate then realized that an even younger Jim was some sort of commander among the survivors. Even through his dread of being a prisoner soon to taste torture and execution, that revelation shocked him into stating,
So we were defeated by a Machiavellian child.
He said it as though he could hardly believe their shame could come from so improbable an adversary.
If you are not another trick to throw us into confusion, what does your devilish mind have in store for us?
Jim wondered at that.
Defeated? Not quite yet. But give me time, and it will be true soon enough. I give you the benefit of the doubt in assuming that you call me Machiavellian as an astute observation, since neither flattery nor insults would benefit you.
He gazed over all three pirates before he explained.
As to what I have in store for you, none of you will ever be leaving my community alive. So abandon all hope of that eventuality. Accept it as fact, because it is also my promise. You came here as actual enemies, and I have punished much lesser offences with far greater severity. What you have done against us is beyond any casual pardon, as you can well imagine.
He faced the Maltese woman.
If it is at all possible, we will save this child of yours. Our humanity and dignity demand we make whatever reasonable sacrifices to preserve the life of a child. If you tell us everything you know, freely and immediately, to aid our cause, you may yet live out a life among us. I do understand and fully appreciate that no one can survive alone in this world, and oftentimes one must fall in with bandits to survive it all. We have more than a few former bandits living among us already. We have reformed murderers, and even some opportune cannibals. What a person does from most absolute dire necessity is somewhat excusable, since that is not a form of treason, but rather a lapse into barbarism born of desperation. Should you refuse to help us, I am simply going to kill you. Your death will be swift and as painless as I can afford you, since I will not be party to the grotesque torture of a helpless woman. But know that if you die, this child of yours will never have any inkling of you, or your people, or that any of you ever existed at all.
Jim pulled his pistol and then pointed it at the woman's head.
If you won't give us information, your only other value to me will be as an abject lesson in ruthlessness, to help your two companions understand what lengths I am willing to go to. So decide quickly.
The female pirate didn't hesitate to submit to the conditions.
I will cooperate in any way that I can. They call you king. I beg you to grant mercy for my child.
The elder pirate cursed her.
You treacherous whore.
Jim glanced over at the man who dared speak and then gave him a displeasured frown. With only the hint of a nod, he gave Hatchet license to backhand the man in the face to silence him. With that discipline out of the way, Jim ordered Penny Welder,
take this woman to the castle, clean her up, and give her some food. Use whatever females from the guard that you require to keep her under control. Kill her if you must, but do not administer any indignity or abuse. We're not animals. While treating her humanely, question her as to what she knows, and pass that information along to Kevin.
The elder pirate drooled blood from his split lip while he grumbled.
Only a dishonorable coward beats a helpless prisoner.
Hatchet struck him again, only to the other side of his face.
I have no honor.
Hatchet schooled the pirate.
I have a king, and you would do well not to displeasure him again. At his word, I will crucify you myself. I would hang you from the ceiling by wires attached to the wood screws I drilled into the bones of your face. Do not test him or ask me for pity, for you shall find only pain.
The younger pirate took a deep breath and then declared,
I will never become a traitor. I see that nothing I could ever say will serve me to any benefit.
With that statement made, he was determined that he should never speak another word for the rest of his life, even as their worst tortures drove him into an ignoble grave.
Bravely spoken,
Jim answered the man.
I will indulge your sense of valor.
He turned to Hatchet and instructed,
get some of the guards to help you question this man. I want you to put the boots to him. Just don't get overzealous and kill him in the process. I don't want any permanent damage. Short of that, we need any information he has. How many pirates there are, their equipment, capabilities, plans, whatever you can get. We need everything so we can compare his lies to the lies of the others. Then we see which stories match.
Hatchet called over a pair of the guards, and then they dragged the younger pirate away to beat some information out of him as best they may. That left the remaining pirate under Jim's undivided attention. Jim understood Carmen's gesture to provide water to the younger man had derived from her reliable capacity to appreciate the subtle complexities of worthy manhood. Though Carmen didn't know it about herself, she was a sensual creature with an appetite for men, such that she knew the good from the bad. He also recognized Carmen's intent to kick blood from the other man's urine was equally deserved because he was one of the bad. It was in light of that latter fact that Jim was personally going to interrogate the older pirate, and that questioning was not going to be under the condition of being devoid of permanent damage. In fact, the damage was going to be quite permanent and reprieved only by death. While the interrogations commenced, Critias took Carmen aside to speak with her.
You did a fine job today,
he told her quietly.
I'm really proud of you. Things are probably going to get a lot worse rather quickly as we work to clean this mess up. I can sense that you are getting wound up, and you know I can't afford that, not when so much is on the line. You need to relax and do this by the rules, my rules.
Carmen nodded with acceptance.
I'm sorry I tried to kick that fool through the wall. His words made me angry.
His words came from somewhere.
Critias realized.
Was it a tough fight out there? How does he know so much about you?
She made a cute little grimace of her upper lip as she guiltily rolled her eyes away to an upper corner, and then she ashamedly confessed,
I did tease him a bit after we captured them. You have seen how he runs his mouth, and I wanted him to shut up. I did shame him some, and then I dangled him off the roof to teach him some manners, but I didn't hurt him.
Everything comes from purpose.
He lectured her.
If you were messing with his head for a purpose, then I am all for it. If you are doing it out of some kind of game, then that is how mistakes happen and people get killed.
When Carmen said nothing in quiet submission to his teachings, Critias took the moment to glance over where he saw Polat Serkan whisper to Major Feng. He asked Carmen,
"What are they talking about?"
She eavesdropped on their hushed voices and then translated for him.
The Turkish officer is asking her opinion of us individually.
The Chinese woman spoke in French that Carmen translated.
It is difficult to explain. She is speaking of you, but it is in terms of cosmological philosophy rooted in her culture.
What she heard made Carmen smile.
She thinks you are strong, steady, and adapting to the valleys of fortune, like cold wind coming down from a high granite mountain.
So she is half nuts?
Critias joked with a chuckle. His humor ended abruptly when Feng stared at them. Critias felt the deep collectedness the woman radiated. Feng had that prominent presence that only the most serious individuals were capable of throwing out, and Major Feng cast a prominent shadow while she did nothing. He knew then that Feng was an intricately honed person not to be underestimated, which was not all that different than what she saw back in him. Carmen's reaction was to look away and then embrace Critias with her head to his chest, as if she took shelter. It made for an enlightening moment as Critias realized that Carmen was also extremely powerful, much more eminent than Feng, but poorly grounded. Carmen swayed from extremes that orbited the anchored center she had yet to achieve, but Critias tried to guide her into finding. Critias then understood that he was Carmen's center, and they were a partnership that defined and empowered them both. He embraced Carmen to give her the comfort she sought, and when he glanced back at Feng, she gave him a small nod that seemed to say that she guessed his thoughts and the truth of many subtle things. That, or maybe she just said hello to a fellow professional, or perhaps both. Polat questioned Feng.
Is she all that she appears to be?
More.
Feng assured.
That fool of a pirate saw more truth than lies. She is more than tiger or dragon, and if properly trained, her qigong will be like no other.
You speak of her like she is some kind of chosen one.
Polat noted.
I can't explain it, but there are no accidents.
Feng informed him. She left Polat to interpret her answer as he would. To her credit, Feng saw the greater truth even when she lacked the understanding to explain something as impossible as a time-traveling cyborg with a soul that carried an extraordinary destiny of love, sacrifice, and the salvation of all humanity. The three death metal samurai women were with Tony Banjo. Rai among them had overheard Feng and Polat. She thought all their words to be idle talk.
She does not seem all that impressive to me,
said Rai.
If you dare me, I shall prove it to you. It offends me to see some round-eyed bitch carrying one of our swords like she is worthy of it.
Tony grabbed Rai's shoulder under his firm hand to dissuade her from such rash action, and then told her in all seriousness,
You are new here, so you can rely on my advice. Carmen does not boast, and she is another person when the situation demands it. Never think otherwise, because Carmen is no joke. She is lethal, especially with that sword.
By virtue of those words, Feng gave Polat a knowing expression, so that he might be certain that what he heard was true. Jim had Henry and Wolf restrain the elder pirate, so he could personally remove the man's boots to bare his feet. Alice went to Critias for an explanation, even though she had already guessed the meaning. She asked him,
What are they going to do with his feet?
Critias glanced over, and even as unsophisticated as he was, he couldn't overlook the symbolic gesture of the king, removing the man's boots. He joked,
I don't imagine that Jim plans to play Jesus and wash the guy's feet.
In light of the emblematic inversion of their roles as king and condemned prisoner, Critias guessed that the scene would end with something equally drastic, only more at the other end of the spectrum. He told Alice,
I suspect that Jim is going to put the pirate's toes on the train rail and then smash them flat with a hammer. That will continue until the pirate either runs out of toes or he agrees to tell Jim everything he knows. It's an old trick, but for good reason. I have no doubt that it will get that pirate's undivided attention.
It seemed immoral to Alice, or at least despicably ugly. Nothing, Critias explained, excused that they were doing it. She asked,
Is that the martial way of doing things?
It was then that Critias realized that Alice was entitled to some formal education in the questionable practices of torture. To address the girl's concerns, he set Carmen aside and then grabbed Alice's wrist to take her over to observe the pirate's torture directly.
We already know this bag of shit is guilty of brigandage,
Critias explained.
Just as we already know that he has information we need to deal with the rest of his accomplices. I would not sanction the torture of a potentially innocent man to determine his guilt or to explore his possible unknown secrets. What we have here is a condemned criminal that is withholding essential details of his crimes for which we have already convicted him, information that we must have to save innocent lives. This is your working example of that balance between your honorable dignity as a marshal and the unwholesome demands of getting our job done right. The Marshal Service does the dirty jobs of the community you protect. It is our job to suck it up on their behalf. When someone has to be the asshole, you or the community, then it's you who hurts while they get all the roses.
Henry held the seated pirate from behind while Wolf sat on the man's legs. They forced one of the pirate's bare feet onto the thick steel locomotive rail like it was an anvil. Jim had a ball-peen hammer and was about to turn one of the man's toes into an elongated penny. Toes made for small targets, and since he lacked a chisel, Jim folded the others down out of the way so that the littlest one stood out alone on the edge of the rail.
The woman is going to tell us everything anyway.
Jim offered in the way of sensible reason.
Tell me about the other infiltration teams and their objectives, or I'm going to fuck your day all up.
The man struggled and squealed pitifully, but still refused to cooperate.
There are no other teams.
He lied badly.
We never wanted anything to do with you. Our mission was to disable the flotilla aircraft, and that's all. I swear it. The flotilla is our enemy, not your people.
I know you're lying.
Jim warned with words for the last time. The next persuasion would be from the hammer.
Tell me about the other infiltration teams.
Maybe he's telling the truth.
Alice said to Critias. When he remained indifferent, she asked,
Would you let Carmen do something like this?
That got the attention of Critias, so he answered,
I would never let Carmen do something like this. Carmen is innocent, and I intend to keep her that way.
Alice asked.
Well, what about me? Am I innocent?
Critias gave Alice a hard look.
If you want to change your mind about being a marshal, now is the time. We don't have the luxury of being innocent and making every decision based on how it makes us feel about ourselves. Our lives are duty and service to the community, and right now the community needs to know where the other pirates are and what they're doing. If you want to be the best you can be, to ponder poetry and philosophy, if you want to spend your life like a Buddhist monk trying to give meaning to all this shit we call life, then I suggest you start following Carmen around and learning from her, because she is really good at pretty things like that, and I love her dearly for it. Carmen is the merciful soul that I never had. But if you want to be a marshal, then this job is never about you or your feelings. We do what needs to be done to keep everyone else alive. We maintain the law but are never above it. A marshal should always be the lowest beneath it. We won't hesitate to punish others for their transgressions, and if that means we break some toes with a hammer, then so be it. Any punishment anyone else deserves for a crime, you deserve that 10 times worse for the same offense, because you are holding the higher standard. That man has what we need to defend the innocent of this city.
I'm ready to do whatever it takes to find the other pirates and destroy them.
Alice pledged as an oath. Jim admired Alice thoughtfully in a moment of curiosity. He had listened to the lecture intently because he found it all quite interesting, and then Jim smashed the pirate's toe with the hammer, utterly destroying it. At the sight of the painful strike, Critias could not help but chuckle as he said,
Well, that little piggy went to market.
The comment was so naturally associated with the situation, it was like unavoidable. When the pirate's hideous wailing subsided a bit, Jim demanded,
Tell me where the other infiltration teams are, or it's time for the next little piggy to get some roast beef.
I'll tell you.
The pirate sobbed.
There are 2 other teams on this side of the river.
At that moment, Hatchet returned to make a report to Jim.
That other pirate isn't going to tell us shit. If we beat him any harder, it will kill him.
He glanced over at Carmen before he added,
I think she gave him the idea that if he showed some balls, we wouldn't kill him. He would rather die than roll over on his pals.
Alice told Hatchet.
Carmen was right. We're not going to kill him for being loyal and brave. We can't kill any enemy for having the same qualities we value most amongst ourselves.
Jim didn't wait for Hatchet to argue with the girl, since she was correct.
Wrap him up,
Jim instructed.
We're taking him with us. Carmen does not bring home every stray she finds. There must be something in the man worth looking into. It seems you just proved he could take some ass-kicking without pissing and crying about it. When the rest of his people are dead memories, we might still make something out of him. Until then, I can afford to feed him scraps while he heals up, and after that, he can spend his days hauling stone like a slave. If he proves to be too unruly, we can always spare the bullet it takes to get rid of him permanently.
Well, the little prick can take a beating.
Hatchet agreed.
I'll give him that much.
He twirled a finger signal to the 2 guards who assisted him.
Bag him up for the ride home. We're keeping that one for a pet.
The 2 teams,
Jim demanded from the 9-toed prisoner.
Where are they?
The pirate trembled from shock over the agony of his mashed toe. He knew the magnitude of his treason and cowardice as he revealed secrets to evade further torture, even though his information would kill his own people. He revealed,
There's a 3-member listening outpost on the roof of the first tall building on North Broadway near the stadium.
Jim knew which building that was. Wanting more, he demanded,
Where is the attack team then? You came here to do a lot more than just listen. That means you have some kind of strike group somewhere.
He was impatient and prepared to hammer more toes to make the pirate forthcoming. Jim was predisposed to hammering worse things than toes once the man ran out of those digits.
There are 6 of them, commandos.
The man blubbered.
Led by an American woman. She was an important security czar of the last administration, and she knows your city. She has been here before, worked here in the last days.
The pirate had to think for a moment to come up with a name that was unfamiliar to him.
They went into that courthouse, the Federal Eagle Building, the big one of the biggest buildings in the city.
The information struck Jim to silent contemplation as he considered the implications of that commando group and the place they had chosen. George listened from nearby. He had been to that building before, back in the days when the foragers first took over King's Tower and the Customs House. He asked Jim,
Do you think they know their way around in there? It's a big place, and only someone in the know would be privy to all its secrets.
We have to assume this woman, this security czar, would know.
Jim replied grimly.
It won't do them much good, now that we know where they are.
George's driver mechanic, Andy, seemed to know what they talked about by the way he nodded with sober understanding. So Critias asked him,
What does it mean?
Andy told him,
That federal courthouse building is that really big tower that overlooks the Customs House. You have been on the roof over there, so I'm sure you've seen it. Also next door to the Customs House is the city jail, and there is a second-floor catwalk tunnel that connects the jailhouse to the Customs House. We don't use it because the jail was a last-stand slaughterhouse during the final days. The place is a real butcher shop of bodies. We never got around to cleaning the jail up. It is one of those someday projects.
Critias knew enough about justice to guess what came next.
The federal courthouse also has a tunnel connecting it to the jail for moving prisoners.
Only that one is underground.
Jim confirmed it, because Critias was right.
Even among the people who lived in this city their whole lives, few of them had any idea just how extensive the underground is here. Not only is the whole city atop an ancient complex of natural caves, there is a labyrinth of utility tunnels connecting all through downtown. We only use the tunnels we need and can control, but there are lots more we don't use, and only some of that have we explored. If these pirates have a guide who knows some things, they can get into the underground from that federal building. From there they can get into the city jail, and from there they could get into the Customs House through the back door.
Like you said,
Critias repeated Jim's words.
Now that we know they are coming, they won't have any element of surprise. If we move first, they will walk into a trap. I'll take Carmen and we can head over there.
That is not a job for you.
Jim declined the offer.
The Gravewalkers have trained their whole lives for just this kind of thing. Colonel Davis will neutralize this commando group. I still have Jingle Bells to worry about, along with all his hunters, not least of all that one who talks. What did you say his name was? Cutter? The fact is, the pirates won't need a nuke to blow us out of here. It would be enough for them to blast open some doors and then flood this place with ghouls. I hope for the best, but plan for the worst, as the saying goes. I need you in reserve for other problems that are likely to arise, and more to your specialty.
Critias asked Jim.
What about this listening post then?
Jim had to furrow his brow as he thought about that issue.
That building is close by, close enough for us to hit if we really wanted. I think it is too close to the Colosseum for us to bother with. If they want to listen, we will just let them suck our silence for the time being. Kevin's computer network is already functioning as a local communications backbone. G&P can talk to each other through encrypted smartphones, so long as they stay in our local buildings. I have full confidence that the pirates won't be able to crack Kevin's encoding. With any luck, Jingle Bells will sniff them out and solve that problem for us. My greater concern is getting out to the East Airport. If the rest of the pirates are still camped out at the airbase, they could do a lot of damage to our planes.
That latter issue inspired Critias to use his boot to prod the captive pirate.
Hey, shit eater, how many more of your asshole pals are out at the airbase? If you lie to me, I will put your balls on that rail.
11 more.
The man answered.
Not counting Ziva's child. That is if the boy is still alive. It's not too late to trade me for him. I would use the opportunity to encourage the rest of them to leave this place.
Jim called to Polet.
How much do you know about this transportation of theirs, this black hole?
It was a classified American military airship,
the Turk explained.
I suppose it is not all that different from any other dirigible, only they made it from high-tech materials, radar stealth skin with integrated fractal geometry multiband antenna. You get the idea. It does not have much in the way of offensive weaponry. Mostly it was high-resolution cameras, surveillance electronics like a mobile manned spy satellite. I can't be certain what modifications they may have given it. My guess is that they use it for transportation only, since they need to keep the weight down to a minimum.
The situation as they understood it seemed to be good news to Gloria. She reasoned,
if they only have 11 more men at the airbase, they won't be in any hurry to make more trouble if the rest of their people are already dead or missing. We kill their people on our side of the river, and then the rest of them will pull up stakes and go home.
Perhaps.
Jim partly agreed.
But they won't leave before they set fire to all our planes, or worse.
Then they need to die too.
Gloria stated matter-of-factly.
I bet I could pilot their black hole balloon.
The nine-toed pirate agonized over his maimed foot that throbbed like the exposed nerves of a dozen teeth.
I told you what you wanted to know. Now I need a doctor.
That request was enough to draw Jim's attention, which prompted him to don the mantle of king and close the book on the pirate leader as an active issue.
I am a man of many friends,
he told the pirate in way of explanation.
These people expect a great deal from me. I have to know first and already be fixing something by the time they hear about it. They come to me for justice, for recognition among their peers, and for reining in their often excessive heroism that might get them killed unnecessarily. You came to my city as murderers, as thieves, as would-be conquering rapists, and now you ask me for a doctor? I offered you an exit from more torture if you told us what you knew. You have given me what I needed, and now I will stop beating your toes with a hammer as your reward. Other than that, you are entitled to nothing. You are guilty of high crimes against the Forager Code, the King's Law as Marshal Critias calls it, and for these acts you shall die. Perhaps quickly or slowly, extravagantly or tediously, but die you shall, and at my whim.
It's not fair.
The pirate begged with rolling tears.
I don't deserve to die.
Deserve it?
Jim chuckled as if that was genuinely a funny joke.
You fool. You have positively begged me for it. Coming here as you have could demand no less.
At that moment, two of the guards carried off the other pirate that they had beaten so mercilessly that the man was no longer in any condition to walk under his own power. The tortured pirate pointed at the man and complained.
And what of him? Does he deserve death less than me?
Jim studied the other man for a moment to consider the question, and then answered.
Carmen has taken pity on him, and so I shall remain open to the matter for the time being, out of deference to her. She has given us far more than she has ever asked for in return. I am in her debt, so can afford to be patient, especially when she is teaching a lesson in human morality. One must always be doubly cautious when rejecting compassion simply out of hand. Dignity demands circumspection. You ended up here as my prisoner because you lacked such virtues. After all, it was your evil intentions that have destroyed you.
As the beaten pirate neared Carmen, the man croaked out to her.
Thank you.
He was fortunate that none of his teeth had broken. His bruised and swollen face was enough that he found it difficult to speak with any clarity. The small gratitude sent Carmen into a violent outburst. She would have struck the man were it not for Critias, who stood nearby, and she knew he wouldn't tolerate it. Instead, she ranted.
Do not thank me. I hate you. Can't you see that? Would you be as gracious in victory as we find you in defeat? I am your conqueror, and for that, I only needed brute force, which is nothing to boast of since my strength is just an accident arising from your weakness. Destroying you is nothing, so it makes me nothing. I wish to be more than a brute that crushes weaklings and fools like you. I spared your life thus far as a kindness to myself. You are not some Grendel to take pride in. You are a weak, foolish boy who let criminals lead you into despicable acts of evil. I don't want the shame of having your stupid boy's blood upon my hands. The purpose of these hands is for gently embracing my precious husband and holding my sweet daughters. Even in my victory, you still take all that away from me.
Carmen started to cry as she bemoaned her reputation as a killer of men rather than as a wife and mother. That new directive to espouse compassion and express the warm tenderness of motherly affection was already a potent interpretive program in her personality, and it was still growing. Not knowing if she should help the boy or beat him was tearing her emotions apart. So far, the former was clearly winning. Critias waved for the guards to take the prisoner away between them, and then he put his arm around Carmen to offer some support. She plunged into his embrace as the salvation from her self-incrimination. When he had her firm in his arms, Carmen asked,
What is the right answer?
She wanted to know the meaning of her life in general because she felt certain she did something wrong living it. Carmen was born to soldier for the good of humanity, but the more she succeeded at it, the less she liked herself.
You are doing everything right.
He praised her.
The problem I see in you is the same one I think you have always had. You have only experienced a narrow view on life, and that has blinded you to the alternative ways that things can be.
She didn't understand but wanted to know.
What ways?
Critias kept his arms around her as he turned to give her a panning view of the other people in the tunnel.
You have never been alone. You have never seen everyone around you sick and in pain. You have never seen all their faces heavy with desperation. You have only known a world where all these excellent people surround you and they inspire you. I think that is what you are missing, the fear of losing them. You need to keep your head on straight for their benefit so you never lose what you have. I don't think you can imagine how unhappy you would be if you had to watch them all go to ruin around you. Yes, you fight and you shed blood, but you do it for me, for the girls, and for all of them. If you stopped being a soldier for them and the evil got in to hurt them, you would know a pain that makes this seem like paradise. You don't want to know the pain that would come if you gave up and stopped fighting to keep them all happy and safe.
Militant violence being the guardian of peace was a lot for Carmen to think about as she gazed over the many faces of Forager captains with their audacious crews. When she looked at Jim, it dawned on her that he exemplified what Critias talked about. Jim lived to keep everyone else in good health and high spirits because it was everything he had, and if he lost them, he would have nothing at all. There was no crown for the king of nothing. Carmen started to cry harder, only it had become cathartic. When his arms asked her what was the matter, she whimpered,
We only have Alice and Mandy because we fought to have them. If I didn't fight, they would be in that bad place right now.
She understood, so Critias felt no need to say more. He just comforted her while she let out her pain against him. Alice had listened to Carmen and Critias. She had personally lived what Carmen talked about. Back in Denver, misery, fear, and deprivation had surrounded her, and it had lurked in the feverish eyes of everyone she saw. Carmen had bought Alice's freedom with blood on her sword. Alice had a new and better life with King Louis. The difference between her new home and Denver was like day to night.
We have to take a stand and never back down.
Alice said for Critias to hear, so he would know she understood.
I won't ever live like Denver again. I'm ready to do anything it takes to protect what we have.
Rather than wait for Critias to respond, Alice went to Jim where she waited until he took notice of her, at which point she told him,
I never properly thanked you for rescuing me from Denver. I'm ready to start.
A lifetime of service would be appropriate compensation.
Jim told Alice with deadpan acceptance of her offer.
You have what it takes. I hope you stick with it. It takes a special person to do this kind of thing every day and still be able to sleep at night.
I'll do my best.
Alice pledged and then added,
Or die trying.
Her last remark made Jim think about a possibility.
With all that is going on, Queen Jessica is in need of a personal bodyguard, someone she would be comfortable with even in her private moments, someone I can trust to intervene should the pirates be clever enough to make an attempt to take her hostage. Would you be interested? In times like this, she and I are among the greatest weaknesses of the community. For the sake of our lives, the captains may feel pressured into unwise courses of action.
I will take the train on the first ride back.
She answered in way of agreement.
I will never leave her side until you tell me otherwise. While the two of you are alive and free, the people all share the same heart.
To test her understanding, Jim asked,
What if she tells you that she can take care of herself and for you not to bother?
By expressive posture alone, Alice gave proof that she would stand her post regardless of how disagreeable Jessica might become.
I will tell her that I also hope that all the pirates will be dead soon, so that she can return to living the way she would like.
With the business at hand sufficiently resolved, Jim was ready to return to King's Tower, from where he could better coordinate the forthcoming battle against the pirates and Jingle Bells. He would leave some of the Forager crews at the castle where they would have access to their trucks. Those vehicles would be instantly available for rapid deployment in case of some emergency.
Chapter 7. Last Flags.
Colonel Davis assembled his Gravewalker platoon on the southern side of the Custom House's second floor. They made a final check of all of their weapons and equipment in preparation for deployment. Colonel Davis was about to lead them across the pedestrian sky bridge into the jailhouse, which was the major urban city prison building across the adjacent street. From there, they would make their way down into the underground basement, where a subterranean tunnel connected to the massive Federal Eagle building. Somewhere in all of that, they would find the Maltese Pirate Commando unit that Jim said was on its way to make war on them. After Jim had finished interrogating the pirate team leader in the North Rail Tunnel, he returned from Forager's Castle territory aboard the light rail. Jim wanted to be on hand when Hiram led his expedition into the jailhouse. Aside from Hatchet, Fat Jack also arrived with Jim, as did Alice, Dr. Clara, and George, with his lieutenants Andy and Malcolm. As the king approached, Hiram asked him,
If that Maltese combat unit has been in there for several days now, what do you imagine they have been doing for all that time? If they knew their way around at all, they should have been across in only a few hours at most.
Jack answered Hiram.
There are heavy security doors the whole way from this bridge, through the jail, and then down into the tunnel to the federal courthouse. We explored it all a couple of years ago when we were trying to decide where we wanted to live. On our way back, we locked all those doors. We even welded a few of them just to be certain. With no electricity, they would be down there in the dark. My guess is that they are camping out on an upper level where they can see during daylight hours. Only an acetylene torch or a cut-off rescue saw would allow them to make any progress to our side. Even with the proper tools, they would have a hard time of it, since we made all the welds from our side of the doors.
It's possible they are already dead,
Jim added hopefully.
They still have to deal with the ghouls to get around like anyone else. During that last exploration, we made sure that there were no open street entrances to the jailhouse or the Federal Eagle building. It was always part of our plans to clean them up someday and make use of them. We just never got around to it. I assume their soldiers are still alive and have been waiting for some signal to initiate their attack. If they did cut open the doors, they did it quietly enough that we never heard anything. That rules out the use of explosives. If it was me, I would be camping in the underground, where it was cooler. The summer heat on the upper floors would be quite unbearable.
George commented.
It wouldn't smell too good either. The jailhouse especially is a real mess.
Hiram told them.
I have to assume the worst. Right now, the smartest thing they could do apart from running for their lives before my boys come after them is to be waiting at the other end of this bridge to ambush us on our way in. We wouldn't have a chance. None of us would get out of that sky bridge alive. I have to at least consider any other means of entry, something less predictable perhaps.
Peterson volunteered himself along with Giles.
Manny and I can slip outside to try the front doors.
You've seen what it's like outside this morning.
Hiram answered in immediate refusal.
With all the trouble lately, the streets are crawling with irritable biters. They know to be looking for humans after all the shooting we've been doing and with that airplane landing. The noise of those ghouls alone would likely give them an early warning that we are even coming.
Getting in from outside would be problematic anyway,
Jack warned.
That jailhouse is essentially a fortress. Being a prison, its design is to keep people from breaking in or out. There is heavy security on everything. All the windows, the roof, and all the doors. The place is totally fortified. Even that sky bridge is bomb-proof and has bulletproof windows. On top of that, we totally locked off the front doors the last time we were in there. We wanted this bridge to be the only way in or out anymore.
He corrected himself.
This bridge and through the basement tunnel from the Federal Eagle building.
Jessica asked.
If the jail building is so secure, how come we are not using it ourselves? It could not be more convenient with this bridge right here into the customs house.
It was a real stink hole the last time we were in there,
George assured her.
We explored it carefully. In the last days, that jail was a rallying point for civilian law enforcement, and not only just the locals. A lot of deserters also evacuated up this way from the southwest. Based on the things I saw in there, it seems that they started out with the usual looting raids, robbing refugees, and then badge-napping women for their rape parties. I don't think they lasted more than 3 days once the real military officially pulled out of the city. None of those scum had any more sense than what God gave a grasshopper's ass. When they weren't drunkenly shooting each other in squabbles, they were turning up infected and then biting each other. The interior was a bloody mess all right and stank to high heaven. It might be a little better than it used to be. The years might have tamed the stench of rotting corpses a bit. A lot of the headshot women they killed in there had never caught the infection. Those bodies bloated up with rot gases and then popped. It was a stench of legendary proportions when last we checked. So we just closed the jailhouse off for better days.
George shrugged.
In a way, it might be a good thing. If it stinks as bad as it used to, I doubt those pirates would be able to ambush anybody by sitting in there for a couple days.
Closing it up was the right decision at the time.
Jim said about how they left the jailhouse unused.
We stayed plenty busy without it. Times have changed since then. We have a lot more people now, so I know we can use the real estate. And as Jessica said, it couldn't be more convenient. Our skills have improved a lot since then too. When we are done with these pirates, we will clean the jailhouse up. After that, we will start working our way into the Eagle as well. That has always been part of our long-term goals.
In a change of topic, Jim told Hiram,
I want you to take Dr. Clara along with you. If they are commandos, as we suspect, they might very well shoot one of you. George has been in there before. He can help you as a guide. His people can keep Clara safe. You won't need to worry about her.
Werner Hindemith came around the corner then, and he had dressed for exploring. Vern had Carmen's portable Tesla Flux broadcast power field generator in one hand and his bag of tools in the other.
Vern will provide you with lights and get the doors open,
Jim added with a gesture toward the man's arrival. The situation seemed ridiculous to Jessica.
Are we just going to walk in there and hope they don't kill us? They have had 3 days to get ready.
You're not going,
Jim told her with certainty.
Those men in there are trained killers. We need professionals for a job like this.
He's right,
Dunbar agreed.
This is not a job for you, little sister.
I live for this kind of thing.
Carlos said as he closed the breech on his battle rifle with a clean click.
If those pirates want to play war, I'll give them some. They were always a pack of pussies. Snipering little kids playing soccer and backshooting women was all they could do, even before the world went to shit.
If Jessica didn't want to be queen, she still managed to step into the role confidently enough to speak her mind.
This is a job for that Verloc creature.
She reasoned.
If not her, then think of something else. Do not send my father on a mission you consider too suicidal for me to join him on.
This is not about the 3 days,
Jim told her.
This is about the last 3 hours. This was the day that they were going to reveal themselves, which they have, and now they are losing. We have eliminated 2 of their groups, dismissed a 3rd as impotent, and received the ambassadors from the flotilla. They may have inserted by air, but they're not going to be leaving that way. The GMP are watching the sky now, and I do have the military hardware to shoot them down, stealth or no stealth. They are desperate and at a severe disadvantage. If we don't go after them right now and kill them right away, we risk having them do something extreme, like blowing up one of our buildings or setting the whole city aflame. The smoke alone would call in most of the ghouls in the city. Dealing with commandos is a job for commandos.
As an afterthought, Jim told his wife,
And you will never again refer to Special Agent SHIELD with anything but sincere respect and admiration. If Romeo heard you being derisive toward Verloc, it would be an unforgivable insult in his reckoning, especially coming from someone in your position. I gave him my word that she would have our respect. You will honor my agreements, regardless of your personal feelings. You are queen, and it is too late to give it back. Always be mindful of what you say, because what Jessica says is what their queen said. Even the rumor of your ridicule can destroy lives here.
Everyone fell silent to listen, and then turned to see as they heard Carmen's giggles and squeaks of playful joy. She slid around the far corner with slipping traction and then ran their way down the hall. Critias in his mech suit came along an instant behind her as he made chase to catch her. They were obviously playing some kind of prurient newlywed game. Carmen took shelter behind Roland and then grabbed his shoulders to position him as her shield.
You're getting slow, old man.
She mocked Critias with a laugh.
Perhaps you just don't want me badly enough. What am I to you?
An excellent wench,
Critias told her as he came up short and then gestured for her to come to him. She tossed her hair in a dramatic way.
Perdition catch my soul, but I do love thee.
By using his HUD computer's auto-translator application, Critias searched up the source of her words with a mind to romance her with something in kind. The relevant literature came right up on his visor, and then he replied,
And when you love me not, chaos has come again.
His choice of phrase worked perfectly, because Carmen couldn't stay away. She stepped right into his arms, and then nearly purred.
Have you been studying up to seduce me? A poet in public and a brute in the boudoir. I think I could even fall in love with you.
Jim was too busy to indulge their entertainment.
Aren't the 2 of you supposed to be down in Funland, giving people the impression that we are on top of the universe and fully in control?
It's not the universe I want him on top of and controlling.
Carmen commented boorishly, since she wished it were just so. Jim insisted.
What are you doing here?
Jessica told him.
I asked Carmen to come check up on us before anyone went into the jailhouse. Carmen and Critias are your great champions, as anyone from Denver will attest. Clearly, I do need them now. Perhaps they can intervene before you get my father killed.
If it wasn't for me,
Jim reminded her,
you would be a lesser lieutenant of a forager group, not giving orders to Carmen and Critias.
At the moment, I wish I was.
She snapped back.
Then I would be going in there with my father and not staying behind as some mere witness to a tragedy.
Jim saw she had a point there, so he let it stand.
I appreciate your endless fountain of uninvited advice, but you're not in charge here. We can't hurl the same people into the jaws of death for every single problem we have from day to day. I won't make anyone here into the designated victim to die for the good of the community like some sacrificial lamb. Well, I mean anyone besides that lying fool whose treachery killed Jeremy, and some of those pirates too, of course. My point is that I don't consider it fair or wise to place the 2 of them in harm's way on a daily basis, not when we have other options just as reasonable.
Jessica hoped Carmen would take her side when she said,
So Regulus will return to Carthage, is that it?
Everyone looked at her with stunned surprise. Jessica shrugged.
What? I've been reading those library books.
Carmen said.
I apologize that I made a scene in the train tunnel when you questioned the pirates.
Several.
Critias reminded her, since it had been more than one in his estimation.
And it started before you even got there. Your capture of the pirates could have been more professional, too. If you were saying that Jim wants to hold you in reserve because you already seem stressed from your constant contributing, I would tend to agree. Even if we wanted you to do everything, the accumulated strain makes you too volatile.
Carmen straightened under the criticism to show that she could still be professional and emotionally insulated. She had learned important lessons already that morning. They had helped restore her faith in their delicate codes of righteous living that were a 24th century stoicism, a martial service bushido. She stepped away from Critias to speak her mind.
When I convinced Verloc to abandon her old madness for our new one, I knew 2 things. That our real situation was desperately heroic enough to capture her interest, and that I felt ashamed that I stole from my new friend her world of beauty to replace it with this one of painful ugliness. I also have 2 worlds. The beautiful one of my family and friends, and the one outside with the blood and monsters. I now understand that I have to accept pain and hardship as I battle the one, so that I can protect and enjoy the other. Critias and I came here as soldiers to fight for the legendary King Louis. We did not come here to do laundry or to feel safe. We believed that King Louis was like another son of Hamilcar, no less than a Hannibal reborn. I have so much here that I love, and I will fight for it like the warrior that I am. I have the right to expect my commanders to treat me with the duties I am due. I am not a dishwasher or a seamstress. Like Colonel Davis, I have my pride. If I am not here to give my life for the future of humanity, then say that to me in no uncertain terms. I will live selfishly for myself and my husband instead, for I cannot serve two masters.
She looked to Colonel Davis.
Will the last colonel miss his chance to take a soldier's bullet? For those like us, to live too long is to die forgotten in ignobility. To fall in defeat by our chosen foe is our sacred eternity. Will you stand aside in the face of the last war mankind will ever wage against one another?
Not even if I were Custer.
Hiram agreed with her sentiment.
We are soldiers and have to carry the flag for those who came before us, especially for the last time. I will not be the weak link in so long a chain.
Carmen pledged proudly for her android people.
I will not be the first of my kind to fail to serve the sacred mission simply because the danger is too great or too frequent.
Carlos gave a
Hooah!
to show his support for the reasoning. All the other gravewalkers gave their own hooah, being the traditional enthusiastic solidarity of the real army they had once served and still did in matters of honor. Everyone but Jessica. Critias put a supportive hand on Carmen's shoulder.
We keep our promises and our duty comes before our personal preferences, but you are no soldier. You and I are patriots. Patriots do not require the recognition of their state or even that it has wise rulers. We will serve regardless of such concerns, as we did with the idiot Council of Governors. If Jim asks us to go, we shall go without question and in good cheer. If he asks us to stay and fight, then we shall stay. If Jim asks us to go alone into the Colosseum to destroy Jingle Bells and his hunters, even if that means we never come back, then we would go bravely and without complaint. No one doubts that about you, Carmen. It is only in your head. Jim is afraid that you will give so much that you will crack, and frankly, so am I.
He took her hand to lead her away.
He asked us to wait in Funland as a reassurance to others, and Jim is right. Who could be afraid in the company of the great Carmen, killer of Grendel? That is where we will go until we hear to the contrary.
The situation being what it was, Jim went ahead and asked them to help.
If either of you have any good suggestions about how we should proceed in locating these pirates, any input would be welcome.
Critias wasn't that worried about the pirates for various reasons. His armor could take a lot of abuse, and from what he could tell, he had an unavoidable rendezvous with destiny when he returned home to the future, a future that was the legacy of a highly successful King Louis. He told Carmen,
"Go find that lover boy and tell him I want to see him. These pirates are his enemy. He can decide in public if he wants to help get rid of them or stand back and watch as our people risk their lives."
She would obey, and the task was easy enough, yet she was curious.
What are you going to do while I'm gone?
My job,
he answered with a light push to send her on her way. While Carmen went off, Critias went to examine the door that opened onto the sky bridge. That enclosed pedestrian walk extended 45 meters over a city street and one of the jail's attached parking lots, to then end at another door that opened into the jailhouse building. Some small windows gave him a view through the strong slab-like steel door. A couple of large glass panels in the walls of the tunnel let some sunlight inside the bridge, which partially illuminated the long corridor. Critias didn't see anything of note. The hallway was a completely enclosed, featureless tunnel with a smooth, clean floor and a similar door that capped off the distant end. The construction was well on bulletproof and perhaps even bomb-resistant, just as Jack had said. While Critias opened the door to explore the sky bridge, Carmen was on her trip upstairs to reach the guest quarters, where the flotilla ambassadors stayed. The 3 Japanese women were still out at Forager's Castle with Tony Banjo and his crew. That had left Pulitzer Khan and Major Li Feng to return to the King's Tower aboard the light rail with the King. A patrol guard walked the hallway as Carmen arrived on the floor. The armed woman reminded Carmen of when Marshal Gorman had prowled outside their apartment back home. It was a threatening and even insulting display of distrust, one that Carmen knew from personal experience. The guard watched curiously when Carmen knocked, but then looked away when she caught Carmen's disapproving glance. The door to Paulette's room was unlocked and not fully closed. In comparison to the cautious watch the guards had over their guests, it seemed like a reciprocated gesture, only in a reverse, trusting sort of way. Carmen pushed the door a little, so that it swung open on a small room that was nice as things went. It did have its own shower and commode. Polat knelt on the floor as he leaned forward with his back toward the door.
I'm sorry.
Carmen said in Turkish to get his attention.
I didn't know that you were praying. They sent me to bring you and your door wasn't fully closed.
As Polat turned to look her way, she saw that he unpacked his luggage, not prayed, at least not to his God. He had been lost in thought while he held the folded red flag of his former homeland. She asked from the doorway,
Are you going to invite me in?
You will have to forgive me for not.
He answered.
It is not seemly for a woman to be alone in a room with a man who is not her father, brother, or husband. Ill rumors really are born of such things, and you deserve every respect.
Since she had entered the world as a subhuman slave, without even the free will for properly resenting her captivity, it was odd for Carmen to hear that she might deserve every respect, or even any at all, without having to win it for herself first. If nothing else, the man's reasoning did confirm what Carmen had already suspected, that Polat was of the most honorable sort that surely could be trusted.
They are going into the jail after the pirates.
Carmen explained from just outside the doorway. She still spoke in Turkish.
Critias asks that you come.
She hesitated to consider the propriety of explaining in greater detail, and then she added,
He thinks that you should have the opportunity to volunteer to join in.
Would he think me a coward if I were to refuse?
Polat got up and then carefully put the flag down on his bed.
Go and tell them that I will be there shortly as soon as I'm dressed for it.
I know you are a brave man.
Carmen said to be reassuring, but it was equally for herself, as perhaps her reason why she found him so intriguing. Polat turned to give her a meaningfully long look, and then said,
You don't know anything about me. For all you really know, I'm a spy for the pirates. I could be a madman that will take everyone down with me. Your king was wise to keep a guard outside my door.
Is this what you call respect?
She challenged him.
Being contradictory to a woman in her own home while you are her guest, especially when she is right?
Polat felt humbled by that.
No, ma'am, not when she is right. I do have courage. Not to sound immodest after your insistence, I will come and fight alongside your men. Courage is the one thing I do have left. That can only be because I have no particular love for it. Everything else that was ever precious to me has already died. That is my curse, it seems. Not only for it to die, but for me to live long enough to watch it happen.
God is with those who persevere.
She quoted.
I don't know anything about life on your flotilla, but here we have many more women than men. You need only be as lonely as you choose to be. The men await you downstairs on the southern side of the second floor.
Carmen didn't wait for any response. Even if Critias wanted her to wait to escort Polat back, she returned anyway to be near in case he needed her. Critias moved cautiously while he explored the footbridge. The hard floor wasn't suitable to hide any kind of mines or pressure-based traps. He only concerned himself with tripwires, trigger lasers, or if his chemical sniffer detected any trace of explosives. Critias wasn't actually any kind of expert on such things, but he was knowledgeable about the possibilities. Fortunately, there was nothing in the hallway. It was only after he inspected through to the second door at the other end that he realized that the chains and padlocks were still secure on the inside, which made it impossible that anyone had come through that way from the jailhouse. Identical small windows were in that matching door that allowed Critias to see through to the other side. At first glance through the window, Critias got the impression that it would be dangerous to open that next door. Colonel Davis was first to come up behind him.
Can you see anything?
Oh, yeah.
Critias confirmed he could.
They have been here all right. My chemical analyzer is not registering any explosives, but to be honest, that sort of thing doesn't come up all that often, so you never really know. Under the circumstances, let's not kick this door open too hastily.
Critias stepped aside with a gestured invitation.
Have a look, Colonel. I'm not too sure what to make of it myself.
Hiram peered through the narrow window to see the body of a man that hung from the ceiling by a noose. It was definitely a man. The body was fresh and apparently not an infected, evidenced by the unhealed bruising and cuts. Someone had unmistakably put on a show for when an audience had finally come along to witness the dead man. According to the body's dress and equipment, he had been one of the enemy commandos. Colonel Davis commented,
They seem to know that we know they are in there.
Maybe they were getting ready for when they let us know.
Critias speculated.
This is your show, Colonel. How do you want to proceed?
We open this door.
Hiram decided without hesitation.
If I'm not mistaken, there is something waiting for us in that dead man's hand, and it isn't aces and eights.
Critias looked again to see that a note or rolled paper waited secure in the corpse's grip.
It seems all the more of a trap to me.
He cautioned.
I wouldn't be surprised if the rest of them are just waiting to open up on us.
I would be surprised.
Hiram disagreed with his assessment.
There are better ways to set up an ambush than having your enemy come because that is where you told them the ambush was going to be. I think they really do want to give us a message, and that dead pirate is some sort of peace offering.
Critias asked in a word.
Parlay?
Only one of us should open the door,
Hiram advised.
If there is a bomb, there is no sense in both of us finding out the hard way.
Others came down the bridge to see what was happening with Queen Jessica right up in the lead. Alice had stayed close to Jessica. She was near the front when she said,
Let me open the door. As many people as possible need to reach the rescue, and I'm the most expendable person here. If one of you gets blown up, a lot of other people will be worse off. If I get killed, it won't cost anyone anything except a new funeral.
Hiram knew that Critias was trying to train her, so he indulged her enough to ask,
Is she serious?
Because Carmen had told him that Alice had destiny awaiting her that required that she last to a ripe old age, Critias was confident it wasn't her fate to blow up in a booby trap anytime soon.
She is serious.
Critias confirmed it.
Brave or foolish, I agree she is right. The community can't afford to lose you, or me for that matter.
When Hiram didn't complain, Critias told Alice,
Open it real slow, just enough to get your hand through there so you can look around with your gun camera. We need to be sure they didn't attach any tripwires or such things to the door so that it explodes when we open it.
It was a bit much for Jim.
Are we sure about this, gentlemen?
Alice was sure she would do it, even though she was nervous about the idea of being blown up. She said,
I owe one for what happened out on the river run. This is my chance to do my job and also make up for letting everyone down. I'm not yellow. I just got scared. How many people have ever seen anything like that, Hunter?
Stepping up is the only real difference between hard and soft.
Critias said about Alice.
I agree with her. She did choke out on the river. She ran off alone from the boat without thinking. She nearly got herself killed and Bean along with her. If Alice wants to prove she is still ready to jump onto the front lines, now would be a good time.
Everyone else back off the bridge then,
Hiram instructed. Carmen returned in time to watch as Alice carefully removed the padlock chains from the distant door in preparation for opening it. Along with Critias, Carmen observed her every move through the instructor's surveillance feed that came from Alice's helmet. The future technology had quality sensors more than sufficient enough to give an early warning about most hazards. Critias had been right in his guess that it was Alice's destiny to live many more years to come. Carmen made no complaint about him putting Alice to a service that Carmen was better suited to do herself. There were no traps on the door, and no one waited in ambush on the other side. Critias instructed Alice in the safest way to open it. Once the door was far enough ajar for Alice to get her hand inside, she pointed her gun camera around to inspect the interior. Since Alice had come from Denver, which had been a hell of cannibalism among all other myriad forms of human depravity, she was stoically unmoved by the sight of the hanged body. Alice had seen more suicides and murders than she could recall, because the abundance of them all blurred together from being so commonplace. Alice finally looked back down the hallway of the sky bridge, shrugged, and then slowly opened the door wide, to which nothing happened. Hiram silently gestured for Alice to come back to them, and then he sent Giles and Carlos into the jailhouse for a preliminary inspection. While the two men advanced, Polat Ser Khan and Major Li Feng arrived in their full gear, prepared for exterior combat action against man or ghoul alike. It wasn't long before the two gravewalkers confirmed with silent hand gestures that the interior was safe enough for the moment.
Glad you could join us,
Critias told the two flotilla ambassadors.
Things are just getting interesting. The evidence thus far suggests that your pirates are turning against one another. It must be good news for us when the rats are eating each other.
It was generous of you to specially invite me.
Polat answered to acknowledge that he was aware that Critias had summoned him. Critias told Polat,
I figured these pirates were at least as much your enemy as they are ours. You might want to lend us your expertise in dealing with them.
Polat offered his services without reservation.
I'll lend any assistance I can. What did you find in there so far?
Let's go see for ourselves,
Li Feng said in French, inviting Polat to go explore the jail together. Once they had gone ahead, Carmen asked Critias,
Have I disappointed you in some way?
He had to consider his jealous thoughts that she sensed before he commented.
You make me feel proud and fortunate, not disappointed. I was only wondering what you see in that guy.
Carmen glanced at Polat as he moved ahead, and then back at her husband as she tried to decide his intent. In the end, she just told him the truth.
I think Captain Saracon is a lot like you, only he was not raised for this kind of life. Polat had things in the old world that he valued, things he has lost. There is a great sadness in him that disturbs me. I would help him not be sad, I think, if it were possible, though I don't suppose it is.
Carmen revealed some shy embarrassment.
I mean, I don't know any way to refill a man's heart when he is not also my husband.
Her answer made him curious.
How was I raised differently then?
She thought it was obvious.
They raised you to never love anything except your principles and glory through humble service.
I love my pistol.
He suggested as evidence to the contrary.
I really loved my gunship, too. I did have a nice one. Then there was that Epsilon android they gave me as a pleasure slave. I found that material possession fairly enjoyable as well.
She didn't realize he was being facetious when she agreed.
Apart from an affinity for expensive and dangerous technological materialism, you make a point to never love anything, so that you never suffer the weakness of having it taken from you.
Her eyes had that blank, undivided attention behind them as she watched him.
I was just hardware enough to slip in through the cracks. If I had been a real person when we met, you would never have allowed me to get this close. In a way, it was meant to be, and could not have been any other way.
Critias erased all qualms about her sympathy for Polat. Whatever motivations Carmen had to admire the man's qualities, even if he tempted her in some way, it was simply just high praise when it came from her. Carmen was a fine judge of character despite her lack of real-life experience in such matters. Apparently, Polat was her kind of man. Carmen was genuinely his loyal wife. Critias saw no reason to try denying her the innocent friendship. He directed Carmen to walk ahead of him across the bridge to join the inspection of the jailhouse.
I never thought of you as technological materialism,
he told her as an afterthought while he followed just behind.
You have always struck me as being the high-risk adventure capitalism type of girl.
It was Roland who inspected the hanged man for more traps before he retrieved the rolled-up note from the body's right hand where it had been stuck with a wad of chewing gum. He opened the note and then needed only a moment to realize he would never be able to make any sense of it.
It's in some kind of foreign talk.
Roland offered it to Colonel Davis.
The writing appears to be Cyrillic, only with more characters. We need someone who reads Russian. They will at least be able to tell us what this is. If they wanted to send us a message, they could have found an easier language to do it in.
We can send for Nadia.
Hiram thought aloud.
My guess is that they wanted us to take some time in translating it to slow us down after we made it this far.
Perhaps they want to have cooler heads prevail.
Jim reasoned.
Who else do we know that reads Russian?
Carmen stepped forward with an offered hand.
Let me see it.
After Colonel Davis handed it to her, Carmen looked the note over.
This is Chechen. The writer is left-handed, speaks fluent Russian, and the grammar suggests he can speak English as well. There is some Latin alphabet in this, and some Arabic. Definitely a Chechen nationalist, and fairly educated.
Very impressive,
Critias told her.
But we want to know what it says.
When a man's word means nothing, there are no oaths and can be no kings.
Carmen read aloud.
Great God in heaven reserves a special wrath for inhospitable people. Accept this gift with the good will in which I intended it.
Carmen paused to gesture to the hanged pirate.
I have always lived and will die as a man, even though it is never easy to be a Chechen. I saved the lives of many of your women and children from cowardly bombs of treachery. You may be a fox, but I am a fox's tail. You will find me down below. I will speak to one who looks me in the eye, while only death awaits the sly. Knock once to agree. The note is signed Boers. It means wolf. I believe it to be a nom de guerre.
A fucking Chechen,
Dunbar complained.
One with the actual nerve to call himself the official Boers. He has survived this long. This Boers is probably the real deal.
Critias didn't know anything about Chechens.
Are they tough?
They can hold their own.
Hiram confirmed.
And that is after they hand make their own guns. They know how to play rough when it suits them.
The note tells us a few things.
Jim offered deductions.
In a world where men don't keep their word, there are no kings. I am a king, and he is a man of his word, so he wants to talk. He respects the power of God, so he has some religion. But more importantly, he mentions hospitality. Since this is our home, and not his, it must mean he would like to enjoy our hospitality. And as such, if we were to murder a guest in our own home, God's wrath would rightly fall upon us. If we sneak around like snakes, he will take that as a threat. Supposedly, if someone has the balls to look him in the eye, he will be willing to talk. He mentions bombs, and that apparently he prevented the others from using them on us. That leaves us with a pretty simple question. Do we want him to join us, or do we want him dead?
He reached out to have Hatchet hand him a radio. Jim called Kevin to ask,
Who do we have that can speak Chechen?
Kevin understood that it was never going to be common knowledge that Carmen and he were not human, and consequently they were both fluent in most any language, himself especially. The question implied that Jim was looking for someone human who could fill the role.
Romeo is an expert on Caucasic languages.
Kevin answered.
The man is a doctoral scholar and skilled philologist.
Ask him if he speaks Chechen.
Jim instructed.
If he does, get him down here to help us out. We need a man who can represent us in some negotiations. If he can't do it, find us a man who speaks Russian. After that, contact Verloc. Tell her that the agency needs her to infiltrate the Federal Eagle building. She needs to see if she can get in there behind them to provide us with some intelligence. I don't want her to engage them without permission, only to report back to you first.
I could go down there and talk to Boers.
Carmen felt too offhandedly overlooked. She was too naive to understand why she was not the first choice.
It may come to that.
Jim humored her.
But only as a last resort, and even then, only as the translator. He says he wants a brave man to look him in the eye, so he can prove what a warrior he is. This Boers also mentioned God, which combined with the location of his homeland, suggests he is not the sort of man to think this situation is befitting of a pretty young woman.
Carmen liked that.
I'm pretty?
Pretty annoying.
Critias told her wishing she were a bit shrewder and less concerned about her self-esteem.
Shouldn't you be standing guard or something?
Critias walked over to examine the hanged pirate for a moment. His killers had used an old electrical cord to form the hangman's noose. Critias needed only a brief inspection to realize the truth of it.
This pirate was strangled all right,
he told the others.
Someone choked this poor son of a bitch to death with their bare hands and then hung him up after he was dead. You can still see the finger pattern of bruises on his neck.
He pulled his Pangaboe blade from its shin sheath and then deftly cut the body down. At the same time, he used his free hand with mech-suited strength to lower the corpse to the floor.
2 other men were here.
Alice told everyone.
And that dead man is not infected at all.
The ultraviolet vision from her helmet could see the luminous taint of old infection, and there was none of that about the corpse. She warned.
I think you should get a decontamination team ready for when we leave, though. This place is dirty, even in the places where you can't see the blood. It must have been those 2 other men who did the hanging.
Her helmet detected the other 2 men from the lingering olfactory traces still in the stale air. Her synthetic mechanical nose was as sensitive as a hound's, technically more so.
One of the men smells good, though.
She mused.
He wears nice cologne.
Her helmet's sensory transduction could make the weakest traces of scent seem distinct even against the rank jailhouse background. Jim gave a subtle glance to Carmen to see if Alice's information was accurate, to which Carmen silently confirmed that it was all true. George observed,
"Doesn't smell nearly as bad in here as it did last time. That funk still lingers, but it seems old now. It is plenty hot and dry in here. Maybe all those long summers dried it all up while the bugs had a chance to pick the filth over for edibles."
Jim instructed Hatchet.
Get a strong team of battle-tested guards and some decontamination staff in position at the far end of the bridge.
Next, he told Hiram.
I'd like you to explore this building to be absolutely certain it is secure before you go into the basement. This jail is relatively free of hiding holes by design. Shouldn't take you too long. The stink of the rot has improved sufficiently. I think we will be keeping this place. It won't be quick or easy to clean this up, but we have plenty of people who need to keep busy. Idle hours will breed more fearful mistakes than any 1,000 pirates.
Upon some reflection, Jim told Carmen,
I need you to take a tour of the customs house. Search for any explosives these pirates may have placed. That note seems to suggest that they were planning something like that. Even if this Boers did stop them, that might only mean that he took the remote detonator away from them while leaving the bombs in place. If there are any explosives, you will need to find them and then disarm them. You can have Bob or Kevin assist you with that part if they are still armed and too complex for you to handle. I can't think of any way that the pirates could have been moving about inside our buildings without someone spotting them. But it is possible that they walked across the top of this bridge from the jail to climb around outside on our window bars. Take whatever measures you think are necessary to find out. In fact, after you have checked the customs house, move on to our other holdings. Keep searching until we have full confirmation on what bombs this Boers was talking about and where they are now.
Romeo and Tinker Bob arrived at the Sky Bridge to the jailhouse at the same time. Bob carried one of the 2 exotically computerized military radios that Carmen and Verloc had taken from the defeated pirate teams across the river. Romeo dressed as a gentleman in a fine suit, and he carried a clean handkerchief that he could use to cover his mouth as a symbolic gesture that demonstrated his caution about accidentally spreading any infection while he traveled about clean human areas. A platoon of G&P gunmen and a full task force of decontamination workers arrived to hold the near end of the Sky Bridge as a security element versus ghouls, infection, or pirates as any presented themselves. Jim was there with his ever-vigilant Hatchet, who stood watch nearby. When Jim saw the 2 men approach, he went forward from the others to greet them with some small amount of privacy. He asked Romeo,
Did Kevin explain to you what we need you for?
You would like me to speak with one of the Maltese pirates in the man's native language.
Romeo answered to show that he understood.
I speak Chechen more than passingly well.
It's a dangerous mission,
Jim warned, so Romeo could still change his mind. Romeo remained committed.
Special Agent Shield prefers her missions dangerous. Verloc has already reached the Federal Eagle building by now. She is expecting me to play my part by keeping them occupied while she cuts off their escape from behind.
Jim gestured toward the sky bridge to the jail.
Colonel Davis is expecting you as well.
Once Romeo was on his way, Jim told Bob,
You must have something important to bring you out here. If you get yourself killed, there is no one to replace you. Kevin doesn't have any practical experience maintaining all this antique real stuff, and you built most of it.
Bob offered up the pirate radio he carried.
Penny Welder got the passwords for these from that pirate woman she has out at the castle. We now have the access codes to all the other radios in their network. We have their data records, mission maps, pretty much the works.
Jim examined that the radio wasn't active yet.
Did you try the codes?
Kevin has the other radio like this one fully activated.
Bob confirmed the codes as genuine, not that Kevin had needed to use them to break into the device. He also produced a scrap of paper from his pocket with all the various passwords written on it. Bob told Jim,
You can expect a full report from Kevin on all his findings momentarily. The most urgent news appears to be that there are not 6 pirate commandos under the jail. There are probably 23 of them.
That information needed to get to Colonel Davis without going out over the radio. For lack of a better option, Jim selected his wife to be the courier.
Jessica, go tell your father that we now have good intelligence that the pirate force down there may actually be 23 members strong, rather than only the half dozen we were expecting.
Once the Queen and her bodyguard Alice were off to hand deliver that information, Jim checked the paper to find the main password to activate the pirate radio.
Blackamoor,
he said aloud to illustrate the tasteless toilet humor of the pirate culture.
They are certainly a charming people, in that moist goat barbarian jerk-off kind of way.
Romeo crossed the bridge into the jailhouse to find that Roland and Amber of the Gravewalkers waited there to escort him. Together they would catch up with the rest of their platoon who were already down in the jailhouse's basement.
Colonel Davis is waiting for you downstairs, Mr. Romeo,
Roland said politely, while he offered the watcher his own flashlight. With an open-handed gesture, he showed the proper direction in which to proceed.
Let's not keep them waiting then.
Romeo went ahead. Jessica caught up by then to join the group heading down to her father. Their trek through the jailhouse was something like the tour of a horror show museum that exhibited the outbreak cataclysm. Nearly all the confinement cells contained something abhorrent. Some were hobo survivalist sleeping compartments packed with dirty blankets, laundry, and junk. Other cells contained the wrinkly husks of dehydrated headshot ghouls that still wore the street clothes of first-wave infections. During those first days when Mexico City still screamed in flames, police units actually rounded up infected to lock them in cages for trial, like they would have apprehended junkies or burglars. It was only later, after the situation had really gone end times, that someone had made the rounds to give them each a bullet through the head. Crusty splattered patches of blood and brains still stained the walls and floors in testimony to the executions. Other cells contained rat-chewed skeletons of the murdered uninfected. The blood-stained clothes and underwear showed that the murdered humans were invariably women. Many of their skulls had gunshot wounds typical of close-range murders. One of the cells was a converted greasy soup kitchen cooking area that remained distinctly unappetizing. Hiram and his platoon had already secured the jailhouse down to the last basement room. From there, a tunnel went under a major city street into the ultra-secure limestone bedrock basement of the Federal Eagle building on the adjacent block. George with his road team, Dr. Clara, and the rest of the Gravewalkers waited in that last room of the jailhouse basement that had the entrance to the long tunnel. It was a modestly large room with some immovable benches, an office reception area with a signing window, and a pair of restrooms. A strong door covered the tunnel's entrance. It was the kind of door that could stand up to some grenades or more than a few bullets, as was typical of high-security regular traffic applications. The pirates had used a clever plasma cutting rig to slice their way past the locks, but otherwise left the door intact. Colonel Davis handed Romeo a clip-on microphone and also an earplug receiver.
We will be monitoring you the whole time.
He prepped him.
You need to give us an emergency signal word that you will use if you want us to storm in there and kill everyone.
As Romeo secured the microphone behind his lapel, he said,
I will use the word polite. That will be your signal to come to my assistance. Special Agent Shield is on her way here from the other side. You will need to be mindful of not shooting her by mistake should she arrive unexpectedly at a critical moment, which would be her proper idiom.
Peterson handed Romeo a blueprinted .45 caliber automatic pistol with a high-quality snub-nose suppressor. As he let go of the handgun, he pledged,
We won't hit anyone we're not supposed to.
Since it seemed all was in readiness, Colonel Davis took up a hammer and then used it to bang one time on the door to signal to the Chechen pirate. A A few moments later, a distant knock returned to them in acknowledgement that he was ready to receive a negotiator.
Chapter 8. Kings and Barristers.
Special Agent Shield got her new orders from Agency Command. They wanted her to support Romeo on his dangerous diplomatic mission into pirate-held territory. Verloc wasted no time as she got back on her motorcycle. She had left it parked outside the Radio City garage after she had helped Carmen capture that pirate team across the river. Verloc's ride was short. She headed west for about 6/10 of a mile across the core of downtown. As Verloc surveyed the slow, moldering decay of the infected metropolis, she recalled how beautiful the golden age of the city had been before the new timeline of post-apocalyptic mayhem had supervened it. The zombie bomb of the Shadow Emperor had devastated not only her city, but also the rest of the world. Clean or dirty, the city was Special Agent Shield's own backyard, and she prided herself on knowing every inch of it. At the end of her short drive was that gaudy monstrosity of politicized justice, the Federal Eagle Building. In its prime, the Eagle had sold itself as the most secure building in the prefecture, and it was still thoroughly secure, at least from conventional attacks like bullets or bombs. No price of other people's money could be too great for the politicians of justice to ensure themselves luxury and protection. It was that assiduously crafted reputation for absolute security that had made the building such an outbreak magnet for the most cravenly and cringing of the legalese trucklers, who were much the same sort of people who had swarmed the Eagle's halls during its daily working life. Like any fortification governed by disingenuous ne'er-do-wells during that critical time, infection was already rooted in the bloodstains of their clothes and lurked in the concealed scratches of the original survivor contingent. Far too many inhabitants were already carriers when the Eagle first sealed her outer doors against the final upheaval of mankind's fall. Newly turned infected rampaged through the building on that first night. They had dashed about with screams as they had clawed and bit people. Even when they lost, they spread their infectious blood around the place as they fell in battle against human defenders. It took less than a week for all human habitation in the building to perish in the usual bloody fiasco of traitorous cowards, stolen food, and desperation of the weak-willed that was the outbreak. Verloc parked her bike on the side of the Eagle at the loading dock area, where the anti-vehicular bollards were no obstacle to her narrow motorcycle. Several large garage doors were there that had served delivery trucks, allowed for the removal of the shred-compacted trash, and let in transports for high-security indoor prisoner transfers. Near the center of the line of massive garage doors was a single dead-bolted human-sized security door. Verloc found the key to it tucked up on the thin ledge at the top of the doorframe, exactly where she expected to find it. To her knowledge, there was only one regular denizen of the Federal Eagle Building, and that was the fortune-teller they called Nostradamus. That mad watcher kept rooms at the top of the tower from where he could best do his mysterious scrying rituals and stargaze through his telescopes. Verloc had actually visited Nostradamus in his home once, while in the company of Judas, who did some occasional collecting for the seer and traded with him. She relocked the deadbolt with the interior twist latch after she returned the key to its proper perch above the door. From there on, Verloc needed her night vision goggles to see as she walked through the lightless internal dock area of the building. When she saw the telltale drippings of Nostradamus's wax candles that pocked the concrete floor, she hoped the pirates had not harmed the eccentric watcher. Nostradamus was a confused fool, but also a pacifist at heart with no taste for violence. It was a personality that made him easy prey for brigands armed with modern weapons. Verloc wasn't even certain that the innocent fellow would understand that the pirates were a threat to him until it was already too late. Verloc had a cursory knowledge of her way around the gigantic building with its 1,000,000 square feet of floor space. She found her way to the great amphitheater main lobby easily enough with its awe-inspiring columned stonework and mosaic floor. The high space with its galleries of windows let in plenty of sunlight under which Verloc could study the place in detail. The floor was thick with settled dust that had steadily accumulated over the years. A despoiled garbage dump cluttered up the lobby with pilfered refugee baggage and all manner of empty food supply containers scattered every which way. None of the trash was of any value, but the dirt did perform a remarkably fine job of preserving the passage of footprints. Other than watchers, only the Maltese pirates had even been in the building since the foragers last explored it years before. Verloc discerned the military boot tracks of the pirates and followed them easily. Their path took several turns before it reached a staircase going down to the basement levels. There were 4 underground floors to the building. The deepest delved down a full 10 fathoms, cut from virgin bedrock. As Verloc followed the trail, she hoped that the guide the pirates had was a good one, so that they didn't wander around lost in the underground, which would make their path of footprints into an indecipherable maze with all the requisite crisscrossing and backtracking. The guide was good, and the path free of meandering. Whoever led the pirates through the building surely knew their way about the place. Verloc was confident that the guide had to be none other than that woman, the security czar formerly from the city that the Nine-Toed pirate team leader had spoken of during his interrogation, news that had reached her ears during her mission briefing by Kevin. It was both a blessing and a small disappointment when Verloc discovered that she had gone in a wide circle to end up below the loading dock area where she first came in. If she had known before, or the pirate guide had known for that matter, she could have taken the service stairs from the dock area and saved herself the long way round trip through the lobby. Verloc remained uncertain as to how the pirates entered the building in the first place. The blessing was that at least her route back out to her motorcycle later would be that much shorter. Nearby, Romeo carried a battery-powered camping lantern to illuminate his way as he walked the straight tunnel toward the Federal Eagle building on his way to meet with the pirate named Bors. It was a 30-meter trip that passed under the street before it reached a matching security door at the other end. A man waiting behind that door asked in rough English,
"Are you armed?"
The pirate's strong native accent was familiar enough to Romeo that he answered in French.
Of course I'm armed. You're from Côte d'Ivoire, no?
It was a West African nation that demonstrated that the Maltese pirates were a far more cosmopolitan population than the dominantly American survivors were locally. The same seemed true of the international membership of the flotilla as well.
"You must surrender your weapon,"
the man demanded in perfect French.
None of us have survived this long by surrendering our weapons casually,
Romeo replied in refusal.
If Bors is too timid to speak with me, perhaps we can try this again later.
Let him in,
a man shouted from somewhere beyond using bad French before he added,
"You magnificent black bastard,"
in quality Russian. The French-speaking West African pirate opened the door to let Romeo inside their lair. The man was tall and athletically lean with admirably fine teeth that shined white behind his freebooter's grin. He really was an outstandingly handsome guy in a modeling career sort of way.
"Welcome to paradise,"
the pirate joked in his native French. The attitude insinuated that his group was less than satisfied with their present living conditions or their future prospects. It also revealed that despite all their privations, they were still of a humorous mood and ready to keep fighting. Romeo passed through into the serviceably large underground room where Bors's pirates made their camp. He counted 13 pirates in all, 4 female and 9 male. All were adults in the prime of life. From the hushed chatter, Romeo determined that they were of 2 varieties, those pirates who primarily spoke French and those who mainly spoke Russian. All of them were heavily armed and seemed capable of using their weapons with reasonable talent. For illumination, the pirates had lanterns that burned bottled propane gas that was still readily available in the world. Simple sleeping pallets were about the place, and also a table upon which they prepared their meals with a small bottled gas camping stove. Overall, the pirates seemed clean, adequately nourished, and in good health. Romeo identified their leader Bors by his presence alone. The man sat shirtless on an upturned plastic bucket, while a sandy-haired Caucasian woman braided his long black tresses. The most striking thing about Bors, besides his powerhouse muscular physique, was his full-body tattooing in gimcrack swathes of vivid color, devoid of ready meaning. Aside from that, they greatly added to his already fearsome appearance.
"I don't speak proper French,"
Bors said in Russian to Romeo. He knew a little, having picked it up from his friends. Romeo responded in Chechen.
Then how is your English?
Bors smiled with pleasure at hearing his native language spoken. He conversed in that.
"No one else will understand this way. That is how I prefer it. Now tell me your name and your relation to that King Louis who rules this place."
The woman that braided Bors's hair revealed herself as Australian by the accent to her Russian when she commented softly to Bors.
"They must be doing well here. He seems fed and wears such fine clothes."
"They call me Romeo,"
he told Bors.
"I'm the king's barrister. He sent me to treat with you."
Bors considered that.
"I'm surprised your king would send me someone he thought important. He must be confident that we won't just kill you."
"He shared no such confidence with me,"
Romeo admitted, though not fearful of that eventuality.
"We know next to nothing about your people other than the name we have made up for ourselves, the Pirates of Malta. Should you turn out to be as bloodthirsty and unreasonable as brigands, I don't think it would take the king by surprise.
I think it unlikely he would send you here to die if you were of some value to him.
Bors reasoned.
You clearly don't know many kings,
Romeo replied.
or many lawyers for that matter.
Bors laughed and even slapped his knee because he liked the witty reply.
But here you are, Romeo, surrounded by all these dangerous cutthroats, and you don't even have a drop of sweat on your brow. I asked for a brave man, and they sent me one. As you can see, we have a bit of a predicament. My friends and I have no wish to make trouble for you. More so, it is in our interest to join you. But unfortunately, not everyone I came here with shares in that sentiment.
Romeo made a small nod.
We supposed as much when we found that man you hung upstairs. A former acquaintance of yours, I presume.
He was not inclined toward handing over his team's radio.
Bors explained with an added gesture over to the side, where two matching pirate radios rested on a small table.
As you can see, his companions no longer have the means to contact anyone else. We also have all their explosives and the detonators. I'm not altogether certain where they are now, only that we locked them out of this section. We also have all their food and most of their water. I would imagine they are planning something desperate, since they don't have long to live otherwise. Do we agree that whatever it is they are up to is likely most unpleasant for your King Louis?
I don't imagine they have pleasant things in mind for you either.
Romeo observed.
But as you say, they will no doubt be in haste to find some solution to their deprivations rather than invest in revenge against you. You have made your precarious position clear to me. Your officious lifestyle has finally delivered you to that proverbial shore between a rock and a hard place. You cannot go back to whence you came, and to move forward you require the king's cooperation. If we don't come to some accord with you, you will have no choice but to take rash action to secure for yourself some opportunity for survival. Clearly, it is in both our best interests that we come to some peaceful concord.
Bors lost his smile and his cordial tone, leaving behind a more serious man.
And just so.
The quality microphone that Romeo wore allowed Colonel Davis to relay the transmitted conversation onto Kevin, who translated in real time for Jim. When Jim had heard what they had said thus far, he sent back his detailed instructions to Romeo's ear.
The king offers you no special conditions whatsoever,
Romeo told Bors in a categorical tone.
You must turn over all your weapons and surrender to his safekeeping without resistance or complaint. This gesture of total submission on your part will go far in earning his leniency.
When Romeo saw in Bors's expression that he was about to refuse, Romeo added,
You bring nothing but hungry bellies while asking for much in return. Do not let foolish pride blind you to the generosity of this offer. The king will not agree to offer you his charity while you march in armed like honored guests. You are pirates, not friends. You come as beggars and must humble yourselves before his majesty.
Even if I were so inclined,
Bors replied,
my companions would not be quick to acquiesce to such horrid terms.
Romeo shrugged with a demonstration of indifference.
They have time to contemplate their situation. Hunger and thirst may change their minds more efficaciously than any counsel you can offer them, or you could just ask them. You may find them more willing to accept than you give them credit. Your options are limited, and in all honesty, you were hoping for exactly this kind of opportunity. I recommend you seize this moment with gratitude. The longer you delay, the less trustworthy you will seem.
As Bors thought hard on the difficult decision he needed to make, Romeo offered some additional advice.
My first meeting with the king's men was not so different than what you now face. His rewards for loyal and able service are as lavish and dependable as are his requitals against those who oppose him.
From that Bors guessed,
You already have a strike team in position to storm in here and kill us?
You need to ask.
Romeo shook his head.
You needed a brave man to make your plan work. Now you need another, Mr. Bors. Hesitation is not the idiom of great leaders or heroes. It is not your fault that you didn't have the good fortune of having a great king teach you the tradecraft of fine leadership in the crisis situation.
We really are trapped.
Bors admitted to the obvious. He saw no other way out of their tight situation. Romeo asked rhetorically,
What better reason than impossible danger to face a day boldly then?
A Muscovite male pirate asked Bors in Russian.
So what is it to be then, brother? Will they let us join them, or do we fight it out? There isn't any no for a final answer.
We must surrender ourselves to their mercy.
Bors confessed to the man.
They will welcome you, slave you out, or torture you to death. We give up our arms and ask for mercy. No promises offered.
A South African woman spoke both Russian and French. She translated the situation into French for the others. Two other women, a French national and a French Canadian, both took the news as promising. The native declared,
We can't eat our guns. If they want them, they can have them. No offense to any of you guys, but I have tits. They won't be shooting me anytime soon. I'll talk a stupid one into marrying me or something close to that. I want to live.
It's not like we have anywhere else to go anyway.
The Canadian woman agreed with surrendering.
Even if they offered us supplies, we would take them where? I don't want to go live alone in some cavern for the next 30 years.
A Vietnamese man of the French speakers also agreed.
We risked everything for this opportunity. Now that we have actually made contact with them, it's stupid to change our minds.
Bors stood up, having made his decision.
I promised Rachel a new life. She shall have it even at the cost of my own.
He looked to Romeo.
Where are your men? You may present me to them as your hostage. I asked for a brave man. Now I shall show you one.
The Australian woman, Rachel, who had braided Bors's hair, complained.
You can't just trust them. What if they murder you?
Then they shall see how a Chechen faces death.
Bors replied.
Perhaps that will win some respect for my woman. Our child will be born with half a chance even if it has to kill me. We're not going back on the run living on the road. There is no other door left for us to choose. This was my plan all along. Now we find out if those radio shows were true.
Romeo made a point to reveal that he wore a microphone under his lapel as he held it closer to his lips.
We are coming out, Colonel. They are willing to peaceably surrender.
A few rooms away, Verloc rested comfortably atop a hallway's overhead utility pipes as a fully armed squad of pirates passed directly underneath her. The raiders chattered away in their language. Verloc was ignorant of their tongue. She could make no sense of it. Verloc was able to use her Time Police space radio wristwatch to transmit the conversation back to the agency for prompt translation. Using her 007 Dick Tracy Flash Gordon future agent wristwatch as a real archenemy henchman commando squad passed underneath her while she was on a critical secret mission for the agency felt every bit as awesome as it sounded. Verloc had failed to link up with Romeo because there was no simple way past the barricaded door that led into the section of the basement he occupied. The pirates Romeo went to negotiate with had done a fine job to ensure their own rear security. Verloc might have been able to force the door, though not in any way she could call discreet. Such was the pitiful condition of the enemy. Her pirates illuminated their way by a pair of candle-powered lanterns. They had little in the way of packs or baggage to indicate that they carried enough food or water to last them more than a few days, which was the equivalent of them being already on the doorstep of starvation. Verloc counted 5 pirates that she took to be security gunmen without any special talents, 3 male and 2 female. Another female there was a medic if judged by the first aid pack that she carried. A 4th male was some sort of mechanic, engineer, or demolitions operative based on the bag of tools he brought along with him. Their leader was a woman of maturity, perhaps older than 60 years of age, and she talked the most. By the sound of it, she had a plan that progressed in a positive manner, since she seemed confident rather than bemoaned defeat. The pirates quickly moved on. Verloc silently dropped down from her hiding place and then stealthily followed them. She had only advanced a few cautious steps when Kevin transmitted her new orders from the agency. Futuristic directional wave technology played her watch radio in clearly audible sound to Verloc's ear, while any other listener out of the narrow beam would hear nothing at all. Kevin told her,
Continue your covert pursuit to observe their activities. The Maltese pirates with Romeo have just peacefully surrendered themselves to Colonel Davis and his Gravewalkers. Your Romeo has proven himself to be a talented negotiator.
After that, Kevin provided her a complete translation of the pirates' conversation as they had passed beneath her. The pirates mentioned 2 additional members that scouted ahead. Apparently, they had successfully located a new path of egress from the Eagle to get closer to the community. The pirates also cursed bitterly about Bors with his companions in that they called them turncoats of the lowest sort who had plotted defection since before the Black Hole had even arrived on the continent. That seemed to confirm that Bors's defection was genuine and not just some ploy in collusion with those others. Verloc felt confident that the pirates remained totally unaware of her eavesdropping. The pirate scouts had located a secure room where an underground fiber optics communications trunk entered the building via the downtown's local municipal utility tunnel. It was a narrow corridor that connected into a whole labyrinth of similar paths, some that intersected with tunnels in use by Jim's community. From a safe distance, Verloc watched the pirate engineer use his cutting torch to remove the last security barrier that kept them out of that utility tunnel. Verloc used her future tech wristwatch to provide Kevin real-time audio surveillance combined with a hyperpixel 3D visual. The view was quite excellent, even in no natural light, so long as Verloc pointed the face of the wristwatch somewhat in the right direction. The headman leader of the gun-swaggering types asked the domineering older woman,
Tell me, Madeline, what is the best-case scenario you see us getting out of this?
We take hostages.
She replied like she had some certainty on its chance of success.
With the right hostages, we ransom them for all the food and ammunition we can carry. We can't sail home with nothing, even if we could leave now.
The man remained doubtful.
What makes you think they would trade so much for a few people? I wouldn't. I'd tell you to kill the hostages before I handed over so much of my supplies.
I can take their whole community hostage.
Madeline boasted, and she enjoyed the thought of it.
If we are in a position to let the infected inside, they will pay us what we want. They know if they refuse, we will kill them all.
With an echoing clank, the last barrier into the service tunnel came apart and then fell to the concrete floor. The engineer listened for a moment and then shrugged as if the others had no reason to become concerned that he had just broken the cardinal rule of cautious silence. As the man turned in his kneel to pick up his tools so he could get himself out of the way, he saw the suddenly aghast expressions that arose on the faces of his accomplices. They seemed to have witnessed something terrible, and it was directly behind him. An infected toddler dashed out from the newly opened tunnel. It galloped about on all four limbs with the alacrity of a rabid raccoon. After it sprang onto the engineer's crouched back, it used filthy, searching little fingers to promptly locate exposed flesh at the scruff of the man's neck, where a moment later the vicious, grimy imp of a monstrosity bit him. The creature had been small enough to crawl its way into the utility corridors and thus trap itself beneath the streets. For years it had prowled dark hallways as it scavenged bugs, mice, and spiders. The noise the pirates made as they cut open the security barrier had drawn in the miniature ghoul like a shark to blood. Madeline shot the rambunctiously audacious child through the head with a bullet from her suppressed pistol, and then she told the engineer,
You have a lot of good hours still left in you. Stop your crying and take the lead as we press on, or I can shoot you in the head right here.
The man bawled.
Why don't you just fucking shoot me?
She did, right through the eye.
Chapter 9. Master Cometh.
Jude, the Maltese pirate mechanic, did have talent, only she got no luck to go along with it. Everything seemed to be right with her plan, and the car they had chosen appeared to be in good working order, only it refused to start despite all her best efforts. With the help of her group leader, she had rolled the car down 2 successive ramps in the parking garage as they tried to get the engine push started, but it just wouldn't turn over. She would still have been on the side of fortunate if the car was the worst of their problems. Unbeknownst to that team of pirates, Cutter had noticed the fluttering distress of his pigeons as they had flapped out through the ventilation windows of the parking garage. The gigantic watcher rightly suspected that something untoward was afoot in their multi-story coop, and he was of a mind to investigate the matter. Cutter had been at the nearby stadium that morning along with Jingle Bells. They had visited to see if Verloc had attacked their old home with help from her new friends, the humans from the tower. Their investigation had revealed that no enemies had visited the Colosseum at all. When Jingle Bells went to collect some of his runners to help them make a circuit of their meat traps, he got a welcome surprise from his 7 splendid hunters that he had left behind on his departure. At the time, he had abandoned them because of their unruly temperaments. Their minds had still boiled in torment over their fresh inoculations. Their former chained captivity had habituated them to eating well-cooked catered meals that were rich with gravy. With new freedom, the hunters had discovered new hunger and the simple frustration that came from having to chase small vermin for their sustenance. Jingle Bell's absence had reminded them that it was their jingling jailer who had fed them so generously. The 7 giants recognized Jingle Bells as their benevolent master returned home from abroad. Like faithful hounds, they rushed in answer to his ringing summons and then danced around his heels as they expected to receive copious amounts of bloody fresh meat. Jingle Bell's good fortune was not limited to only his discovery of those magnificent pet hunters who would obey his commands. He found something else just as wonderful when he saw his many trained runners that he had served his last supper to when he and Cutter had fled the Colosseum in fear of Verloc. The ghouls had unwittingly ingested the gigantism elixir after Jingle Bells had spiked it into their stew. That serum-infused meal had subsequently transformed them. The runners had not enlarged so much that they had become true hunters, but they had improved significantly in terms of their vigor and physical strength, just without having become inhumanly taller. His new elites bulged with rippling muscle and panted from their aggressive excess of adrenaline. They were beautifully ferocious predators of speed and grace that even rivaled those same traits in his true hunters. If Jingle Bell's hunters were mighty lions, the runners had become a huge pack of deadly hyenas that were readily capable of even robbing lions of their kills. The river landing of the flotilla plane that morning, along with all the shooting he had heard, made for confusing omens in Jingle Bell's mind. Either event alone would have been different, while together it seemed to spell out trouble for the tower. The arrival of new humans in a fantastic and powerful machine that flew like winged Satan implied that the humans shot at each other. Men killing men was certainly a most blessed and welcome turn of events. Jingle Bells took his hunters out to collect meat since those brutes were ravenous with deprivation, and the food would go a long way toward cementing the bond between his carnivorous pets and their master. The bell ringer led the way by circuitous routes, and he let his hunters immediately devour the raw victuals they procured. First, they found a large wild dog that a toothless chained crawler had cornered. They next found an adult doe that had broken her leg when she spilled down into a pit trap. Since the 7 hunters were well on to being content after their light meal, Jingle Bells took that opportunity to indulge Cutter with an investigation of their pigeon building. Jingle Bells didn't believe anything important would be in there until he happened to discover a sign. On the sidewalk below the building, he found the wrapper of a survival ration energy bar. The package was still clean, like it was brand new, and deep in a crease he found a dehydrated bit of raisin that still had some oats that clung to it. Of no less interest to him was that the name on the package was in an easily recognizable yet indecipherable foreign tongue.
Men,
Cutter said in a pleased tone. The wrapper was proof that he had been right in his suspicion that someone had disturbed their pigeons. It also meant that they would soon find intruders for him to play with. Cutter carried his new weapon, which was a guillotine blade he had stripped from an industrial paper-slicing apparatus. By adding a handle to one end, he made for himself a long, single-edged, razor-sharp sword of the finest tempered steel. He liked the idea that he would soon get a chance to test his new blade on the flesh of some arrogant squealer of a human. It would be a fine experiment before he used its honed edge to split Verloc and Romeo into steaks. After that, he planned to take the heads of the Sword Angel and the Pistolier as his trophies.
This has been a blessed day for us,
Jingle Bells said with his eyes turned toward heaven.
Those who keep the faith with the Lord will have him reward them. Let us go up and say hello to these trespassers.
Several floors up in the building, the pirate squad leader cursed his mechanic.
You said you could make this work, you stupid bitch.
I don't know what's wrong.
She exclaimed, feeling the stress.
Perhaps there was something wrong with it when they parked it here. Maybe the gasoline has turned into varnish. I just need a little more time to figure this out. I know I can do it.
You're out of time,
he scolded her.
I gave you the chance to try your plan and you failed miserably. Now we're going to do this my way. When it gets dark, we're going down to their train station and then breaking in to take hostages.
Jingle Bells and Cutter entered the building through the demolished sandwich shop on the ground floor. Rolling steel gates blocked off the garage's automobile entrance and exit to the street. Jingle Bells had left those barriers in place to keep the wandering wild ghouls away from their pigeons. Cutter moved aside a heavy marble bench that they used to secure the stairwell door on the ground floor, and then they started up from there. Jude's sharp hearing detected a hint of sound as Jingle Bell's platoon of hunters approached. 8 hunters that included Cutter could be clumsy at times because of their unwieldy size. They crunched things underfoot, knocked over bits of junk, and disturbed loose rubble. Jude was no fool, such that even without definitive proof, she felt certain that danger drew near. Good instincts were a hallmark of survivors anywhere left in the world, be they brave or cowardly. To survive so long at least required that a person be uniformly cautious. No amount of caution protected against petty personality flaws that could blind better judgment.
What are you gawking at?
The pirate leader asked her contemptuously.
I heard something.
She warned him in a harsh whisper.
We need to get back to the roof and then hide.
I didn't hear anything,
he remarked dismissively. Even after haranguing her about the failed endeavor to start the car, he suddenly renewed his interest, mostly just to do the opposite of anything she suggested, making him in charge again.
What else could you do to make this thing run?
Jude would not continue to work on the car. She hurriedly gathered up her tool bag to leave.
We need to get out of here immediately. There is no cover here. We are too exposed.
The man checked his M16A2 assault rifle to make sure it was ready for firing. After he made a point to glance about in every direction, as if to show she was paranoid about nothing, he said,
I don't see or hear anything. Get back to work.
Jingle Bells led his fearsome group up the stairwell that was dark as a pocket. Their path was on course to reach the second-floor door into the parking garage, which was their usual route to the pigeons. The bell ringer left his most tractable hunter to guard that exit, and then he continued on with the others. Their arrival in the thinly sunlit garage sent the pigeons there into madly flapped brouhaha. The birds recognized the intruders as genuine predators that would snatch them up into a sack for a snack if the chance presented itself. Many of the pigeons went out through the ventilation windows, while others flew up the ramp of the garage to reach the higher levels ahead of the pack of hunters. As a sudden wave of panicked pigeons raced past them in noisy flight, they certified Jude's accurate warning that danger approached from below. It was proof enough even to convince her ignorant pirate team commander that they had good reason to feel concerned. Like most men who were quick to abusive anger, the leader also had great capacity for self-preserving cowardice as well. After he glanced down the garage ramp to see that more birds retreated up toward them, the pirate leader turned to imitate their frightened escape. He fled for the nearest door to the stairwell with nary a concern for if Jude kept pace with him or not, which she didn't. Jude did run, only she backtracked the exact way they had originally come. She followed the spiral of driveway as it went upward to the highest floor of parking. Cutter learned a valuable lesson from having Verloc and Carmen chase him across the city as they pumped bullets into his backside. Open spaces favored humans with their guns, as did their staying hidden in uncertain locations. While Cutter still had no idea where the trespassers were, he maintained a prudent attitude of patient concealment. He would not boldly blunder into an ambush and then have them shoot him full of painful bullet holes. While Jingle Bells walked casually through the parking area with 6 of his other hunters, Cutter continued quietly up inside the stairwell, where the tight space gave him the chance to reach any humans he encountered before they could get the advantage of distance to use their firearms. The pirate squad leader reached the stairwell door and then jerked it open. He already wondered where he would hide because the roof of the building didn't have any exits. Once he had trapped himself up there, and then the ghouls located him, it would be all over. The pirate leader's problems never came to that, only he wished that they had. Finding himself trapped on the roof would have been entirely preferable to the moment when he opened the stairwell door to find Cutter standing there waiting to greet him. The man experienced a special kind of fear. He went from feeling chased and only a moment from trapping himself on the roof to then staring upward into the evilly smiling gigantic face of Cutter. The mighty golem even had ironically perfect, freshly regenerated, straight white teeth. The golem was both a superhuman monster and a man, almost handsome like a game show host from the lower pits of hell. The pirate's despair only redoubled when the enormous brute gripped him about the neck as a Sasquatch would casually scruff a pet cat. The pirate lost all manliness and pissed himself with fear as Cutter rhetorically asked in clear English,
"Well, aren't you the sweet little thing?"
The commander's effeminate squeal of absolute fright reached the ears of Jude as she ran for safety. The sound was extremely bad news, since it indicated that the ghouls were aware that humans were in the building, and therefore they would certainly make a thorough search to find more. Even while consumed with fright, it crossed her mind that at least she wouldn't have to follow that fool of a squad leader in an attack on the train station. Jude reached the top floor of the parking levels, took the door into the dark stairwell, and then hurried toward the roof as quietly as she could manage in total darkness. She knew the stairs were clear from their trip down. Whatever fear she had of the dark was less than her worry about using a light that would give her away to any ghouls that already came up below her. Jude was nearly at the top when she realized that she wasn't exactly certain that it was ghouls in the building. For all she really knew, it could have been King Louis's gunmen who came in to clean them out. There was something about her squad leader's last sound that implied he had run into something distinctly inhuman. It had been a sound that made the prospect of eating a bullet tolerably pleasant by comparison. Jude had to rap on the door to the roof before her teammate removed the wedge and then opened it for her.
"They've got Rom,"
she told him in a panic. He asked,
"Who has Rom?"
Regardless of who it was, he was already unhappy about it, since it was definitely bad news in every variation.
"I don't know,"
she panted.
"I didn't see anyone. I only heard him cry out when they took him. The lower floors have parking garages. We were trying to get a car started when the birds began to panic. Rom just ran off and left me, and then I heard him cry out. I think he's dead."
The man did his best to follow her confusing story.
"Birds?"
"Pigeons,"
she clarified.
"The garage floors have thousands of pigeons."
"If he isn't dead now, he's wishing he was,"
the man reasoned.
"What are we going to do?"
She wedged the piece of timber back under the handle to keep the door pinned shut. Jude gave the base of the board a kick to make sure it seated tight.
"We hide up here and hope they go away,"
was her best suggestion.
"What other choice do we have?"
We jump,
said the man grimly. He meant that suicide was a preferable option to having ghouls eat them alive or having King Louis's people torture them to death.
It hasn't come to that yet.
She tried to sound hopeful.
Maybe whatever's down there won't come up. Bring out all the guns. If they do try and come through, we will make them work for it.
While Jingle Bells inspected the car that the pirates had tried to start, Cutter arrived carrying his prisoner.
I found a man.
The giant watcher chuckled. He held the pirate up with one hand and swung him at a dangle as he walked. When two of the other hunters rushed forward to take a bite of his pirate, Cutter drove one off with a kick to the belly and then smacked the other away with a blow from the blunt backside of his sword.
Get off!
He cursed them.
Wait your turn, you raggedy bitches.
The pirate stuttered like a machine gun.
You talk too?
Somehow, in his imagination, more ghouls that talked could possibly worsen his situation. Jingle Bells walked up close to look the man Rom in the face.
I do enjoy a pleasant conversation upon occasion. Why don't you tell me why you are here? Tell me where I can find your companions. Tell me about the flying machine that came here today, and about the shooting that we heard.
Rom wept like a terrified child as he began to spill his guts on all he knew. Life was never more precious to a coward than when he had no chance at all to preserve it. To get another minute of breath, or to extend his pathetic existence for just another hour, there was nothing and no one he would be unwilling to betray, least of all his manhood or non-existent honor.
Chapter 10. Glory Rotor.
Colonel Davis and his Gravewalker platoon escorted Bors and his band of pirates to the tower lobby for their showers and decontamination inspections. The prisoners would spend 24 hours in the cages as a cooling-off period, ostensibly as the standard overnight quarantine that could conclusively prove their uninfected status. Bors had demanded to speak with their leader, but his request went unanswered. He and his people calmed considerably when they got to eat a finer meal than they had gotten on their own in quite some time, even if they did have to dine behind bars. Kevin kept the king fully abreast of Verloc's progress. Jim learned about the Madeleine woman and her plan to take hostages or to let ghouls inside their city unless Jim paid her some heavy ransom in food and ammunition. If he did pay them off, the pirates would probably fly away home in a sort of victory. They would at least depart aboard a flying pirate galleon loaded fat with their lives and Jim's booty. Jim sat at the captain's table where he managed general business. He also took that opportunity to get something to eat while he examined one of the new sets of pirate radio gear. Fat Jack, Critias, and Carmen sat nearby, since they had also been hungry and they wanted to be at the center of the information when something new came in about the eventful day. Carmen abruptly reported,
Kevin says that he is monitoring a transmission. It is from one of the pirate radios, the one that belongs to that signals interception group you left isolated on that building near the Coliseum. Their message is that ghouls have found them in their building. They are calling to the Black Hole airship to come out to rescue them from the rooftop. The Black Hole is responding that they won't risk their fragile mode of transportation by coming into the city while we are still in control of it.
That all sounds like good news to me.
Critias thought aloud. He had suspected that those pirates had put themselves in a precarious position by being too close to Jingle Bells. That last detail registered to him as being especially important on another level, only he couldn't reason exactly why just yet. The pirate radio that Jim adjusted started to play the live conversation. It was the voice of a frightened woman who said something in such a panic that it only added to the confusion of her already incomprehensible foreign language.
I know we've dealt with big golems before.
Carmen translated for the woman without having missed a beat.
The ones here are even bigger than back home, and they are also talking. There is no payoff in this place. This is the worst city ever.
Carmen next translated for the man who radioed back from the Black Hole.
You are losing your fucking mind, Jude. Get your fear under control. Those things don't talk no matter how big they get. Just barricade yourself in and hold out. We should have control of their bunkers within 48 hours, and then we will pull you off that roof. Until then, you're on your own.
Jude must have moved her microphone close to the strong exterior metal door that led onto the rooftop because her radio began to broadcast the voice of Jingle Bells.
We are like the Grigori, those fallen watcher angels. We live eternal, deprived of God's radiant love, trapped in this cursed shell, to wander a land of thorn and thistle. Nothing of this earth will save you, my dear. Not even that sword-wielding sister of Uriel. Do not be afraid to embrace your destiny. As the bride of a Grigori, your sons will be great heroes like of old, only in the glorious kingdom that is to follow.
Perhaps the man aboard the black hole spoke no English, and thus couldn't understand Jingle Bell's insane rant. Whatever his reason, he disconnected the communication, since he saw no further need of it. After that, Jude desperately screamed for help to the dead air. The others in the vicinity who listened included Queen Jessica, along with Alice as her personal guard, Polat Sirkan, and Major Li Feng, the Chinese pilot. Polat commented,
"The Screamers have those pirates now. They won't last long. It is not the sort of death I would wish on anyone, least of all a woman, but she brought this upon herself. Who was that man there at the end, and what was he talking about? Their team must be going mad."
Militant compassion boiled up in Carmen so fiercely that she begged Critias,
Let me go help her. I know what you're going to say about saving the lives here first. I can take care of myself. Let me go alone. I don't want to be the first of my people who didn't rush in when someone cried out for help against ghouls.
Critias didn't even look her in the eye when he dismissed her request.
You're right that I would say no. We concern ourselves with saving the lives of people who matter, including ourselves. Anyone who went out there to help those pirates in an overrun building is likely to come back with a souvenir infection. Those pirates brought this onto themselves, so I say to hell with them 3 times over.
There was a related side of the same issue that did have some value to Critias. It had a potential reward great enough to justify the gamble to acquire it if Critias was bold enough to charge in to collect it. It would be risky and required that opportune moment. Only prompt action could capitalize on it. When Critias glanced over at Jim to see what he thought, the king considered the same thing. Jim asked,
"How many people would you need to get into that building and then come safely back out? Time is of the essence if we want to catch this chance. If we move on this, it will have to be immediately."
Carmen didn't understand.
What do you mean? Are you going to go save that pirate girl?
Critias looked at her to see that Carmen didn't have her head screwed on straight enough to think clearly. Her compassion for the pirate woman clouded her more sensibly ruthless tactical judgment. He would have blamed himself if he had understood that he was the cause of her excessively commiserate behavior. Carmen's finely tuned military practicality suffered from the competition that came from Critias's directive that she be more sensitive to the travails of the human condition. Carmen felt sympathy for the pirate woman, only he didn't appreciate it, even after he had requested it in the first place.
We are not talking about risking anyone trying to rescue that stupid pirate slut.
Critias explained to her, somewhat annoyed.
That was Jingle Bells we just heard blabbering his nonsense over her radio. That means at this very moment we know where to find him. Jingle Bells will probably still be there trying to dig that woman out of her hole for long enough for me to run over there, find him, and then stamp a bullet into his knobby head. It isn't very often that we get to know where to find him, and as an added bonus, he is likely to have that huge freak cutter with him, and perhaps some other lieutenants as well. If I get in there fast, I can wipe out his whole mutant family.
Jingle Bells came into our home once already.
Jim ingeminated his hard feelings about that capital offense. Through its repetition, he would remain vigilant enough to ensure that it never happened again. The king declared,
"He needs to die, and so to that end, I am prepared to endure some measure of risk. As to those damn pirates, I have no pity for them. For piracy, death is an expected occupational hazard."
Take me with you then.
Carmen pleaded with Critias because she needed to go along. She wanted to work and fight, only it would be a chance to bring something back besides the blood on her hands. She could save a human life.
No.
Critias declined the invitation.
You have to stay here. That is the only way I can be in 2 places at once. If something unexpected happens here, you will be available to protect the lives that actually matter. This Jingle Bells thing is more of a sporting event and a vendetta than actual business. I will kill him for purely personal reasons, because we have such a prime opportunity. While I am gone, Jim still has pirates to worry about, so you will stay here in case of some emergency.
You have been in 2 places at once before.
Carmen corrected him just to vent her displeasure over his decision.
Don't ask me to stay behind while you march off into great danger against Watchers.
You care about the girl, not the Watchers.
Critias replied as his refusal.
Anyway, I am not asking you anything. I'm ordering you. Your ass belongs to me at both work and play. You will stay and do whatever they need from you.
Carmen did understand that he would have his way on the matter, regardless of what she said. She surrendered to his will.
My happy prince will give all that he has to feed and clothe his people,
she replied cryptically.
You will give to them until you become little more than a beggar. For my part, I shall remain ever faithful until I fall down dead at your feet. You ask your swallow to fly about your city and assure its safety. it will be so.
Critias tilted his helmet to use the reversed HUD to search the source of her words and found the fairy tale she referenced from easily enough. From that he replied,
You have rightly chosen, for in my garden of paradise this little bird shall sing forevermore.
Forever and a day.
Carmen promised as though she felt somewhat better.
I'll go with you.
Polat volunteered.
And me?
Major Li Feng said in passable English.
Fleet Admiral Rudel would want my head if you both got killed out there today.
Jim told the ambassadors.
One of you dead, I can sell as the honor and courage of his community. Both of you will seem like Shakespearean murder.
I'll take Polat then.
Critias chose between the two.
Anyone else I need, I will contact by radio on my way.
With that said, he hurried off to be about the business of killing Jingle Bells. Before Critias and Polat got out of range, Jim called after them.
This isn't worth another death. If you can't get him an escape, choose escape. There will always be another day. Everyone you take needs to come back alive.
Feng called after Polat in French to offer some parting words of advice. Critias radioed to Carmen to ask,
What was that she said?
As usual, he refused to translate it himself using the computer in his helmet. Carmen translated for him.
She told Polat that the infected cannot see in the darkness.
Yeah, they can't see in the dark.
Critias agreed to that.
So what?
Carmen clarified.
Feng meant the darkness in a man's soul. I believe she refers to a hypothesis she holds rooted in Oriental folklore, in that ghouls are corrupted yang spirits that perceive yin energy with hostility. She seems to believe that compassionate human souls attract the ghouls and make them violent.
The hard man has no soul.
Critias said to dismiss Feng's advice as nonsense. Carmen told him,
I think that was her actual meaning.
After a pause, she added,
Among the damned, whoever treasures their life too much will surely lose it.
Critias was glad that she understood at least that much.
That's why I can't take you with me this time, Princess.
Perhaps it is best that you leave me behind then.
Carmen said with a calm but somewhat lamented acceptance.
You will need all your pride and self-confidence.
The way she said it made it sound like she doubted that she imparted to him those qualities. Critias frequently used the applications in his helmet computer to search up meanings like Carmen's romantic poetry. Even so, he refused to use it for more practical reasons like translation, because he was well aware that dependence on technology gradually atrophied the human mind. He would rather be stupid with a mind that genuinely struggled to solve life's daily enigmas. As soon as Jim was alone with Carmen, he told her,
I have been considering giving Critias another corner of your floor in the building to add on to your apartment. It is a little unfair of me to confine Alice and Mandy to a single bedroom, especially while Alice is working forager duty and Mandy serves in hot zone decontamination. They are both working high-risk regular shifts that guarantee preferred housing. The four of you could have more space, while the community at large would know that Critias received a stately promotion in recognition of his exemplary service.
Carmen was shrewd enough to recognize the off-timing of the revelation.
What might I do to make you feel better about having that decision proceed apace?
Since she was aware that it was business, Jim got down to it.
As I understand it, you are uniquely gifted in matters of war and subterfuge. With that in mind, I would like you to coordinate with Kevin in managing this operation I'm going to lay out for you. I want that black hole to be ours. Tell me how we can get it wholly undamaged.
Nothing is certain in war.
Carmen commented like that alone was a critical variable under contention. Jim understood her meaning.
I am not looking for a Hail Mary wonder win. Give me something from the basics ground up, and then we'll take our rightful chances.
You should sit beside the river of life.
Carmen advised.
Sit and sip your tea until you watch the body of your enemy float on by.
Yes.
He agreed on that principle.
I don't want to chase that airship all over land and sky. I want him to bring that airship to me willingly. Our enemy will do all the maneuvering, only to place themselves squarely in my patiently waiting net.
There are few things that airship would land to collect.
Carmen reasoned.
You would have to provide them the most fabulous treasure to get them to risk so much. You said once that each lives according to their own nature. In this case, they are pirates. With the right bait to entice them, they will come. To come to shore to load their holds with your property is what a pirate is and does. That is their nature.
Jim wondered aloud.
How many tons of supplies could that airship carry?
He did some rudimentary math in his head, based on the known number of pirates multiplied by the amount of supplies they could consume over several weeks of journey.
I think they could take on anywhere from 6 to 30 tons. We could casually fill their largest load, if only with rice and assault rifles. Even if I require a Montezuma's ransom to lure them in, I can afford to lay it out. It's not like they're going to get to keep any of it.
The pirate admiral would still think it was an obvious trap.
Carmen cautioned as though that conclusion were self-evident.
Only the most impeccable assurances would convince such a man that the ransom payment was genuine. The pirates will require multiple valuable hostages to trade. Hostages they believe our king would treasure more than his food supply.
Yes, only the finest hostages,
Jim said with a selection already in mind.
These pirates need to believe they have lives to trade of appropriate value. The prisoner in the North Tunnel told us that I surprised him because they had never expected to encounter a Machiavellian child. Since they think of me as a much older man, a craven king of petty vices, they would believe that I value my choicest women more dearly than the groceries, especially when I would just starve the peasants to make up the difference at no discomfort to myself.
You also possess 3 of their 5 known radios.
Carmen pointed out that Madeline's pirate band had no radio at all.
The remaining 2 radios are with the Black Hole itself and with that marooned surveillance team under siege by Jingle Bells. If the ghouls are successful in their attack, that radio may be lost.
Jim had a lot to think about, because he wanted to win everything at the cost of nothing, while his enemies did all the hard work. It would be a masterstroke if it played out, or a potential disaster otherwise. Such was the burden of being king that he had to make highly delicate and potentially explosive decisions. He instructed Carmen,
Tell Kevin to direct whoever he needs to have the light rail immediately loaded with as much premium food and ammunition as it can reasonably carry. Tell him to assemble a treasure worthy of luring the Black Hole into landing so that they can take it all aboard.
They can't land a dirigible inside the railway tunnel.
Jessica pointed out the obvious.
How are you going to bring them all together?
Jim paused to look at his wife Jessica, knowing that the convincing move in his plan, like in chess, was to sacrifice his queen, but he wasn't prepared to go that far. He explained to her,
It is the fashion of despotic lords to have harems of beautiful young women. With that in mind, I am going to send Carmen. She is comfortable around Alice and Mandy, and they have experience living as concubines. Between the 3 of them, they should be able to deliver a convincing performance. Carmen will arrange it so that they are hostages to these Madeline pirates when they arrive. They will say they are concubine wives of the royal harem on their way to riding out to our summer palace with a full load of the choicest supplies.
Jessica asked.
If we have all their radios, how would Madeline call for the Black Hole anyway?
Jim was not concerned about that.
I will provide them with radio equipment. If for some reason they must have one of their own radios to call home, that can work for us too. Carmen would plant the information that we already have at least one of their radios. That Madeline woman would test her power over me by demanding one of them. When I gave it to her, which is what I desire anyway, it will reinforce her belief that she really does have all the power. After that, she would take her next bite of my bait even less cautiously.
He took no pleasure from seeing the expectant expression on Jessica's face. She truly was a worthy queen. Jessica would not send other women to pretend to be her while she stayed safely hidden away. Jim asked her,
How badly do you want to be treated like just another gravewalker?
Jessica understood what he asked. It was a courtesy to her, since she knew he preferred that she not get involved at all.
Of course I want to go with them.
Jessica answered like a queen should.
The 4 of us would be worth more to them alive than dead. I am young and fit, not without some pleasing appearance. In their minds, they would find value in my company for years to come. I think your plan will work brilliantly.
She had one issue that as yet had gone unspoken.
I'm not so sure that Critias would agree to all this. If something were to go wrong, every woman of his home would be gang raped and even killed.
Jim knew that was true.
This is a matter of pure business. I don't do this lightly. The plan is the best one available. Critias already has enough to worry about, even if he was inclined to agree with this operation. Simply put, I am not going to tell him, and neither are any of you. This is going to work. No one is going to suffer serious injury, not with Carmen there to see that you don't. If this goes bad at some midpoint, Carmen will just have to kill them all immediately, and then we start again from scratch.
Christopher the King's Lion was at Smuggler's Passage Depot. In an official capacity, he acted as the key warden of the depot gates. More to the actual fact, the rat catcher helped workers unload the light rail of its various equipment that related to the canceled operation at the East Airport. They needed to make room for the food and ammunition they would load next for Jim's pirate trap. At the same time, a large number of guards and porters dressed for exterior activity passed through the train depot. They walked into the train and then out the opposite side of the car. A new archway pierced the opposite tunnel wall. On the other side, they continued on by foot in an adjacent parallel subway tunnel. When Critias arrived with Polat and company, he asked the Lion about all the activity.
Where is the fire?
It has been like this all morning now.
Christopher expressed satisfaction over his part in such a large scale of productivity.
Everyone went on alert this morning with the wild goings-on and all. That combined with the double shift work or sleep drive we are on has a whole lot of people needing something to keep them busy. The Grand Marshal moved most of them down here into the tunnel to begin closing it all off. They tell me the whole underground rail section will become our new enclosed light rail train repair yard.
Critias would take one of the tunnels to reach his mission area. he asked.
How far up the line have they gone so far?
Chris touted on behalf of the diligent workers.
They have been going at it from both ends. There will be a new train gate just past the Rook and another down to the south near the ballpark end. In between are the original underground depots. They have stairways that lead up to sidewalk level. It being such a pretty day and all, plus with the excitement of the airplane and those pirates, they tell me that the mutants are all riled up in the streets. That doesn't leave too many for being down here skulking about in the dark. I heard that they took a lot of the pipe jack barriers from when they closed in the Pancake House.
A low rumble preceded the approach of a second pair of light rail cars that rode on the adjacent outer track. Apart from the mutual depots that they shared along their common route, the second train operated in its own identical tunnel directly adjacent to the first. The front light rail was an armored passenger car, much akin to the others already in service that Critias had used many times. The rear car was a stripped-down flatbed with a cherry-picker hoist that the construction builders used to transport their materials. The current load that passed by on its way south carried a cargo of iron, a team of welders, and their G&P rifleman escort. As the train went past, Chris indicated it.
That one is going to help construct the new gates at the ballpark end.
He gestured back away north.
The fellas up there have been working for hours. By now they must have a lot done. Where are you headed exactly?
We're hiking out toward the castle,
Critias informed him.
We have good evidence that Jingle Bells is in an office building just east of the old shopping plaza. I'm hoping to get up to the street by the subway stairs at the corner over there. Do you think they will still be open?
Chris seemed hopeful.
They put an access gate in one of the triple stairs on the opposite corner. It is not as close to the shopping center, but it has much better surface cover. They are the stairs that connect into the sports dome.
It will have to do.
Critias accepted it with no special worry.
You sure have a nice setup here,
Polat commented as he admired the wide access that Alfred had cut between the parallel tunnels. It was a way for their depot to access the new track and its train cars, too. Derek's masonry workers had even shored up the new opening with professionally arched brickwork. Apart from being new, the quality was on par with the original construction. The old pre-existing tunnels had a mid-height foundation wall of set limestone that separated the twin barrel-vaulted brickworks that formed the double arteries of mass transit. The tubular tunnels of brick were reminiscent of Roman vomitorium passages that once efficiently disgorged the rush of drunken spectators out of their colosseums en masse. Polat enjoyed the scale of a life so less confined than the one at sea. He told them.
Fleet Admiral Rudel will also be impressed.
Critias asked.
Do you always call him by his full rank?
After you meet him, you will too,
Polat assured him.
He is a great man. How many men in your life have you ever met that you instinctively knew to call sir? Your King Louis makes miracles seem so commonplace that people stop noticing them at all. I feel like I am among friends when every face is yet still a stranger. You have good lives here. I imagine that many will want to join once they see it. I am pondering the possibility myself.
Tinker Bob arrived with 2 G&P bodyguards who also pulled his cart of baggage. In a Santa Claus kind of way, any payload Bob delivered from his workshop of toys was surely destined to be a joy and good tidings to whoever might receive his boon. Treasures that belched up from the volcanic workshop of Hephaestus were invariably the stuff that equipped gods and heroes. Mandy followed along in a decontamination worker capacity. She had some free minutes yet before she would leave to go assist Carmen with some unspecified important endeavor.
I brought some things for you,
Bob told Critias with an added gesture to his wagon. Mandy got right to work as she started to attach a new magnetic plate scabbard to Critias's calf as a replacement for the old sheath-style one that had proved too difficult for the decontamination workers to keep properly clean. His Pangaboe sword adhered magnetically to the smooth plastic shape of his new one. The blade rested in a slightly concave outline that accommodated the thickness, which made it impossible to cut anything by accident just from having brushed against it. About the time that Mandy had the new scabbard ready, the Starlight Lounge G&P squad arrived. Yeti already belly-ached verbosely, which at the very least revealed he was nervous. Blue and Danny the Ear felt confident to go out with Critias, since they knew him to be a captain in ideal balance of sound planning with impromptu personal heroics. Bean fidgeted with his new body armor that incorporated a thick, friendly Fireflak vest. He wasn't comfortable in it yet. He still made adjustments to all the straps. Yeti blathered,
I bet there will be a lot of ghouls running about where we're going.
He had nervous doubts about just how much risk he would take for the Hor Geld coin he would receive for his trouble. Yet he wanted to buy some compliant naughty time with a woman more beautiful than he would ever get his hands on otherwise. Another psychological pressure that kept Yeti on mission was that he feared rightly that the rest of his squad would call him a Nancy-assed pussy boy if he backed out of that advancement opportunity for his whole squad. While everyone else tried to get their game faces on, Yeti thoughtlessly spread manure of doubt and uncertainty with his usual rear echelon bitching. When they arrived, Yeti asked Critias,
How many ghouls do you think we will run into?
More than a few of them, and far less than all of them.
Critias answered,
You keep your mind on not shooting any of us good guys in the back by mistake. You manage that and everything will take care of itself.
Not enough bullets exist to kill them all anyway,
Polat said as he watched the workmen busily progress.
The ammo we have will need to last another 40 years, if not longer. The idea is to keep moving all the time. You move among them seen and yet unseen. Subtle things give you away, like the posture of how you stand. Looking out of place will attract them from a long way off.
Critias wanted to see his new weapons that Bob brought.
What else did you bring?
You will have to lift it out yourself.
Bob implied a preponderance of physical weight.
We were drinking brandy around the shop, Kevin, Vern, and I. Our little brainstorm came up with a gun for stopping Jingle Bell's hunters. The design is essentially a drum-fed MG-08 World War I machine gun, only a 9.3 by 62 millimeter Mauser. The round has comparable stopping power to a .375 H&H Magnum, suitable for easy handling of any large African game animal.
Critias hefted the new automatic rifle from the wagon. While he wore his mech suit, the gun was the equivalent encumbrance of a typical squad machine gun. It had an armored flip shield on top that protected his marshal's scope, the one that had formerly been on the anti-material rifle. It held 50 rounds to the drum, and he had 4 reloads if he could somehow manage to carry them all. Critias detached the automatic sighting probe from the side of the scope and then dropped it like a pill down the upturned barrel. The probe expanded to the barrel diameter and then beamed red laser out the muzzle in a slowly rotating cross that showed the perfect mathematical axial center. He test-aimed the machine gun down the long hallway to give the scope a chance to recalibrate itself using the laser guide so that both were in digital synchronicity. Thus perfectly aligned, the probe dropped back out of the barrel for reattachment to the scope. Bob cautioned,
Protect that copper water jacket around the barrel. There is also a built-in flash and sound suppressor. It will still be loud, but nothing like it is without the dampener. Feel free to pour water on it when it gets hot, and otherwise you should keep the reservoir filled. You won't be carrying enough ammunition around for really pushing the overheating situation. While the ammo lasts, you will have some first-rate hunter stopping firepower.
As much as I like it, it could be a bit too heavy for what I have in mind.
Critias criticized the cannon. He imagined it would call in every ghoul in the zone if he started to fire off that heavy weapon. On the other hand, if Jingle Bells did have a whole squad of hunters, some serious munitions were necessary to put them down. The last item in the wagon was 2 halves of a marshal's bite staff. Mandy took them out and then offered them to Critias, which he accepted.
Kevin and I did some work on that.
Bob explained about the staff.
It has a new pneumatic feature. There is a pop-out stiletto spike on the butt end that acts as a brain punch. We were thinking it might be useful if you wanted to go about making sure that infected bodies were actually fully dead to the world anyway.
Bob scratched his chin as he had some second thoughts.
For anyone else, they would probably poke someone or their own leg by accident, and then that would be bad. You should be careful with it just in case.
We're pressed for time,
Critias said as he hefted the medium trench machine gun to leave. It had a convenient sling that hung the weight superbly for hip firing.
Take 1 ammo drum each,
he told the others.
You may be glad for it later.
Critias led his small band out of Smuggler's Passage Depot. They crossed through both doors of the parked train and then over out of that line into the right-hand eastbound train channel. As he started to walk north, he radioed ahead on the GNP station that his group was on its way. No one up ahead in the tunnels should shoot at them by mistake.
The mighty Perkella, my man Critias.
Tony Banjo radioed on the same station after he heard the announcement. Since they were deep underground, it was the only active station, running on broadcast relays.
That is some fine-looking brickwork. Around 140 years old, they tell me, still in perfect condition. That's craftsmanship. You will come to the first boarding station about 150 yards in. You will find us in the second station about 500 yards after that.
The tunnels were dry, durable, and decidedly convenient to get around downtown without being visible. A goodly number of small animals felt the same way. Jingle Bells had led packs through the tubes, but they had done no blind hunting in there or left behind any new bodies. The depot up ahead was where both rail tunnels entered a long rectangular room with noticeably narrow pedestrian concourses that flanked both sides, each with a single concrete and stainless steel banister staircase that went up to sidewalk street level. They knew the depot was up ahead long before they entered it because the room had a clear, luminous glow about it. The sunlight that came down the stairwells shined into perfect darkness. Human and animal bones littered the place, on both walks, and down the rails in the middle, too. Amid a generous number of nasty headshot infected that never rotted away were shreds of clothing, broken luggage, and even a few rusted guns. The floors of the pedestrian decks had gone black with the accumulated soil of grime that was of the most infectious sort. When everyone had time to survey the depot, Critias said,
"They gather down here in winter months trying to stay warm. They sometimes drag kills back here, too. Their teeth are not worth a damn at gnawing on frozen meat. On a pretty day like today, they all want to be outside vegetating in the sun."
So dark and unsavory was that underground chamber that the radiance coming down the stairs in opposite far corners made even dust in those places glitter in golden life-giving glow. Bean quick-stepped and then hopped from the rail bed up to the concourse. He wanted to have a peek up the stairs there. After a quick inspection, Bean reported,
"The Bastion builders have already been through here this morning. This barricade is chain truck tires pierced by carjack poles. You could not get out this way even if you wanted. It must be the same on the other side."
Bean's adventurism caused Yeti to say,
"Too much sun will ruin your eyes for seeing down here in the dark. Let's keep tight from now on and stay focused on what we're doing. This isn't a high school field trip. You have Alice back home for that."
The last part made Yeti chuckle.
"Get it? She is like you being on a high school field trip."
"Go ahead and check the other side, too."
Critias commanded Bean, obviously contradicting Yeti's advice.
"We need to be exactly sure what entrances and exits are behind us. In an emergency, we won't want to be hanging our asses out in the breeze wondering."
Bean found the other stairway closed with an equally secure barricade, with only one major difference.
"This one has a door built in it. We could get through this way if we unlock the chains. It says that we can radio for the combinations to the padlocks."
Like Tony had said, Critias's group followed the underground rail line for another half-kilometer around a right-hand bend before their 1875 limestone and brickwork tunnel entered into a modern retrofitted concrete transit platform hall. That second subterranean boarding station was similar to the first, except larger. Its attached antechambers created more floor space to accommodate the rush of stadium outpourings. The expanded wings had old vending machines and more of those stairways that went up to street level, only there was one set on each side that was triple wide. Those high-capacity staircases were literal ghoul floodgates should tribes from Jingle Bells Coliseum ever get the notion to pour down into the depot. The place had an even thicker carpet of bones and gushy headshot-infected bodies. The atmosphere was a foully fetid air. The rails continued on straight from that station for another half-kilometer before they reached the bridge over the river and the rook that gave access to Forager's Castle. Tony Banjo radioed.
"Where are you at, Critias?"
He answered Tony.
"We are just entering the main underground rail station."
"The builders are just finishing up here,"
Tony reported.
"We have shot a few wandering monsters, but overall it has been quiet. Whatever is going on up top has our fans distracted."
"This is Jingle Bell's territory."
Yeti gasped as if they were so far from home that they walked on the moon.
"Not for much longer,"
Critias said with the thought that Jingle Bells would soon be dead. He gestured up ahead.
"That carnage magnet of an urban anchor shopping mall must be right up there, too. That is the way we're going. The building that I'm going to is right next door to that."
Critias radioed caution to everyone inside the next depot.
"We are approaching you from the west end. Let's not shoot each other."
The reflected sunlight that came down stairways made it unnecessary to wear night vision goggles where normal sight would suffice. Commander Stig was there along with a full army of 50 G&P riflemen. He had them formed up into two 20-man squares like Battle of Waterloo, with the other 10 being junior officers in 2-man buddy teams he positioned at key points around the depot. Builders numbered about 20. They labored in strict silence, and even if they whispered, it was only by hushed radio. The maintenance light rail cars had dropped off building materials and tools aplenty. The builders had nearly finished their final assembly as they locked off the last of 8 lanes of staircases. Tony Banjo carried his Kalashnikov AK-47 cradled on his arm as he walked up the track. He had his man Wolf with him, armed with his personal tweaked Thompson machine and pistole. That trio of female Japanese flotilla ambassadors was with them too. They carried automatic shotguns sporting exceptionally long sound suppressors with even longer double skewer bayonets that delivered stun shock electrocutions when active.
I need to get up onto the street from here.
Critias told Tony.
Where can we get out?
They put a gate I don't like in those stairs down there.
Tony said as he led Critias in the other direction.
I had them upgrade what they had going on with this staircase over here.
Tony took him to a single-width stairway that went up to the sidewalk at the corner of the old shopping center. As Critias ascended the steps, he saw that the builders had gone all the way up to the top to block off the open spaces at street level, so that it formed something like a small surface outpost. The stairway's original design came with a sturdy overhead weather shelter to keep off the rain, and it had anti-vehicle crash railings that made the stairs inaccessible from the sides. After the builders had positioned an armored door at the top, they had cemented it into place with a peculiar hard-as-stone fabric material. From the way that the artificial rock plugged up the vulnerable spaces, it was apparent that the material had been soft and manageable when the builders had applied it, and then it had hardened after already in place. When Critias reached the top, he had the opportunity to see two of the construction workers gather up their tools after they had just finished gluing in the completed door at the top of the stairs. They had a set of compressed liquid chemical tanks that they had used to make the barrier fabric stone material.
They call it 16-pound urethane.
Tony said to explain the method they used.
They mix two chemicals into foam that they pump into these inflatable fabric bags. The foam expands and then gets hard as concrete. You need a hammer just to put a dent in the stuff.
Critias moved aside so the workers could get down the stairs. Once they were out of the way, Tony walked up to join him.
Check this out.
Tony unplugged a peephole that viewed out the left side. Critias looked out the peephole to see that a service door into the shopping mall was only 4 meters away, just across the sidewalk. They would still have to expose themselves on the street to reach the door, but Critias never expected to get to Jingle Bells without some risk. They heard the rumbles of a light rail train as it approached from the direction of Smuggler's Passage Depot. Critias and Tony went down the stairs to meet it. The auxiliary light rail with its stripped-down flatbed car pulled into the depot to deliver Colonel Hiram Davis and his Gravewalker platoon. Queen Jessica was absent, since she had business elsewhere with Carmen to be bait for pirates. The Gravewalkers had hustled into readiness after they saw Boers and his band safely behind bars in the tower lobby decontamination cells. Manny Giles, Carlos, and Roland each carried an extra gear duffel of considerable size. Peterson and Dunbar had 4 ammunition carry-all boxes between them, plus 2 shoulder sacks and backpacks. Amber carried 3 marksmanship rifles, and she was extra careful not to bump their scopes into anything, as such an impact might upset their calibrated accuracy. Hiram Davis carried an extra MP5 that he brought for Critias and offered up as soon as they met at the base of the subway stairs. He also gave Critias a web gear belt that contained 6 additional stick magazines for the weapon.
The Maschinenpistole 5.
Critias praised the weapon.
Carmen turned me on to this. She has great taste in engineering. Is this the 10 millimeter?
Critias checked the magazine to judge a bullet.
And with the integrated suppressor.
Paulette told Critias,
I want to see this talking ghoul. If it is real, I need to see it for myself.
Starlight, Starbright.
Yeti Nursery rhymed.
We're going to shoot the first motherfuckers that we see tonight.
Jingle Bells might be the least of our problems.
Critias warned.
His bodyguard Cutter also talks, but he is damn near as tall as that train. Jingle Bells keeps hunters as pets, and he can call up tribes of freaks that dance to his tune. We are going out on the streets, and they are already in a bad mood. After I finish explaining to Jingle Bells how Jim feels about him breaking into the tower, the streets are not going to be any nicer on the way home. Anyone who comes with me needs to be ready for trouble.
Paulette showed no concern.
A Turk can follow another man anywhere. Where you go, I will go also. My life is my own to spend. This choice is on me.
Critias felt that his attack on Jingle Bells was an unprofessional situation. He considered it a vindictive act of personal interest. Critias wanted to see the Watcher dead, as opposed to it being just another operation that was a matter of coldly served business. He also had conflicted reasons for why he left Carmen behind. Some of those motives were equally unprofessional personal issues, in a similar way as to how Carmen questioned his motives about how he had thrown Clara's belligerent toad of a brother Danny into a vicious pack of ghouls. Critias sensed that her reaction would be far worse when Paulette died going after Jingle Bells. Critias saw that Carmen had some kind of confused fluster about Paulette. He worried that in some way, if Paulette got himself killed, she would think he had murdered the Turkish captain in a fit of jealousy. There was also the chance that, as Carmen had insinuated, Polat really was on Critias's level. If that was the case, it would only make the Turk that much more appealing to his wife. She genuinely thought they were so much alike, though Critias couldn't see how. Those were the unprofessional burdens on Critias's mind when he told Polat,
Jingle Bells is our local problem. You shouldn't stick your neck out over this. No one will think less of you for not getting involved in our business.
I just want you to know,
Polat confided in Critias.
If you get killed here today, I'm going to start calling on your wife. I'm sure you saw the way she looked at me when we first met. She is much too young and far too beautiful a woman to remain a widow mourning away her days. She will need a man to care for her. You have my promise that I will treat her like a lady.
After he heard that, Critias knew that the accusative Carmen of his imagination would be right about him. Critias didn't mind if Polat got himself killed. He invited him aboard.
Happy to have you along.
Polat observed.
This is the second time that you have sent me a disingenuous invitation. It makes me wonder how much luck you have left.
Critias knew Polat's meaning.
I won't be getting killed here today, and you couldn't handle Carmen if I did. She told me she finds you interesting. The lonely man who lost everything. I don't want to pop your self-pity bubble, but most of the people I know lost everything and then had to start over. Carmen tells me that you are still too young to be giving up on life. Taken on the whole, you sound like a suicidal burnout to me. If you have had enough of this life and want to go down in heroic flames, don't do it riding on my cape. If you want to strike up a friendship with Carmen, it's not my way to tell her who her friends are. Do it with my blessing. Just don't let trying to impress my wife get you killed, because it very well might.
I will survive the day,
Polat pledged.
She saved my life by stopping that missile crew from shooting down our plane. We have a destiny together.
Everyone loves Carmen,
Roland said, since it was no secret.
I know 50 guys who would chop off their left nut to be with her for one night. She is super smart and wicked talented. She kills hunters with a sword and she can pilot Air Force One. Carmen is smoking hot, beautiful, but she acts like she doesn't even know it. You need to give it up, man. Carmen is so devoted to Thunderbolt Perkella there that the whole G&P has taken to calling her Violet Wand.
That's a bondage shock toy.
Yet he explained like he had thought about Carmen to an inappropriate extent himself, which he had. Roland continued,
You need to accept defeat and join the club. Every man in the city, when they see Carmen for the first time, he has a magical moment of beholding what might possibly be the perfect piece of ass. We all go through that when you finally see her naked during decontamination.
I have not seen her disrobed,
Polat said with distaste for the unflattering notion. Critias didn't like them talking about his wife naked.
When this day is over, you will have seen why I am the one with Carmen.
Colonel Davis saw that it was time to get things started.
You boys can worry about who is rubbing whose panties behind the schoolhouse on your own time. This is me time here now, boys and girls, and I say it is time to get tough. I want to go on the offensive. I want to conquer. It is time that we find some ghouls and then shoot the ever-loving piss out of them. The necessity here is not survival. My necessity is how much goddamn fun I'm gonna have watching them fall down, because this pack of ultimate badasses is parking their hollow point bullets into the middle of their pretty pink and brown ethnically diverse faces. I think you do know what I'm talking about. When the king wants something dead, who does he call?
They call us Colonel.
The Gravewalkers enthusiastically answered in unison.
That's right,
Colonel Davis continued.
There is no place that we cannot go. We are the walking make you dead. We are going to walk right into their house and then piss on their furniture like we goddamn own the place. Because you know what? We do. We are going to kill so many of these poor infected bastards that I almost feel sorry for the ignorant sons of bitches. Some of these freaks might look like a beat-off bikini woman or little kids, or maybe she looks like your old granny who used to bake you the best apple pie. You need to draw down on that old bitch and put a bullet in her mouth, no hesitation, no contemplation, and maybe even enjoy it a little too much. Am I alone in this, people? Anyone else want to kill some ghouls with me today?
No more apple pie for Granny, Colonel.
Carlos said with an added,
Hooah.
That the others reciprocated.
The only bells they will be hearing will be my falling brass.
Giles boasted.
We're going to play Jingle Bells a little lullaby.
Check your water.
The colonel cautioned them.
We have a lot of clicks to run in full packs, and you will be frisky fresh for when we haul ass back out of there. Do you get me?
They answered.
We get you, sir.
Critias projected a mission map on the wall from the laser video emitter beside the visor on his helmet. The map was transparent red wire frame that showed the local subway with all the adjacent buildings, which included their significant internal structure like elevators and stairways. He laid out his plan.
The first group, whoever is coming with me, we are going into this office building over here at the ground floor. I will jam the door shut and then start shooting my way up through the building looking for Jingle Bells. Based on what we already know, he is probably somewhere near the roof.
Next, he pointed out the end of the rooftop mechanical section of the high-rise former shopping mall that stood just across the street from the building he would raid. The shopping center was nearly as tall, but not quite. Critias said,
I would like you to position your team here, Colonel. Both Penny Welder and Gloria Robinson are standing by with their trucks warmed up, just waiting for our call. You have 2 avenues for extraction.
He pointed out the stairwell they currently used and another place in the opposite direction where the trucks could recover them. That secondary attack position for Colonel Davis would be 30 meters away from the high-floor windows of Jingle Bell's office building that would be immediately to the east across the street. It would have them in an ideal position to offer fire support for Critias's flush the game operation when it reached critical areas near the top.
Giles and Carlos go with Critias,
the colonel instructed.
They know how to work in tight corners.
We're with you, Captain.
Carlos pledged.
You can call me Manny,
Giles said.
You're not Army, but you're people all the same. You can count on me, Captain. Carlos and I can rock and roll some crazy shit.
I've done it before and we'll do it again.
Carlos cheered him on as they bumped forearm bite repellent bracers. Davis continued.
Peterson, Dunbar, and Roland are with Amber and myself. Everyone else can stay here as our rear reserves. If we get stuck in a bad position on the way back here, they will be ready to support.
Critias checked out one of the large gear duffel bags that the Gravewalkers brought along with them. He unzipped it to examine a long coil of blue and white synthetic climbing rope, a grappling hook, and 3 sets of rappelling harnesses with their assorted clips and slip-line rollers. He warned the others,
Anyone coming with me is going to need a climbing harness. If there is a bunch of you, a second rope wouldn't hurt anything either.
Wolf counted how many ammunition magazines he had for his classic vintage Thompson that fed on the reversible double-wide 30-round sticks because the drums were too clumsy and downright heavy. He volunteered.
I need to go along on this thing with Critias. If this is turning into a pissing contest, I can piss pretty far. I don't want to go back tonight as the guy who didn't hunt Jingle Bells.
I want to see this too.
Tony Banjo agreed completely on that sentiment.
I'm going home a hero with some gold in my pocket and a manly story to tell. I have a large bed to fill to attain maximum personal comfort. Besides,
Tony said as he reached into his pouch to take out a plastic cocaine dispenser.
I brought plenty of Bolivian marching powder. We'll get the whole team up 20 floors of stairs ready to do 20 more.
By thumbing back the security clap, he could nasally inhale a proper boot from a tube. Tony took both nostrils like a fine gentleman doing his snuff, and then commented,
Since this is a sporting event, you're going to get to see me seriously tear some shit up.
We want to tear some shit up too.
One of the Japanese girls complained. They were too much alike in their painted Oni demon masks and goggles to tell apart. They didn't make the request in an adorable way. Their attitude was more genuinely menacing. They wanted to go out in the field and make a professional level of trouble. When Tony started to feed his party girls cocaine, Critias had heard enough.
Grab your harnesses and ropes if you are coming with me. More likely than not, you are going to need them.
He went back up the subway stairs to get started. After he climbed up to the little shelter at street level, Critias checked out through the several peepholes. When he saw the immediate area was clear of ghouls, he opened the door. An old ambulance on flat tires was sideways ahead just outside the stairwell door. Its nose pressed all crunched into the shopping center building immediately to their left. The door from the stairs could only swing so far as the directly forward position before it collided with the side of the ambulance. The wrecked vehicle provided superb visual cover. It had when the builders quietly secured that surface pillbox, and did again as Critias slipped out to make his way to the nearby side door going into the shopping center building. The stories that Critias had heard about the shopping mall had not prepared him for what he saw, which amounted to essentially nothing. If the place had been a trade goods mecca, all that merchandise was long gone. Nothing remained to salvage, even if they had come to forage. There was plenty of indication that squatters or a refugee center had been all about the place. Trash and makeshift hovels showed that people had camped there during the outbreak. Many scattered bullet casings littered the floor. When the place had finally gone down, there had been a lot of gunfire. Old headshot-infected bodies with outbreak-era clothes laid about in fair numbers. Critias saw the bitumen stains of aged infected blood splatter along with various uninfected bones and spots of defecation. Overall, the place was a giant tomb that stood dreadfully empty like the temple of a forgotten religion. The ground floor proved to be the worst of the damage, since it was a disaster area completely exposed to street traffic and rainy weather. There were truck and automobile tire tracks where vehicles had routinely driven in and out of the building from the adjacent streets. Nearly all the weak masonry or breakable glass had long since perished. Critias marched east across the ruined promenade. At one time, shoppers might have bought soft drinks or food, purchased shoes or jewelry. Polat, Carlos, and Manny Giles followed after Critias, as did Wolf, Tony Banjo with his women, and all of the Starlight Lounge G&P squad. Colonel Davis led his group to the nearby stairwell that they would take up many stories all the way to the high-service maintenance attic at the very top. The shooting began right away. First, Colonel Davis and his band used their suppressed weapons to put down any infected that wandered into range. Even if those creatures were not a problem to them on the way in, there was the possibility that they might prove an inconvenience on the way back out, so the Gravewalkers exterminated them all. Peterson and Dunbar were Hiram's expert sharpshooters. They used scoped carbine rifles to cleanly headshot their unknowing targets at any visible distance. Wolf and Tony didn't hesitate to single-shot any ghoul that they got a bead on. The infected moved about singly on some here-to-there mission that caused them to cross paths with the foragers, who then promptly shot them. Some bullets bounced around after they had passed through a head. The stray rounds rattled about the place like hailstones. The suppressed weapons made too little sound to measure up against the birds and beasts of the city in the summer daytime. Critias felt annoyed over the sensation that he had a parade that followed him. Irritability made good mental grave-walking insulation for the business of ghoul hunting. It gave Critias a useful kind of focused snap to action that he didn't feel when happy. Anger was a bad shooting trait for most people unless they had the experience to recognize it and the willpower to control it. Part of Critias knew that he should have brought Carmen. The same reason that he should have was also the reason that he hadn't. Everyone did like Carmen. Her knowledge and skills were superhuman. She had killed Grendel the Destroyer with only a sword, and even then she had done it with movie night ovation acrobatics. Carmen was amazing, and the bioengineers had programmed her to fall in love with her master. As much as he could say anything else, the honest scientific fact was that Carmen had been born to love him, literally, so it was either only partly or entirely fake, not that it mattered. What Critias had to know was if he was man enough to master Carmen, or if she was better than he was, and by implication, he was her charity case. As stupid as it sounded, Critias was at a quandary where he needed to know just who it was that really wore the pants in their family. He had to be better than Carmen was at the ghoul fighting game. In an amateurish outburst worthy of Yeti, Critias was about to prove it, especially to himself. Yeti watched Critias stand silently in thought at the far eastern end of the building where maybe he paused to listen. Overall, ghoul resistance had been light, so Yeti whispered to him,
"This is going to be a piece of cake."
Critias glanced over at him to see how ready Yeti was for the truth when he said,
"Oh, I don't know about that."
He stepped aside to let Yeti peek out through a small hole that Critias had wiped in the grime on one of the rare intact windows that overlooked the sidewalk. The infected had the street outside completely overrun, like in a bad dream. Hundreds of ghouls dashed about in both directions on the wide boulevard ahead. That crowded street stood between them and the building that Jingle Bells occupied. Critias used his HUD to contact the dashboard computers inside the trucks of Gloria and Penny Welder. He showed them a mission map with highlighted locations. He radioed to them both.
"I need this corner cleared of prying eyes for about 30 seconds. Come out here on either end to shake your asses at them a little bit. When you have their attention, we will make our move to get across. Get clear after that and then back to the garage to stand by."
Yeti asked hopefully.
"We're going home now, right? I mean, this is impossible."
"The Pancake House is only 500 meters from here."
Critias told everyone since they all paid close attention.
"Just get ready. We will be moving out any second."
The two women drivers launched their forager trucks out of the new Pancake House garage like dragsters from under a Christmas tree. They raced up the streets to either side of the target building that was only a couple blocks away from them. When she reached her end of the street, Gloria burned white smoking rubber shrieks on all four of the milk wagon's wheels and then drove away to lure infected off in that new direction. Penny had Tony's off-road mystery van, which was both especially fast and capable of rubble racing ground clearance. At her end, she jettisoned a trio of smoke bomb canisters before she headed off in the direction opposite from Gloria. The prevailing wind favored Penny's fog because the breeze carried a heavy bank of it right down the boulevard that Critias wanted concealed as they crossed it. Critias contacted Carmen through his HUD. He asked her to apply her phenomenal tactical analysis abilities to doing facial recognition target prioritizing for him as he crossed that busy street. He set his MP5 to single-round trigger action and then led the way out by the adjacent door. Critias grabbed the guest arrival bell that hung mounted onto the top of the door, where it rang when anyone used the entrance. He jammed the clapper with the pressure of his thumb before he tore the whole thing off on his way out. Carmen promptly fulfilled her husband's request. She used his Panoptic helmet cameras and HUD graphics to place safe green target illumination rectangles on all the ghouls who had their backs to his group. Those green-marked infected were the ones that headed away to chase the forager vehicles. Hundreds of infected were to both Critias's left and right, but most pursued the two trucks that had come close to distract them. Any ghouls that turned enough that they could potentially glance over to see Critias got target boxes of their own in a take caution yellow. The infected that faced directly in Critias's direction got target boxes in angry danger red. The red box ghouls also got a pulsating threat meter that prioritized them from worst to least of a threat to him. Critias started at red threat number 1 and then rigidly counted his way down in bullets. He turned from one side to the other as he gave each overly attentive ghoul a 10mm subsonic bullet to its face. Critias preferred to hit them in through the nasal cavity so that the hollow point blossomed inside to blow open their head. He dropped 12 freaks right away that included 8 broken noses, and then he dropped another 5 while he waited for the rest of his group to cross the street. The artificial fog remained thick for long enough that they all got through. Critias walked into Jingle Bells' office building last in line and entirely unopposed. Payback was about to be a bitch. That ground floor of the building was mostly trash and smashed up interior. There had once been a deli counter in there and some other small storefronts. Critias followed the most convenient route, which was his path of least resistance. It didn't take him long to discover the door to the emergency stairs.
Fresh drag marks.
Blue pointed out the heavy bench that someone had used to block the stairwell door. It showed signs of having moved recently.
The pirates did it, maybe?
Danny the Ear said, like he hoped rather than believed it. Knowing better, Danny reasoned.
If Jingle Fruit really is up in this building somewhere, he must have been the one that opened it.
Critias used his boot to point out a dark smudge on the dirty stone bench. If one gave it closer examination, it was clearly the enormous bloody handprint of a hunter, with hands already red with fresh blood when it had arrived.
Jingle Bells is here, gentlemen,
Critias assured them.
And he has at least one of his hunters with him. This is what we came here for. In any case, you have already crossed that crowded street back there. Even if any of you have changed your minds about this, it is still safer coming ahead with me than it is trying to go back.
Critias adjusted the machine gun he kept slung to his back and then switched his MP5 to free automatic fire. Moving slowly, he opened the door to the stairwell and then carefully poked his head inside to look around.
Careful,
Tony Banjo whispered to Critias.
Yeah.
Critias acknowledged the stink with a low voice.
I smell it too.
Critias's fresh air filter reported a high concentration of digestive process methane in the stagnant air within the stairwell. It was a hunter-sized case of belches and farts, as if a big one lurked in there after it had a large meal, which would have explained the stink that came off that venison gut-blood handprint on the bench. Still feeling burdened by the bulky machine gun and other gear, Critias put down his rope duffel bag and then quietly put the MG08 machine gun down across it. So liberated, Critias retrieved from his pouch that brass bell he had taken down from over the door as he exited from the shopping center. Sword in hand, Critias slipped fully inside the stairwell and then gave his little bell a ting-a-ling. Jingle Bell's pet hunter rested on the next stairwell, landing directly overhead from the door. It had lounged there comfortably undisturbed for some while. The stupid brute mistook Critias's bell for a signal from its watcher master, prompting it to lean out over the railing, dipping its head down to where it could see the source of its summons. The stairwell remained quite dark with the little light that came in from the doorway. That dim radiance was sufficient for night-adjusted ogre-sized eyes. Unchecked hair growth gave the hunter long, dirty blonde curls that spilled down much further than its enormous pumpkin-sized head. The dangling locks proved most convenient when Critias hopped up for extra reach and then seized a handful of the hunter's hair. He used that firm grip to drag the brute near to toppling over the upper railing. When the hunter saved itself from falling by gripping onto the sturdy guard barrier, Critias lifted himself up as he simultaneously butcher-stabbed his pangaboe blade into what was beneath the upside-down chin of the surprised hunter. Critias hung his full weight on the blade so that it combined with the creature's brief struggle until the steel had sunk down to reach the hunter's brainstem, which silenced the monster permanently. No longer able to support itself, the lifeless hunter toppled over the railing to come crashing down to the ground floor. Critias adroitly stepped back to get out of the way.
Hello, Goldilocks.
Tony named the beast as he went in to be first to admire the precision kill.
Nice hand-to-hand specialty for Critias. He even worked in the Bell. That's going to mean extra points come movie night.
Tony spoke like he was a news reporter cameraman for when Funland watched the recording later, which they undoubtedly would.
Let's have a big round of applause for Captain Critias. He really does do fine work. We can see why you like him, Carmen. Give him a hug for us.
On the way past, Tony pressed the muzzle of his Kalashnikov suppressor to the hunter's forehead. He said,
I think he was a pretty boy back in the day, before he became a giant mutant freak.
Tony pumped a single round that caused the thick bone at contact range to explode inward as shrapnel that shredded any hope that regeneration might restore the beast.
This one is big.
Bean commented.
Saltback was not as big as this. It is hard to tell, but this one seems even bigger.
Bean looked up to marvel at how it had been so tall that the hunter had been able to look down at them without toppling fully over the railing, at least not until after Critias had killed it. It had been huge and frightening, even when they only saw the upper torso. Yet he asked anyone,
What do you think it weighs?
350 kilos.
Critias guessed.
375, maybe. He is a big one to be certain, but we have seen bigger. This is too big to call a wild hunter. My guess is that this thing came from Jingle Bell's monster laboratory. This is the result of those destroyer steroid injections Jingle Bells must be giving them. If he left this one behind to guard the door so nothing got out of the building behind him, it means that Jingle Bells is still here above us, and he has more of these things as an escort. There will be more, gentlemen, so don't worry. You'll all get your turn.
Blue raised his mask to spit on the destroyer in a silent curse on all his kind. After he spent another moment to admire the kill, he said,
I'd say that is a solid 800 pounds of bad beef laying there. I figure he is close to 9 foot and a lean sucker too. That is all muscle. Just imagine what he would weigh if he had any body fat.
That is a 10-footer.
Wolf joked.
You can tell by looking from the dorsal fin to the tail.
More seriously, he added,
I need one like this for my wall. People would know we've been hunting.
A gesture from Tony sent Wolf up ahead to scout the tower square of upward stairs. But Carlos was already ahead, since he had jumped to it. The Starlight Squad moved to join them. Yet he took last position where he felt safest and thought it least likely he would have to do anything risky. As Critias headed back out of the stairwell, he told his team,
I will meet you guys on the next floor up. I'm going to block this door from the outside so that Jingle Bells can't use these stairs to escape. This is the door he uses to get in. This will also be the exit he uses to leave. After I close this off, I'll climb up the elevator shaft and then meet you upstairs.
He left the burdensome gear behind inside the stairwell and then closed the door behind him. By flipping the stone bench up on its end at an angle, he jammed the outward opening door closed. Even hunters would take some time to batter it down from the inside. 4 single-shot kills were between Critias and the elevator shaft. They were ghouls that crossed his path when they wandered up out of nowhere. Such was all their agitated movement on that restless day. He popped them in their heads with his MP5 without bothering to stop along the way. The last one that he shot was a dark-haired, beautiful woman. She had paused just long enough to give him a stupid, toothy leer as she tried to determine what Critias was, and then his bullet hit her in the nose. He forced the elevator doors open easily enough. The lift car was up on the 8th floor. Ladder rungs were part of the wall, allowing him to climb up 1 level. Critias forced open those doors, only with better leverage from his boot. It took him a little longer to shove the doors shut again once he climbed out. When he finally did manage it, Critias suspected that he had permanently jammed them that way. Tony Banjo met Critias at the upper stairwell door that opened into the lowest level of the parking garage. The preponderance of pigeon droppings dominated the interior decor. Critias took charge of his rope bag and his machine gun that they had brought up for him.
We can start here,
he instructed.
My plan is to block off all these doors as we clean our way up.
I have that covered,
Danny the Ear said, as he held up a metal-banded set of twin canisters with a wand that squirted their catalyzing contents.
I took this from the builders when we left. It is that 16-pound urethane stuff they used to make that funny concrete. This isn't a lot, but it is enough for totally fucking up all the doors that we come across. The guy said it sets in minutes, and then you need a power grinder to work with it.
When Critias gave him the go-ahead, Dan adjusted the valves and then sprayed a ribbon of expanding foam under the stairwell door, into its lock, and inside the jamb. Yeti asked,
Does anyone else have the feeling that we are locking ourselves in rather than them out?
There are more ghouls on the streets than in the building.
Bean told him unconcerned.
Clearing the building is really only a matter of technique. You could never clear the streets, because there would always be more.
Polat took off his backpack to remove the 2 sections of his ghoul-killing club that he assembled. The weapon was a medieval European bludgeon with steel caps and reinforcements. The head had a lucerne hammer configuration that was a long pick spike on one side, backed by a horn-cornered hammerhead upon the reverse. The top end had a thrusting spear skewer that served as a brain punch. The weapon was battlefield-proven against toughly armored opponents. It specialized in the penetration of helmets, skulls, and the brains within them. Yeti asked about the weapon.
You plan on them getting that close?
Polat responded in amusement.
You don't?
Before he moved out, Critias offered some last advice.
Everyone stay cool and pay attention to what is behind what you shoot at, especially if it is me. Not many ghouls would stay inside a building like this during the heat of the day. Jingle Bells had moved that bench aside when he arrived, probably to keep the wild freaks from eating all his pigeons. That could mean that the building was normally empty altogether. Remember, there are pirates in the building and they will have guns.
Critias led the way toward the spiral ramp the cars used to reach each of the parking floors. Their first notable discovery was the downward direction car ramp. It went to the closed roller fence gates that blocked the automobile entrance and exit going outside. Sunlight came in there, and they saw woody weeds that had vined their way up into the steel mesh of those barriers. The growth showed that the gates had securely rooted shut in place and had been that way for a long time. Dan cemented the next stairwell door shut as they passed it. Their group climbed the drive spiral higher until they came upon the car that the 2 pirates had failed to start. Tony studied the tracks around the car imprinted into the bird droppings.
We got military boot prints all over the place. I'd say a man and a woman by their sizes. These must be 2 of our pirates.
Bean found a clear impression from one of Cutter's footprints.
I got a big foot over here.
He revealed some intelligence when he pointed it out.
The toes don't have bag lady claws. This one must trim his toenails. Maybe this is that bodyguard who talks.
Critias contacted Carmen to have her run his visual imagery through a crime scene analysis. Her results were prompt, and he informed the others.
We are looking at a couple of pirates who tried to get this car moving. It is a man and a woman. They ran off when trouble showed up, which appears to have been 6 hunters, that Cutter freak, plus some crude homemade sandals that are probably Jingle Bells.
I don't see any shell casings,
Polat observed.
If the pirates encountered ghouls here, they didn't do any shooting.
They wanted to get this started.
Bean said about the car.
And they left the tools. Maybe that means they plan to come back to this?
Carlos had gone ahead a short distance to examine the tracks in more detail. He found where the smaller female pirate prints skidded about in the thick layer of bird droppings. He reported,
I think the woman ran off this way in a big hurry and the hunters followed after her. I don't see any of the larger boot tracks at all. It's possible the hunters trampled over them and I just can't see them.
If there was one thing that Critias knew to worry about, it was lurkers. His instructors had drilled that caution into him from his earliest Ludus memories. When the slightest creak of sound came from the trunk of the car, those thoughts inspired Critias into a sort of amused realization as it dawned on him that the male pirate was still there with them. Critias guessed that the man had hidden himself in the trunk of the car where he lurked. When they moved on and offered their backs, he would pop up to surprise gun them down. He told the others,
Let's move on.
But he added a hand gesture that told them to watch the trunk while they played along with his ruse. Critias would remain behind, close to the rear of the car. When the others made the sound of agreement and then moved off, the trunk deck sprung open to reveal the boot luggage compartment. Because it was a small roadster, the space inside was too tight for a full-grown man to have room to maneuver. The pirate had packed himself inside so tightly that the subsequent cramps had left him slow. The pirate moved ineffectually enough that Critias had no trouble when he reached in to grab the pirate's M16 by its distinctive carry handle above its breech. The weapon's shoulder strap was around the man, so Critias jerked the pirate right out of the trunk and then flung him into a belly slide across the gooey foot-traffic-churned bird slop parking pavement.
Nice one, Captain,
Carlos said in admiration.
I guess none of us could figure that Jingle Bells would actually leave someone behind him still alive.
True enough.
Tony agreed.
Maybe the rat made some kind of deal with Dingle Smells.
They talk?
Ram the pirate whimpered in fluent English as he crawled about in the filth like a pathetic groveler.
They said they would kill me if I didn't help them. I had no other choice. Do you understand me? They are plague carriers that can talk.
Critias asked Rom,
Did they bother to tell you that we would kill you for helping them, even if we were not already going to kill you for being a pirate, and then kill you again for trying to spring out like a dildo in a box to spray us all down in our backs with your bullets?
Rom blubbered.
I was dead no matter what anyway.
He didn't have any spittle because his mouth was painfully dry from fear.
You got that right, at least.
Critias said in full agreement to that last assessment.
Your life had taken a turn for shit when you came here at all to mess with us. So what did the talking freaks want you to do for them?
Having asked the question, Critias abruptly realized just how unimportant the answer would be. Whatever that maniac Jingle Bells had planned, he would never have told the cowardly pirate anyway. He ignored the pirate to call Carmen instead. She would have followed along as she watched his visor feed. Critias asked his wife,
Why would Jingle Bells leave this asshole here for me to find?
Carmen replied,
If Jingle Bells had thought that the man was dangerous enough to kill you, he would have also thought he was too dangerous to turn loose while he was still in the same building. Jingle Bells clearly believed the man to be a cowardly, impotent idiot. The reason Jingle Bells would leave him there can only be because all possible variations of answer to your question will have the same intended outcome. Jingle Bells meant to accomplish what he didn't fail to achieve.
Critias asked his team,
What is the one sure thing that happens because we stand here to talk to this worthless asshole?
When no one answered instantly, Critias suggested,
We end up staying right here while we question this idiot. He is here to keep us distracted for too long. We need to move now and quickly. Follow the tracks the pirate woman made. We will go after her because that is where Jingle Bells should be. From her radio call, we know that she headed for the roof. We shoot anything that gets in our way while we bull rush our way to the top.
Carlos asked about Rom.
What about him?
Critias still had the pirate's assault rifle. He handed that to Bean.
Here, take this. It looks to be in good shape.
He stepped over to grab the pirate and roughly strip away the man's web gear ammo belt that also had his slow-draw flap pistol holster that contained his sidearm. Disarmed as he was, Critias left the man to wallow in the filth on the floor.
Leave him,
he said, already making steps to move out.
If he wants to join Jingle Bells so badly, I think we should let him. If nothing else, his agonized screams will let us know when more ghouls have arrived to kill us.
Since he knew Jingle Bells as well as he did, Critias guessed that the only reason that the bell ringer would want to delay them would be so that the Watcher had time to call up his reserve troops. What had started as Critias trapping Jingle Bells inside the building as an ambush had become Jingle Bells trapping them inside the building for his counter-ambush, which could prove to be a good plan on the part of the bell ringer. The pirate skittered on all fours like a dog as he followed them.
Please take me with you,
he begged without a shred of dignity. One of Tony's Japanese hard rockers turned back and then jabbed the pirate with the cattle shot gig that tipped her combat shotgun. The voltage was so high that his paralyzed diaphragm couldn't scream. She left him to helplessly foam at the mouth as he rolled about in the filth and wept like a girl. Seemingly, in a moment of pity, the woman took a plastic-handled steak knife from her belt. It was the kind of thing some people carried to cut twine or other utility tasks. The blades were easy to clean and had an eternally sharp, serrated edge. She tossed the flexible stainless blade on him to have.
Here,
She told him in English.
if you are still any part a real man, kill yourself.
Tony bantered with Critias.
Are they some intense bitches or what?
He laughed.
Kill yourself with this steak knife. Fucking based.
Kevin radioed to Critias.
Satellite Overlook is tracking a large migration of ghouls moving your way from the Colosseum.
The android sent Critias some enhanced photos so that he could see it for himself. One close-up showed that Cutter led the way of a huge tribe. He had some kind of meat-packing cauldron hefted onto his broad shoulder. A sizable horde followed after him, presumably because they expected food. Under the circumstances, Critias and his friends were to be the main course. When they stopped for a moment so that Dan could glue one of the stairway doors permanently shut, Critias took that opportunity to get everyone up to speed on their situation.
A pretty big army of ghouls will be breaking down those garage doors at street level at any moment. Once they get in, they will be coming up to get us.
Oh, God.
Yet he suddenly felt unable to breathe past his head rush of dread.
I didn't come here expecting any less from Jingle Bells.
Critias said to calm everyone.
This doesn't change anything. Don't forget that we have Hiram and his group waiting for just this kind of situation.
Critias already had a plan to deal with the ghouls. By the time his group reached the top floor of the garage and then entered the stairwell, they heard the first sounds of Cutter's infected army down below as they ripped up the garage gates. Once they had it open, the whole tribe would rampage inside. Dan used the urethane to glue the stairwell door shut from the inside, and then they hurried up the steps on their unwavering course for the roof.
Chapter 11, Games.
Carmen and Jessica got together with Alice and Mandy so that they could all prepare themselves for their infiltration mission against the pirates. Because little preparation was involved and the pirates were lost in the underground labyrinth, Alice found herself with nothing to do. She put on her helmet to peruse the virtual reality training game she might play to sharpen her skills and also have some fun. Alice understood the interface much better from practice, and because it personalized itself to her through past interactions. She also discovered how to check out the results of previous marshals in training who had taken each course. One game in particular that caught her attention had the simple name of Glory. Alice found that Critias had been about her age when he had played it while still in his Ludus school. Two things stood out. Critias's score for combat progress was simply outstanding, there at number 1, and yet Critias had failed to complete the mission, and thus he was not the top overall player. In that latter regard, he was right out in the failed bracket. Alice radioed to Critias by text.
Can I play this game, Glory? It says here you were the top player, only you lost and didn't get the glory.
About that time, Critias and his team were still down in the rail tunnels on their way to the mission site. Her question awoke Critias to old thoughts he had not revisited in years.
Go ahead,
he answered her.
It can't hurt you any, only you can't take it twice for score. Maybe you should save it for later when you have had more training. Anyway, I'm working, so don't bother me again unless it is important. I look forward to seeing you tonight. We can talk about it then.
Alice was at the top of King's Tower in the old law library that was now the King's trophy room and on occasion his private vault of mental solitude. After she told Jessica to radio when they were ready, Alice started her game. She spun about in vertigo as she tried to take in all the action that sprung up around her. The library had been near silent. The large airport-like chamber she appeared in had a suffocating panic of noise. Many things were unusual to Alice. Their clothes, the containers, pretty much all the details were too clean-lined and futuristic for being any kind of environment she was familiar with from real life. Beyond that, people were just people, and that was what rushed around her. The outstandingly unusual thing was above her, where she saw giant, transparent, blue hologram men who surrounded the scene and stared down on them like a council of gods. Apparently none of the other characters could see the gods, but she could see them, and the gods saw her too. Some of them even seemed passingly interested. Of the people around her, some of them had gathered together in one corner to form a group that had the transparent godly blue glow upon them as well. It wasn't so much upon them, as more it seemed the souls in them glowed and the energy leaked out, like maybe their soul would just fall out when they dropped dead at any moment. Further inspection allowed her to notice that all those same soul-leaking people were those already infected. They were the soon-to-be dead. Some of the infected were marshals that ghouls had wounded during intense battle, which had already gone on for some long hours. All were doomed men with one day to play out and then take a bullet in the head or become ghouls themselves. Only their commander was a mech-suited heavy combat marshal, but even he suffered an infectious injury when a sharp spur of rubble pierced his armor during a fight with a determined hunter. The time neared the end of an evacuation. The last transport of the uninfected would soon be away. The commanding staff officer was a soul leaker himself who had a badly mangled arm in a sling. He continued to command as he ushered instructions to expedite the reasonably ordered retreat. The man had a bad, wet cough with little time left in the world. Still, he worked to the end, and skillfully so. The rest of the people were panicked civilians that stank of fear and shameful self-preservation. Even when cornered away as lepers, the walking ghosts were solemn and determined. They and the dying commander were lumps of glory in a field of the weak. She focused her attention there. The dying commander shuffled over to Alice to say in a stern voice,
"You there, girl. Get to the shuttle. What are you doing here? Where is your commanding officer?"
The answers came up on Alice's HUD display. She spoke them.
My orders were to report to the gunship Diomedes for pilot training. The Diomedes is off on combat patrol now.
Take this ammo, then.
The commander handed her a virtual clip of gaming ammunition.
I recommend you get on that last shuttle to get on out of here. You will slip through the paperwork, and I won't be around to tell anybody. I see no business a young person like you has dying here, even if you do wear the uniform.
The man stumbled then, and Alice let him. He was an unturned infected. It wasn't safe to handle him anymore.
My time has come, I think,
he said gravely.
Good luck to you, girl.
Look at the cowards run,
one of the gods said as he scornfully gazed down to take measure of the weak and unworthy. But only Alice seemed to hear them talk to each other. Another said,
Look at the fierceness in the eyes of those other men. They have great deeds left in them yet.
One of the commander's two aides asked him,
What can we do to help you, sir?
Nothing.
He told them.
Get to the shuttle. You're in command now, Lieutenant.
The dying old man made his way over to the infected warriors who were about to deploy on some mission. The old man said,
Captain, I can't seem to catch my breath. Would you do me the honor of assisting me?
The marshal captain drew his pistol and then held it at port arms.
Where can I send you, sir? Heaven or hell?
Wherever my duty calls me.
The old man said, relaxed with his fate. He just felt tired. The marshal captain raised his pistol.
Then let us hope for hell then, sir. There you will find more enemies to kill.
The guards overhead pounded their chests and then threw their arms in salute as the pistol fired through the dying commander's head. His loose spirit rushed upward to join the choir of sacred judges. There he joined those who watched over all. They always judged the worth of everyone, high and low. They spoke most harshly about those they considered unworthy. No unworthy soul would ever fly up to join their sacred council. Screaming broke out then, screams of infected, only different than Alice had heard before, and it sent a chill up her spine. She loaded her pistol and then turned off the safety, even before she had thought about it. When she was aware of the weapon, it was to check the power setting, which she pushed fully loud transonic to what she called heavy, because it made the pistol hard to hold on to. Around 3 centuries of hunting wild beasts for food had made for a better breed of ghoul in the future than was prevalent in Alice's own time. Future ghouls had honed their speed and agility to perfection with their many years and tens of thousands of hunts. The pack of runners that broke into the shuttle port almost preferred to leap than to run if judged by the way that they used the cover so effectively. They ducked behind anything solid and then sprang over the top to rush forward again. Alice tracked one of the runners for a headshot. Then she shifted right to shoot the face of a ghoul as it leaped at her. She stepped aside as the brain-dead body flew past and then landed as an uncontrolled crumple into the cement floor. Weight limitations for the extremely crowded shuttles required that the passengers abandon their luggage. They had left mounds of it behind in the shuttle port. A large cart that carried some of that baggage blocked Alice's view such that it prevented her from being able to see a power-armed crawler as it approached. Alice remained unaware of her danger until the legless hunter flung aside the whole luggage cart. As its load of suitcases flew up, one large red bag in particular got into Alice's face. The crawler was already on Alice by the time that she recovered her bearings. She panicked too much to get a target lock when she just free-fired her pistol, but that only put an ineffectual flesh wound into the crawler's chest. Even worse, the heavy recoil of her handgun took her by surprise, such that the weapon jumped out of her hand to leave her disarmed. Her mech suit gauntlets had the strength she required, but not the will of their own to correct her bad form. The crawler would have ended her game right there if it weren't for the intervention of a mech-suited marshal. That gold and white painted hero dashed into her rescue at the final instant. His oversized mech-suit-scaled shotgun blasted the giant crawler into a heap of bloody meat wreckage. Fortunately for Alice, the angle of his attack hadn't splattered her with the enormous discharge of infectious gore. The mess would have fallen off her hydrophobic armor like dry rice, but it still would have been extremely gross. As Alice scrambled to collect her dropped pistol, the marshal lent a hand to help her up, since she had also tripped over the jumble of luggage that cluttered up under her feet. Alice accepted his arm, which she could feel even though it didn't lift her effortlessly, as the game had intended. Since she didn't wear an actual powered mech suit, only her gauntlets and boots had tactile simulation, such as when her boots had magnetically conspired against her to make her fall according to the conditions of her game environment. Even before she got herself upright, Alice began to fire her pistol. She kidney-shot a ghoul that chased someone in the distance. That creature went down from her hit and then stayed on its knees for long enough that the person it chased had the opportunity to turn back and then put a bullet of their own into the ghoul's stationary head. Alice headshot 2 more bounding ghouls out of 3 bullets when she fired at them, running crosswise through that same area. The desire to show the hero marshal that she was not weak or a coward, unworthy of the sky judges, had helped Alice in her recovery from fright. Renewed as she was by those motivations, the marshal watched her execute her target lock flawlessly. The marshal also fought on his own as he blasted down 4 more ghouls with his shotgun one-handed. When the attack ended for a brief lull, he asked Alice,
"What are you doing here, girlie?"
Normally, I would be trying to help people reach an evacuation area.
She answered loud enough for him to hear her over all the noise of people upset by the attack.
The last shuttle just left,
he informed her as an unfortunate fact.
This is no longer any kind of evacuation area. I had planned on getting out in my gunship, but there were these people that I couldn't leave behind at my last stop. It turns out that flying here overloaded has burned something out in the engine. The Diomedes won't be going anywhere until some mechanics fly in to make the necessary repairs. I did make it this far, and I got all those people I brought with me onto the shuttle. You should have been on that shuttle too, kid. Radio traffic says they are shutting down this area as overrun. Once the perimeter Rambler teams pull out, this room will be crawling with infected. As you can see for yourself, they are breaking through in places already.
A four-wheeled fighting ground vehicle raced in from a wide hallway that connected to other areas of the shuttle port. The gunner in the back couldn't operate his heavy weapon because of a hunter that clung to the back of the vehicle clawing at him. The driver had lost his door entirely along with his arm on that exposed side. A hunter had torn off his limb at the elbow joint along with the door, which also caused a correspondingly copious amount of blood loss that impaired his driving. The hunter caught the gunner by his lower leg and then yanked him clear of his weapon cockpit. With a sort of bone-breaking whip-crack motion, the hunter flailed the man's body against the side of the truck and then let it go when the loose arms tangled up in the rear tire. The wheel sucked the body in and turned the gunner into a mangled speed bump. The driver screeched the battle truck to a halt, staggered out of the doorless driver's seat, and then started to use his pistol to clear the hunter from the back of his machine. The shots he got off accomplished nothing other than to draw the hunter's attention. That hardly mattered, as the driver abruptly succumbed to his blood loss, did a half-spin, and then dropped dead. To get the marshal interested in their recovery of the vehicle, Alice cried,
"We need that truck."
Critias's high game score gave Alice the thought that the rotary cannon on the back of the Rambler would be just the sort of tool she required to accumulate so much ghoul destruction. The marshal pulled a regulation track javelin from a sports equipment bag that lay right there among the other spilled luggage. A beautiful Grecian throw across the room sank that elegant dart solidly into the side of the hunter's head. His javelin transfixed the skull as it slew the creature near enough to be inert undead. Alice told the marshal.
"You should drive."
He didn't object as they ran together for the Rambler fighting vehicle. She headed for the back where she would operate the massive over and under double-rotary, three-barreled Tesla Flux autocannons. Both the rear fenders and the rear deck had bulky ammo belt storage compartments to feed those hungry guns. Behind and mostly beneath the guns was the cramp gunner's compartment. The marshal dragged the dead hunter off the truck and then helped Alice climb into her seat before he got into the driver's position to get them moving. Alice selected an in case of emergency button on the control panel. It automatically determined her identity, the alert status of the shuttleport vicinity, and then based on those findings, it unlocked the safety on the guns. She was unsure what to answer when it asked the control method that she preferred. One option was visual focus lock, but there was also another new option called the Android interface. Since it was a game, Alice sensed opportunity and explored it. The menu that came up allowed her to select the android that she wanted to control the guns. The only android on the list to select from was her helmet under the name Delta Android Combat Service Helmet, so Alice selected her helmet. The Rambler's gunnery seat retracted as the cannons reconfigured. The over and under pair of guns came apart as they shifted outward left and right. The movement of each gun corresponded to the gestures of her arms. The guns apparently expected Alice's eyes to move independently and thus allow her to operate two separate cannons with vociferous multitasking. The configuration had tremendous reaction time advantage and versatility if she proved able to control it. The marshal shouted to her,
"What is your name anyway, kid?"
She switched on the gyroscopic stabilizer, causing the turret to magnetically float within its anchorage. It would stay true on sight regardless of how the Rambler bounced around.
"The name is Marshal Alice,"
she told him.
"Reporting for duty, Captain. Ready to roll out."
He hung out the open doorframe to look back because he wanted to see if she could cope with the disaster that unfolded around them.
"Are you sure you know how to operate that thing?"
A runner ghoul sprinted out from the same long hallway that the damaged Rambler had used when it came in. Alice gestured toward the creature.
"Watch what I do to him."
Since all the motion was her own hands, Alice tracked the ghoul by her peripheral glance while she kept her eyes on the marshal. When she instinctively knew that her hand pointed at the creature, Alice used her fingertips to kill it. The port autocannon spun off a saw hiss of giant bullets that slashed the ghoul into unrecognizable shreds.
You shoot good enough for me, Alice,
the marshal said as he fell back into the driver's position.
My name is Ulysses. Since you're a cadet, you can call me Captain or Sir. The Rambler's HUD is still showing his previous destination, a retrieval dropship for these light fighting vehicles. It's about 5 kilometers from here.
The cannons had an intercom system that allowed direct communications with the driver's cab. Alice switched that on.
What about all those dying troopers? Some of them are marshals too. We can't just leave them.
Ulysses told her.
Even if they reached the carrier ship, they would still get shot for being infected. They have no hope left of survival, but we do.
We should go together.
Alice insisted, knowing that it was the right thing to do.
We should get going right now and have that captain over there bring his people with us. All of us together will head for this escape ship. We will pick up other survivors along the way.
It's your plan.
The captain agreed as he drove forward to get Alice close enough to tell them herself.
You convince them. Let's see what kind of commander you will make someday.
I doubt we will live that long.
Alice said honestly.
Captain,
she shouted to the leader of the walking ghosts.
We are heading out together to the nearest retrieval area. See if we can help anyone else along the way. Tell your people to form up. If you have any baggage, you can load it up on the hood of this Rambler.
Just the opportunity to move on into action was a huge relief to those men. They had heavy, dark thoughts that crushed on them when they stood too idle. A young girl's warrior audacity inspired them to live out their final moment of greatness. It was the last hours of life they could live, and so they would show their final valor and bring honor to their family Ludus.
Let's get fat, people,
the ghost captain shouted to the rest of them. Those battle-worn troopers jumped to action. They loaded their field packs onto the Rambler truck until they only carried their personal combat weapons. Ulysses drove at the pace of their fast walk. They didn't encounter any resistance until their group was ready to move outside of the shuttle port. The marshal sent radio signals that remotely opened the shuttle port's armored vehicle door that they would use to get outside onto the exterior roadway. When he unsealed the door, it was like he had opened a giant box of maggots. As the crack widened, it birthed an overflow of ghouls that screamed and flailed in their furious insanity. Alice's first thought was that she worried other marshals would kill the infected before she did, and thus rob her of some final score tally in the overall game. That inspiration alone made her set loose her awesome autocannons. Automated controls made the weapons into predatory monsters of her id. They were more animals than intention. Alice only had to reach out with her arms to claim the lives of the infected. Her gestures unleashed a laser storm of tracers and super-velocity bullets that passed through deep ranks of the creatures. Alice swept aside the flesh of the damned with explosive efficiency. Their shrieks of furious wrath turned into wailings of profound suffering. She rolled back the tide of malice-driven invaders to leave a textured carpet of chunky blood in their place. The force of infected marshals used their weapons as they joined the chorus of destruction. Their lighter guns served well as they cleaned up the fringes of the host. Marshal Ulysses slammed on the brakes to keep back from what was about to happen. He watched one of the troopers, a man closest to death and too weak to make the march ahead of them. The man rushed forward headlong out through the doors into the thickest throng of the beasts who would tear him to pieces if the outgoing bullets didn't already do it for him. He shouted,
"Watch me lion for the king!"
The man leaped to his doom with a Tesla flux grenade in hand. The delay on his bomb spared him no suffering, yet it gave time for as many ghouls as possible to get upon him before it exploded. The pulse wave channeled sparks of lightning, and then the sterner bones of the infected ballistically exploded upward out of their bodies. The blast slew near 100 and cleared the way for escape. The wash of blood with its sticky globs of meat that dripped from the ceiling made for a hellish sight. Only Alice could see as the luminous soul of the slain warrior flew up to the council of sacred ancestors. It was not to their applause, but instead to waiting brotherly embraces. Not a welcome to an underling. He was a cherished equal. That fallen marshal was a spirit of worth that would enrich them all with its presence. Perhaps the infected captain saw him too, or else it was merely his beliefs on a personal religion. For whatever reason, he shouted upward like unto the heavens to cry,
"Drink for us, lion. Soon we shall be there to join you."
The remaining men pounded their chests and howled with intensity. All the while they jogged onward through the slop, gunning down any stray ghouls in the path of their advance. They moved out into the open as the Rambler left the shuttleport complex behind. That land was rainforest, and they were in the middle of a vast cleared section of it. Huge futuristic agriculture harvest machines and lumber processors revealed the purpose of the place. It supplied timber and produce for survivor purposes in great quantity. Their clear view into the distance was exceptionally good. The gravel roadway was impressively wide since it accommodated the far larger labor machinery. Alice never hesitated to turn her autocannons against any infected she saw, and there were plenty to see because they crawled over the landscape like ants. Most of them were in scattered groups, but there were also large tribes that raided at speed with frightening intensity. Ulysses shouted at her,
"Think about what you're doing. Worry about the ones threatening us, not those groups way down there."
Alice had let her score quest blind her to the tactical necessities. When she came back to proper priority, she aimed her autocannons to repel the ghouls ahead and intercept those that came at them from the side. Wherever she pointed her hands, her bullets slaughtered as a searchlight of death. Once again, the wiser and far more experienced ghouls of that future age proved that they possessed special cunning. Some of their groups were accomplished masters of the ambush hunt, such that they would lay in wait as though already dead. They only sprang up to attack when their prey was already near enough to be vulnerable. A pack of such concealed ghouls kept low in the ditch that flanked the roadway, and they wouldn't break from their concealment until they had advantage. Several of their members even played dead right out in the open, where they stayed motionless on the roadway because they knew that humans would pay them little mind amidst all their other more pressing concerns. As the procession of marshals passed, the ghouls sprung to life to make their attack. Those ambush strategists were already of the cleverer sort. The very brightest of their company also had enough wits about them to wield chunks of jagged stone, like the hand axes of the basest cave dwellers from some lost lithic age. The attack began with ghouls that leaped at the column of marshals to use their own bodies as a broadside of cannonballs. They crashed into the warriors so that weight and momentum could knock them off their feet. Even those who died from gunfire mid-flight still impacted into the defensive line to break up its effectiveness. Not even the enhanced strength and resilient armor of the leader's mech suit was without its limitations. Several large ghouls slammed him over off his feet to take him to the ground where they piled onto him. The ghouls that lacked any ready means to penetrate his armor pulled away his loose weapons and equipment packs instead. One of those clever infected that had armed itself with a primitive tool tried to crack open the man's visor plate with a sharp stone, even as their victim struggled defiantly. As more ghouls poured into the battle from both sides, the first of them tried to drag away the vulnerable captain. A worse fate than just death awaited him if those ghouls successfully hauled their victim off into the nearby rainforest. Dozens of the mad fiends would stomp him and wrench apart his limbs until the occupant finally succumbed to their relentless abuse that had no hope of egress. Bad as it was for their armored captain, his unarmored men suffered considerably worse, as they were more vulnerable to bites and clawed scratches of the ordinary sort. None of those dangers was unknown to the men, and minor injury was no special hazard to those already infected. The sudden attack had struck as a complete surprise, and thus it had inflicted some initial success, but for their part, the marshals promptly retaliated with their indomitable weaponry. The soul-leaking heroes rapidly gunned down their adversaries with both skill and relish. Alice faced a difficult choice in how she would aid the men. She would have blasted her own people to bits if she fired her autocannons at their intermingled enemies. She maintained an awareness of the whole battle as the means that solved her quandary. While Alice left those already stricken marshals to see to their own liberation, she made certain that the initial success of the ambusher ghouls did not receive any reinforcements that could help them capitalize on the momentum of that first assault. As more ghouls advanced to join the fight, Alice sprayed them down with the autocannons. She also resolved herself not to allow any ghouls to drag away a victim into the nearby forest. She would shoot down infected and marshal alike in order to prevent that outcome. Fortunately, the situation never descended to the crisis where she needed to take such harsh measures. The skirmish ended almost as quickly as it had erupted. 3 more of the wounded marshals would never rise again. Their brief funerals involved bullets to their heads, and then they remained behind, sprawled out dead beneath the hot tropical sun. If there was any shame because they left those men unburied or properly mourned, Alice gave that no mind. She witnessed their luminous blue souls as they flew skyward to join the ranks of the honored dead. That blue Valhalla was a truer way of life and death than any religion or comfort she had known before. Alice had long lived in the old paradigm of selling out her life to buy mere moments to stave off that death that would always eventually win. Among the worthy or unworthy, all life always ended in death, because life and death were the same. What truly mattered was that Alice did not shame herself or those things she served. Too much desire to preserve one's life made an ignobility of that life, and proud death became only the disgrace of fear. Ulysses drove on to reach the evacuation ship. The landing platform they sought was at the summit of a fortified support building along the perimeter of the zone. There were numerous outlying structures that were similar. Typically, they provided garage space and mechanical services for the industrial vehicles. The further away they got from the main transportation hub they fled, the fewer ghouls they encountered along their way. The greater majority of the opposition had already committed to attacks on other fronts, which left few infected to make patrols of the outlying areas. That relative calm was prelude to a storm, which no one had doubted waited ahead of them. Smoke and the sounds of battle rose from the base of the target building. Other Rambler teams had already arrived there. They fought off infected while they waited for other evacuees and the rescue transport to arrive. The vehicle ramp that led up into the building was plenty broad to accommodate giant harvester machines. The other fighting vehicles formed a barricade line so that their autocannons could coordinate to repel the ghouls assaulting their position. A gigantic lumber transport truck unloaded a host of workers at the base of the ramp. Those workers ran up through the barricade line in barely restrained panic. Ulysses pulled their fighting vehicle in to join the formation of other gun wagons. The infected marshals that remained took up positions behind the trucks to add their rifles to the defense. Alice stayed at the firing controls of her autocannons, where she planned to hold fast until the last moment or until she ran out of ammunition. There was a ranking marshal already on site that commanded the security defense. He informed the others,
"We have one more team coming in, and then we can get out of here."
That good news proved sour when the truck arrived a moment later. It raced out of a narrow dirt track that came from the forest. The driver swerved erratically at dangerous speed. He tried to shake loose the dozen ghouls that climbed all over his vehicle. Hundreds more ghouls, a whole tribe of them with hunters too, chased in frenzied pursuit of the Rambler. Ulysses commanded,
"Fall back to the garage."
Sensing what was about to happen, he didn't retreat to safety. Ulysses ran to Alice's truck so that he could expedite her evacuation from the autocannon rig. Everyone else grasped the seriousness of their problem a moment later. The Rambler that approached was in such a panicked state that it did not slow down. The crazed driver actually accelerated such that the crash was already inevitable. The wounded marshals on their march of death had clearer heads than most. They opened fire on the Rambler, hoping to destroy it or drive it away before it killed everyone. Disaster struck so fast, and yet for Alice, it transpired like slow motion. The Rambler bounced and then skidded before it clipped the industrial truck. The impact caused the Rambler to flip and tumble until its wreckage slammed into the barrier of other gun wagons. Somewhere amidst all that destruction, there was a container of explosive ammunition that detonated. The wounded marshals who held the line had no chance of escape because of their close proximity to the massive blast. Many of the other valiant defenders who had already been there before them also perished bravely true to their duty. The fleeing laborers had kept on at a run up the ramp to take shelter in the building. They at least were spared, save for a large chunk of jagged scrap that smashed one man into the wall at the edge of the entry. Ulysses had grabbed Alice's wrist to encourage her out of the gun mount. She escaped her truck in time to avoid the crash and subsequent explosion. Alice had jumped for her life, and when she recovered her senses, she was at first relieved to see that the captain was still alive, and then disheartened when she saw his arm had badly broken and dripped blood from a tear in his mech suit at that same location. There was no telling if the ghouls understood or appreciated the unfortunate disaster that had struck the humans so devastating a blow. The flesh-hungry devils had already been hell-bent on their hate and were no less so after the explosion. The infected tribe sprinted forward to take the ramp and then follow it into the building. Their unbridled wrath was intent that none might survive them. At that dark moment, a sonic boom thundered in the sky. The evacuation ship had a bold pilot that pushed his craft to its engineering stress limits. Even in such haste, it would be some minutes before those still alive could get aboard the ship and then fly off-world to safety.
"You're hurt!"
Alice cried the obvious. He countered,
"You'll be dead if you don't move your ass, girlie. We're falling back. Now move."
One of the ghouls already leaped over the flaming wreckage to press the attack. Ulysses used his good arm to operate his shotgun in order to repel the beast. His injuries got the better of him, such that he fumbled with the weapon and failed to get it aimed in time. Were it not for Alice, who used her pistol to shoot the feeder in its face, the ghoul would have tackled the captain to the ground. Ulysses was not grateful for Alice's intervention. He rightly sensed that he was no longer in any condition to repel the scale of attack that washed up upon them as though they were a lighthouse that overlooked a rising storm surge. The mech-suited leader of the wounded marshals that had followed Alice from the shuttle port was still alive. He was the last survivor of his unfortunate band of infected heroes, whose souls even then rushed skyward to join the judgmental voices of the worthy dead. The man cast off the flaming wreckage that covered him, and then he rose up, determined to keep fighting while he still had breath. His visor had cracks, and his armor had blackened where singed by flames, but he still had plenty of glory left in him.
What are you two waiting for?
The man shouted at them as he began to hurl grenades toward the onrushing tribe of ghouls.
That ship is not coming here for me. Run, damn you. We did not fight our way here for nothing.
The rescue ship had nearly landed on the roof of the building as Alice and Ulysses hurried up the ramp to the open garage door. When they reached the entrance, Alice saw 5 uniformed marshals were already in the building, and they had been there for some time because they never came outside to help. In light of the ammo explosion, that timid choice had very likely saved some or all of their lives, since otherwise they would have likely gotten caught in it themselves, as had so many others.
That's everyone.
One of the men shouted as if he announced their victory and sure escape.
Let's get to the roof.
Captain Ulysses realized that wasn't true when he tried to close the garage door to keep out the ghouls. The heavy wreckage that had killed the worker by the entrance had also damaged the hydraulics that controlled the door. They had no way to secure the building because the door had frozen into a permanent open position. The ghouls would soon overwhelm the lone mech-suited marshal that stood alone against so many, and then the infected freaks would rush into the building to continue their pursuit right up to the roof.
The door is jammed open.
Ulysses informed those others without any recrimination.
You better hurry if you want to get to the roof before they do.
Alice agreed with him.
Let's get going.
We won't make it,
Ulysses told her soberly.
You know that. I'll stay here to buy you as much time as I can.
The other marshals started to run for their lives.
Where are you going, you cowards?
Alice screamed after them. They were strangers to her, but they were marshals. Their betrayal was a pain like a knife into her soul.
He is already infected.
One of them shouted back without slowing his flight to safety.
Leave him and come on.
It's all right,
Ulysses told her as he fumbled to load his shotgun with only one functional hand.
Go while you can, girlie. A lot of good men died to buy you this one chance. Don't waste it.
So many ghouls attacked the mech-suited marshal at the base of the ramp that he had no hope. He went down under a mob of them, and then a suicide explosion engulfed them all. Alice watched the man die, and it left her dumbstruck. She struggled to make some sensible decision about what she should do. Reason failed her, but necessity did not. Alice snatched away his shotgun and then began to load it herself. He asked,
"What do you think you're doing?"
She handed him back the loaded gun.
I'm not leaving you like this just to win some stupid game. This is all just a game, and I'd rather lose than leave you.
A lot of heroes had died to give Alice a chance to live, so she would live as a marshal should, and that living would be worthy of their sacrifices. Ulysses scolded her.
Don't be an idiot, kid.
He turned to blast away ghouls with his shotgun. The fire and wreckage on the ramp slowed the infected down as the creatures sought ways around the searing flames. There were ways around, and it didn't take them long to learn them. The trickle of them that slipped through would quickly grow into a deluge.
They threw down their guns.
Alice shouted so that he would hear her over the screams of the infected. She looked around to see many weapons scattered about them. Like defeated warriors of old who cast away shield and spear to make hastier flight, the cowards among them had abandoned their armaments to make it easier to flee up the stairs to the roof. While Captain Ulysses emptied his shotgun into the nearest ghouls, she rounded up more weapons for him to use. When that shotgun ran dry, she handed him a loaded Tesla Flux rifle, and then she started to reload the shotgun for another session. While he sprayed rounds from the automatic rifle, Ulysses shouted,
"What do you think of your glory now, kid?"
The ghouls already rushed up the ramp, and in less than a minute they would swarm inside and put an end to them both. Alice did not have clever words of ancient wisdom to answer such a question like Carmen could. Even as she gunned down ghouls already at the top of the ramp, she thought that her only regret was that she would never get to see the captain's face. She imagined he must be handsome under his helmet, like Critias perhaps, but she would never really know. As terrible as it was to see so many ghouls about to overrun the ramp and then fill up the garage to kill them, the sound of their ghoulish howling outside seemed even more frightening. The infected began such a chorus of enraged wailing that it was like the hundreds had become thousands.
I'm sorry, kid,
Ulysses said as he turned his weapon on her. He would give her a quick death rather than let her die torn to bits by the horde. A sudden intense eruption of automatic gunfire outside made Ulysses pause a moment before he pulled the trigger on Alice. The ghouls on the ramp twitched and staggered as bullets slashed through them like hard rain. Blood and meat puffed off the infected bodies and spun the ghouls about to drop them undead. Alice didn't understand what a Beta Brute warrior android was, but she was sure glad to see those heavily mech-suited Deathblow commandos when they swept down the enemy before them as they assaulted the ramp. Their commander spit long liquid cones of dragon fire from his chemical flamethrower so that it engulfed the wounded and flailing infected. He had 6 more Beta warriors in support. Strong and silent they were. They ran with such speed and leaped in great bounds with the grace of deer. The Betas were demigods of the battlefield. Just as soon as they had suppressed the ghouls, their hovering black gunship floated down to land beside the ramp where it would collect the Beta team along with any survivors they had managed to secure.
Captain Ulysses,
The Beta commander greeted him.
come with us, sir. We have come to get you out of here.
He then radioed to his ship.
We need the Delta medic here. We have wounded.
It was all over, and Alice felt surprised to see it end while she was still alive. The so-named Delta medic that came from the ship wore a costume nearly identical to Alice's, apart from some blue colors and other insignia decorations of the elite Deathblow Commando Android Battalion. The healer rushed to the aid of Captain Ulysses and then inspected his injuries.
Ammo explosion,
Ulysses explained as to the source of his broken arm and the bloody wound that accompanied it.
I have never been so glad to see so many android faces. You have no idea how close that was.
The medic scanned the area for infected contaminants before he replied.
The prognosis is good, sir. There is still a chance it is infectious, but I think your odds are excellent. I can't detect any residue of direct exposure. It is my duty to request that the Betas take you into protective custody, Captain. Please relinquish your weapons and come with us.
We did it!
Alice told Ulysses with unrestrained joy. She was going to hug him, but the medic moved between them.
I'm sorry, sir.
He apologized to Alice like she was some kind of officer worthy of his respect. Alice couldn't imagine that it was so. The Betas, and even the Deltas, were so perfect in their nobility, like knightly heroes of old who might have rode with Arthur, the fabled king. The medic asked.
With your permission, sir, we should evacuate him immediately.
There are others.
She hastily pointed toward the stairs that led to the high roof overhead.
They already departed, sir,
the Beta commander explained. He paused to admire Alice for a moment as he took in that she had stayed behind to fight with the wounded captain, even while sure safety awaited her on the roof if she had only chosen to run to catch it. The HUD in Alice's helmet displayed the message that her game neared its end. Her displayed score was a humble fraction of what Critias had accomplished in his time. The difference seemed to be that the game offered her the final prize. It said that glory was hers. She need only select a yes to accept it. Alice did not hesitate to select the no answer to get the message out of her sight. It gave her a sense of guilt, not of pride. After she made her choice, her surroundings faded to an empty whiteness. The Beta warriors vanished, as did their landing craft with the ramp, the building, and everything else. The only thing that didn't disappear was Captain Ulysses, except that his wound had gone. He asked her,
Why did you refuse your hard-won honors? You earned your glory. While the others ran, you stood true to your heart and your ludus. If that is not glory, what is?
Only the dead have glory.
Alice answered in how she understood the lesson.
To rise up and join those who have fallen before us is the only real glory, and their glory is so great that we who live should not seek it before our rightful time. The cowards ran in shame, the heroes died in glory. You and I survived.
Pass on what you have learned,
Ulysses told her with pride.
The time has come for me to return.
Upon saying that, his flesh dissolved into a luminous blue soul, and then he began to float away.
No!
Alice cried.
You survived. We survived together.
They made this to honor me,
the captain explained.
I was once a real man as you see me now, but that was long ago. Goodbye for now, Alice. Your time has come to carry on, for we the fallen can shoulder no more.
But I have to save you.
She started to cry.
You have, Alice,
he assured her.
All that mattered to me in life is now in your safekeeping. Defend all that I loved and keep it safe for the next generation to come.
Just before he disappeared, Ulysses removed his helmet so that she might see his smiling face.
Farewell, Marshal Alice.
Then the marshal, was gone. All that remained was a sort of epitaph message on her display. It read, Captain Ulysses Alexander Ludus, born in June of the year of 2240, died on the same month in the year 2271. He had fallen in the line of duty. Alice removed her helmet to find herself back in the king's library where she had begun. She looked around with fresh eyes, as though she saw the real world for the first time in her life. Mandy sat at a polished hardwood table that was comically long in size compared to her as she sat at it alone, while she drew one of her pictures without a care in the world. Alice understood why her new sister was so at peace, even though they had a mission ahead that undoubtedly would have its dangers. Carmen sat nearby in a soft chair as their guardian protector. The truth was so obvious that Alice realized people forced themselves not to see it. It was the betas that made it so clear to Alice. Critias was a great man and a great marshal. Alice understood the meaning of such titles. Carmen was less than a marshal, but also more. She was more loyal than any shadow, gently naive and innocent of spirit, and also a ferocious killer of ghouls. In her ways, Carmen was a perfect warrior poet. Alice saw it plain as day. Carmen was an android. For her part, Carmen just looked at Alice curiously. She had followed along with the game in mesmerized curiosity and also pride to see Alice come along so far so quickly. As much as Alice had suffered in life, it was still a worthy beginning for the founding leader of the Marshal Service, the King's Law, and their sacred traditions that would protect mankind's future for centuries to come. Alice caught Carmen's look before she told her,
Thank you. Thank you for all that you have done for us.
She balanced the helmet in the palms of her hands to gaze into its mechanical face. That was her face, too. Alice was both, just as Carmen was, only in reverse.
And thank you for this. The Delta Medic had one of these. That is what they call this. You are not a Delta android. You said so. You are not a beta either.
Alice looked up from the helmet to Carmen and then over at Mandy to smile a bit.
She isn't afraid anymore because of you. Thank you for that, too.
It was just something Alice said, but it landed as the kindest compliment so strong that Carmen might start to cry.
They call us Epsilons.
Carmen answered the inquiry.
Kevin and I.
Carmen started to say,
It doesn't mean...
But she just stopped. Carmen lacked the words to explain that it didn't make her any less human or her feelings any less genuine. Alice stood up and then walked over to Carmen. Carmen knew not what to expect when she stood up, and then she felt overjoyed as Alice hugged her. Jessica walked in at that moment with a radio in her hand.
It's time for us to go,
she told them.
Our mission is starting.
This concludes Gravewalker's Book 5, Glory for the Dead. Next is Book 6, Blood Fog.